Chapter 1. The Transformation of the Great Serpent. Jiajia, please save me. Yu Sheng lost her footing as the stone beneath her suddenly gave way, causing her to plummet. Fortunately, she managed to grasp a nearby vine just in time to avert disaster. Qiao Yujia, upon hearing her best friend's cry, hurriedly followed the sound to the edge of the cliff, where she was clinging to a vine, struggling to remain secure. In a state of panic, she grasped the vine that was supporting Yu Sheng, slowly pulling her upwards inch by inch. As they neared the cliff's summit, Qiao Yujia extended her hand, exclaiming, "Sheng, quickly grab my hand." Yu Sheng, seeing her friend within reach, stretched out her other hand just enough to grasp Qiao Yujia's. Their fingers intertwined tightly, but just then, the vine Yu Sheng was holding suddenly snapped under her weight, breaking in two. "The vine is broken. Jiajia, you must let go. I can't hold on any longer." What to do? I can't hold on much longer. Jiajia, please let go." Yu Sheng's hand began to slip from Qiao Yujia's grip, both of their palms drenched in sweat. "Sheng, just hang on a little longer. I'll get you up." Qiao Yujia was nearly in tears, yet there was no one around to call for help, and compared to Yu Sheng, she was considerably lighter. Though she had managed to pull Yu Sheng up a little, her strength was insufficient to lift her fully. This was her only friend and confidant. She couldn't give up so easily in the face of adversity. As their hands were on the brink of separation, Qiao Yujia summoned all her strength to grasp Yu Sheng's hand, but the disparity in their weights caused them both to plummet into the abyss of the cliff. Cough, cough. Qiao Yujia slowly regained consciousness, only to find herself surrounded by towering trees, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows on the forest floor. The birds chirping in the branches seemed to be singing in harmony with the gentle breeze. Where am I? I remember falling off the cliff with Sheng. Could this be the bottom of the cliff? But where is Sheng? Suddenly recalling that she had fallen alongside Yu Sheng, she hurriedly searched her surroundings, but saw no sign of her friend, causing Qiao Yujia to feel a surge of panic. Why can't I find her? I promised Sheng's mother before leaving that I would bring her back safe and sound. What am I to do now? Despairing, tears welled in Qiao Yujia's eyes as she continued to seek any trace of Yu Sheng. To her surprise, when she turned her left, she discovered Yu Sheng lying right beside her. How foolish of me! Yu Sheng was unconscious, with a bleeding abrasion on her forehead, while Qiao Yujia herself had sustained minor injuries. The surrounding area appeared to be a forest, likely teeming with wild beasts. If they caught the scent of blood, it would not end well. Even though Qiao Yujia could control beasts of higher intelligence, she was powerless against those driven mad by the scent of blood. They had to escape this forest at once. She stood up, attempting to lift Yu Sheng, only to forget the mismatch in their weights, rendering her efforts futile. A howl! As Qiao Yujia paced anxiously, a thunderous roar echoed in her ears. The sound intensified her urgency, for before her stood a massive white tiger, its gaping maw dripping with an unknown liquid. It stood approximately 2 meters tall and measured nearly 3 meters in length, its black stripes evenly distributed across its robust body, truly a beast worth a fortune in modern times. If it lunged at them, neither of them would escape. They would surely meet a swift demise. The white tiger sensed its two prey and grew increasingly salivating with desire. Unable to restrain itself any longer, it let out a ferocious roar and pounced. Qiao Yujia was paralyzed with fear, yet she could not abandon her best friend. Was this how she was destined to perish? She tightly shut her eyes, and after a moment, the anticipated pain never came. When she cautiously opened her eyes, in that fleeting instant, she beheld a serpent, larger than the tiger itself, sinking its fangs into the tiger's neck, coiling around its body until the beast breathed its last. Once the tiger lay lifeless, the enormous serpent slithered directly towards Qiao Yujia. Gazing upon the serpent, which appeared to exceed 10 meters in length and was as thick as 2 of her arms, Qiao Yujia stared in fright, completely forgetting her ability to control animals. Lin Ye observed the trembling Qiao Yujia, perplexed. Why is this female still afraid? The tiger has already been slain. What Lin Ye did not realize was that Qiao Yujia's fear stemmed from his colossal form. As the serpent approached her, a sweet scent wafted through the air, tickling his nostrils. This little female smells delightful, far more alluring than those from other tribes. Which tribe does this little female belong to? How could she be alone in the forest? Lin Ye stared at Qiao Yujia for an extended time, growing increasingly fond of her, entirely disregarding the unconscious Yusheng. He yearned to take this little female back to his lair. But would the beastmen from her tribe come searching for her? Seeing that the enormous serpent bore no ill intentions, Qiao Yujia decided to attempt to make contact. With that thought, she bit her right index finger, letting the blood flow, which caused Lin Ye to furrow his brow. Why would this little female harm herself? Is she frightened? Unaware of the serpent's thoughts, she extended her bleeding finger towards it and sweetly inquired, "Great serpent, may I befriend you? Could you take me and Sheng away from this forest?" "Friend? What is that? Sheng?" Lin Ye was baffled by Qiao Yujia's mention of friendship. However, when he glanced at the unconscious Yu Sheng on the ground, he noticed another female lying there. Since this little female has made such a request, I suppose I shall reluctantly guide them out of this forest. Leaving them here would be too perilous. Then Lin Ye had another thought. He extended his tongue to lick Qiao Yujia's wounded finger as her blood flowed into his body. He felt a sudden heaviness, but quickly normalized. Lin Ye lowered his head, signaling Qiao Yujia to climb aboard. After a moment's hesitation, she ascended onto his head. He coiled his tail around the unconscious Yu Sheng, placing her on his back, and did not spare the slain tiger, carrying both the girls and his meal as he slithered toward the edge of the forest. Though he moved steadily through the woods, the jostling caused Yu Sheng, who was on the verge of waking, to feel disoriented once more. Had Yu Sheng been conscious, she would undoubtedly have quipped, "Why am I placed on the ground while she gets to sit on the head? And why is she being jostled so?" Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia sat atop the serpent's head, marveling at the rapidly retreating scenery, exclaiming, "This is so fast." Lin Ye reached his cave before the sun dipped below the horizon. He set Qiao Yujia down on the floor covered in animal skins, while Yu Sheng was unceremoniously placed to the side. Were it not for the Beastman continent's laws against harming females, she would have been cast away long ago. Afterward, Lin Ye retrieved his tail from the slain tiger, transforming back into human form before glancing at Qiao Yujia, then turning to drag the tiger to the riverbank to process it. Witnessing the transformation from serpent to human, Qiao Yujia exclaimed inwardly, "What a miraculous transformation!" "Ah, Sheng!" Suddenly jolted from her awe of Lin Ye's metamorphosis, she remembered her dear friend was still unconscious and hurried to check on her, placing a hand beneath Yu Sheng's nose to feel for breath. "She's still alive. No need to panic." Quickly, she retrieved a handkerchief from her small bag and dashed out of the cave. Spotting Lin Ye at the riverbank attending to his catch, she hurried over, crouching to dampen the handkerchief before returning to the cave. Kneeling beside Yu Sheng, she meticulously wiped the dust and blood from her face. After several trips to ensure her friend was clean, she finally took out a hemostatic ointment and applied it to Yu Sheng's forehead. This ointment was crafted by Qiao Yujia's mother, designed to quickly heal wounds, though it could not remove scars. Given Qiao Yujia's frequent scrapes during her outings, her mother had taken great care to prepare various ointments passed down through generations for her daughter, who was allergic to Western medicine, so she could only create her own remedies at home. Limited in quantity, these ointments were stored in small porcelain jars, and her mother always reminded Qiao Yujia to carry a couple whenever she ventured out. At that moment, Lin Ye returned after processing the food, spotting the unconscious female on the ground. He observed the wound on her forehead healing at an observable speed, but leaving behind an unsightly scar. He turned his head disdainfully, yet he was intrigued by the ointment in Qiao Yujia's hands. What is that substance in the little female's grasp? How does it enable such rapid healing? It exceeds even our beastman's regenerative capabilities. I must inquire about it later. After tending to Yu Sheng's wound, Qiao Yujia approached Lin Ye. "Great Serpent, could you help me move Sheng to the animal skin? The ground is cold." Uncertain if the serpent would acquiesce to her request, she considered that it might be his resting place. Very well. Qiao Yujia had not anticipated his immediate agreement without a second thought that in truth, Lin Ye had contemplated the matter within his understanding. As long as it was not a snake shed reserved for a future partner, he could possess as much beast skin as he desired. At worst, he could lay out another piece for himself beside it. He assisted in placing Yu Sheng onto the beast skin, and then Qiao Yujia made another request of him. Do you have any more beast skin, Great Serpent? Could you possibly spare me another piece? Wait here, I shall fetch it. This little female was becoming increasingly endearing. After a brief moment, Lin Ye returned with a pure black piece of beast skin, offering it to Qiao Yujia. Little female, this is for you. Thank you. But what was this little female all about? Qiao Yujia took the beast skin from the Great Serpent's hands and covered Yu Sheng with it. Before long, dusk had descended, and Lin Ye sliced a piece of beast meat, handing it to Qiao Yujia. Little female, this is for you, you must be hungry. As she accepted the meat from Lin Ye, though it had been cleaned on the outside, it still dripped with fresh blood where it had been cut. Qiao Yujia, despite being a carnivore and having a physique that allowed her to indulge without gaining weight, found her appetite vanished at the sight of the bleeding meat. Yet, her stomach was growling with hunger. Gurgle. As she pondered, her belly audibly protested, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Lin Ye looked at the little female before him, puzzled why was she merely staring at the meat instead of eating, even though her stomach had called out. Thinking she was lost in thought, Lin Ye prompted, Little female, aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating? Qiao Yujia glanced up at the Great Serpent and offered an awkward smile. Let's not rush, Great Serpent. Could you help me gather a lot of dry branches? Both large and small. A person is iron, and food is steel. One meal skipped can leave one in distress. However, no matter how hungry she was, she could not eat raw meat. She preferred to take the extra time to cook it. Lin Ye was unsure what the little female needed the dry branches for, but he simply replied, all right, and swiftly ran out of the cave. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia took the meat handed to her by the Great Serpent and stepped out of the cave, washing away the dripping blood by the small river before bringing it back to the cave, where she placed it on a large leaf. Afterward, she gathered some stones around the cave and formed a small circle near the entrance with them. Before long, Lin Ye returned, carrying a large bundle of dry branches of various sizes, placing them beside the little female. Seeing that the Great Serpent had returned with the firewood, Qiao Yujia looked up at him and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Great Serpent. That smile left Lin Ye momentarily speechless, and a peculiar flush crept across his face. The little female was truly beautiful, fair-skinned, soft, and fragrant. He felt an unusual fluttering in the left side of his chest. What was happening? Why did his heart race so when gazing at the little female? While Lin Ye was lost in thought, Qiao Yujia had already taken a larger dry branch and used her knife to bore a hole in it. She crushed dry leaves to fit into the hole, then sharpened the end of another stick and wedged it into the hole, clasping her hands together and beginning to spin rapidly. However, after a long time, no smoke arose. The sun had set and night had fallen. Upon opening her hands, she realized her palms were sore from the friction. Seeing this, Lin Ye felt a pang of sympathy and gently took the branch from the little female's hands, saying softly, Little female, how should we proceed? Allow me to assist. She looked at the Great Serpent, feeling a bit touched. Then, she used words he could comprehend to instruct him on how to start a fire. Afterward, she took out some cooling ointment from her belongings and applied it to herself, feeling the heat dissipate. The Great Serpent began to spin the branch rapidly, and before long, sparks flew forth. Qiao Yujia encouraged him to continue until flames leaped up. Lin Ye quickly retreated to a safe distance, while Qiao Yujia continued to feed the flames with dry branches, and they grew ever larger. She sliced the meat into chunks the size of her palm, skewered them on branches, and placed them over the fire to roast. Lin Ye, observing the sudden burst of flames, felt relieved that they did not seem to threaten spreading elsewhere, and inched closer to the little female. His expression grew serious as he gazed at her. She sensed the intensity of his stare and shivered slightly. Just then, the roasted meat emitted an enticing aroma. Qiao Yujia prodded it with her knife and, upon discovering it was ready, quickly handed a skewer to Lin Ye, exclaiming, Great Serpent, you must try this, it's absolutely delicious. Lin Ye hesitated for a moment, but seeing how much the little female enjoyed it, he took a bite. The savory flavor and rich juices of the beast meat exploded in his mouth, and he instantly fell in love with the taste, though it felt like too little. Who would have thought the divine fire could be used in such a way? The meat cooked over divine flames was exquisite. He devoured the roasted meat voraciously, feeling unsatisfied, and glanced at the little female. Qiao Yujia, with a smile, decided to cut up the entire clean tiger beast meat into chunks the size of the great serpent's palm, arranging them on the large leaf. Before long, they had consumed all the meat, with Lin Ye having the lion's share. With her belly full, Qiao Yujia noticed that Lin Ye had taken out all the beast skins he had stored, laying them down thickly on the ground. He pulled the little female over, saying, "Little female, you should rest." "And what about you?" Lin Ye blushed. "He'll sleep beside you." He initially wanted to suggest that the great serpent sleep on the skins while he shared a space with Yusheng, but Lin Ye insisted, and Qiao Yujia reluctantly laid down, her heart filled with unease. Chapter 2. Sweet Potatoes. Upon waking the next morning, she noticed the great serpent was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone out to search for food. Beside her lay a pile of red fruits. She picked one up and examined it closely. It resembled an apple and smelled similar. Taking a bite, she reveled in the sweet flavor that flooded her mouth, with a texture akin to that of an apple. Having hurriedly finished one apple, Qiao Yujia made her way to where Yusheng was sleeping. Just then, Yusheng woke up, gazing around in confusion. Upon spotting Qiao Yujia, she immediately rolled over and hugged her, bursting into tears. "Woo, XX, how wonderful! How wonderful! Jiajia, you're all right." Qiao Yujia gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "Yes, I'm fine. There's no need to worry." Yusheng looked around and realized they were inside a spacious cave, towering about 4 to 5 meters high, but devoid of anything other than a few bee skins spread across the floor. She could not help but ask, "Jiajia, where is this place?" Qiao Yujia replied, "This is the Great Serpent's cave." "The Great Serpent?" Yusheng expressed her bewilderment at the mention of the Great Serpent by Qiao Yujia. Seeing her confusion, Qiao Yujia recounted the events that had transpired after they fell off the cliff, leaving Yusheng in a state of shock. Finally, she grasped that she was now in a serpent's cave with Qiao Yujia, and she hurriedly sprang to her feet, pulling Qiao Yujia along as she rushed outside. "Yusheng, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly running out?" Qiao Yujia was somewhat perplexed by Yusheng's actions. "Jiajia, that is a serpent's cave. We must hurry and escape, otherwise we won't be able to flee when that great serpent returns." Yusheng's tone was laced with urgency, her face reflecting her fear. From a young age, she had always harbored a deep-seated fear of these soft-bodied creatures, especially snakes. The very thought of their slippery bodies sent shivers down her spine. Seeing her friends panic, Qiao Yujia could only offer some comfort. "Yusheng, it's all right, the great serpent doesn't eat people." "Really?" Yusheng questioned her words skeptically. Although she had always known that Qiao Yujia could communicate with small animals, she still found it hard to believe. After all, if a serpent as large as she described truly existed, how could it possibly refrain from devouring humans? Yusheng only remembered that Qiao Yujia had the ability to converse with animals, but had forgotten her own peculiarities. "Yusheng, why don't we explore the area nearby? Perhaps we can discover some vegetables or something." Noticing that Yusheng still appeared apprehensive, Qiao Yujia suggested they take a stroll around the cave, hoping to find some vegetables or staple foods like potatoes. After all, it was evident from the cave that the great serpent predominantly consumed meat throughout the day. Though she herself was a carnivore, she could not endure a daily diet solely of meat. Moreover, her companion Yusheng was a vegetarian, for whom meat was only an occasional indulgence. The two wandered around the vicinity of the cave. Since Qiao Yujia was unfamiliar with the area, she did not dare to venture too far, primarily because she was unsure if they were still in their original world. After all, the great serpent's ability to transform into a human was already quite astonishing. What if they encountered other beasts that could also take human form? Wouldn't that be perilous? Though they did not walk far, Qiao Yujia could see that the area surrounding the great serpent's cave was a flat expanse where the grass grew low but was quite sharp. To prevent her only outfit from being damaged by the grass, the two had to tie their skirts up with long hair ties at their waists and hike them up to expose their knees, as the skirts had been custom-made and were quite expensive. After an undetermined amount of time, they found themselves before a small valley at noon. Qiao Yujia glanced back and realized that the small valley was not far from the cave, situated in the southwest direction. If the great serpent returned, he should be able to see them from here, right? What is happening? I have only just arrived here for a day, and already I am worrying about the big snake. Moreover, I do not even know its name yet. What is going on today? Jiajia. Jiajia? Yusheng turned her head and discovered that Qiao Yujia was lost in thought. After calling her several times with no response, she mustered all her strength and called out loudly again. Jiajia. What is it? Qiao Yujia was abruptly roused from her reverie by the shout. What is the matter? Why are you in a daze? Yusheng questioned, puzzled by Qiao Yujia's distraction. Ever since their fall from the cliff, she felt that her best friend had become somewhat peculiar. It wasn't peculiar. Rather, Qiao Yujia sensed that something within her heart felt distinctly different. Perhaps this was what people referred to as a feeling of fluttering? It's nothing. Qiao Yujia shook her head, indicating that she was fine and that there was no need for concern. Yusheng observed Qiao Yujia's complexion and indeed found no signs of distress, allowing her to relax. She took Qiao Yujia's hand and led her aside. It's good to hear that. Come on, I found some leaves that resemble sweet potato leaves. Sweet potatoes. Could this mean we have a staple food? Sweet potatoes, much like potatoes, are quite filling. Then let's dig them up and see. Upon discovering the sweet potatoes, Qiao Yujia was even more excited than Yusheng. Yusheng suddenly felt a bit bewildered. Wasn't Jiajia a carnivore? Why was she more thrilled about finding sweet potatoes than I am? She couldn't quite comprehend it. Just as Yusheng was pondering why Qiao Yujia was so exuberant, Qiao Yujia had already unearthed a tuber resembling a sweet potato from beneath the leaves. Upon inspection, good heavens! It was as long as her arm and as thick as her thighs. This was truly a display of rampant growth. Dragging the sweet potato to a nearby stream, she washed it clean with the river water, then peeled off the skin with a knife and took a bite. What a revelation! It was even sweeter than the ones grown at home. Asheng, come here. In a moment of excitement, she quickly called Yusheng over. I'm coming. Open your mouth. Seeing Yusheng sitting nearby, Qiao Yujia urged her to open her mouth. She complied, and Qiao Yujia swiftly placed a piece of the cut sweet potato in her mouth. Try it. Yusheng had no time to react. Only when Qiao Yujia's hand quickly withdrew did she realize something had been placed in her mouth. Instinctively, she chewed a few times. The sweet potato made a crisp sound as it was bitten into, and soon a burst of sweetness enveloped her palate. Yusheng's eyes sparkled as she stared at the sweet potato. Seeing her reaction, Qiao Yujia gleefully exclaimed, "Delicious, right?" Yusheng nodded vigorously. This one should be enough for the two of us, but it might not be enough for the big snake. Let's dig up a few more. Although the big snake had gone hunting, Qiao Yujia thought of giving a change of taste. Hearing that Qiao Yujia wanted to dig up sweet potatoes for the snake, Yusheng's expression instantly changed, and she feigned indignation, saying, "Jiajia, snakes eat meat. They don't eat vegetables. Let's not worry about it. Don't say that it saved both of us. Otherwise, we would have perished at the jaws of the tiger. Just a little longer, and then we can head back." Yusheng was aware that the big snake could transform into a human, but she was determined to dig up a few more sweet potatoes regardless of the situation. Seeing her persuasion yield no results, Yusheng could only silently assist in digging up the sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Lin Ye returned to find the little female missing. Even the other little female who had been by her side was nowhere to be seen, causing a sudden pang of anxiety. Could the little female have encountered danger? However, after sniffing around, he detected no other beastmen or wild animal scents nearby, aside from his own and those of the two little females. How could the little female just vanish? Just as Lin Ye was anxiously searching for her, he turned and spotted a red dot and a white dot not far to the southwest. Without a doubt, the red dot belonged to the little female, for she was clad in the red skin of some unknown beast. In a surge of joy, Lin Ye tossed the cleaned prey he had caught onto the large leaves at the cave entrance and rushed over. "Little female, you're here? I thought you had left." Seeing the little female initially filled Lin Ye with happiness, but as he noticed the scars on her calves, his heart ached. "Big snake, you're here. Come quickly." I found new food. Upon hearing the voice, Qiao Yujia turned and saw the big snake. She sighed in relief and hurriedly called him over to help dig up sweet potatoes, while Yusheng was startled by the sudden appearance of the man, especially since he was only wrapped in a piece of beast skin around his lower body. She felt her breath quicken. How could there be a man without clothes, only draped in beast skin? Yusheng felt her senses overwhelmed. Her eyes were suddenly unclean. The sweet potatoes were extraordinarily large and long. By the time Qiao Yujia and Lin Ye had unearthed 4 or 5 of them, the sun was already setting. As they prepared to head back, Qiao Yujia realized they had nothing to carry the sweet potatoes in. Spotting some vines nearby, she swiftly fashioned a makeshift basket, albeit not very aesthetically pleasing, to hold the sweet potatoes. They even took the leftover sweet potato they had eaten. Seeing that the little female was ready, Lin Ye, concerned about her getting hurt again by the sharp grass, transformed right in front of them. Qiao Yujia had witnessed such a thrilling scene before her expression remained calm. While Yusheng screamed, "Snake demon!" Lin Ye lowered his snake head for the little female to climb on, while his tail lifted the startled Yusheng high into the air. Even though he didn't particularly like that female, all females in the Beastman continent were under protection. Seeing herself hoisted high by the slippery snake tail, Yusheng immediately protested loudly. "You snake demon! How dare you lift me so high? Pull me down a bit. I'm afraid of heights." Lin Ye felt suddenly irritated by this little female, but complied, lowering her slightly to a height where she wouldn't be at risk of injury from the grass below. Yusheng sighed in relief. The dizzy sensation had vanished, but she continued to verbally berate Lin Ye. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Ye did not revert to human form, but placed Yusheng outside the cave and nudged the little female inside, while he coiled himself like a disc at the entrance. Yusheng observed the entire snake blocking the cave entrance and felt an overwhelming sense of panic, leading her to tears. "Jiajia, this snake demon is bullying me." She looked at her best friend, who was anxiously pacing back and forth outside, worrying that the night might bring unpredictable dangers. Approaching, she gently patted the large head of the big snake and spoke softly, "Big snake, please let Yusheng in. It's too dangerous outside at night." She didn't mean it. "It's fine, it's not dangerous." "I'm watching," Lin Ye replied coldly. "This little female just insulted me." Although I did not understand what she meant, her tone was certainly unkind. Seeing her cries yield no result, Yusheng could only sit down in a huff. Inside the cave, Qiao Yujia had already started a fire, skewering the meat she had prepared over the flames and burying several sweet potatoes nearby. The sweet potatoes were quite large, so Qiao Yujia had to cut them in half. It wasn't until the outside world was shrouded in darkness, only illuminated by the moonlight, that Lin Ye coiled his tail around the drowsy Yusheng and pulled her inside, transforming back into human form. Qiao Yujia quickly supported the sleepy Yusheng and roused her. "Sheng, wake up. Eat something before you sleep." She then handed her half a sweet potato. Upon realizing she was back in the cave, Yusheng angrily finished the half-sweet potato, which tasted much sweeter than the ones grown at home. After finishing the sweet potato, she noticed Qiao Yujia handing her a skewer of grilled meat. Although it was somewhat bland, it was better than nothing. Gritting her teeth, she finished it, feeling her stomach swell, and angrily returned to sleep. Qiao Yujia, having witnessed the entire scene, found it amusing that her close friend was bickering with the big snake so comfortably. "Little female, hurry and eat. Don't mind her. I would never harm her. Harming females in the Beastman continent is punishable by the beast god." Lin Ye urged Qiao Yujia to eat quickly, so she wouldn't go hungry, assuring her that he would not harm Yusheng. "Beastman continent? Beast god? It seems we have crossed over. Was this world truly a mess?" Qiao Yujia accepted the grilled meat offered by the big snake with a sweet smile. "Big snake, I still don't know your name." "I'm Qiao Yujia, and this is my good friend, Yusheng." "Lin Ye." He merely responded softly, but Qiao Yujia heard him. Lin Ye silently repeated his name in his mind. Lin Ye is a lovely name, but I still find Big Snake more endearing. It was the first time Lin Ye had heard someone say his name was lovely. Coming from the little female, it sounded particularly pleasing. "Jiajia, you can call me whatever you like." Lin Ye felt delighted that the little female was willing to share his name with him as long as she stayed. She could call him anything. Jiajia, can you tell me about this sweet potato? This thing called sweet potato is delicious, sweet like Jiajia's fragrance. If Qiao Yujia knew that Lin Ye was comparing her to a sweet potato, she would surely burst into laughter. Upon hearing this question, Qiao Yujia generously informed Lin Ye that sweet potatoes could be stored for a long time. Lin Ye was immensely delighted upon hearing this news. Since he must hibernate during the winter months, if he could store a substantial quantity of sweet potatoes, then the little female would have sustenance to sustain her through the frigid winter. Chapter 3. Abundance of meat. Great Serpent, may I ask you for a favor? With this request, she was uncertain whether Lin Ye would acquiesce, yet the sweet potatoes in that small valley were plentiful. If they could be entirely unearthed and sun-dried, they could be preserved for an extended duration. When she had previously mentioned the long-term storage of sweet potatoes, the expression on Great Serpent's face radiated joy. Could it be that winters here are particularly harsh? Jiajia, what do you want me to do? Just say it. To her surprise, Lin Ye immediately agreed without a moment's hesitation. This left Qiao Yujia somewhat astonished. Since Great Serpent had consented, the subsequent matters would surely be easier to manage. She pondered whether she and Yusheng could return to their original world. If they could, that would be splendid. But if not, they must prepare for a future of abundance. A sweet smile graced Qiao Yujia's face. Great Serpent, I will teach you how to make hunting traps, so you can take it easy. Would you accompany us to dig for sweet potatoes tomorrow? She had crafted a clever plan, proposing to assist Lin Ye in making hunting traps, thus freeing up additional time to help with various tasks. Particularly since the two of them would likely take 4 to 5 days just to excavate the sweet potatoes. Hunting traps? But what are traps? Upon hearing this novel term, Lin Ye immediately posed a question. Taken aback by the inquiry, Qiao Yujia proceeded to explain the purpose of traps. Upon learning that traps merely required proper setup and then waited for prey to fall into them, without the need for constant supervision. Just retrieving the catch each morning and resetting the traps, Lin Ye felt elated at the prospect of having ample time to spend with Jiajia. With this thought, she nodded eagerly. All right, Jiajia, tomorrow you teach me how to make traps, and then I will help you dig for sweet potatoes. Thank you, Great Serpent. Lin Ye's agreement simplified matters significantly for her, ensuring the safety of both her and Yusheng during their excursion. What does thank you mean? In response to Great Serpent's curiosity, Qiao Yujia could only explain the simple phrase of gratitude. Around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, Qiao Yujia applied ointment to the scabbed wounds on her calves and then tended to Yusheng, who had already fallen asleep. The scar ointment would not remove marks instantly. It required consistent application. And within a month, the skin would return to its original state. Upon waking, Qiao Yujia and Yusheng tidied their disheveled skirts from their slumber. As they had no combs, they could only hastily arrange their hair into high buns. Since they planned to set up hunting traps that day, Lin Ye did not rush out but waited for Qiao Yujia and Yusheng to finish grooming before leading them into the forest. Upon arrival in the woods, Qiao Yujia inquired of Lin Ye about areas with a higher likelihood of prey and chose several locations to begin setting traps. When Qiao Yujia mentioned digging holes, Lin Ye immediately manifested sharp claws without hesitation. This action caused Qiao Yujia to question whether she was indeed Great Serpent. After all, did snakes not lack claws? Was what she read in books incorrect? The sight of Lin Ye's claws made her reconsider the information she had previously learned. Before long, Lin Ye had excavated a deep pit approximately 3 meters wide and 5 meters deep. Observing that about 4 or 5 deep pits had been dug, Qiao Yujia guided the two in camouflaging the traps with branches and fallen leaves, looking at the scattered leaves and the yellowing branches. It was evident that it was autumn. However, she wondered if the autumn here differed temporally from that of her original world. After confirming that all traps were properly set, she called Lin Ye and Yusheng to accompany her to the location where they had discovered sweet potatoes the previous day. As usual, Lin Ye lifted Yusheng high with her tail, and Yusheng, as always, hurled insults at Lin Ye, while Qiao Yujia chuckled at their antics. Their dynamic was simply too amusing, with Lin Ye around. It seemed that Yusheng's fear of soft-bodied creatures had been overcome, perhaps. Upon reaching the small valley, Lin Ye set them down. The sweet potatoes grew at the left side of the entrance to the valley. Qiao Yujia approached the sweet potato vines, pointing them out. Great Serpent, this is the vine and leaves of the sweet potato. The tubers lie beneath the soil. Following her gesture, Lin Ye approached to inspect the vines and leaves closely. So this is the sweet potato vine and leaves. It seems similar to what exists in the forest. If I find it, I will dig it up for Jiajia. After observing closely, Lin Ye joined the two in harvesting the sweet potatoes. It was undeniable that with Lin Ye's assistance, the task proceeded much more swiftly. With a single swipe of her claw, she uprooted the sweet potatoes from the ground. Seeing this, Qiao Yujia hurriedly joined Yuxing in placing the sweet potatoes into a basket. But due to the sheer quantity, they sought out some vines to weave a basket on site. After crafting the vine basket, they filled it with the remaining sweet potatoes, and Qiao Yujia buried the sweet potato vines once more. Lin Ye, puzzled as to why Qiao Yujia replanted the vines, could not help but inquire. Qiao Yujia explained that by returning the sweet potato vines to the soil, they could harvest many more come autumn. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye, excited by the prospect of future abundance, refrained from further questioning and instead led the two back to the cave. After settling them in, Lin Ye hurried off to hunt. For otherwise, there would be no meat for dinner. Jiajia is too frail. She needs to gain some weight. Once Lin Ye departed, Yuxing, feeling exceedingly hungry, insisted that Qiao Yujia join her in roasting sweet potatoes. Considering there was little else to do and fearing the dangers of venturing too far, Qiao Yujia relented and agreed to roast sweet potatoes within the cave. Fortunately, the fire pit in the cave still retained some embers. Otherwise, Qiao Yujia would have had to resort to the arduous task of friction fire, which would have exhausted her greatly. Exiting the cave, she gathered some dry twigs nearby, returning to the cave to ignite the fire with the embers. Burying half a sweet potato, before long, the sweet potato was cooked, and they each took half. After a few bites of sweet potato, Yusheng began to grumble. It's only sweet. There's no other flavor. Roasted meat has a rich aroma. But here, what is this place? Why are there no other humans besides us, and only a slippery, fearsome snake? How terrifying. Sitting nearby, Qiao Yujia, upon hearing her best friend's complaints, found herself resonating with the sentiment. The roasted meat lacked flavor. Qiao Yujia pondered. I wonder if there are any salt mines in this place. But even if I find one, how far might it be from the cave? Are there dangers involved? These were all uncertainties for them, as both she and Ah Sheng were unfamiliar with the rules of this world. And furthermore, in order to avoid alarming Ah Sheng, she had concealed the fact that they had traversed into a land of beast men that did not exist in history. Just then, Lin Ye glided over, coiling a plethora of various prey with her tail. Arriving at the cave, she unceremoniously dropped the catch and transformed into her human form, rushing over to Qiao Yujia with an expression that seemed to seek praise. Jiajia, the hunting trap you designed, is incredible. It managed to catch so many prey. Observing Lin Ye's eager demeanor, Qiao Yujia contemplated briefly before exclaiming, Great Serpent, you're amazing. You've brought back so much prey. Hearing the praise, Lin Yu's heart soared with joy, her lips curving into a smile. Yet, this smile elicited different reactions from the two girls. Why Yuxing exclaimed, How terrifying. The Great Serpent is smiling, while Qiao Yujia remarked, Little milk snake, how adorable. I want to pet her. Coughing slightly, Qiao Yujia felt a tad awkward. Judging by their expressions, it seemed their thoughts diverged greatly. Despite the bounty of prey, they could not be preserved for long. Lin Ye felt a pang of regret. Although the traps had increased their catch, the dead prey would spoil within a few days. Perhaps I should eat a bit more? That way, Jiajia won't have to consume spoiled beast meat. Lin Ye mused. Just then, Qiao Yujia suddenly asked, Great Serpent, do you know where I might find stones that are both bitter and salty? Bitter? Salty? Stones? Lin Ye pondered for a moment, shaking her head in response. I've never seen any. She gazed thoughtfully at Lin Ye. Was Great Serpent truly a person? A being of the beast men, who spent her time hunting for sustenance, likely had little opportunity to seek out such items. Then, Great Serpent, have you ever encountered a vast expanse of water? Qiao Yujia illustrated with her hands, drawing a large circle in front of her. Feeling it insufficient, she spread her arms wider to signify an even larger body of water. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye understood and eagerly nodded. In front of our cave, not far away, there is a very large river. I don't know if it is what you're looking for. Could you take me to see it? Hearing of a vast water body, Qiao Yujia felt elated. If it truly were the ocean, then there was hope for salt, which would enable the preservation of beast meat. All right, but we must first process the prey. Otherwise, it will attract other wild beasts. Lin Ye could take Qiao Yujia out, but she had just returned with the catch, and since it had not yet been cleaned, it might draw the attention of forest predators, putting the three of them in danger. She understood the dangers of this world. Although she had not ventured elsewhere, this place seemed safer in comparison. Okay, I'll help you. Qiao Yujia nodded. assisting Lin Ye in carrying the small game to the riverbank for processing and cleaning. Upon reaching the river, Qiao Yujia observed Lin Ye skillfully removing the beast's hide and placing it aside. Then washing the meat in the river water, expertly dissecting it to extract the entrails, which he buried in a pit. She felt a twinge of regret, thinking about how those parts could also be consumed. However, she soon reconciled with the thought, realizing that under such harsh conditions, without spices to marinate the innards, they would be far too gamey to swallow. Qiao Yujia also took out her dagger to swiftly process the game. When Lin Ye turned around, he noticed Qiao Yujia's hands moving rapidly, yet the prey in her grip was being expertly handled. To his surprise, she was remarkably quick in her task. It seemed she had endured considerable hardships outside, having to hunt and process the game herself. He resolved to prepare an abundance of food for her in the future, ensuring that she would never have to worry about sustenance again. If Qiao Yujia were to know of Lin Ye's burgeoning affection, she would undoubtedly tease herself, for while she may not have lived in luxury in the modern world, she was never in want, always having enough to eat and wear, and even a surplus. The only real concern she had was the pressure from her boss at work. Fortunately, she had a loving mother who would secretly buy her favorite things and place them in her room, later pretending they were gifts from Santa Claus. With such a caring mother, Qiao Yujia felt immensely fortunate. As the sun set, Lin Ye and Qiao Yujia prepared to head back to the cave with the freshly cleaned meat. Perhaps it was due to Qiao Yujia's lucky charm, for by the riverside, she stumbled upon wild ginger and promptly dug up a few roots. Upon returning to the cave, she found Yusheng sitting on the ground, nodding off cutely. She would fall asleep as soon as the sun set, completely unconscious once darkness enveloped the land. Qiao Yujia had previously asked Yusheng's mother about this peculiar trait, but her mother was equally puzzled. Noticing the flickering fire that was on the verge of extinguishing, Qiao Yujia hurried over to add more dry twigs to stoke the flames, then gently shook Yusheng awake. Sheng, wake up! Have something to eat before you sleep. Jiajia, you're back? Yusheng appeared dazed, her eyelids heavy with sleep. Lin Ye observed her with a look of disdain, thinking how this female could only sleep, while Jiajia was far superior. Yet, he also felt pity for Jiajia, burdened with a friend who could only slumber. Life outside must be arduous for her, having to care for this perpetually drowsy companion. If Yusheng were to know of Lin Ye's thoughts, she would be jumping with indignation. She didn't wish to be this way. She had consulted countless specialists and visited numerous hospitals since childhood. Yet none could cure this peculiar affliction. However, it didn't hinder her daily life. She adapted, eating and drinking during the day and sleeping at night, finding nothing strange about it. Over time, she became accustomed to this odd condition. Big Snake, can you find a stone slab that is this thin and this wide? Qiao Yujia gestured with her hands to illustrate. Compared to charcoal grilling, she believed cooking on a stone slab would yield more tender meat. And since Yusheng preferred vegetarian dishes, she thought this method would entice her to eat more. I'll go find it. Lin Ye understood Qiao Yujia's request and dashed out. He thought that even if he couldn't find the perfect stone, he could shape one to her specifications. While Lin Ye was away, Qiao Yujia used her dagger to slice the meat from some smaller game into thin pieces. Then, considering Lin Ye's appetite, she skewered a chunk of meat from a larger beast to prepare for grilling. Both of them were unaccustomed to the strong gamey flavor, so Qiao Yujia cut the wild ginger she had found by the river into slices and spread it over the skewered meat. The meat destined for the stone grilling was placed on a large leaf for marinating. The familiar spicy aroma wafted through the air. Yusheng perked up immediately. Jiajia, did you find ginger? Qiao Yujia affirmed with a nod, and shortly thereafter, Lin Ye returned, carrying a slab of stone that was neither too big nor too small, already cleaned to her satisfaction. She quickly assembled a simple stove, placing the stone slab atop, allowing the moisture to evaporate. Once it was hot enough, she placed a piece of fat from the game on the slab to render the oil, then laid the marinated meat on top, flipping it occasionally as the enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring their appetites. Once the stone-cooked meat was ready, Qiao Yujia used a makeshift pair of chopsticks fashioned from twigs to serve Lin Ye a piece, prompting exclamations of delight from him. Yusheng, nearly drooling, hastily fashioned her own pair of twigs to partake in the stone-cooked delicacy. Delicious. This is far superior to the dry grilled meat. Chapter 4. The Sea and Salt. It was autumn, a season of bountiful harvest in nature. Yet, the mornings on the Beastman continent were draped in a light dew. Upon waking, Qiao Yujia attempted to adjust her clothing, only to discover she was wearing a hazy skirt. leading to a moment of self-mockery. This was summer attire. Why was she feeling constrained? Had she known she would traverse dimensions, she would have brought an extra cloak on her journey up the mountain. When Lin Ye returned with the cleaned game from the trap, he found Qiao Yujia sitting on a hide, sighing in apparent dismay, and immediately rushed over, fearing she was unwell. Jiajia, are you all right? Are you sick? I can take you to the nearest tribe to see the shaman. Seeing her forlorn expression made him anxious. What if something were truly wrong with Jiajia? He knew well how fragile females were. He felt he should be by her side more often, but he wanted to provide her with the best life possible, which meant he must work hard to secure plenty of meat for her. Qiao Yujia, touched by Lin Ye's concern, felt a mix of warmth and exasperation. That I'm just sighing because I wish I had brought an extra piece of clothing before heading out. How did that turn into a concern for my health? She reassured him gently. Really? He was somewhat skeptical, knowing how vulnerable females were on the Beastman continent, and considering Qiao Yujia's petite and fair stature only heightened his worries if she knew of Lin Ye's perceptions. She would counter, "This isn't weakness. This is a refined figure with a delicate waist. Thank you very much. I was a glamorous beauty in the modern world. Big Snake, didn't we say we would go to the seaside today? Hurry, go fetch me a wooden bucket." Qiao Yujia quickly changed the subject. Is it really all right? With Jiajia's insistence, he felt reassured. What is a wooden bucket? He asked, although he was committed to fulfilling her requests. His curiosity got the better of him when confronted with the unfamiliar term. Qiao Yujia picked up a charred branch from the fire and drew the shape of a bucket in the dirt. Explaining, "This is a wooden bucket. Cut a thick piece of wood to the desired size and hollow it out, but don't cut all the way through. Make sure to leave a handle." Once Lin Ye understood, he dashed off to gather wood, while Qiao Yujia quickly tended to the fire to prepare breakfast. Once breakfast was nearly ready, she called to Yu Sheng. "Sheng, wake up and freshen up. We will be heading to the seaside soon." Yu Sheng, who had been fast asleep, sprang up at the mention of the beach and hurried out to the riverbank to wash up. Qiao Yujia smiled at her enthusiasm, wondering why Yu Sheng had such an innate love for the ocean, as if it were ingrained in her very being. Before long, Yu Sheng and Lin Ye returned to the cave, with Yu Sheng excitedly sitting beside Qiao Yujia. "Jiajia, I'm all cleaned up. When are we going to the seaside?" "Jiajia, the wooden bucket is ready." Lin Ye placed the completed bucket next to Qiao Yujia. She inspected it carefully. The craftsmanship was meticulous, with the edges smoothed to avoid injury. "Well done." She couldn't help but praise Lin Ye. This praise sent Lin Ye's heart racing, as if struck by an unseen force. His ears flushed with warmth. "Come, have something to eat first." Qiao Yujia offered Lin Ye a skewer of grilled meat. Lin Ye accepted it with a nod, feeling as though something within him had shifted. "Jiajia, when are we going to the seaside?" Yu Sheng asked again, noticing Qiao Yujia had not responded. "Here, have some food first, or you might feel faint later." Qiao Yujia handed Yu Sheng half a roasted sweet potato, urging her to eat something. "Why would I feel faint? Aren't we going to the seaside?" Yu Sheng was puzzled. "Yes, but you have a fear of heights. Big Snake will likely lift you high up again, and you two will surely bicker. But what comes next? Forget it, forget it. No more thinking." Yu Sheng couldn't comprehend Qiao Yujia's unfinished thoughts. She resolved to put it out of her mind. Just as Qiao Yujia had predicted, Lin Ye lifted Yu Sheng high into the air, and she began her usual playful berating. In the Beastman continent, while male beastmen could not harm females, there was no rule against teasing them. Although Yu Sheng possesses striking features, her cherry-like lips, doll-like face, and captivating, watery peach blossom eyes, Qiao Yujia, who also has a doll-like visage, presents a stark contrast, with her delicate, phoenix-like eyes that evoke a profound sense of distance, while simultaneously exuding an irresistible allure. Along with a dainty nose and soft, rosy lips, she embodies precisely the type that Lin Ye finds appealing. Regarding Yu Sheng, Lin Ye expresses his disinterest in such a type and fervently prays to the beast god each night for the arrival of another beast man, wishing to remove any obstacles so that Jiajia could belong solely to him. Lin Ye swiftly glides through the air with the two of them, and within approximately an hour, they reach an expansive body of water surrounded by vast plains, beyond which lie forests of various sizes. "Giant snake, put me down immediately." Upon catching sight of the boundless ocean, Yu Sheng urgently implores Lin Ye to release her, fearing she might be sick. Lin Ye complies, and as soon as they touch the ground, Yu Sheng darts over to Qiao Yujia, wearing a triumphant expression. However, Lin Ye's countenance darkens. He hopes another beast man will soon appear to entangle this female, allowing him to remain by Jiajia's side. "Jiajia, let's return after splashing in the sea." Lin Ye is not a frequent visitor to this place, as it is merely a plain populated by small to medium-sized wild beasts, lacking the larger creatures found in the forests. Despite this, he remains uncertain about potential dangers. All right. Qiao Yujia does not argue, for the tranquility of the place feels somewhat unsettling. After filling a wooden barrel with seawater, Lin Ye transforms back into his beast form, carrying the two of them away. Suddenly, Yu Sheng, who had been collecting shells on the beach, is unexpectedly lifted high, prompting her to unleash a barrage of insults upon Lin Ye. Qiao Yujia had advised her against such behavior, but she finds it difficult to restrain herself, especially when the enormous serpent continually lifts her into the air, invoking her fear of heights. Doesn't he realize how terrifying this is? Upon returning to the cave, Lin Ye sets down the two of them along with the barrel of seawater. Jiajia, what do you need the seawater for? Lin Ye inquires, perplexed by Qiao Yujia's intentions that if she merely wishes to see the ocean, he could take her there daily. However, he cannot fathom the purpose of bringing seawater back. Yu Shang, sensing Qiao Yujia's intent, taunts Lin Ye, saying, "Humph, silly snake, you don't know this, but the seawater can be used to." Then, as if remembering something, she adds, "Why should I tell you?" Yu Sheng's comment infuriates Lin Ye, darkening his expression. This insufferable little female. "Oh, beast god, please send this little female a beastman soon," the beast god responds, indicating that her destined companion is on the way, so there is no need to rush as they engage in their battle of wits. Qiao Yujia quickly interjects, "Great Serpent, the seawater can be transformed into a seasoning called salt, which can preserve beast meat for years without spoiling." Upon hearing that beast meat can be preserved for an extended period, Lin Ye is astonished. He seeks confirmation from Qiao Yujia, asking if this salt truly allows meat to last long without spoiling. Indeed, Qiao Yujia nods, though she finds it curious why the giant serpent is so excited by this news. Could the winters here be particularly harsh? What should they do next? Lin Ye is eager to see what the salt Qiao Yujia speaks of looks like. "Great Serpent, could you help me make a stone pot?" After saying this, Qiao Yujia feels a twinge of regret, realizing they have only known each other for 2 or 3 days. A stone pot. "I know about stones, but what is a stone pot?" Lin Ye scratches his head, unsure how the concept of a pot relates to a stone. Seeing Lin Ye's confusion, Qiao Yujia picks up a twig and sketches the shape of a stone pot in the dirt, explaining that the sides should be a bit thinner but not too thin, and the bottom must not be hollowed out or too thick. Lin Ye watches intently for a long while, and when Qiao Yujia thinks he hasn't understood, she prepares to explain further. To her surprise, Lin Ye suddenly dashes out of the cave. In a short time, Lin Ye returns, carrying a large stone pot, which he places before Qiao Yujia, causing her to blink in astonishment. Lin Ye, noticing her reaction, feels a surge of joy. Does Jiajia think I'm impressive, strong enough to carry her even when faced with danger outside? Unbeknownst to him, Qiao Yujia merely inspects the stone pot, which still has droplets of water on it, indicating it has been washed. The edges are polished smoothly, and the bottom is just the right thickness. Had Lin Ye been born in modern times, he would surely have thrived as a craftsman. "Great Serpent, you are truly remarkable. This stone pot is just the right thickness." Qiao Yujia can't help but praise him. Upon hearing her compliment, Lin Ye's ears turn crimson. "Jiajia praised me. How wonderful. From now on, I will make her whatever she desires." Yu Shang, observing Lin Ye's blushing reaction to a simple compliment from a girl, finds the scene quite amusing. She muses, "Aren't snakes cold-blooded? Why is he blushing?" Qiao Yujia constructs a larger stove using stones at the edge of the cave and starts a fire, initially planning to move the stone pot there. She reconsiders due to her smaller stature. While self-reliance is preferable, sometimes it is more effective to ask for help. "Great Serpent, could you assist me in moving the stone pot over there?" Of course. Lin Ye readily complies with Qiao Yujia's request, lifting the stone pot and placing it on the makeshift stove. He then pours the seawater into the pot, ensuring the fire remains lit and not too small, requiring someone to keep watch. In modern times, people typically use the sun to evaporate seawater for salt, but given that it is autumn and the weather is somewhat cool with limited sunlight, they must resort to boiling the water. Lin Ye watches as Qiao Yujia puts the seawater in the pot, unable to contain his curiosity. "Jiajia, is this all we need to do?" She shakes her head. "Not yet. We need to wait a little longer. Then I'll go retrieve the prey from the trap." "All right." Lin Ye shifts into his beast form, intensifying his scent around the cave before gliding away into the forest. As dusk settles, the seawater in the stone pot evaporates completely, leaving behind numerous crystalline salt grains on the pot's walls. If Lin Ye hadn't crafted a sufficiently large pot to contain all the seawater, they would have had to boil it again. Satisfied with the progress, Qiao Yujia removes the fire back to the cave and glances into the stone pot. The evaporated seawater has yielded a substantial amount of salt, enough for them to last for a while, though it falls short for curing meat. Finally, we have salt. My mouth has been devoid of flavor for days, Yusheng exclaims excitedly upon seeing the glistening salt grains. Isn't it just 1 or 2 days without salt? Why does it feel like I've gone a year without it? Qiao Yujia can empathize with Yusheng's excitement, but she knows that it has only been a couple of days without salt. One cannot become that sensitive to flavor so quickly. Yes, it has indeed been 1 or 2 years, Yusheng nods, sitting beside Qiao Yujia, and adds, Jiajia, shall we find our way back now? This place is too frightening. Can we truly return? Qiao Yujia ponders silently, unsure how to respond to Yusheng. If she agrees and they later discover they cannot go back, will Yusheng resent her for lying? Conversely, if she does not agree, will Yusheng still be as cheerful as she is now after time wears on? Jiajia, what's wrong? Why are you silent? Caught in her thoughts, Qiao Yujia fails to answer, prompting Yusheng to wave her hand in front of her. I'm fine. Qiao Yujia snaps back to reality and continues, the salt is ready. Let us scrape it off and store it in bamboo tubes. For the time being, we won't lack for salt. Qiao Yujia speaks with joy, yet she fails to notice the slight displeasure on Yusheng's face. For the time being, this implies they might not be able to return. Although Yusheng can be a bit slow, she is not foolish. She discerns from Qiao Yujia's words that they may need to reside here for an unknown duration, just as the two of them begin to scrape the salt from the pot's walls. A loud bang suddenly echoes from nearby, startling them. It sounds like something heavy has fallen. Qiao Yujia wishes to investigate, but Yusheng pulls her hand back. Jiajia, don't go over there. Who knows what could be lurking? It's too dangerous. Qiao Yujia pats Yusheng's hand reassuringly. How about we go together? Though Yusheng felt a surge of joy at the prospect of encountering fellow humans, a grim realization struck her as she noticed the blood that stained his body. Had he already succumbed to his injuries? It seemed likely. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving only the pale moon to illuminate the darkness, rendering human eyes nearly incapable of discerning their surroundings. Under the moonlight, Qiao Yujia strained to see the figure ahead. The metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. He was gravely wounded. They were positioned at a distance, and the faint scent of blood fluttered toward Qiao Yujia on the breeze. Upon hearing Qiao Yujia's assertion that the man was gravely injured, Yusheng felt as though her heart had been struck by a heavy weight. Would that man still cling to life? Jiajia, let us save him. Despite her training in music, she lacked knowledge of herbal remedies and pharmacology. Leaving her helpless in the face of injury, thus she turned to Qiao Yujia for assistance. If Qiao Yujia could hear her unspoken thoughts, she would surely respond, I too am a music student. I merely took a few elective courses in traditional Chinese medicine. Why? Because she had an allergy to Western medicine, and her family had long been devoted to the study of various herbal balms and floral cosmetics. From childhood to adulthood, the cosmetics Qiao Yujia had encountered were undoubtedly safe, yet here they were, on the territory of the Great Serpent. Would he allow unfamiliar beastmen to linger? Let us approach and assess the situation. She nodded, to be honest. Qiao Yujia herself felt uncertain about her ability to heal him. As they drew closer to the figure, the stench of blood grew increasingly overwhelming. Meanwhile, the nearly lifeless Bai Di, lying on the ground, caught a whiff of the little female's scent and was momentarily stunned. How could there be the scent of a little female here? This was the domain of the White Serpent. Bai Di hesitated to contemplate further, fearing the implications of his thoughts. They advanced slightly. Qiao Yujia and Yusheng finally discerned the figure sprawled on the ground, though his features remained obscured by blood. Ah Shang, he's far too tall. We cannot move him alone. He appeared to be around 1.90 meters, far beyond their capacity to lift. What shall we do? Yusheng's anxiety mounted. It was late, and it was undoubtedly perilous for him to be lying there. Jiajia, at the sound of her voice, both turned to see Lin Ye rushing toward them, his face etched with concern. Having lingered too long hunting in the traps, Lin Ye had been struck by the pungent scent of blood upon his return. Fearing for Qiao Yujia's safety, he quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the cave, he found no sign of Qiao Yujia, nor even the noisy little female. Panic began to set in. He dropped his prey and dashed out of the cave. The scent of blood growing more intense, he searched for Qiao Yujia's scent. He also sought the source of the blood. Finally, he spotted the familiar petite figure at the spot where he cleaned the beast meat. Alongside the unfamiliar beast man lying weakly on the ground, Lin Ye, relieved to see that the little female he favored bore no wounds, felt a weight lift from his heart. Jiajia, are you all right? Though she bore no injuries. His concern lingered. What if she had been frightened? I am fine. Qiao Yujia shook her head and continued. Great Serpent, could you assist us in moving him into the cave? After all, it was someone else's cave. It was only polite to seek the owner's permission. Of course, Lin Ye replied without a second thought. He bent down, lifting the beast man onto his shoulders and striding toward the cave. Upon returning, Lin Ye gently placed Bai Di on the ground and approached the dwindling fire, adding more wood, instantly warming the cave. Just as Qiao Yujia intended to tend to Bai Di's wounds, Lin Ye suddenly intervened. Jiajia, do not move. Let her take care of it. He gestured toward Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. I can handle it. Just fetch me a bucket of water. She was not about to back down. Glaring at Lin Ye, Qiao Yujia wished to avoid witnessing their daily quarrels. One was her dear friend, the other someone she had feelings for. Thus, she tugged at Lin Ye's hand, and without a word, he grabbed a wooden bucket and headed toward the river, while Yu Sheng, watching their intimacy unfold, felt somewhat aggrieved as a single person. Before long, Lin Ye returned with a large bucket of water, placing it beside Yu Sheng before turning to pull Qiao Yujia to sit by the fire and then stepping out to handle the prey. Yu Sheng ignored him, crouching down to retrieve a handkerchief, wetting it to clean Bai Di's blood and grime. Qiao Yujia began preparing dinner, which should have been done at sunset, but the encounter with Bai Di had delayed her plans. When Lin Ye returned after processing the prey, Yu Sheng had already cleaned Bai Di's wounds. She approached Lin Ye, hesitatingly saying, Great Serpent, could you help me move him to the fur bed? She pointed to her sleeping area. Lin Ye remained silent, ignoring her request. Frustrated by his indifference, Yu Sheng reached her breaking point, declaring, If you help me move him to the fur bed, I promise I will never scold you again. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a swift blur before her eyes, and Bai Di had vanished from the ground. Turning to the fur bed, she found him lying there peacefully. You said it. No takebacks. Lin Ye quickly settled beside Qiao Yujia, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the roasted meat in her hands, relishing its enticing aroma. I will not go back on my word. I mean what I say. The next morning, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were awakened by a resounding noise. As Yu Sheng rose from the fur bed, she intended to chastise the noisemaker, only to find it was Lin Ye. Her words were swallowed back down her throat. She had promised herself not to scold him, and she intended to keep that promise. Turning, she walked back into the cave without looking back. Qiao Yujia, having awakened but not wishing to return to sleep, urged Yu Sheng to wash up by the river, tidying the tangled hair from their slumber. Upon their return to the cave, Qiao Yujia prepared breakfast for the three of them. After washing his hands and cleaning himself up, Lin Ye snatched the roasted meat from Qiao Yujia's hands, refusing to let her touch it. How could you allow a female to handle the cooking? Having observed Qiao Yujia's cooking steps the previous day, he was determined to showcase his skills today. However, Qiao Yujia swiftly reclaimed it. There's no need. I'll handle it. Great Serpent, you should hurry and fetch the prey from the traps. We can marinate the meat for winter. Having seen Lin Ye's reaction during the last sweet potato harvest, she knew winter would be a difficult time in this world. Without food, how could they survive? Ah Sheng and I cannot venture too far, so we must rely on your efforts, Great Serpent. Upon hearing the need to prepare for winter, Lin Yu eagerly nodded, and just before exiting the cave, he inquired, Jiajia, do you need anything else? Just say the word, and I will bring it back. Seeing Lin Ye's earnest determination, Qiao Yujia felt no hesitation in listing her needs, which included buckets, seawater, and if he encountered sweet potatoes or edible plants while hunting, to bring those back as well, so she could discern what was safe to eat. After affirming her requests, Lin Ye rushed out, knowing the next few days would be busy as he prepared an abundance of food for Jiajia, ensuring she would not go hungry during his hibernation. After finishing breakfast, Yu Sheng turned her attention to Bai Di, and to facilitate their water collection, Qiao Yujia had asked Lin Ye to craft 2 small wooden buckets. She carried a small bucket to the river to fetch water, and upon returning to the cave, she carefully tended to Bai Di's body. Thankfully, he had not developed a fever. Otherwise, she could only imagine the consequences. As she cleared the dust from his face, Yu Sheng froze. Yesterday, she had not seen clearly due to the dim light, but today, she realized the man was quite handsome. He surpassed even the modern fresh meat. His chiseled features, slightly upturned lips, elongated eyes adorned with long lashes, and heroic brows complemented by flowing silver hair, one lock dyed black at the left temple, captivated her utterly. Yujia found herself enraptured. She had never thought anyone could meet her aesthetic standards, yet here, in this strange land, she had encountered such a marvel. What a fortuitous twist of fate! Just as Qiao Yujia intended to offer Yujia a roasted sweet potato and a small skewer of meat, she turned only to find Yujia gazing dreamily at the injured beast man on the fur bed, surrounded by an ethereal aura of pink bubbles. Did Yujia have feelings for that beast man? Should she play matchmaker? Or perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. Still, they ought to have breakfast. Qiao Yujia approached, extending the now cool sweet potato and warm roasted meat to Yujia. Yujia, have a bite. Otherwise, you might go hungry later. Yujia accepted the food, thanking her. We are good friends. There is no need for thanks. Hurry and eat, for we must marinate the meat together soon. To Qiao Yujia. Such formalities between friends were unnecessary. Moments later, Lin Ye returned with an assortment of processed beast meat, arranged neatly on large leaves that he intended to continue his work, but was halted by Qiao Yujia. Eat first. You need your strength for the tasks ahead. She smiled as she handed a large skewer of grilled meat to Lin Ye. At that moment, as he received the meat, warmth flooded Lin Ye's heart, leaving him nearly disoriented. It felt as though something was relentlessly pounding on his heart, which thumped vigorously. After devouring 5 skewers of meat, Lin Ye, thoroughly satisfied, dashed out of the cave. While Qiao Yujia skillfully sliced the beast meat she had brought back with her dagger into strips the width of 3 fingers and the length of her arm. The neatly cut strips were arranged on large leaves, garnished with ginger slices to eliminate the gamey odor. After finishing her meal, Yujia also came over to assist. Around midday, Lin Ye brought over a clean wooden tub and placed it in front of Qiao Yujia. She looked up at the tub and exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, you managed to make 7 or 8 wooden tubs in just one morning. Impressive work." Hearing Qiao Yujia's praise made Lin Ye's heart swell with joy, further deepening his fondness for the petite female before him. However, before he could bask in his delight, Qiao Yujia continued, "Lin Ye, could you fetch some seawater? We need it to cure the beast meat for preservation. This salt is insufficient." With a nod, Lin Ye grabbed 2 wooden tubs and dashed out with the speed of the wind, leaving only a fleeting shadow in Qiao Yujia's sight. Just then, Baidi awoke from the fur bed, and upon opening his eyes, he caught a whiff of the snake beastman's scent, causing his expression to tense up instantly. Moments later, his demeanor grew even more rigid, for he sensed the presence of 2 young females within the snake beastman's cave. Had this snake beastman captured them? If Lin Ye could hear Baidi's thoughts, he would surely retort, "Captured? They fell right in front of me." Thinking of this, Baidi hurriedly rose from the fur bed and saw 2 oddly dressed young females bustling about, seemingly engrossed in their tasks. Nearby, there was a bright red object that shone like the sun in the sky that he approached and discovered that the wounds inflicted by the bear beast had healed completely, leaving no trace behind. Yujia, who was arranging the meat strips, caught a glimpse of Baidi standing there in a daze and quickly set down the meat, washed her hands, and rushed over to support him. "You reawake. Your wounds have just healed. Why not rest a little longer?" "I'm fine. Beastmen are remarkably resilient," Baidi replied, finding the petite female before him rather endearing. What was happening? His heart raced as if something had struck it. Upon hearing Baidi proclaim his strength, Yujia couldn't help but scrutinize the man before her. Indeed, finding him quite robust. "Don't just stand there. Come sit." After assessing Baidi's physique, she realized he was still standing and quickly pulled him to sit beside the fire. Seated near the flames, Baidi gazed at the bright light, which felt as warm as the sun. What was this? How could it radiate warmth akin to the sun? "I'm Yujia. What is your name?" Yujia looked at the man, finding him increasingly appealing. "Baidi. Baidi. Is he the Baidi I'm thinking of?" Before they could delve deeper into conversation, Qiao Yujia interrupted. "Come, eat something. You must be famished after just waking up." She handed Yujia a large baked sweet potato and several skewers of grilled meat, deliberately not offering Baidi anything, as she wished to create an opportunity for her friend. Regardless, she held a fondness for that white serpent. "Quick, Baidi, try this. Yujia's grilled meat is delicious," Yujia urged, offering a skewer of meat to Baidi, indicating he should sample it. Knowing he must be starving after sleeping all night, Baidi nodded and took a bite of the meat offered by Yujia. How's this meat so different from what I eat in the tribe? There is no bloody taste, and it feels warm. Could this be the result of that bright light, since the tribe typically consumed raw meat?" Bai Di found this bright object quite intriguing. He noticed another young female skewering meat with a twig and roasting it over the radiant light, where the dripping fat sizzled and created a delightful sound. Curiosity piqued, Bai Di reached out to touch it, but Qiao Yujia swiftly intervened, striking his hand away. Don't touch. It will hurt. Bai Di felt a slight tingling in his left hand from the gentle tap. The petite female's strength was not formidable, so it didn't hurt much. Yet, that simple admonition only heightened his curiosity about this bright object. What is this? Though he had been struck, Bai Di felt an urge to clarify his understanding. Sensing that if he asked, it might lead to an improved life for the tribe. Yujia, I'm back. Just then, Lin Ye's voice echoed from nearby. Shang. You explain it to him. Qiao Yujia had no choice but to let Yu Sheng elucidate the concept of fire to Bai Di. As it was evident that he had never encountered such a thing before, Bai Di realized the snake beastman had returned, detecting the cold scent of the serpent. Yu Sheng, brimming with excitement, chattered away to Bai Di about fire. While Bai Di listened attentively, captivated by the unfamiliar knowledge being shared in that moment, he found Yu Sheng's animated expressions quite endearing. Qiao Yujia approached, intending to assist Lin Ye by lightening his load, but reconsidered upon realizing her own slender arms were insufficient and withdrew her outstretched hand. Lin Ye noticed Qiao Yujia's action and chuckled inwardly, thinking, Yujia is truly adorable. He entered the cave carrying 2 wooden tubs filled with seawater and placed them beside the large stone pot. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qiao Yujia walked over to the fire, handed Lin Ye a freshly grilled skewer of meat, and said, Eat this quickly to replenish your strength. Her gentle smile instantly warmed Lin Ye's heart. He accepted the skewer and consumed it in a matter of moments. Delicious. Yujia's grilled meat is truly exceptional. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Seeing Lin Ye devour the food voraciously, Qiao Yujia felt a pang of annoyance. Won't your stomach hurt from eating like that? Noticing her irritation, Lin Ye quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Yujia. I was wrong. I won't do it again. He earnestly promised her. Is that what you said? No backing out. Since he had sincerely admitted his mistake, she decided to forgive him. No backing out. No backing out. Lin Ye nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Now, please help me pour the seawater into the pot. We should be able to extract some salt before sunset. All right. Lin Ye agreed, efficiently pouring a tub of seawater into the large stone pot and adding more firewood to stoke the flames. As Lin Ye sat beside Qiao Yujia, Bai Di watched him warily, fearing a sudden attack. Lin Ye noticed Bai Di's reaction and found it peculiar. Why was this tiger tribe beastman regarding him with such suspicion? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you a snake beastman? Bai Di inquired, scrutinizing Lin Ye.S. Oh, what if I am? I want to eat you. Lin Ye found it increasingly strange that this tiger tribe beastman appeared ready to kill him. But you would consume females, Bai Di asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng reacted differently. Qiao Yujia, will the snake beastman eat me? Yu Sheng, I told you the snake would eat people. Yujia was still skeptical. Lin Ye felt a surge of anger. When have I ever eaten females? Meat can be eaten indiscriminately, but words should not be taken lightly. I've never consumed a female. Aside from Yujia and this noisy little one, I haven't seen any females from the tribe in the Wuhuang Plains. Bai Di countered, every elder in our tribe has spoken of a savage snake beastman living at the center of the Wuhuang Plains, who commits all manner of atrocities, seizing tribe females as mates. If they refuse, he will swallow them whole. Qiao Yujia, aren't you exaggerating? Is the snake beastman truly like that? Yu Sheng, such brutality. Devouring whole, how terrifying. Snakes are indeed the most fearsome creatures in existence. Lin Ye's anger escalated. It felt as though his inner universe was on the verge of exploding. You're talking nonsense. Here in the Wuhuang Plains, aside from Yujia and the 2 of them, I have not encountered any tribe females. I'm not lying. Bai Di, undeterred by Lin Ye's mounting pressure, stood his ground. Stop. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, Qiao Yujia hurriedly intervened. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Ye's wrath subsided, and Yu Sheng endeavored to soothe Bai Di's feelings. Seeing that both had calmed down, Qiao Yujia gently said, Let us discuss this later. For now, Lin Ye and Bai Di should go outside together to look for sweet potatoes. Oh, and be back before sunset. Qiao Yujia urged Lin Ye to hurry outside. Bai Di, you should take a walk. It will be good for your recovery. Yu Sheng also encouraged Bai Di to accompany Lin Ye outside under the pretext of health. The 2, who were as incompatible as fire and water, reluctantly stepped out of the cave at the insistence of the 2 young females. Yujia, do you think they'll be all right together? Yusheng watched as the two glared at each other. Worried they might end up fighting outside? Why am I beginning to feel a twinge of concern for Baidi? We only met for one night. Sheng, do not fret. Everything will be fine. Sometimes, men simply need to engage in a brawl. After all, one does not truly know another until they have exchanged blows. Qiao Yujia could discern Yusheng's worry for Baidi. Just after one night, she had already secretly developed feelings of infatuation for the man she had only just met. Truly, she is a girl easily moved by emotion. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Ye and Baidi approached, each carrying a woven basket made of vines. Filled to the brim with sweet potatoes. They set the basket down. Qiao Yujia noticed the bruises on their faces and hands, indicating they had indeed fought. And it appeared to have been quite a physical confrontation. It seemed their relationship had begun to thaw. However, what did it mean that Baidi struck the face of Dashishi? Uffed. Qiao Yujia could not suppress a laugh. Jiajia, what are you laughing at? Lin Ye, already feeling aggrieved, appeared even more so upon hearing her stifled chuckle. No, you misheard. Qiao Yujia made a valiant effort to contain her amusement and continued. Come here, let me tend to your wounds. All right. Upon hearing that she would treat his injuries, Lin Ye's earlier grievances evaporated in an instant. Qiao Yujia retrieved a bruise ointment, applying it while thinking, such a handsome face. Marred by a punch, and alas, struck right on the apple of his cheek, making him look like an injured little milk snake. It seems he needs a sister's kiss to heal. Lost in her thoughts, Qiao Yujia couldn't help but plant a quick kiss on Lin Ye's bruise before pulling away. The unexpected gesture left Lin Ye in stunned silence. In that moment, the cave was filled with a bubble of love. Watching her best friend's cheeks flush with embarrassment, Qiao Yujia felt a mix of joy and helplessness. Just moments ago, she had done the same, and now her friend followed suit. Realizing there were now too many bubbles in the air. Ahem, she coughed lightly, bringing an end to the sweet atmosphere. As dusk fell and the moon ascended slowly, its cool light bathed every corner. Unlike the chill outside, the cave was warmed by the fire, and the group gathered around it to share a meal, basking in the warmth that dispelled the evening's cold. Baidi, how did you faint by the river? Yusheng could not help but inquire. Noticing that Baidi did not seem to live alone, but likely had family. Given his serious injuries and the day and a half he had been absent, his family must surely be worried. He glanced at the little female before him, feeling a flush rise to his cheeks as he turned his gaze away, stating, I was with the hunting party of the tribe. Yesterday, while hunting, we encountered a black bear beast. Our hunting team is already small, and after facing the bear, many were injured, some severely enough to have met the beast god. Recalling the events of yesterday, filled Baidi with sorrow, the hunting team consisted of only a handful of beastmen warriors. And now, due to the encounter with the black bear, half of them were injured. Seeing Baidi's expression of helplessness at his kin's injuries, Yusheng felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. She could empathize with Baidi's feelings. Though modernity had removed the threat of wild beasts, other dangers still lurked, capable of stealing away precious lives in an instant. Stealing her emotions, Yusheng softly asked, Baidi, where is your tribe located? Could you take me to see it tomorrow? Qiao Yujia, overhearing this, was taken aback. Was Sheng truly intending to meet his family? This noisy little female was finally leaving, which would allow her to have some time alone with Jiajia. My tribe is called Hushao tribe, merely a small community of 200 people. Are you certain you wish to visit? Baidi informed Yusheng about his tribe, then questioned her if she truly wanted to see such a modest place. Yes. After hearing Baidi's words, Yusheng nodded resolutely. Sheng, have you really thought this through? It is an unfamiliar tribe. Qiao Yujia interjected quickly, concerned for Yusheng's well-being in that tribe. Yes, I have thought it through. Yusheng affirmed once more, glancing at Lin Ye before continuing. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. I shall return. Yusheng was aware of Lin Ye's little schemes. He simply wished to cultivate his relationship with Qiao Yujia while she was away. Such a wonderful best friend, wealthy and beautiful. Though money may not hold much value here, her beauty was undeniable. How could such a splendid cabbage be taken by a fearsome snake? Unfazed by Yusheng's words, Lin Ye finished his roasted meat and took Qiao Yujia to the river to wash up. Yusheng quickly consumed her roasted sweet potato and followed Baidi to the river, while Baidi pondered how he might provide for her, concerned that she had eaten so little. Compared to the little female of the snake beast, it seemed the one before him preferred grass over meat. The following morning, Qiao Yujia woke early. taking the marinated meat strips she had prepared over the last 2 days to roast and placing them in her woven basket, along with several roasted sweet potatoes on one side. Before long, Yusheng also roused. Noticing Qiao Yujia already sitting by the fire eating, she hurriedly got up to wash up outside the cave. Upon returning and sitting beside Qiao Yujia, she asked, "Jiajia, why are you up so early today?" "It's because you are going with Baidi to see their tribe that I wanted to ensure you had something to eat. As you may not be accustomed to the food there." Qiao Yujia playfully tapped Yusheng's forehead with her finger, smiling. "Thank you, Jiajia." Upon learning that Qiao Yujia had prepared food for her, Yusheng felt delighted. Having grown up alongside Qiao Yujia, whose family had always cared for her, she was grateful for her friend's thoughtfulness. Seeing her carefree best friend, Qiao Yujia felt somewhat exasperated. Besides bickering with others, what else could she do? Concerned for Yusheng, she cautioned her a few times, "Remember to return before sunset tomorrow, and try not to get into any arguments with the tribe's people." I know. For Yusheng, Jiajia's warnings felt more tedious than her own mother's. Chapter 7. Still considered a minor. Soon, Baidi returned from hunting, transforming into his beast form to carry Yusheng away. Qiao Yujia stood like a mother watching her child embark on a journey, gazing for a long while until their figures vanished into the forest, feeling a pang of reluctance. After all, before she set out, Yusheng's mother had entrusted her with the responsibility of looking after her daughter. Yet now, not only had she transported her through time, but she was also embarking on a journey. Although Baidi claimed that the Hushao tribe was not far from the center of the Wuhuang Plains, it was indeed only a few hours' journey for them beastmen. However, for ordinary humans, that distance might take a full day to traverse. Lin Ye had just returned from setting traps when he noticed Qiao Yujia standing in a daze. Her eyes fixed on a certain direction, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. The tears flowed down her cheeks, and as they fell to the ground, they silently blossomed into vibrant flowers. From a short distance away, Lin Ye witnessed the entire spectacle of tears transforming into flowers, his gaze locked onto the blooming blossoms. "Why are you staring at me? It frightens me. What on earth is happening?" "I merely..." Lin Ye was struck by inspiration, solidifying his resolve to stay by Qiao Yujia's side and protect her. He approached her, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, offering comfort. "Jiajia, you need not worry. No one will harm a female in the Beastman continent. Baidi will protect her as well." Qiao Yujia murmured in acknowledgement, hoping that would be the case. Ouch! As she turned to head back into the cave, she unexpectedly collided with Lin Ye's chest, knocking her head against him with a resounding thud. When did he embrace me? Why is his chest harder than stone? She was unaware that it was not merely a hard chest, but rather solid muscle. Even her delicate frame would have made quite a noise upon impact, even in modern times. "I'm sorry. Are you all right, Jiajia?" Upon hearing Qiao Yujia's pained groan, Lin Ye became flustered, unsure of what to do to earn her forgiveness. "I am fine." Qiao Yujia shook her head, then added, "Asheng has gone off to play and hasn't he helped me prepare the jerky. Since you're here, you can assist." Yusheng had gone off with Baidi to enjoy their time in the tribe. How could she possibly manage to cure such a vast quantity of meat into jerky all by herself? But behold, just in time, a free laborer appears. She promptly drags Lin Ye into the cave, and he can only follow along, feeling somewhat aggrieved, careful not to exert too much force lest he harm the fragile little female. At that moment, Lin Ye found himself regretting his earlier choices. He should have stopped Yusheng when she left. If only the four of them could work together, the process would undoubtedly be swifter. But now she was gone, leaving him to relish the solitude with Jiajia. With this thought, the inner conflict that had plagued Lin Ye moments ago dissipated entirely. Indeed, since he could enjoy one-on-one time with Jiajia, why should he concern himself with that noisy little female? After all, she had the protection of Baidi and would not be bullied. Lin Ye cheerfully followed Qiao Yujia into the cave, assisting with various tasks and eagerly inquiring about anything he didn't understand. Qiao Yujia was more than willing to impart her knowledge to such an eager learner as Lin Ye. The Tiger Howl tribe is situated to the south of the Wuhuang Plain. Surrounded by mountains and water, streams cascade down from the highest peaks, encircling the base of the mountains before flowing toward the unknown. At the entrance of the tribe stand two towering trees, each as thick as two Yushangs. On either side of the grand entrance, two beastmen stand guard. Baidi paused not far from the tribe's entrance and gently roused the slumbering Yushang, saying, "Asheng, wake up, we have arrived." During their journey, Baidi had been particularly cautious due to carrying Yusheng on his back, yet their pace remained brisk. Although Yuxing was quite exhilarated, the scenery whizzed past her like a rapid slideshow, ultimately leading her to rest her head on by D's beastly form. Succumbing to slumber, To avoid disturbing her, by D slowed his pace. Wow, have we arrived so soon? Yusheng, awakened, blinked sleepily, caught between dreams and reality. How did we get here so quickly? By the way, this fur is so comfortable. Am I the first person to ride on a tiger's back? A sense of grievance welled up within Yusheng. It was a rare pleasure to sleep in such cozy fur. Yet, having arrived, she had to suppress her urge to take a nap and sat up instead. Bai Di confirmed that the little female on his back was seated properly before continuing to drag the prey captured for the tribe towards its direction. As they entered the tribe, the villagers erupted with joy. The hunting party had sustained severe casualties, and the tribe's shaman shook his head, expressing his inability to assist. However, observant villagers noted that one member of the hunting party was still unaccounted for. Though they held little hope, the absence of a corpse sparked a glimmer of optimism. Finally, the villager they had been anxiously concerned about returned, bringing a considerable haul of prey. Bai Di set down the captured game, and the beastmen and females hurried over to help carry it to the riverbank for processing. Bai Di, you have finally returned, as Bai Di gently placed Yusheng down and shifted into his human form. A soft, melodious voice reached his ears. Did you know? I was so worried about you. Hongxia stepped forward to catch a glimpse of her beloved partner, only to find a female even more beautiful and fair than herself standing behind Bai Di. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Bai Di, who is this female? She demanded, glaring at Yusheng with a fierce intensity that could almost set her ablaze. The intensity of that gaze made Yusheng flinch. Excuse me, have I offended this girl before me? Why does it feel like her eyes are shooting flames at me? However, Bai Di had no intention of addressing the irate Hongxia. He completely ignored her, guiding Yusheng past her toward the chieftainess cave. This action only fueled Hongxia's ire, causing her to stomp her feet in frustration. In the Wuhuang Plains cave, Qiao Yujia and Lin Ye had been busy all day. And as the sun began to set, her worry for Yusheng grew increasingly heavy. Fearing she might be bullied by the women of the tribe or not receive adequate nourishment, the more she contemplated, the more anxious she became. How had she carelessly brought someone's daughter to this primitive beastman realm? It weighed heavily on her conscience. Lin Ye observed her from the side as she completed her tasks. Sitting idly by the fire, repeatedly tugging at his neatly combed hair and then tousling it again, he understood her turmoil and concern for that little female. But what could he possibly do? Perhaps all he could offer was a comforting embrace. With that thought, Lin Ye did just that, enveloping Qiao Yujia in a warm hug. Due to her petite stature, she was entirely engulfed in his embrace. With only her head peeking out, Jiajia, do not worry. She will be just fine, he reassured her, knowing that speaking ill of the little female at this moment would surely earn him her disdain. Qiao Yujia nodded, lifting her gaze to meet his, only to find his handsome face lowered, looking at her with an expression of innocent grievance. Why does he look so pitiful? I must tease him a little. Big Snake, how old are you? Qiao Yujia adjusted her position for comfort, shifting to sit on Lin Ye's lap. Just turned 20, he replied. Wow, you're 2 years older than me and Ashang. But if you just turned 20, does that mean you only become an adult now? If that's the case, can I play for 2 more years? Qiao Yujia shook her head, casting aside the thought of wanting to stretch her youthful days. And you, Jiajia, how old are you? 18, she answered, immediately regretting it. Based on what the big snake had just said, this age still counted as underage in their tribe. Just a moment ago, she was pondering her status as a minor here. And the next moment Lin Ye tightened his embrace around her. Jiajia, I will protect you well. Lin Ye clearly regarded Qiao Yujia as an underage female. Jiajia was still not of age. Which tribe was so ruthless as to cast out underage females to fend for themselves? He vowed to protect her until she reached adulthood. Even after she became an adult, he would still look after her. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yujia felt warmth envelop her heart, yet a sense of something being amiss nagged at her. She leaned in and planted a kiss on Lin Ye's cheek, stating earnestly, Big Snake, I am already an adult. I can protect myself. You just need to take care of yourself. At only 18, how can you be considered an adult? I don't believe it, Lin Ye countered. Big Snake, I am truly an adult. In our land, 18 is already considered of age. Lin Ye gazed into her determined, glistening eyes. Still uncertain, he asked, Are you really an adult? Indeed, Qiao Yujia nodded firmly. Then I must protect you. Lin Ye tightened his embrace once more. Qiao Yujia felt a bit suffocated, repeatedly tapping Lin Ye. Big snake, please let go. I can hardly breathe. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you all right, Jiajia? Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye panicked and halted his hands, unsure of what to do with them. He couldn't just let them drop, nor could he pat her to ease her discomfort for fear of accidentally hurting her. Ultimately, he could only sit there, feeling dejected. Qiao Yujia turned her head and caught sight of Lin Ye resembling a child who had done something wrong. She gently patted his chest, speaking softly. It's all right, big snake. I'm not upset with you. Just be more cautious next time. Really? Lin Ye asked, skepticism lacing his voice, as though Qiao Yujia had committed some transgression. Qiao Yujia nodded earnestly. Then she pressed her lips against his. That kiss rendered Lin Ye utterly unwilling to ever let her go. He wrapped one arm around her waist and cradled the back of her head with the other, tentatively deepening the kiss. Qiao Yujia did not struggle. She was tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time. She had previously inquired of her classmates who had already ventured into such experiences about its flavor, and each had described it as sweet. But why did she feel so conflicted? The two became lost in each other, entwined until the deep hours of the night. Of course, although Qiao Yujia claimed to be an adult, Lin Ye still believed she was not quite there yet. They hadn't gone all the way. Qiao Yujia only broke the kiss when she felt faint, gasping for fresh air, and promptly fell asleep. Lin Ye, unable to do anything else, rose to add more firewood to the blaze, ensuring it burned brightly before returning to their fur bed, wrapping Qiao Yujia snugly in the pelts, leaving only her head exposed. Satisfied, he embraced her and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Yuxing found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning for an hour and a half, wide awake, which even roused Bai Di beside her to Ashang. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Di had noticed the little female's restlessness, thinking she would soon drift off, but was surprised to find her still awake after so long. I'm fine. I just can't sleep. Could you accompany me outside for a walk? Yusheng gazed up at Bai Di with her big, watery eyes, barely able to make out his features. She could see in the dark, a secret she had only shared with her family and Qiao Yujia. Fearing others would label her as a liar or a monster. But it's cold outside. You might catch a chill, Bai Di replied, uncertain of how to proceed. The only reason to restrain Yuxing from her desire to step outside was the fear of falling ill. Yet, she appeared to be in considerable distress, that why Yusheng was on the verge of breaking down. It felt as though something was lodged within her chest, yearning for release. However, at that moment, the inhabitants of the tribe had already succumbed to slumber, and she did not wish to disturb their rest. She already felt deeply remorseful for waking Bai Di, and now she felt an urgent need to escape. Bai Di, will you take me outside? Please? She gazed at the man before her with teary, imploring eyes, tears glistening as they trickled down her cheeks in a silent plea, striking at the innermost defenses of Bai Di's heart, with a resounding crack. As the last barrier crumbled, Bai Di instinctively pressed his lips to the corner of her eye, wiping away the traces of her tears. Can you hold on a little longer? I will take you to see the great shaman. Yusheng nodded. Bai Di enveloped her tightly in animal pelts, leaving only her head exposed for breathing, and swiftly carried her out of the cave. Bai Di dashed forward, fortunate that as the chieftain's offspring. His cave was not far from the great shaman's, merely 2 caves apart. In no time they arrived, he burst into the shaman's dwelling, calling out urgently, great shaman, wake up quickly. Bai Di, what is the matter? Why are you in such a frenzy at this hour? The elderly shaman, having hoped for a peaceful night's rest, was startled by Bai Di's sudden intrusion and loud calls, although Bai Di was not his own child. As the next chieftain, the shaman felt entitled to reprimand him. Great shaman, please take a look at Ashang. Bai Di hastily placed Yusheng on the animal pelt bed, urging the shaman to examine her for signs of illness. He rushed outside to gather some dry twigs, igniting a fire not far from the animal pelt bed, which alarmed the shaman greatly. Divine fire, the shaman exclaimed, pointing at the flames on the ground, his voice slightly trembling. Divine fire. What is that? The mention of divine fire piqued Bai Di's curiosity. What could it be that so terrified the shaman? Shaman, please first check on Ashang. What is wrong with her? Bai Di, overwhelmed with anxiety, urged the shaman to act swiftly upon seeing Yusheng's suffering. All right, let me take a look. The shaman momentarily set aside his thoughts of the divine fire, promising to inquire later. Turning around, the shaman, illuminated by the firelight, finally discerned Yu Sheng's delicate features. Her youthful visage, cherry-like lips, and willow-leaf brows contorted in pain. Her long lashes trembled amidst the tumult of emotions. The shaman could see that the young female before him was remarkably resilient. Despite the unbearable agony coursing through her body, she was bravely battling against the malevolent forces. Meanwhile, Bai Di observed the shaman's inscrutable expression, his heart tightening. Qiao Yujia had entrusted him with the Sheng's care before their departure. Now, she was in such a state, he felt like a failure as a beast man, unable to protect a vulnerable young female. Bai Di shared the same sentiment as Lin Ye, believing that he and Qiao Yujia were still too young. If Yu Sheng were to find out, she would undoubtedly use her eloquence to defend herself. After a moment, the shaman shook his head at Bai Di. Bai Di, I have lived for hundreds of years and have never encountered such an ailment. I cannot assist this young female. Upon hearing this, Bai Di's body trembled. Did the shaman's words imply that a Sheng was beyond salvation? He could hardly believe it, after finally finding a female who stirred his heart. Was she to be lost so soon? Great beast god, please do not take a Sheng away. Upon hearing this, a certain beast god replied, I would not dare take her. Besides, this is not a grave illness. She shall be fine by tomorrow. Seeing Bai Di so distraught, the shaman felt a pang of compassion, for he had watched this young one grow. He retrieved a pouch of herbal powder, mixed it with a small amount of water, and handed it to Bai Di, speaking gently, Bai Di, I cannot cure this young female, but this will alleviate her pain. Please give it to her. Indeed, upon hearing that it could ease Yu Sheng's suffering, Bai Di regained his composure. He accepted the stone bowl from the shaman's hands, and, kneeling beside the animal pelt bed, carefully propped Yu Sheng up to administer the herbal mixture. Bai Di, where did you find this young female? The shaman, having discerned Bai Di's affection for Yu Sheng, sought to clarify her origins. I discovered a Sheng at the center of the Wuwang Plains, where she was with another female and a serpent beast man. Upon hearing Bai Di's response, the shaman inquired further, and what of this divine fire? Gesturing toward the nearby flames, Bai Di then realized that the shaman referred to the fire he had ignited. It was taught to me by the other young female accompanying a Sheng. As Bai Di spoke, the shaman was taken aback, recalling a certain legend. After drinking the herbal remedy, Yu Sheng succumbed to a deep slumber as the sun began to rise. Casting a pale light across the sky, Bai Di wrapped her tightly in the animal pelts he had brought and hurried back to his own cave. When Qiao Yujia awoke, she found Lin Ye sitting by the fire, roasting meat, the savory aroma wafting enticingly toward her. She rose and approached the cave entrance, rinsing her face with water from a nearby wooden bucket before joining him by the fire. Here, Jiajia, it's ready. Lin Ye offered her a piece of roasted meat, his eyes brimming with affection that he had never imagined he would one day share a life with a female he cherished. It felt as though his life was already perfect. If only they could have a litter of cubs, it would be even better. Qiao Yujia had no idea that Lin Ye was already planning for their future together. Thank you. Qiao Yujia accepted the roasted meat from Lin Ye, noting that the skewers were perfectly sized for her mouth. Knowing she wouldn't eat much, he had cut his portion smaller, allowing her to have a bit more, believing that nurturing her health was vital for producing strong offspring. Unaware of Lin Ye's intentions, Qiao Yujia focused on enjoying the roasted meat in her hands, finishing it off with half a sweet potato. She gazed into the distance, pondering how she could thrive in this place. Her knowledge was limited, and from what she had learned from Lin Ye, this was a world where the strong preyed upon the weak, and the scarcity of females made them the targets of protection from the tribes. However, there existed a certain type of beastman excluded from this protection, those who had committed grave transgressions and were cast out from their tribes. They wandered aimlessly, sometimes resorting to pillaging and burning neighboring tribes. The serpent beastmen were referred to as natural wanderers, for upon their birth, they were often expelled by their parents to fend for themselves, and if they were to encounter their progenitors again, they would be met with hostility, attacking their own offspring. Jiajia, what troubles you? Lin Ye asked, perplexed, having noticed her sudden change in demeanor. No matter how he called out to her, she seemed unresponsive, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. It's nothing. Qiao Yujia shook her head. She glanced at the pile of sweet potatoes stacked within the cave and felt a slight headache. The weather was bearable now, but if it were to get any warmer, would they spoil? Furthermore, this was their sleeping area, making it somewhat inconvenient to store food here. If only they could arrange it neatly in separate stacks. Dasha, could you help me find some bamboo? What is bamboo? He asked, bewildered, as Jiajia often mentioned things he did not understand. It's a tall plant that grows straight up, with long, slender leaves. and sometimes sprouts many sharp little shoots at the base. As Qiao Yujia described and gestured the shape of bamboo. Lin Ye suddenly grasped her meaning. Jiajia, you must be referring to Jiajia Gao. I will go find some for you. Just wait, he exclaimed before dashing out of the cave. Qiao Yujia had no time to tell him how many pieces she needed before he was gone in a flash. Let him go. If he brings back too much bamboo, we can find other uses for it. Qiao Yujia walked over to where the sweet potatoes were stored, filling a basket with a few roots before heading to the stream to wash them. She had not cleaned off the dirt initially for ease of storage, and now she attempted to rinse some off, planning to prepare the next steps once Lin Ye returned. As she washed, a snow-white rabbit suddenly sprang from somewhere, drinking water not far from her. Qiao Yujia focused her gaze and confirmed it was indeed a rabbit. However, its head was considerably larger than that of modern rabbits. Nearly half her height. Swallowing hard, she fought the urge to drool, thinking, what a plump rabbit, a feast awaits. For some reason, Qiao Yujia had always had a fondness for rabbit meat, though her family was not particularly affluent. They could indulge in meals and entertain guests without issue. Yet, she was prudent, never squandering the wealth passed down through generations, understanding that it could sustain her family for countless generations. Moreover, her mother provided her with ample pocket money each month. Enough for her to splurge without worry. But now, having returned to square one, she found herself in a world where rabbit sightings were rare. Most of what Lin Ye brought back were large beasts, with small creatures being few and far between, and rabbits were nearly non-existent. Now that she finally spotted one, she could not let it escape. Qiao Yujia retrieved a whip from her bag, preparing to strike the oversized rabbit that was nearly half her size into a stupor. In her youth, she had briefly learned martial arts from her mother, mastering the skills with just a glance, demonstrating impressive prowess. However, when trouble arose, there were always police officers to handle the situation, rendering her martial training unnecessary. Her mother, recognizing that she had already grasped the techniques, ceased to pressure her into further practice. Since her arrival here, with Lin Ye taking care of all matters, she had completely forgotten about her martial abilities. As Qiao Yujia cracked the whip, it struck the large rabbit on the head, eliciting a hissing warning from the creature. Undeterred, she swung the whip once more, landing another blow on the rabbit's head. Startled by the interruption during its drink, the rabbit suddenly charged at Qiao Yujia, prompting her to flee in alarm. Mamma mia, this rabbit is incredibly resilient. When Lin Ye returned, he found Qiao Yujia being pursued by a juvenile long-eared beast. Jiajia, Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. With a powerful swipe of his tail, he dispatched the large rabbit with a thud. Turning around, Qiao Yujia saw that the creature had lost consciousness, its limbs twitching lifelessly. Lin Ye transformed back into human form and rushed over, his face etched with concern. Jiajia, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head. Quick, help me bring that large rabbit inside. Lin Ye observed her eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the long-eared beast and the effort she was making to contain her drool. A look of indulgence on his face. All right, he said, lifting the long-eared beast and making his way towards the riverbank. Jiajia is simply adorable, such a tiny creature, yet she dares to bully a juvenile long-eared beast. However, Lin Ye couldn't help but wonder what the vine-like object in her hand was. Earlier, Qiao Yujia had stealthily concealed the whip behind her, but Lin Ye had noticed it. He simply hadn't asked out of concern for her safety at that moment. She followed him to the riverbank, washing the last remaining sweet potato before entering the cave, feeling it best not to interfere with the handling of the prey. Upon returning to the cave, she rekindled the nearly extinguished fire to use as a source of heat for later, then washed the large stone slab clean and placed it back on the makeshift stove. She transferred the fire to ignite another pile beneath the stone slab. Using a dagger, she peeled all the clean sweet potatoes, slicing them into pieces and placing them in a small wooden barrel for later use. Once the water on the stone slab evaporated and dried, she would lay the sliced sweet potatoes for drying, crafting sweet potato chips. The autumn sun was not strong enough, so this method was necessary to preserve the sweet potatoes. Otherwise, they would take up too much space if left as they were. At that moment, Lin Ye returned to find Qiao Yujia seated by the makeshift stove, using her handmade chopsticks to flip the sweet potato slices on the stone slab. Jiajia, will you be making jerky from this long-eared beast as well? Lin Ye approached and inquired with care. No, I want to eat this. I haven't tasted rabbit in ages. She had caught the rabbit with the intent to feast, not to prepare jerky, although preserving it for later consumption was tempting. She decided to indulge her cravings first. Lin Ye nodded, beginning to help her roast the meat. Rabbit? Shouldn't it be called a long-eared beast? Is that what your tribe called it? He pondered why Qiao Yujia referred to the long-eared beast as a rabbit, concluding that perhaps it was simply the terminology used in her previous tribe. Accepting this explanation, he ceased to dwell on the matter. Dashishi, could you help me make a wooden barrel? One with a lid, Qiao Yujia said, sketching a barrel lid shape in the dirt with a stick. Sure, Jiajia, just wait a moment. Lin Ye handed her a skewer of freshly roasted rabbit meat. Thank you, she replied, her smile nearly melting Lin Ye's heart. No need to thank me, he thought, feeling a sweetness akin to honey spread through him as he stepped out of the cave. At this point, he had become proficient in the conversational phrases Qiao Yujia had taught him, facilitating their daily interactions. The sun now hung high overhead, and Yusheng occasionally groaned in pain before drifting back to sleep. He had informed his father that he would remain with Yusheng today, foregoing the hunt, and his father had readily agreed. After all, it was a rare opportunity for a child to be with someone they cherished. What could possibly warrant disapproval? Di recalled Qiao Yujia's words to Yusheng, instructing her to return before sunset, and hurriedly began to gather her belongings. In truth, there wasn't much to pack. Just some jerky she had brought yesterday and a few sweet potatoes, of which they had already consumed half. As time approached, Di gently roused her. Shang, wake up, I'll take you back. Yusheng slowly opened her eyes, still appearing drowsy. Seeing her awake, Di took a soft piece of long-eared beast fur, stepped outside the cave to wet it in the river, and returned to gently wipe Yusheng's sleepy face, helping her to become more alert. He lifted her up, her petite form naturally settling in his arms, and grabbed the nearby bundle before exiting the cave. As they reached the entrance of the tribe, they encountered the chief returning from a hunt. Qiao, upon seeing his child carrying the little female he had brought yesterday, was puzzled. He set down the game, transformed back into human form, and approached to inquire, Di, where are you taking this little female? Father, I'm returning a Sheng home. The other little female with her should know how to treat a Sheng. What happened? Is the little female unwell? What did the shaman say? Observing his father's concern, Di recounted the incident of Yusheng's sudden abdominal pain from the previous day. Qiao was taken aback. A condition that even the shaman could not remedy. Since his son intended to return the little female to seek help from her friend, he nodded in agreement, advising Di not to rush back and to take good care of the little female he cherished. Chapter 9. Tears like pearls. After a short while, Lin Ye returned, carrying the wooden barrel he had crafted, also dragging back the bamboo he had left outside. Jiajia, I have made the wooden barrel you requested. See if it is to your liking. Placing the barrel beside Qiao Yujia, he beamed with happiness, knowing that every task he completed for her would earn her praise. Qiao Yujia turned to look, astonished to find a barrel nearly her height beside her. Standing up to compare, she noted that the barrel reached her waist, with a diameter of about 1 meter. What kind of tree is this? How is it so large? She exclaimed in awe, unable to contain her surprise. The edges of the barrel had been smoothed to a gentle roundness, and the lid fit perfectly, showcasing Lin Ye's remarkable craftsmanship. Dashishi, you are truly amazing. Her compliment was heartfelt, filled with admiration for Lin Ye's ability to create such a flawless barrel. Lin Ye muttered an acknowledgement, a rosy hue creeping to his ears and cheeks. Though Qiao Yujia remained oblivious, her gaze fixated on the exquisitely polished wooden barrel. Jiajia praised me again. I am so happy. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Ye approached each task with great care, fearing that any sharp edges might harm her delicate skin. This barrel was intended for storing sweet potato chips, but now, seeing it towering at half her height and capable of holding 3 times her volume, she felt it would be a shame to use it solely for that purpose. Qiao Yujia, astonished, mused, how many sweet potato chips will it take to fill this? Lin Ye stood still, mimicking her earlier gesture as he waved his hand in front of her. Jiajia, what's wrong? Snapping back to reality. She shook her head. I'm fine. Let's continue making sweet potato chips that, if stored properly, they can last a long time. She chuckled, attempting to shift the topic, and he, naively believing her, complied. All right, Lin Ye nodded. If true, it meant Jiajia would have an additional food source for the winter, sparing her from hunger. With this thought, Lin Ye beamed with joy, eagerly following Qiao Yujia to roast sweet potato chips. The two of them busily roasted sweet potato chips on the stone slab, while the cave was filled with a soft pink glow. Meanwhile, the other two were not so fortunate. Di was carrying Yusheng when her stomach suddenly began to ache again. It hurt so much. Yusheng's face contorted in pain as she clutched Di's back, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks and dripping onto him. To say she had grown accustomed to the pain would be a lie. It felt as if it were taking half her life, and despite her attempts to endure, the piercing agony was unmistakable, akin to what pregnant women experience during childbirth. She felt as though she had one foot in the grave. Noticing the dampness on his back, Bai Di panicked. His tail coiled protectively around Yushang's waist as he sprinted down the path. He needed to return to the spot where they had first encountered her. She must have a way to save Yushang. At this moment, Qiao Yujia and Lin Ye had already roasted a basket full of sweet potato chips. Due to the limited quantity, she had not stored the sweet potato chips in the large wooden barrel. With a crisp sound, Qiao Yujia picked up a piece of the roasted sweet potato chip with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth, the delightful crunch echoing as the unique sweetness and fragrance of the sweet potato unfurled. Her eyes squinted in bliss. Indeed, sweet treats are a source of easy satisfaction. Although she was typically a carnivore, indulging in some vegetarian fare occasionally was also delightful. A balance of meat and vegetables is beneficial for the body. Lin Ye, observing her squinting eyes, felt a surge of happiness. He was uncertain of the feeling she experienced while enjoying the sweet potato chips, but he knew that at this moment, Jiajia was undoubtedly very happy. Unable to resist, he too picked up a piece of the sweet potato chip and placed it in his mouth. The crunching sound accompanied his curiosity. It was unexpectedly delightful, revealing a flavor he had not anticipated from roasted sweet potatoes. He gazed at the blissful little female before him, contemplating that had he not encountered her and brought her home, he might still be consuming bloody raw meat. Forever oblivious to the use of divine fire and its potential beyond merely being a tool for appeasing the wrath of beast deities. Jiajia, how fortunate it is to have met you. He inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts. Huh? What? She was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Lin Ye had just said. That I said, meeting you, Jiajia, is truly wonderful, he reiterated, and seizing the moment while her attention wavered. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. This time, she was genuinely stunned, but she clearly heard his words, quietly committing them to memory. I am also very happy to have met you. He savored the flavor from earlier. Jiajia was truly fragrant. It was a scent unlike any other female from different tribes. Had Qiao Yujia been aware of the thoughts swirling in the heart of the great serpent, she would have retorted, I am purely human, hence I lack the unique sense of beast folk. Little did she know that this statement would soon be proven wrong. Having tasted the sweetness, Lin Ye felt a surge of restlessness. Suddenly wrapping his arms around her waist, drawing her petite frame closer into his embrace, Qiao Yujia was startled. She promptly slapped his mischief-laden hands away. In an instant, Lin Ye, feeling wronged, released the little female from his grasp. Adopting the demeanor of a chastised puppy, oh no, a serpent, Jiajia, there's a scent of the tiger beast folk. Upon detecting an unfamiliar scent that did not belong to their region, he instantly became alert. Qiao Yujia too felt a twinge of anxiety. Her skills could handle pure-blooded humans or female beast folk, but dealing with beast folk was another matter entirely. Their physical prowess was formidable. If they were not so powerful, there might be a chance. However, moments later, Lin Ye unexpectedly relaxed his vigilance. Noticing his furrowed brow ease, Qiao Yujia felt curious. Could there be no danger? He patted the little female beside him, speaking gently. It's all right now. There is no danger. Your good friend has returned. Good friend? Could it be Yushang? Qiao Yujia turned her gaze towards the distant horizon where the clouds had turned golden, and soon spotted a white that growing larger ahead. Her heart leaping with joy. Despite what she had said yesterday, she still wished for Yushang to find happiness with her other half. She had initially thought Yushang would settle permanently with the Bai Di tribe. Yet, unexpectedly, she had taken Qiao Yujia's words to heart and returned before the sun set. But as the white dot approached, Qiao Yujia sensed something amiss when Bai Di came to a halt before her. She furrowed her brow. Bai Di lowered his body, allowing Yushang to dismount from his back. The transformed Bai Di looked at Qiao Yujia with an expression of urgent plea. Jiajia, you must help Yushang. Save her. Upon hearing Bai Di's words, she turned to see Yushang collapsed nearby, her face contorted in pain, beads of sweat glistening with a faint luster. Qiao Yujia took a moment to gather herself. Initially wondering what the urgency was all about. So it was this. She composed herself and replied, no need to panic, Bai Di. First help me make a wooden barrel that can accommodate Yushang. And bring it back clean. As soon as Qiao Yujia finished speaking, Bai Di dashed towards the forest, uncertain of the purpose behind her request, but he firmly believed that Qiao Yujia would be able to save Yushang. so he was determined to gather everything that could assist her. After Bai Di departed, she turned to Lin Ye and instructed, "Great Serpent, fetch me a barrel of water quickly." Upon her command, Lin Ye swiftly ran off to find stones. Although he wasn't particularly fond of that noisy little female Yushang, she now appeared to be in considerable distress, so he decided to lend a helping hand. Once Lin Ye and Bai Di had left, Qiao Yujia hurriedly supported Yushang, guiding her into the cave and laying her on the fur bed. After tucking her in, she turned towards the fire pit, where a large stone pot still Saturday. Since they had not boiled seawater for salt that day, the pot was clean. All that was needed was to preheat it, and once the great serpent returned with water, they could boil it. She could only hope that Yushang could endure the pain in the meantime. That moment, Lin Ye returned with a large bucket of water. Qiao Yujia gestured for him to pour the water into the stone pot. Without a second thought, he carried the wooden bucket to the stone pot and emptied its contents into it, now awaiting the fire to boil the water within. Finally, as the sun dipped below the mountain tops, Bai Di arrived, breathless, carrying a large wooden barrel, which he hastily placed inside the cave. Just then, the water in the stone pot began to boil. Qiao Yujia instructed Bai Di to ladle the boiling water into the wooden barrel. But Bai Di, in his urgency, uncaring of the heat, lifted the entire pot and poured the water into the barrel. This action left her momentarily speechless. However, she had no time to dwell on it. She approached to test the water's temperature in the barrel. It was just right, not too hot, a suitable temperature that Yushang should be able to tolerate. After ensuring the temperature was adequate, she leaned over to rouse Yushang. "Ah Shang, wake up." She gently patted her cheek. Yushang opened her eyes, the figure before her slightly blurred. Upon seeing that Yushang had awakened, Qiao Yujia disregarded the presence of the two large men and quickly began to remove Yushang's oversized sleeves and skirt, leaving only the undergarment to cover her body, then assisted her to the side of the wooden barrel filled with warm water. "Bai Di, could you help me lift Ah Shang into the barrel?" Qiao Yujia, unable to manage it alone, turned to Bai Di for assistance. Bai Di responded with an affirmative grunt, stepped forward, and gently cradled Yushang, placing her into the warm water of the wooden barrel. Seeing that half of her body was now submerged, Qiao Yujia found an empty small wooden bucket and handed it to Yushang. Smiling as she said, "Here, let it all out." The scene before her became clear. Yushang gazed at the wooden bucket her friend held, which was about as wide as her waist, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Just how much was she expected to release? Yet, if she didn't release soon, she would be unable to endure any longer. Thus, she reluctantly accepted the bucket from Qiao Yujia, positioning it beneath her chin, and with a loud cry, commenced her unique release. The sound of her wailing left Lin Ye stunned. Meanwhile, Bai Di wore a look of deep concern. He had not realized that Yushang was enduring such pain, having suppressed it during her time in the tribe. Bai Di thought to himself, "So Ah Shang has been in such agony. She must have been holding it in all this time." This realization only deepened his sympathy for her. She was merely an underage little female. Why must she suffer such torment? Before long, crystalline tears began to flow from the corners of Yushang's eyes, each droplet glistening as it slid down her cheek, solidifying into white pearls upon landing in the wooden bucket, producing a delicate sound. With her pain finally alleviated, Yushang began to sob loudly, causing Bai Di and Lin Ye to hold their breaths, the cave resonating with the sound of pearls falling into the bucket. Only Qiao Yujia pondered thoughtfully, why were there so many pearls released this time? And why were there red pearls among them? It had not been like this before. You are not mistaken. Yushang's peculiar condition resembled that of the mythical Nanhai mermaids, capable of weeping pearls. Lin Ye remarked, "Indeed, this little female is quite noisy." Bai Di mused, "Weeping pearls. Isn't this a trait exclusive to the merfolk of the sea? Could it be that Ah Shang is a female from the merfolk tribe?" The thought that Yushang might be a female from the beastfolk continent's merfolk tribe began to bloom in Bai Di's mind. Yet he was uncertain. After all, only the beastfolk could produce such pearls, and females had never been known to cry them. Where exactly did Ah Shang originate? Bai Di shook his head, dispelling these unnecessary thoughts. Regardless of her origins, she was his eternal companion. Qiao Yujia had been observing Bai Di's earlier actions closely, her eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed he was indeed worthy of trust. She nodded in relief. Watching Yushang cry with fervor, she decided to prepare dinner for the evening. After all, there were 4 mouths to feed, and the sun had already set, with the moon peeking shyly from the horizon. Outside the Tiger Howl tribe, a forest concealed over 50 beast warriors, who were lying in wait for the opportune moment as the moon rose high. The hidden beast folk began their assault on the Tiger Howl tribe. A piercing howl from an unknown female shattered the tranquility within the tribe. What was happening? Qiao, who had been resting with his partner, was suddenly jolted awake. The agonizing cry sent shivers of danger down the spine of this seasoned warrior. Accustomed to the perils of the hunting grounds, what could be amiss? Is it possible that someone has come to attack the tribe? Beside her, Fu Xiang was also startled awake, her entire body trembling with fear. It's all right. Just sleep a little longer. I'll go out to check and return shortly. Qiao comforted her, gently patting his partner to reassure her. Be careful, she replied. All right. He planted a kiss on her forehead and hurriedly exited the cave. Watching his departing figure, Fu Xiang's heart quivered with anxiety. Vows should not be made lightly. Chapter 10. The fall of the Tiger Howl tribe. Qiao raced toward the central square of the tribe. Before reaching the heart of the settlement, he witnessed groups of females and younglings fleeing from the caves, visibly terrified. They merely cast a fleeting glance at their tribal leader before rushing past him. Navigating through the crowd, he noted that the Tiger Howl tribe was not large, comprising only a little over 200 individuals. Shortly, the surrounding females and younglings had all retreated into the caves meant for sheltering from formidable foes. As he drew closer to the central square, Qiao's emotions became increasingly tumultuous. His brow furrowed deeply, and despair threatened to engulf him. Finally, not far from the central square, he was met with a horrifying sight. 2 or 3 orc warriors lay lifeless on the ground, while some were being devoured by a band of marauding orcs. The tortured females fought desperately against their assailants. Among them were 2 or 3 young females, still not fully mature. The square was filled with anguished cries, yet the marauding warriors remained indifferent, continuing to indulge in their vile pleasures, roaring in fury at the sight of his kin being tormented. Qiao transformed into his white fox form and charged forward. With a powerful swipe, he sent one of the marauding orcs sprawling away from the females, seeing their leader drive off their tormentor. The abused females scrambled to their feet, hastily fleeing towards the cave for safety. Qiao's beastly form was significantly larger than that of the White Emperor, allowing him to easily dispatch 2 or 3 marauding orcs. The orc warriors engaged in battle with the marauders were bolstered by the arrival of their leader, their spirits soaring. They fought valiantly, exchanging blows with the marauders, their strikes fierce and unyielding. After several rounds of combat, the marauders began to show signs of faltering. However, none anticipated that another group of marauders would seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to stealthily approach the cave where the females sought refuge. At that moment, the location where the females and younglings were huddled was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone held their breath, terrified that any sound would attract the marauders outside, who were stealthily closing in. You bumped into me. At this critical moment, Hong Xia suddenly cried out, inadvertently pushing a frail female beside her into the open. You wretched female! Hong Xia, having pushed her out, was not satisfied and immediately began berating the unfortunate female, striking her with fists and kicks. Yet the female remained silent, tears streaming down her face, as if she had grown accustomed to such treatment and no longer cared. The surrounding females dared not intervene, for Hong Xia had long taken advantage of her father's past contributions to the tribe, bullying others without remorse. Some of the females her age were furious but silent, believing Hong Xia would tire of her antics soon. Those who had already formed pairs thought she would cease her behavior after a bit of scolding, not out of lack of concern, but because Hong Xia had a sharp tongue capable of verbally assaulting anyone without consequence. Many females lived in the shadow of her domineering presence. Bang! Bang! She continued to kick the frail female, who merely curled up, enduring the blows, knowing that Hong Xia would eventually tire. What she did not realize was that due to the turmoil outside, Hong Xia's mood had plummeted. Uncertain of her own survival, she directed all her pent-up anger onto the helpless female, showing no signs of stopping, while the frail young female wept openly, her face streaked with tears, unable to watch the torment of her kin without intervening. Fu Xiang stepped forward and chastised Hong Xia. Hong Xia, stop it! You're hurting Hong Yu. After saying this, she helped Hong Yu to her feet and shielded her behind herself. She's just a wretched female. What right do I have to not hit her? Hong Xia retorted, displeased with Fu Xiang's intervention. Hong Yu is your own sister. You share the same mother. Fu Xiang thought poorly of Hong Xia. With such a temper, How could she constantly cling to her own kin? Moreover, Hong Yu was her half-sister. How could she mistreat her so? Indeed, Hong Yu and Hong Xia were half-sisters, sharing the same mother but different fathers. When Hong Xia came of age, both their fathers had departed to serve the beast god for various reasons. Shortly after, their mother followed suit, leaving the sisters alone. The tribe leader, feeling pity for them, allowed them to be cared for by the tribe until they found partners. Fu Xiang's disdain for Hong Xia stemmed from the fact that she already had 2 partners, yet continued to harass her own kin. Assuming the role of the future leader's female sister, she is no sister of mine. She's merely a wretched female, born to serve me, just my slave. So what if I hit her? In the entire tribe, it seemed only Hong Xia had the audacity to treat her own sister as a slave, exhibiting a princess complex without the status of one. You are utterly unreasonable, faced with such a Hong Xia. Fu Xiang was left speechless, her anger boiling over. Bang! Bang! 2 loud thuds echoed, as if something had crashed to the ground, prompting all the females to peer outside the cave. Then came the brash voice of a male orc. Huh. So they really are here. In the standoff, Fu Xiang and Hong Xia turned their gazes toward the cave entrance, spotting a group of robust orcs, one of whom bore a terrifying scar across his face. Hong Xia suddenly screamed, her demeanor shifting to one of panic, mirrored by the surrounding females. This tribe has few females, yet they are all quite beautiful, one of the marauding orcs observed, shaking his head as he watched the females scurry about the cave. However, upon seeing their attractiveness, he dismissed any further thoughts. After all, the females in this tribe were far more appealing than those they had previously captured, and they were all delightfully charming, making them quite enticing. Tiger Scar, it's better to take what we can get. Hurry and bring these females back. The chief is waiting. The females, already on edge, panicked even further upon realizing that the marauders intended to capture them. Each one sought an escape, but with marauders blocking the exit, they could only huddle together in fear. Fu Xiang felt a pang of sympathy for the trembling Hong Yu, who had just been harshly berated by her unrelenting sister. Having witnessed the slaughter of their kin outside, and with marauders intent on storming the cave, Hong Yu was utterly paralyzed with fear, unable to move. What are we waiting for? Move quickly. Tiger Scar, unable to contain himself any longer, urged his companions. Every orc and female on the continent feared the marauding orcs, believing them to be nomadic raiders, unaware that they were under the command of a powerful leader whose identity and race remained a mystery, even to the marauders themselves. They had only heard whispers of a being who seemed to lack a true beast form, and whose scent was undetectable. Let me go! Tiger Scar seized the flailing Hong Xia, eliciting a shriek from her. As the females witnessed one of their own being captured, they huddled even closer together, terrified that they might be next. Yet these marauding orcs were not to be trifled with. They marched forward, each seizing 2 females and making their way out. Tiger Scar restrained Hong Xia's fist as she attempted to strike him. Examining her features, he had to admit, she was quite attractive, a delicate face paired with beguiling eyes. Although she was indeed tempting, Tiger Scar planned to present Hong Xia to their leader. This little female is truly beautiful. Take her to the chief. Before he could finish his thought, Tiger Scar's grip suddenly weakened, as if under some unseen force, and he found himself immobilized. Looking ahead, he saw an elderly female clad in a beast-hide cloak. Indeed, this was the great shaman. Seeing this, Hong Xia kicked away the marauding orc that had captured her and swiftly ran behind the shaman. Both of them glaring defiantly at the marauders, their hearts raced with fear, especially after the swift exertion had drained their energy, leaving Hong Xia feeling faint and unwell. Baofeng, please help me. After struggling in vain for a few moments, Hu Bao turned to look at the nearby Baofeng. I have no choice. Baofeng shook his head and continued. That elderly female must be the shaman of their tribe. You know that the shamans can communicate with the beast gods and wield some of their powers, such as the ability to control you right now. Damn it. Hu Bao let out a long howl. While there was truth in his words, the shaman had grown old, and her ability to maintain control was limited. Before long, she began to show signs of exhaustion, and gradually, Hu Bao broke free from his restraints, transforming his hands into claws as he lunged toward the shaman Bai and Hong Xia, just as his tiger claws were a mere palm's breadth away from their bodies. Shi Qiao rushed over, striking Hu Bao's claws away with a powerful paw. Due to Shi Qiao's beastly form, Hu Bao was sent flying out of the cave, having dealt with the stray beastmen outside. Qiao then led the remaining beastmen warriors back to the cave, spurred on by the screams of the captured females, hastily eliminating the strays in the square. He was terrified, afraid that his mate might also be captured by those cunning strays. Believing this location would be much safer, he was shocked to discover that the cunning strays had found them, and the beastmen guarding the cave had already been slain. Cough, cough. How did this white tiger get here? Those useless fools couldn't hold him back. Hu Bao crashed heavily to the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling as though his very insides were about to be shattered by that white tiger. We must flee. We need to return and inform the leader. Before Hu Bao could rise, Bao Feng seized his arm and hurled him into the air, catching him in his beast form and sprinting off into the distance. With the departure of the two leading stray beastmen, the remaining strays and the warriors of the Hushao tribe were left with heavy casualties, after Qiao led the tribe's warriors in eliminating the remaining strays. He turned to check on the shaman Bai. Shaman, are you all right? Qiao hurriedly supported her before she fell. Leader, I'm fine. The shaman Bai shook her head, indicating that she was merely fatigued from using the beast god's control abilities. That's good to hear. Please rest for a moment. Relieved by the shaman's assurance, Qiao helped her sit against the cave wall to recuperate. Regardless, the shaman bore the heavy responsibility of healing the tribe. And if she were to perish without an heir, the tribe would soon face extinction. Suddenly, an idea struck Qiao, and he began to search for that familiar figure, when he spotted Fu Xiang tending to the remaining females and injured beastmen. His heart eased. As long as they weren't captured, I can still see them. While the Hushao tribe was bustling with tension, far away on the Wuhuang plains, Bai Di was tending to the exhausted and sleeping Yushang, blissfully unaware of the turmoil within his tribe. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia, carrying a full bucket of pearls, couldn't contain her joy. So many pearls. I can make jade cream now, but it's a bit hard on Ashang. How could she have such a condition of crying tears that turned to pearls? While she was delighted, the monthly recurrence of her affliction was undeniably distressing, far worse than the ailment that caused her to fall into a deep sleep every night. After all, the phenomenon of crying pearls was something only found in ancient myths about the Jiaren, so why was it happening to Ashang? Jiajia, it's late. You should sleep now, Lin Ye observed Qiao Yujia, who was fixated on the bucket of pearls, feeling helpless that it was already midnight. Yet Jiajia remained wide awake, staring blankly at the pearls. Jiajia, seeing that Qiao Yujia ignored him, Lin Ye called out again. My apologies. Let's sleep quickly. Startled by his call, Qiao Yujia noticed Lin Ye's forlorn gaze and reluctantly set the bucket of pearls aside, lying down on the animal skin bed and promptly falling into a deep slumber. Today had truly exhausted her. Listening to her steady breathing, Lin Ye confirmed that Qiao Yujia had indeed fallen asleep. He pulled over a nearby animal hide and covered her snugly, leaving only her head exposed, fearing she might catch a chill during the night. Chapter 11. Seeking Bai Di's cub, the escaped Hu Bao and Bao Feng ran towards the heart of the forest, stopping beneath a towering tree that blocked out the sun. Once they halted, Bao Feng set Hu Bao down and knelt behind the tree, clasping his fists respectfully as he adjusted himself. Leader, our entire squad has been annihilated. Bao Feng's voice diminished as he spoke, his body trembling involuntarily to them. This leader was even more ruthless than the stray beastmen. Rumors spoke of a mysterious power at his side. A single misstep could lead to their demise without warning. What did you say? Upon hearing Bao Feng's report, a tall man emerged from behind the tree, his narrow eyes fixated on the beastman before him. Bao Feng felt as though his heart sank into the depths of the sea. Suffocating under the man's cold, eerie gaze, he cautiously raised his head to glance at the man exuding an ominous aura, whose face was obscured by a silver mask that covered everything above his nose, revealing only his narrow, fox-like eyes that appeared particularly gloomy. Dressed in dark green robes that seemed to meld with the night, the man's gaze was colder than winter, pinning Bao Feng to the ground. His voice trembled as he spoke. Our squad has been completely annihilated. After speaking, he dared to glance at the expression on the face of the man in dark green robes. Yet, Bao Feng found no trace of emotion on his frostbitten visage. Only a calm voice that echoed, I will give you one more chance. Take 50 men and find a way to capture that tribe's female. With that, the man vanished behind the tree. Poor Bao Feng remained kneeling in place, trembling. After a moment, he regained his composure. only to discover a small porcelain vial left behind by the man in dark green robes that he approached, retrieved the vial, and hurried back to Hu Bao, pouring the potion down his throat before stowing the vial away. This porcelain vial was left by the man in dark green robes. Since he had tasked them with a mission, they must survive. Qiao, how are you? Are you all right? After settling the tribe members, Fu Xiang sat beside Qiao, her heart sinking at the sight of his numerous wounds. Although they were minor, they were scattered across his body, nearly covering him except for his face. I'm fine, Qiao replied, shaking his head as he looked at the remaining beastmen warriors lying scattered on the ground. Resting, he felt a profound discomfort in his heart. Such an event had never occurred before. After being ravaged by the stray beastmen tonight, the tribe, which once boasted over 100 warriors, was now halved. With only a handful of females, cubs, and elderly beastmen remaining, Fu Xiang could see the sorrow in his heart. Anyone witnessing their kin in need of healing would feel anguish. A sudden thought crossed her mind, and she wondered if it could be feasible. She then proposed to Qiao. Qiao, why don't we seek out Baidi's cub? The tribe shaman had once mentioned that Baidi's cub would be the first beastman in the tribe to possess ancestral blood. If given a certain opportunity, he might awaken his ancestral blood and transform into a flying white tiger. This was also Fu Xiang's reason for wanting to lead the tribe in search of Baidi. He was the most powerful beastman warrior aside from Qiao, Baidi's cub. Qiao was uncertain whether to seek him out. After all, he was with the young female, which might ensure some safety. Would their visit bring trouble? Yes. Fu Xiang nodded and continued. Qiao, let's go find Baidi's cub. I understand your concerns that I too admire the young female beside Baidi. I believe she is good and will surely find a way to help us resist those stray beastmen. When Baidi brought Yusheng to the tribe, Fu Xiang had caught a glimpse of her from afar, her skin as white as snow, adorned in a snow-white fur skirt made from an unknown beast. At first glance, she seemed unlike anyone from the Beastman continent, more akin to a divine maiden from legends. But the young female beside Baidi has not yet come of age. What help can she provide? In response to Fu Xiang's words, Qiao expressed his disagreement. Although he too was fond of the young female, she was still underage, and he held little hope for her assistance against the stray beastmen. Just then, Shaman Bai approached and said, Leader, although that young female is still not of age, it doesn't necessarily mean she cannot help fend off those stray beastmen. The Shaman Bai felt an urge to confirm certain matters, particularly regarding the restricted plains where no beastman could enter. Shaman, what do you mean by that? Qiao was curious. His own cub's companion had garnered the shaman's attention, indicating there must be something special about her. Perhaps it was related to that ancient legend. The shaman's expression grew serious as she spoke of it. Hearing this, Qiao felt a surge of excitement and could not help but ask, Shaman, is it related to the legend passed down through generations on this continent? Indeed, the great shaman nodded, yet Qiao's expression grew even more solemn. The knowledge of this legendary figure is scant among the tribes of the continent. After all, none have laid eyes upon the two fabled beings. However, if they were indeed real, they could surely fend off the marauding orcs and aid every orc tribe in living a better life. I consented to lead my kin in search of the White Emperor's offspring. After the shaman's words, Qiao astonishingly agreed to Fu Xiang's suggestion and decided to take the tribe to the forbidden land of the Wuhuang Plain. Nevertheless, we shall first rest for the night and set forth in the morning, allowing the tribe time to prepare. Very well. Fu Xiang nodded. With the three having reached an agreement, Qiao summoned the remaining tribesfolk, informing them that they would rest for the night and should tidy their belongings, as they would depart for the Wuhuang Plain at dawn. Upon hearing this, some tribe members voiced their objections. Bewildered as to why the chieftain would wish to venture into the Orc continent's forbidden realm, a place fraught with peril and home to terrifying serpent beasts, did the chieftain intend to abandon them? A cascade of anxious thoughts led them to believe that Qiao sought to forsake them for his own survival. Yet, the majority of the tribe was willing to follow Qiao to the Wuhuang Plain, especially since the tribe's foremost warrior, the White Emperor, had returned alive from that very place just the day before, bringing back a charming, fair-skinned female. If even an underage female could survive alone there, it must not be as dangerous as they had been led to believe. Perhaps the tales of old were mere fabrications meant to frighten them. What they remained unaware of was that Yusheng and Qiao Yujia's safety in the Wuhuang Plain was ensured by Lin Ye, who was, in fact, the ruler of that desolate land. Ultimately, the majority prevailed, and Qiao announced their determination to proceed to the Wuhuang Plain, stating that those unwilling to accompany them could remain behind and await capture by the wandering orcs. After delivering his resolute declaration, Qiao returned to his companion, Fu Xiang, and fell into a deep slumber beside her, while those who chose to follow also sought out comfortable spots within the cave to rest. Utterly fatigued from the day's events, just as night fell, the tribe was attacked by wandering orcs, and many thought that migrating with the chieftain was wise. Perhaps in the Wuhuang Plain, they might find some semblance of safety from the Orcish marauders. Conversely, a faction of the tribe deliberated whether to remain in the village, reluctant to follow the migration, for that place was the nightmare of all orcs, the forbidden land of the continent, one that even the beast god might avoid. One deity claimed, it was not that he refrained from entering, but rather that he was too occupied to concern himself with such trifles that on the following day, as dawn broke, Qiao led the tribe on their journey to the Wuhuang Plain. Those who were hesitant to migrate, fearing that the wandering orcs might end their lives, had no choice but to follow Qiao after the departure of the members of the Huxiao tribe. Hu Ba and Bao Feng arrived at the Huxiao tribe, intent on capturing them all at once. To their surprise, upon entering the village, they found not a single orc or female present. Not even the cubs or elderly. Where had all the tribe members gone? Had they vanished without a trace? Hu Ba, accompanied by 10 wandering orc warriors, scoured every cave, only to find it empty, believing that the members of the Huxiao tribe had evaporated into thin air. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qiao Yujia was leading 3 companions toward the bamboo grove located not far from the sea. The group had clearly defined tasks. The White Emperor and Yu Sheng would gather seawater from the nearby shore, while Qiao Yujia and Lin Ye ventured into the bamboo forest. Upon entering the grove, the rustling bamboo leaves danced in the wind, creating a refreshing symphony. Qiao Yujia, carrying the small bamboo basket she had crafted the night before, eagerly searched for delicacies, while Lin Ye, burdened with a bamboo basket nearly as long as his body, cheerfully followed behind. After filling a large wooden barrel with seawater, Yu Sheng was joyfully playing on the beach. This was a rare tranquility compared to their world. Bamboo shoots. How wonderful. I had feared there would be none in this season. Qiao Yujia was overjoyed to discover the vibrant green bamboo shoots, sprouting to her calf's height. Yes, these were precisely what she sought, not only to change up her palate, but also to accommodate her best friend, a vegetarian, in her dietary preferences. She hastened to the bamboo shoots. Pulling out her dagger to dig them up, Lin Ye paused, watching the small female's excitement and feeling a pang of sadness. How could she be so joyful over such a small bamboo shoot? What hardships had she endured previously? Lost in his thoughts, Lin Ye approached the diligently digging Qiao Yujia, crouching down to gently pat her fluffy head, and spoke softly, Jiajia, do not dig up the small shoots. They are not tasty. Let me take you hunting, all right? No. Qiao Yujia looked up at Lin Ye, resolutely declining, and continued, we've had too much meat these past few days. I want to change it up. Besides, these small shoots are edible when they are young, and quite delicious. After saying this, she blissfully squinted her eyes, envisioning the fresh and delightful bamboo shoot soup she would enjoy later, unbeknownst to her. The sudden appearance of unfamiliar orcs in the Wuhuang Plain would soon disrupt her plans. Really? Lin Ye was skeptical. After all, how delicious could a small shoot be? Little did he know, he would soon eat his words after tonight. Hearing his tone of doubt, Qiao Yujia paused her work and earnestly replied, of course, they are even better than pearls. This small shoot is what we call bamboo shoot. There are numerous ways to prepare it. If we cannot finish it, we can pickle it with salt and store it for the winter. Upon hearing that the bamboo shoots could be pickled and stored for winter, Lin Ye, who had previously harbored doubts, was struck by the revelation. For the Orc continent, where resources were scarce, this was akin to a bombshell. Lin Ye vowed never to doubt the small female again. She had the uncanny ability to continuously challenge his understanding. And perhaps she could indeed make winter a little warmer without the worry of food scarcity. After sorting out his emotions, he joined her in the labor of digging up the shoots. As noon approached, Qiao Yujia instructed Lin Ye to light a fire. She buried a few sweet potatoes in the embers and roasted the jerky they had prepared days prior, providing a simple lunch for the 4 of them. Suddenly, an unfamiliar scent wafted through the air. Just after finishing their meal, Lin Ye detected the presence of strange beings not native to the Wuhuang Plain. He swiftly pulled Qiao Yujia into his embrace. Ensuring her safety, while vigilantly scanning their surroundings, hoping to pinpoint the source of the unfamiliar scent. Seeing Lin Ye's sudden tension, Qiao Yujia instinctively grew wary, and Yu Sheng also fell into a state of panic. While the White Emperor recognized the familiar scent, with a mix of excitement and concern, he exclaimed, "Lin Ye, do not worry. That is the scent of our tribe's kin. But what are our tribe members doing here? Has something happened?" Upon hearing that it was the tribe's kin, the three relaxed their guard. But at that moment, Lin Ye interjected, "There is also a strong scent of blood, mingled with the wicked odor of the wandering orcs." At Lin Ye's words, the White Emperor's composure faltered, and he began to track the scent in search of his kin. Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, unable to quell their worry, prompted Lin Ye to pack their belongings and hide them away. As they followed closely behind, Chapter 12, the fierce little female Hu Ba and Bao Feng, following the scent, finally caught a glimpse of the orc members of the Hu Shao tribe, eager for vengeance for the previous day's attack. Hu Ba bellowed, "They are over there." Upon hearing Hu Ba's call, the wandering orcs trailing behind caught sight of Shi Qiao and his companions, their eyes gleaming with greed. They understood that if they performed well, their leader would reward them with something unattainable in this land. Evolution. Successful evolution would allow them to awaken ancestral bloodlines, granting them powers from their beast ancestors. This was the most coveted aspiration of every tribe within the orc society. However, with the passage of time, the number of orcs possessing ancestral bloodlines had dwindled to nearly none. Thus, receiving such an ability from their leader was considered the finest reward, especially since the wandering orcs, having been exiled from their tribes, had forfeited their chance to awaken ancestral bloodlines during the evolution ceremony. As the members of the Hu Shao tribe pressed onward, nearing the boundary of the Wuhuan Plain, they suddenly heard the voices of unfamiliar orcs behind them. Turning to look, they were horrified to discover that these were the very wandering orcs who had attacked their village the night prior. If they were caught, what fate awaited them? In a moment, the Tiger Roar tribe was thrown into disarray, with orcs and females alike in a frenzied IT that instant. The orcs could only exclaim, after running for so long, "I am nearly exhausted. This band of wandering orcs has pursued us relentlessly. Will they allow us to live? Shinka, lead 10 orc warriors to escort our kin to find the White Emperor. I will stay behind to hold off this group of wandering orcs." Despite the chaos among the tribe, the chieftain, Shi Qiao, remained remarkably composed. He promptly assigned Shinka to guide the 10 orc warriors to protect their kin as they made their way to the Wuhuan Plain, while he would lead the remaining warriors to confront the oncoming wandering orcs. "Chieftain, allow me to stay and fight alongside you against the wandering orcs." Shinka, as a valiant orc warrior, felt it was his duty to stand with the chieftain to defend their kin. "Rather than flee with them, that I understand your sentiments, Shinka, but the safety of our kin is of utmost importance right now. That I trust you will do splendidly." He patted Shinka's shoulder, fully aware of his desires. Recognizing him as an exceptional warrior, after reassuring Shinka, he took the remaining warriors to confront the invading orcs. "That I understand. Chieftain, I will ensure the safety of our kin." Following the chieftain's words, Shinka grasped the situation and turned to the tribe, declaring, "Let us depart." With that, he led the 10 warriors to protect their kin as they journeyed to the Wuhuan Plain. Having lost his parents at a young age, he recalled their contributions to the tribe, and how the chieftain's family had always cared for him, with the White Emperor treating him as a brother. Though he longed to fight alongside the chieftain, he understood that the lives of their kin were paramount. If he could swiftly locate the White Emperor, he would ensure their salvation, for he was the mightiest warrior in the tribe aside from the chieftain. Shi Qiao cast a glance back at Shinka and the others. Confirming that the kin had distanced themselves, his heart finally eased, allowing him to embrace the battle without hesitation. Meanwhile, Shinka and the kin crossed the boundary into the Wuhuan Plain, just in time to see the White Emperor approaching swiftly. Upon recognizing his kin, he abruptly halted, shifting into human form and advancing toward them. Shinka, however, suddenly knelt before him, urgency evident in his voice. "White Emperor, please help the chieftain." Seeing Shinka's anxious demeanor and the disheveled state of the kin filled the White Emperor with concern. "Shinka, what has happened to my father?" To ensure our safe passage to the Wuhuan Plain, the chieftain led the remaining 40 warriors to fend off the attacks of the wandering orcs. Shinka recounted breathlessly, his exhaustion palpable. This was perhaps the most exhausting experience of his life. "Shinka, rise, allow the kin to rest here. I will investigate." The White Emperor felt a surge of urgency, yet he had to maintain composure as the young leader of the Tiger Roar tribe. After instructing Shinka, he swiftly transformed and dashed toward the approaching kin. Just as the White Emperor departed, Qiao Yujia and others followed closely behind. Qiao Yujia observed the frail figures of the elderly and children, each appearing as if they might be toppled by the slightest gust of wind. The women bore a healthy, weak complexion, with a few darker skinned yet not excessively so, while the men exhibited a uniformly fair complexion akin to the White Emperor's. Upon encountering the Tiger Roar tribe, Lin Ye set Qiao Yujia and Yusheng down. The orcs, upon spotting the snake orc, instinctively took a few steps back. However, upon seeing Qiao Yujia and Yusheng's snow-white skin, they gazed at them with a predatory intensity, some even blushing in shyness. Lin Ye, noticing the young orc's appraising stares at his small female companion, shot them a chilling glance that quelled their desires. The young orcs thought, she is a snake orc. It would be wise to abandon any thoughts of pursuing her, lest it lead to dire consequences. Yet, Qiao Yujia paid no heed to the gazes of the Tiger Roar tribe's young orcs. She turned to Lin Ye and said, "Go assist the White Emperor. Do not worry about me." Lin Ye intended to say something, but recalling the incident when Qiao Yujia had been chased by the long-eared beast, he merely nodded and swiftly pursued the scent left by the White Emperor. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia approached the orcs of the Tiger Roar tribe, while Yusheng, sensing something amiss, concealed herself behind Qiao Yujia, striving to minimize her presence. "Are you kin of the White Emperor?" Qiao Yujia inquired calmly, having detected her friend's fearful and disdainful gaze toward a particular individual. Her question went unanswered until the High Priestess, Wu Bai, stepped forth from among the kin, gently stating, "Indeed, we are kin of the White Emperor. And who might you be, little female?" "I am Qiao Yujia. I will guide you to safety. Please follow me," addressing the kind elder with goodwill. Qiao Yujia introduced herself and then turned to head toward the cave, leaving behind the items concealed in the bamboo grove for Lin Ye and the others to retrieve upon their return. "Let us go. Follow the little female ahead," Wu Bai instructed the kin, urging them to follow Qiao Yujia and the tribe. The High Priestess held a status superior to that of the chieftain, equally as significant as that of the shaman. In the absence of the tribe's leader, the words of the High Priestess and shaman possessed unparalleled authority. With Wu Bai's statement, the kin had no choice but to follow Qiao Yujia and Yusheng toward the cave. As Qiao Yujia and Yusheng proceeded, they remained oblivious to the fact that an orc within the Tiger Roar tribe was fixated on them with a predatory gaze, as if the little female ahead was already his prize. Meanwhile, Shi Qiao and his companions, aided by the White Emperor and Lin Ye, managed to inflict grievous injuries and casualties upon the group of wandering orcs. Witnessing this, Hu Ba succumbed to madness, his beast form swelling to double its size as he struck Shi Qiao with a powerful blow, sending him flying. "Father!" The White Emperor's heart raced as he saw his father hurl through the air, and he dashed forward to catch Shi Qiao as he transformed back from his beast form. Lin Ye, seeing the situation unfold, ceased to linger in battle, dispatching 2 more wandering orcs before swiftly gliding toward the White Emperor. After a brief discussion, they led the remaining orc warriors away from the battlefield. "Chase them!" Hu Ba, now exhilarated with his augmented form, was bent on annihilating the insufferable white tiger orc. He pursued relentlessly, while Bao Feng, concerned about Hu Ba's overexertion, followed closely with the remaining wandering orcs. This thoughtless Hu Ba, is he unaware that excessive use of ancestral bloodline would weaken him as a wandering orc? "Hu Ba, halt! You cannot proceed further. That area is forbidden for all orcs." As they reached the forest's edge, Bao Feng abruptly stopped, confronting Hu Ba's reckless charge. "Step aside. Bao Feng, what of the forbidden zone? It is a restraint for those orc tribes, not for wandering orcs," Hu Ba retorted defiantly, glaring at Bao Feng. Who does not know that the Wuhuang Plain is a sacred ground for all orc tribes? Yet, it is merely a restriction for those tribes, not for us wandering orcs. With that, Hu Ba charged forward, only to be rebuffed by an invisible barrier before he could cross into the Wuhuang Plain. Meanwhile, at the cave, Qiao Yujia and Yusheng had settled the Tiger Roar tribe's kin, kindling a fire to roast sweet potatoes, which they shared among the tribe's members. "Delicious, truly delightful. What is this? How can it taste so good?" The orcs of the Tiger Roar tribe exclaimed in awe after tasting the sweet potatoes, lamenting how they had never discovered such a delectable food before. Seizing the opportunity while the kin reveled in the deliciousness of the food, Xiaogu quietly slipped away, glancing at Qiao Yujia to ensure she had not noticed that he stealthily approached Yusheng. Grabbing Yusheng's hand with a somewhat lecherous expression, he said, "Little female, you are truly beautiful. Which tribe do you belong to?" As he gazed at the enchanting young female, his attraction grew stronger, compelling him to advance closer to her. Jiajia, save me." Yusheng detested the man before her, having sensed his unsettling gaze when she had accompanied the White Emperor to their tribe 2 days prior. That it was not merely the gaze of a young man yearning for a woman. It was filled with a possessive hunger. As Qiao Yujia was busy arranging the cured meats, she heard Yusheng's voice. Turning her gaze towards the direction where Yusheng sat, she caught sight of an orc manhandling her. In fact, it was not only Qiao Yujia who turned to look. A multitude of orcs and females from the Tiger Roar tribe were also drawn to the commotion. Why Yusheng had been resisting. But the orc before her was far too powerful, and she could not break free. While the orcs from the Tiger Roar tribe were scolding Xiaogu, Hongxia, who was hiding nearby, couldn't help but smirk. It would be best if you bonded with Xiaogu right now. That way, the White Emperor would be mine. Witnessing her best friend being bullied was intolerable. With a sudden surge of determination, she sprang to her feet, retrieved a long whip from her bag, and swung it forcefully. The crack of the whip struck the hand of the orc that was groping Yusheng. Hiss! Xiaogu gasped in pain, his grip on Yusheng's hand faltering. Giving her the chance to escape to Qiao Yujia's side, the keen-eyed young orc had already caught a glimpse of the swollen, injured mark on Xiaogu's hand, and couldn't help but inhale sharply. Utterly stunned by Qiao Yujia's fierce action, what a ferocious little female. That whip-like object, if it struck oneself, would surely draw blood. This little female is quite formidable. Xiaogu, eyeing his own swollen hands, seemed to be stirred by a certain desire. Eagerly approaching Qiao Yujia, however, before he could close the distance, he was struck again by an unexpected whip. This time, a long lash mark appeared across his chest, yet Xiaogu remained undeterred, advancing towards Qiao Yujia and Yusheng with determination. Such a powerful little female. I must have her. Jiajia. As the imposing figure of the man approached, Yusheng trembled with fear. Sheng, don't be afraid. Stay here, and I will teach him a lesson. With that, she aimed her whip at Xiaogu. This moment, the shaman could no longer contain himself. How could Xiaogu bully a female? He immediately shouted, "Xiaogu, cease this at once." Yet, Xiaogu paid no heed to the shaman's command. Lowering his body, he transformed into a white tiger that towered over Qiao Yujia, raising his paw to strike her. Just then, she leaped gracefully into the air, brandishing her whip towards the beastly Xiaogu. His outstretched paw was met with the whip strike. Xiaogu recoiled sharply, but he did not relent. As Qiao Yujia landed, he lunged at her once more, causing the onlooking orcs to sweat in apprehension for the little female. When he landed where Qiao Yujia had once stood, he expected to have her pinned beneath him, but to his surprise, when he rose, the little female was nowhere to be seen beneath him. The crack of the whip against his own body revealed that she had positioned herself behind him. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had felt her beneath him. How had she suddenly shifted behind him? Chapter 13. Settling down, determined not to give up, Xiaogu resolved to make this little female his mate. He was a powerful orc warrior, and with a strong female by his side, they could surely bear robust offspring. Qiao Yujia, however, was oblivious to his thoughts, feeling only discomfort from the imposing white tiger before her, whose gaze was decidedly unsettling. The more Xiaogu looked at this little female, the more he found himself enamored, longing to bond with her immediately. With this thought, Xiaogu lunged at Qiao Yujia once again. She, unwilling to back down, propelled herself into the air, leveraging her toes against the ground, and swung her whip directly at the white tiger. Crack! Crack! The onlooking orcs dared not watch further, nor did anyone intervene, as they had not anticipated the fierce nature of this little female. The crimson streaks had already stained the white tiger's pristine fur with red, and the sight of those wounds was harrowing. The shaman, watching the scene unfold, was filled with concern. How could this cub provoke the little female? If she truly was, it would be a grave sin. Does Jiajia know martial arts? Why has she never told me? Are we not friends and confidants? Yusheng, watching anxiously by the fire as Qiao Yujia battled the massive white tiger, was filled with worry. Yet she had never imagined that her friend, Jiajia, was skilled in combat, a fact that had escaped her entirely. Suddenly, Yusheng questioned whether their friendship could remain intact. Qiao Yujia had always excelled beyond her. Blessed with a loving family, doting parents, and a promising future, Wei Yusheng had aspired to be as accomplished as her friend, but always felt just short of the mark, despite their families being on good terms and their sisterly bond. She often found herself in need of help, whether it was financial aid or academic support, with Jiajia patiently tutoring her in comprehensible terms that it must be said. Jiajia was indeed a remarkable friend. When the sun was high, Lin Ye and the others returned with the injured orc warriors to the bamboo grove, retrieving the hidden bamboo baskets and wooden barrels filled with seawater. After handing over the injured orc to those who remained unscathed, they dashed back to the cave. As they arrived at the cave entrance, Lin Ye witnessed Qiao Yujia relentlessly striking the white tiger. Unable to suppress a smile, Jiajia is truly formidable. The approaching Bai Di and others also observed the fierce side of the female, causing every orc present to shudder involuntarily. The sound of her strikes would surely flay the skin off anyone it hit. In the midst of her confrontation with the white tiger, upon seeing Lin Ye and the others return, Qiao Yujia's body felt as if it had lost all strength, and she began to descend slowly from the AI. Wei Yusheng and Lin Ye gasped in alarm. Xiaogu, seizing the opportunity, lunged to catch Qiao Yujia. But before he could even touch the hem of her garment, he was sent flying by a sudden, massive serpent's tail. I'm so exhausted. It feels as if my very essence has been drained. I regret not heeding my mother's advice to train diligently. As Qiao Yujia fell from the air, she braced for a hard landing, but to her surprise, she landed in a sturdy embrace. Jiajia, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit tired, Qiao Yujia replied. As she relaxed, she felt as though her bones were on the verge of disassembling, but the toll of overexertion soon took its toll, and she fell into a deep slumber. Lin Ye, watching the now sleeping Qiao Yujia, wore a look of concern, suddenly casting a cold glare at the white tiger that had just climbed to its feet nearby. This orc would not be forgotten. He would ensure that this beast experienced the harsh realities of the continent at the first opportunity. With a frigid glance at Xiaogu, Lin Ye cradled Qiao Yujia and returned to the cave. Laying her upon a bed of layered animal skins, tucking her in snugly with a fur blanket, leaving only her head exposed, before heading off to prepare food for her. Meanwhile, the members of the Tiger Roar tribe rejoiced at the sight of their orc warriors returning unscathed. Yet their joy was swiftly overshadowed by the ghastly array of wounds adorning their bodies, prompting gasps of horror from all present. The shaman shook his head in dismay, while minor injuries could heal through the orc's robust self-restorative abilities. The grievous wounds were beyond his remedy. Fortunately, they had brought back some herbs, which should suffice for treating the minor wounds. The other tribesmen, observing the shaman's expression, realized that their leader's serious injuries might only be resolved through the mercy of the beast god. If Qiao Yujia had been awake at that moment, she would surely have remarked, "This is what one calls leaving it to fate." As the shaman treated the tribe members, requiring space, Bai Di led the remaining uninjured warriors to a nearby cave next to Lin Ye's, digging out one large enough to accommodate the entire tribe. Wei Yusheng watched as the shaman crushed the herbs with a heavy stone, applying them directly to the bleeding wounds without any other precautions, leaving the injured orcs still dirty. While those with minor injuries had begun healing, the grievous wounds, like those of Bai Di's father, could hardly heal with such rudimentary treatment. That shaman cannot handle wounds this way. Yusheng, wary of the earlier white tiger orc, cautiously approached the shaman, speaking up to halt his actions of applying medicine to Shicho. The shaman glanced up at the speaker, recognizing her as the little female from the day before, intending to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by Hongxia. "You, an outsider little female, what do you know? You are not a shaman. Do you really think you understand how to treat injuries? Stop causing trouble here." Hongxia shoved Yusheng aside, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, lightly scraping her wrist and drawing blood. Just then, Bai Di emerged with the orc warriors, having finished digging a cave spacious enough for all the tribespeople, and saw Yusheng fall. Sheng, does it hurt? Bai Di rushed over to help Yusheng up, his heart aching at the sight of her injured wrist. "I'm fine," Yusheng replied, shaking her head. "Could you fetch me a bucket of water?" "All right, Sheng, wait for me. I'll be right back." After speaking, he turned and entered the cave, lifting an empty wooden bucket to the riverbank, where he filled it with water before swiftly returning. Hongxia, witnessing the lengths Bai Di went to for Yusheng, felt a surge of resentment. her eyes glaring at Yuxing with a ferocity that seemed as if she wished to bore a hole through her. "Ah Sheng, here is the water you requested," Baidi said, placing the water-filled bucket beside Yuxing. "Thank you." Yuxing expressed her gratitude before pulling out a small handkerchief from her bag, dampening it with the water to wipe away the dirt from her wrist. After cleansing her wrist, she rinsed the handkerchief and laid it flat on a nearby stone, then retrieved a small vial of scar ointment given to her by Qiao Yujia to apply on her injured wrist. In no time, the scar on her wrist appeared significantly less pronounced. The great shaman, observing this, approached Yuxing and inquired, "Little female, what is this?" "This is a scar ointment made from dozens of dried and ground herbs. Mixed with spring water. It is applied to scabbed wounds to aid in skin recovery, but it cannot eliminate scars immediately. Time is required for healing," Yuxing explained. Noting the great shaman's evident interest, she elaborated on the ointment's benefits. Upon hearing this, the great shaman felt a surge of joy, as if something deep within her had been validated. Meanwhile, Hongxia had fully categorized Yuxing as her foremost adversary. "Little female, do you think you could help heal our chieftain?" The great shaman hesitated momentarily before earnestly requesting Yuxing's assistance in healing the chieftain. Upon hearing this, Yuxing shook her head, replying helplessly, "I am unable to heal your chieftain." The great shaman's expression fell slightly. And seeing her resigned demeanor, Yuxing continued, "Although I cannot heal them, I can teach you how to properly care for their wounds. That would be wonderful." "Thank you, little female." The great shaman, who had just felt disheartened, now brimmed with excitement, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "You need not be so formal, great shaman. If it weren't for the potion you provided me last time, I might have endured pain until dawn," Yuxing remarked. Genuinely appreciative, for had it not been for the great shaman's medicine, she might have suffered through a sleepless night. It is nothing. Such acts are expected of a great shaman. She waved off, indicating that these tasks were merely routine for someone of her stature within the tribe. "Little female, what do you suggest we do?" The great shaman quickly shifted the conversation back to how they might treat the more severely injured warriors. "Do you have any clean animal hides with you?" Upon receiving a nod from the great shaman, Yuxing continued, "Cut the hides into palm-sized pieces, dampen them with water, and use them to wipe off the dirt from the injured warriors, then apply the herbs. We will have to wait for my friend to awaken to handle the rest, as my knowledge of healing is quite limited." "Thank you, little female." The great shaman expressed her gratitude once more before turning to instruct the tribe members to fetch a clean hide and divide it, as Yuxing had suggested. They then sent several warriors to the nearby riverbank to dampen the hides, clean the blood and dirt from the more gravely injured warriors, and apply the herbs without disturbing them further. After Baidi escorted Yuxing back to the cave for rest, he led the tribe members in moving all the hides and supplies they had brought into the cave, leaving a few warrior guards to watch over the critically wounded chieftain. He convened with the remaining tribe members to discuss their future direction. "Great shaman, do you wish to return to the original tribe?" Baidi's question resonated deeply with everyone present. Returning to their homeland was a desire shared by most. Yet the lurking threat of feral wanderers made the prospect perilous, as they would surely be captured upon return. "Baidi, I fear we may never return to our original tribe. Those feral wanderers will not simply allow us to leave." The great shaman lamented, though she knew the safety of her tribe took precedence over the desire to return. Observing the glum expressions of her kin, Baidi proposed, "Great shaman, perhaps we should settle in the Wuhuang Plains. Here, food for our tribe will not be scarce. What do you think?" While the great shaman found merit in Baidi's suggestion, she harbored doubts about the plains' ability to provide sufficient game, noticing the uncertainty in her gaze. Baidi recounted the hunting traps Qiao Yujia had taught Lin Ye to use, explaining that with such traps, the warriors would not need to constantly monitor their prey. They could simply check the traps each morning. Though the tribe members were skeptical, the great shaman's resolve to remain solidified as she recognized the unique qualities of the Wuhuang Plains. Upon arriving, she had sensed something extraordinary about the place, which the tribes often deemed a forbidden land. Yet, it bore a striking resemblance to the forests and plains outside. With the great shaman's agreement to stay, the other tribe members had little choice but to accept this new reality. After all, survival was paramount, and adapting to a new environment was merely a part of their journey. As dusk settled, Qiao Yujia awoke from her afternoon slumber. Upon seeing her, Yuxing promptly conveyed the news of the critically wounded chieftain of the Tiger Roar tribe. Seeking her assistance in healing him, Considering that the chieftain was the father of her dear friend's future partner, Qiao Yujia readily agreed. Upon reaching the open space outside the cave, she found the chieftain of the Tiger Roar tribe lying on the ground alongside 2 warrior guards. After assessing their injuries, she removed the herbs that had been applied and cleansed the area with dampened animal hide to rid it of any remnants. Taking out her needle and thread, she began to stitch the horrifying wound on Shichio's body, applying a hemostatic ointment and bandaging it securely. Repeating the process for the other 2 warriors, the great shaman watched with delight, her joy evident as she beamed at Qiao Yujia's skilled hands. All done. Now, it is up to them to heal. Also, the nights can be quite cold, so it would be best to move them into the cave. If they develop a fever, please come and fetch me. Qiao Yujia instructed the great shaman after treating the injuries. Thank you, little female. I am deeply grateful. The great shaman bowed deeply to Qiao Yujia, expressing her heartfelt thanks. Had she not known that the great shaman was a native of this land, one might have mistaken her gesture for that of a time traveler in reverence of her newfound kin. This elder need not be so formal. During Shang's suffering, you alleviated her pain. And I have yet to show my gratitude, Qiao Yujia replied, feeling a warmth in the presence of the kindly elder, sensing a genuine care for the younger generation within her. Perhaps this was the duty of a great shaman and the elder of the tribe. You need not thank me. It is my responsibility as a great shaman, she insisted, internally elevating Qiao Yujia for her selfless assistance. Yet, for the great shaman, attending to the wounds of her kin was a routine affair. Aiding a little female in lessening her suffering hardly seemed a burden. The notion that Qiao Yujia felt the need to express gratitude struck her as excessive, as she had merely provided a potion to alleviate Yushing's pain. But this is still deserving of thanks. The hour grows late. You should all enjoy your evening meal and rest, Qiao Yujia stated before heading back to the cave to prepare dinner that a person of principle. She firmly believed in repaying kindness and settling scores. In school, she often faced criticism for being overly involved in the affairs of others. However, she held fast to the belief that if individuals from different lands could share a learning environment, it was fate. As classmates, they should support one another rather than engage in mutual destruction and bullying, for that would be no different from the behavior of wild beasts. Perhaps the beasts possessed a greater sense of loyalty than humans. The evening breeze was slightly cool, rustling the treetops in a soothing whisper. Today, having encountered the Tiger Roar tribe being pursued by feral wanderers, Qiao Yujia had initially intended to return with bamboo shoots. But now she began to wash and prepare a couple of shoots to blanch in a boiling stone pot, saving them for later. After pouring out the water, she continued to heat the pot, slicing off some fat from a wild boar to render the grease, setting the leftover scraps aside in a bamboo bowl with a sprinkle of salt. Jiajia, are you frying the scraps? Yushing, drawn by the enticing aroma, scampered over to sit beside Qiao Yujia, her little nose twitching adorably. Here, take some of the freshly made scraps. They are just right for the cubs of the Tiger Roar tribe to try, Qiao Yujia offered. Qiao Yujia observed her best friend's mouth watering, her greedy expression eliciting a chuckle. Amused, she presented the freshly scooped oil residue from the stone pot, now nestled in a large bamboo bowl, to Yusheng. When the members of the Tiger Roar tribe arrived, Qiao Yujia noticed several frail cubs cradled in their mother's arms and suggested that Yusheng take some oil residue over for them to sample. Thank you, Jiajia. I'll bring it over for them to taste, Yusheng exclaimed, receiving the bamboo bowl from Qiao Yujia. She sampled a piece of the oil residue, her eyes lighting up with delight. Just like I remember. With joy, she made her way to the nearby cave. After Yusheng departed, Qiao Yujia resumed her culinary endeavors, carefully extracting excess oil into a bamboo tube to cool, utilizing the remaining oil in the stone pot. She sautéed the sliced pork before stirring in the blanched bamboo shoots, adding a pinch of salt for seasoning, and finally serving the dish in a bamboo bowl with a spatula crafted from bamboo. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, witnessing his future mate bustling about, felt utterly useless as he sat by the fire, silently roasting meat, the weight of his inadequacy settling heavily upon him. In another cave, Bai Di was instructing his tribesmen on how to kindle a fire and roast meat. Sheng, what brings you here? He inquired as he spotted Yusheng entering. Jiajia fried some oil residue, and I came to share it with the cubs of your tribe. She spoke. Yusheng quickly placed a piece of oil residue into Bai Di's mouth. Caught off guard by the sudden offering from the little female he admired, Bai Di bit into the crispy morsel in that instant. The unique flavor of the oil residue enveloped his palate. The sound of crunching reverberating pleasantly. This delightful texture instantly captivated him. How is it? Is it delicious? Yu Sheng gazed at Bai Di with eager anticipation, causing a blush to bloom on his cheeks. Delicious, Bai Di nodded, then added, share this with the cubs of the tribe, and I'll roast you some sweet potatoes. All right, just wait a moment. Yu Sheng nodded enthusiastically, turning to hand the bowl of oil residue to the tribe shaman, who promptly distributed it among the eager cubs. The cubs, tasting this novel delicacy for the first time, were soon covered in oil, each one clamoring for more and obediently lining up for the shaman's offerings. Likewise, the members of the Tiger Roar tribe were astonished by the roasted food, realizing that it could be enjoyed this way, far superior to their previous raw meals. They marveled at how they had once consumed such unrefined fare, lamenting the wastefulness of their past choices. Not far from Yusheng, Hong Xia was surrounded by her two partners, each vying for her attention with freshly learned roasting techniques. However, she remained oblivious, her gaze fixed with disdain upon the interaction between Yu Sheng and Bai Di. Why does that detestable female keep approaching Bai Di? He is supposed to be mine, she seethed inwardly. Why was she not chosen as a mate for Xiaogu? And who is that insufferable female who just appeared? Another contender for Bai Di. If Qiao Yujia could hear Hong Xia's inner turmoil, she would retort, who wants to compete for Bai Di? He is hardly my type. Besides, he is destined to be my best friend's partner. What business do you have meddling? After savoring half a roasted sweet potato, Yusheng eagerly returned to Qiao Yujia for a bowl of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork, her spirits high, oblivious to the resentful glances directed her way. Why let trivial matters spoil my appetite? Sheng, have some water, don't choke, Bai Di said, watching her joyfully indulge, finding her adorable as her eyes sparkled with happiness. He handed her a bamboo tube filled with fresh water. Thank you, Yu Sheng replied, gulping down several mouthfuls. Feeling satiated and drowsy, Yu Sheng began to nod off. Sensing her struggle to stay awake, Bai Di urged her to lean against him while he swiftly finished off her leftover food. In the eyes of the beastmen inhabiting this land, every newly discovered edible morsel was a divine blessing, and nothing was to be wasted. Cradling Yu Sheng, Bai Di wrapped her in a soft long-eared beast pelt as they exited the cave. The shaman and Fu Xiang exchanged delighted glances at Bai Di's attentive care for the little female at the riverbank. Bai Di protected Yu Sheng with one arm while wetting the beast's skin, wringing it out before gently wiping her rosy cheeks in her drowsy state. He even helped her rinse her mouth. Once his tasks were complete, he carried Yu Sheng back to the cave where Lin Ye awaited. Upon their return, Lin Ye and Qiao Yujia were already fast asleep. Hearing Bai Di's soft footfalls, Lin Ye merely opened his eyes briefly before resuming his embrace of the little female he cherished. Meanwhile, the members of the Tiger Roar tribe, having enjoyed a hearty meal, had also retired early for the night. The following day, Qiao Yujia awoke to the melodious chirping of birds, roused by the sounds around her. By the time she emerged from her slumber, it was nearly 8 or 9 in the morning. Groggily, she reached for the now cool pelt beneath her, realizing that she must have risen early. She stepped outside the cave and made her way to the riverbank to freshen up. Using the wooden comb she had taught Lin Ye to fashion, after wetting it in the river, she smoothed her hair back, securing it with a hairpin, as she had forgotten to bring a hair tie. Upon returning to the cave, Qiao Yujia indulged in 2 apples Lin Ye had left by the pelt, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction at that moment. Lin Ye and Bai Di returned from hunting. Accompanied by the uninjured beastmen warriors, the members of the Tiger Roar tribe greeted their return with joy at the sight of such a bountiful catch. The shaman, observing the abundance of game, expressed concern. Bai Di, with such a haul, what if we cannot consume it all before it spoils? The shaman's worries were indeed justified, given the difficulty of preserving the meat. You need not fret, as Sheng has found ways to keep the meat fresh for longer. Bai Di's declaration sent ripples of surprise through the tribe, prompting many to gather around him with questions. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Di was distracted, Hong Xia stealthily approached Yu Sheng from behind, seizing her hand to face her. You wretched female, Bai Di belongs to me. Stay away from him, or I shall end you, she threatened, casting a menacing glare at Yu Sheng. What are you doing? That hurts. Yu Sheng protested, attempting to free herself from Hong Xia's iron grip, but the latter's hold was unyielding, rendering Yu Sheng powerless to resist. Unlike Qiao Yujia, who had trained in combat, she found herself entirely at the mercy of someone stronger. I warn you once more, keep your distance from Bai Di. He is mine, Hong Xia reiterated, tightening her grip on Yusheng's wrist, causing the latter to feel as if her bones might snap. Is she deranged? I love Bai Di. Why would I leave him? If she fancies him, we can compete fairly. Why threaten me? Am I the type to fear death? Children of Huaxia never cower before mortality. Though she thought this, Yusheng was unaware that Hong Xia had long ruled the tribe with an iron fist, never allowing another female to contest for what she deemed hers. The commotion drew the attention of Bai Di and the other tribesmen, who turned to witness the unfolding drama. Upon seeing Yusheng gripped tightly by the loathsome Hong Xia, Bai Di's anger flared. Hong Xia, what are you doing? Sheng is still a minor female. You cannot bully her, Yusheng interjected. So what you're saying is that once I come of age, it's acceptable to bully me. But I am of age. Confusion clouded her thoughts as she questioned why Bai Di insisted she was still a child. Bai Di's booming voice startled Qiao Yujia, who had emerged from the cave, where she had been preparing dried meat and bamboo shoots. Upon seeing the bruises on Yusheng's wrist, her ire surged. Bai Di, I didn't bully her. I merely intended to invite her to gather nearby. But she declined and even struck me. As Qiao Yujia approached, she noticed Hong Xia's faux innocent expression and her feigned tears, exuding a sense of false fragility. Such a classic green tea face, and yet an unbearable drama queen. With a swift motion, Qiao Yujia slapped Hong Xia across the face, her tone calm yet firm. If you genuinely wish to invite Sheng to gather, then what is this? She raised Yusheng's bruised left hand as evidence. The sight of Yusheng's injury sent gasps through the Tiger Roar tribe. With many condemning Hong Xia, Bai Di felt his heart ache at the sight of the bruises on Yusheng's delicate wrist. How could that vile female harm the little one he cherished? You! How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? Hong Xia exclaimed, clutching her reddened face and pointing an accusatory finger at Qiao Yujia. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, another resounding slap met her cheek, leaving her momentarily stunned. You were looking a bit unappealing before, but now you seem more tolerable. No need to thank me. Upon concluding her words, she seized Yusheng and led him into the cave, with the White Emperor following closely behind. Meanwhile, Lin Ye picked up the hand that Qiao Yujia had just used to strike, gently kneading it in his palm. Jiajia, does it hurt? He inquired. Humph, that wretched female. I shall remember you. I'm fine. No need to worry, Qiao Yujia replied with a smile, shaking her head. She then turned to fetch the bruise ointment to tend to Yusheng. Outside, the members of the Huishao tribe regarded Hong Xia with ambiguous expressions. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Hong Xia startled the surrounding tribespeople, leading them to suspect she might have been possessed by a malevolent spirit. Two insufferable wretches. I shall ensure you pay for this, she fumed. Everyone, assist the two young females in preparing food for winter storage. It's time we dealt with Hong Xia. With the great shaman's directive, the tribe dispersed, while the females gathered in the cave to inquire how they might assist Qiao Yujia. Upon noticing their approach, she handed the ointment to the White Emperor, instructing him to apply it to Yusheng, while she took it upon herself to teach the Huishao tribe's females how to marinate jerky and pickled bamboo shoots. The group busied themselves, completely oblivious to Hong Xiao outside, save for her two companions who approached to console her. Yet, she merely turned away and returned to the cave of the Huishao tribe, leaving her two companions exchanging bewildered glances in the wind. Chapter 15. The first use of chopsticks. Once back in the cave, Hong Xia vented her frustrations before peering outside to confirm no one was watching. Satisfied, she quietly slipped out. However, she overlooked the fact that, as beastmen seasoned in hunting and tribal conflicts, they were acutely sensitive to the slightest movements around them. Not long after her departure, her two companions discovered her absence and, concerned for her safety, stealthily followed her. After all, they were newcomers, unfamiliar with the territory and its potential dangers. Thanks to the assistance of the Huishao tribe's females, Qiao Yujia quickly washed and prepared the accumulated beast meat and the fresh catch from that day, setting aside what they would consume today and marinating the rest for tomorrow's jerky. The large basket of bamboo shoots they had dug up yesterday was also pickled and placed into barrels. Lin Ye and his companions, upon returning with the trapped prey, wasted no time and set off to the seaside to fill several buckets with seawater, as the salt previously used for marinating had nearly run out. While the tribe may have been unaware, Lin Ye was acutely aware of the necessity of salt. He had heard Qiao Yujia mention that both beastmen and females must consume a small amount daily. or they would grow weak over time. He would not allow the young female to suffer in such a manner. He desired her to be healthy. Finally, after completing the marination process, Qiao Yujia exhaled in relief. Gazing at the bountiful food, finally feeling a semblance of safety in this world as the sun reached its zenith, Qiao Yujia planned to prepare a simple stir-fry and stone-grilled meat for the females of the Huixiao tribe. However, one female voiced her confusion. Jiajia, haven't we already had breakfast? Why must we eat again when the sun is high in the sky? The speaker was Hanyu, perplexed as she recalled their morning meal, unable to fathom the need for another. Turning to Hanyu, Qiao Yujia smiled gently. Regardless of whether we are beastmen or females, we must partake in 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, to ensure we have the strength to protect our tribe. She elaborated, but our tribe has only ever eaten breakfast and dinner. With winter approaching, we must conserve food. It is wiser to skip a meal. The memories of winter haunted Hanyu, as every year, the beastmen would ration their supplies for the females, cubs, and elder beastmen. Yet even then, some would perish in the harsh cold. The recollection of the relentless frost sent shivers down her spine. Having lost her parents at a young age and endured oppression from her so-called elder sister, she received merely scraps to survive. This period marked the darkest times for Hanyu, which is why she felt a sense of joy witnessing Qiao Yujia reprimanding Hongxia. After all, if Hongxia did not regard her as a sister, she felt no obligation to treat her as one. Upon hearing Hongyu's words, both Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng felt a wave of sympathy. How pitiful it is that you could only manage 2 meals a day. How could one possibly feel full and have the energy to thrive? Questioned Qiao Yujia. What is your name? She further inquired. Red. Hanyu, she replied, her voice dwindling to a whisper, though Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng caught the beautiful name. Food is not something we can afford to spare. It is something we diligently gather, Qiao Yujia stated, continuing, so do not fret about our food supply. The most important thing is that our tribe is well fed. There are many resources we have yet to uncover. This sentiment resonated deeply within Qiao Yujia, who, in her homeland rich in 5,000 years of civilization, understood that the prosperity they enjoyed was built upon the experiences of countless generations. Yet, since their last mountain excursion, they had returned to a state of dependency. Though the path ahead might be arduous, Qiao Yujia was resolute in her belief that she could cultivate a place of abundance, free from want, in this land. This fleeting thought would eventually manifest into a thriving sanctuary known among the beastmen as the City of Miracles. Naturally, these events lay in the future. Qiao Yujia's words held a semblance of truth, rendering the females of the Huixiao tribe momentarily speechless. That must be for the best, right? At that moment, outside the cave, Fu Xiang and the great shaman had been listening intently to the conversation between Qiao Yujia and Hanyu, their expressions betraying their contemplation as they returned to the cave designated for the rest of the beastmen of the Huixiao tribe. Seated upon the fur-lined ground, they pondered the significance of Qiao Yujia's words. Fu Xiang, what sort of female do you think Yujia is? The great shaman gazed at Qiao Yujia with increasing fondness, initially believing Yu Sheng to be exceptional, yet now realizing there was someone even more remarkable. It was a pity she appeared to have chosen that serpent beastman. Otherwise, they might have sought to pair her with a beastman from the Huixiao tribe. I find Yujia to be quite remarkable. Indeed, I wonder which great tribe could have nurtured such a clever and formidable female. Fu Xiang mused. Having sensed something unique about Qiao Yujia from the first moment she laid eyes on her, unable to articulate what made her so special, yet feeling as though she and Yu Sheng formed complementary reflections of one another. Fu Xiang, do you truly believe Yujia and Sheng are from a prominent tribe? The great shaman was skeptical of Fu Xiang's assertion, feeling that the figures in her mind bore an uncanny resemblance to Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng. However, she could not discern the identities of those figures. Could it be otherwise? Fu Xiang questioned, perplexed. If not from a great tribe, then where could they have emerged? The great shaman merely shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, back in Lin Ye's cave, a group of Huixiao tribe females gazed hungrily at the sizzling meat on the stone grill, not out of gluttony, but due to the irresistible aroma wafting through the air, especially when a fine, snow-like powder was sprinkled atop. The meat seemed to emanate an even more tantalizing fragrance. With a slurp, someone managed to swallow the drool that had nearly escaped, accompanied by a chorus of eager gulps from those around. Why not try a piece? Qiao Yujia suggested as for the beastmen, They could wait until they returned. Before she could finish her sentence, the females clamored to grab pieces from the stone grill, eager to taste. Ignoring the heat, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng exchanged glances, appalled to see them handling the sizzling meat with dirty fingers, as if they were watching a horror film. Why not try this? Qiao Yujia presented a pair of bamboo chopsticks to Hanyu and demonstrated by deftly lifting a piece of meat from the grill to her mouth. Exuding elegance and grace throughout the act, Jiajia, what is this? Hanyu asked, puzzled by the slender sticks in her hand. However, after witnessing Qiao Yujia's demonstration, she too wanted to give it a try. Yet, as she attempted to lift the meat, it slipped back onto the grill. With a gentle smile, Qiao Yujia reassured her, these are called chopsticks. With them, we can enjoy cooked food without burning ourselves, thus preventing illness. Illness? Regarding illness, Hanyu is aware, but why does eating also lead to sickness in beasts? Observing the bewildered expressions of the females, Qiao Yujia felt compelled to address the issue of hygiene. Otherwise, witnessing their darkened nails and fingers would dampen her appetite. When we venture out to gather, we inevitably become covered in dust if we do not clean ourselves thoroughly. Over time, our nails will turn black, harboring unseen insects. When we eat using our hands, we inadvertently consume these invisible critters, which then settle within our bodies, multiply, and eventually lead to our illness. As Qiao Yujia concluded her explanation, the females gasped in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that eating with their hands could result in sickness. Terrifying. Upon hearing this, one by one, they picked up the chopsticks offered by Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng. The quicker learners successfully enjoyed the roasted meat on the stone slab, while the slower ones eventually managed to partake as well. A few females still struggled with their chopsticks, and ultimately, those who could not grasp the technique resorted to spearing the meat with their utensils and placing it in their mouths. However, this was acceptable. It was their first time using chopsticks, and practice would surely make perfect. Delicious. Indeed, it is exquisite. The stone slab barbecue had thoroughly captivated the appetites of the females, each expressing their delight. Jiajia, what is that white powder resembling snow that you sprinkled on the roasted meat? Hanyu inquired, her mouth full, chewing and swallowing before looking curiously at Qiao Yujia. You mean this? Qiao Yujia opened a bamboo jar, and upon seeing Hanyu nod, she continued, this is called salt, derived from seawater. Salt is a valuable substance. If we consume it regularly, we will not feel dizzy or weak, and a little each day is beneficial for our health. The ingredient we used to cure the dried meat and pickled bamboo shoots earlier was salt. The females understood immediately. As their bodies were not as robust as those of the beast men, they were more susceptible to illness. After Qiao Yujia's enlightening remarks today, they began to take hygiene more seriously. For no one wishes to fall ill. The shaman, who had overheard Qiao Yujia's words, regarded the matter with utmost importance, more so than any other tribe member at that moment. Lin Ye and his companions returned to the cave, each carrying buckets brimming with seawater. Qiao Yujia directed several beastmen to light a fire in the makeshift stove outside the cave, then positioned the large stone pot used for boiling salt. Since there was only one pot for salt production, the process was somewhat slow. Satisfied that everything was under control, Qiao Yujia ventured into the cave, where the Tiger Howl tribe rested to check on their leader. Great shaman, how is the leader? Did he have a fever last night? No, the shaman replied, shaking his head. Qiao Yujia knelt to inspect Shi Chou's wound, astonished to see that in just one night, the ghastly gash on his abdomen had nearly healed. The wound is healing well. In a couple of days, the stitches should be removed. After speaking, she handed a jar of scar ointment to the shaman. Great shaman, take this ointment. Apply a little every night to aid the leader's recovery and prevent scarring, but do not apply too much. This is far too precious, the shaman remarked, gazing at the small jar of ointment. Although he cherished it, he recognized it as a treasure from the young female, and it appeared quite valuable. It's all right. Great shaman, keep it that I have plenty. It is not so precious. Qiao Yujia reassured him before stepping outside to join the fire where seawater was being boiled. At that moment, 2 large stone pots filled with seawater were added to the open space, which would expedite the process. It was not until dusk that Hongxia sauntered back to the cave. Flanked by 2 companions whose expressions were grave, they had witnessed something unsettling but were uncertain whether to inform the leader or the shaman. If they spoke up, would Hongxia face punishment? Conversely, if they remained silent, might Hongxia be expelled from the tribe? Their minds were in turmoil. grappling with the dilemma, feeling as though regardless of their choice, Hongxiao would suffer consequences, merely a matter of time. Thanks to Qiao Yujia as hygiene enlightenment. The females, after finishing their dinner, paired off to wash at the river, returning to the cave sparkling clean before resting. However, Hongxiao, the little troublemaker, found herself unable to sleep, harboring some mischievous scheme that it must be said that with such a female in the Tiger Howl tribe. Trouble was bound to arise over time that all fell into slumber, unbeknownst to them. A shadow stealthily approached in the night. Chapter 16. The large Radisha high, round moon hung in the sky. The wind rustling the treetops, creating a soothing sound. In the night, a slender figure skillfully evaded the guard's gaze, concealing their presence as they stealthily approached the center cave. Upon reaching Qiao Yujia's side, the figure paused, their face appearing strangely familiar. Who could it be? They crouched down, attempting to confirm whether Qiao Yujia was someone they recognized. Just as they were about to touch her face, the proximity inadvertently released their concealed presence, startling Lin Ye awake. Without hesitation, Lin Ye seized the wicked hand of the intruder aiming to assault his little female, and swiftly exited the cave. At that moment, Qiao Yujia was in a blissful slumber, and he wished not to awaken her. Qiao Yujia awoke to the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the cave, her stomach growling in response. Drowsily, she glanced towards the cave entrance, where a tall figure busily tended to the fire. Rising, Qiao Yujia approached the slender figure, crouching down beside him, her sleepy eyes fixated on the roasted meat in Lin Ye's hands, nearly drooling in anticipation. Jiajia is awake. Go wash up and then enjoy the roasted meat, Lin Ye said, turning to gently ruffle Qiao Yujia's fluffy hair, his eyes filled with affection. Mua, she nodded, raising her not yet clean face to gaze at Lin Ye before quickly planting a loud kiss on his cheek and dashing away. After Qiao Yujia departed, Lin Ye's lips curled into a delicate smile, brimming with satisfaction. In that moment, his heart soared with joy. Yet, he suddenly recalled the beast man from yesterday, who bore no traces of beast tribe scent. Furthermore, he seemed to possess a mysterious power that had caught Lin Ye off guard, nearly preventing his return. Who was that beast man? And from which tribe did he hail? How could he wield such extraordinary strength akin to that of the beast god? Before long, Qiao Yujia returned from the river, plopping down beside Lin Ye, her eyes still glued to the skewers of roasted meat. The meat is ready, Jiajia. Give it a try. Lin Ye blew on a perfectly roasted skewer before offering it to Qiao Yujia, encouraging her to taste it. This was the first time Lin Ye had prepared meat for Qiao Yujia, as she had always been the one to cook. She feared that Lin Ye might burn it. Considering he had never witnessed meat being roasted over a fire, it would be such a waste of food if he was inexperienced. Qiao Yujia accepted the roasted meat, taking a bite, the smoky, juicy flavor exploding in her mouth, prompting her to exclaim, "Delicious! Big Snake's skills are impressive. Keep it up." Lin Ye responded with a hum, and upon hearing Qiao Yujia's praise, his heart raced as if struck by a forceful blow. The freshly awakened Yu Sheng observed the smiling, delicate Lin Ye and felt a wave of unease wash over her. This slippery big snake surely harbors some ill intentions toward Jiajia. I must find a moment to warn her. She cannot be so easily deceived by a big snake. Yu Sheng believed that Lin Ye was plotting something nefarious, concerned for her friend A's well-being, and resolved to caution Qiao Yujia. However, she was unaware that Lin Ye's demeanor had merely shifted due to Qiao Yujia's compliment. If given the chance to converse with Yu Sheng, he would undoubtedly turn and walk away without a backward glance. As Qiao Yujia savored her roasted meat, she suddenly noticed the scars on Lin Ye's left arm. She promptly placed her skewer near the fire to warm it, and seized Lin Ye's left hand, feigning a reprimanding tone. What happened to this scar? This was, to be honest, merely a careless encounter with a branch. Lin Ye felt a twinge of guilt as he uttered these words, his eyes darting around nervously, for he alone knew that it was not a branch that had caused his injury, but rather an orc devoid of any beast-kin scent who had harmed him the previous day. He chose to remain silent to avoid causing worry for Qiao Yujia, yet it seemed he underestimated her. She possessed the ability to read the expressions of others. They asked for why she could do so. She herself was uncertain. She had inquired with her mother, but received no answers, and thus she accepted this as a part of her life. As it bore no significant impact, I see, be careful next time, she said softly, feigning comfort, while inwardly she had already mentally berated the deceitful figure before her, attempting to fool me, when that gaze clearly harbored secrets. Jiajia, could you take us out to gather nearby today? We are new to this area and unfamiliar with it, came the plaintive voice of a younger female from outside the cave, interrupting her thoughts. Upon looking up, Qiao Yujia recognized the small female who had spoken to her the day before. All right, just wait for me a moment, she replied, nodding before turning to retrieve a woven bamboo basket from within the cave. Originally, she had planned to accompany the female members of the Tiger Howl tribe to prepare dried meat today, but since someone had come to invite her to gather, she decided to join them. Hoping to discover some edible food along the way, as she prepared to step outside, she spotted Yusheng approaching and instructed her to gather the remaining females of the Tiger Howl tribe to continue the meat drying process. Before Yusheng could respond, Qiao Yujia had already exited, leaving Yusheng sulking with a look of utter disappointment at Jiajia. Why are you suddenly going out today? I hadn't even had a chance to say anything. As she reached Lin Ye's side, she shoved a vial of ointment into his hand. Remember to apply this, I'll deal with you when you return. After giving Lin Ye a sharp glare, she led Hong Yu and several other females towards the valley where they had discovered sweet potatoes, accompanied by a few strong warriors from the Tiger Howl tribe, primarily to ensure the safety of the females. After they departed, Lin Ye hastily consumed some roasted meat before calling for Bai Di to accompany him to check the hunting traps in the forest for any game that if they found none, they would have to collaborate to ensure sufficient food for the day. Meanwhile, the small valley was not far from the cave, and it was not long before Qiao Yujia and her companions arrived. This valley was abundant in resources, but the orcs on this continent only recognized fruits, so upon arrival, the females of the Tiger Howl tribe rushed towards the trees laden with bright red fruits, swiftly climbing up to pluck them. Only Qiao Yujia made her way toward the spot where she had previously dug for sweet potatoes, intending to harvest some to save as seeds for the coming spring. Jiajia, what is this? At that moment, Hong Yu approached Qiao Yujia, having not spotted her among the fruit trees. After scanning the area, she finally noticed the small figure crouched on the ground nearby, seemingly digging for something. Upon hearing the voice, Qiao Yujia looked up and saw it was Hong Yu. Didn't you eat this yesterday? She replied gently. Hong Yu gazed at the verdant leaves with a hint of confusion. Did we eat this yesterday? After pondering for a moment, she could not recall. However, when her eyes fell upon the long, purple-skinned food in Qiao Yujia's basket, they sparkled with realization. This is sweet potato. Yes, these are sweet potato leaves. They are edible, but those unaccustomed to them should refrain from trying. This little female was rather clever. Yet, why was she so thin? Did the Tiger Howl tribe not have enough to eat? Upon hearing that sweet potato leaves were edible, Hong Yu promptly plucked a leaf and tasted it, only to spit it out moments later. Yuck, it's not tasty. It's bitter. Here, drink some water. Seeing Hong Yu's reaction, Qiao Yujia couldn't help but smile. Quickly opening her bamboo tube and passing it to her, Hong Yu took the bamboo tube and drank eagerly. Feeling relieved after a couple of sips, she handed the tube back to Qiao Yujia, who closed it and placed it back in her basket. Eating it that way will surely be unpalatable. If you wish to try it, just take a little, and I'll prepare it for you upon our return. Really? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu eagerly gathered a handful of sweet potato leaves and placed them into the bamboo basket, while Qiao Yujia ventured deeper into the valley, hoping to discover new food sources or natural seasonings. Aside from the animal skin she wears, which differ from ours, and her somewhat fairer complexion compared to the females of the Beastman continent, she seems no different from us. Why did the great shaman claim she is not from a certain tribe? Fu Xiang had been observing Qiao Yujia closely, but aside from her unusual attire and fair skin, she bore no significant differences from the tribal females of the Beastman continent. She could not fathom why the shaman insisted that Qiao Yujia was not from a particular tribe. As Qiao Yujia walked ahead, she stumbled upon a familiar plant by a small pond. Perhaps her lucky charm was at work. She crouched down to examine it closely. The verdant leaves grew in clusters of 3 or 4. The upper leaves elongated and narrowing to a point, uncut or slightly lobed, and not clasping the stem. Isn't this a radish? But why do the leaves seem a bit tall? Could it be that the growing conditions on this continent are so favorable that they are overnourished? Qiao Yujia gazed at the radish leaves, which were nearly as long as her legs, intrigued. She took out her dagger and began to dig around the radish, thinking it would be easier to pull out. After digging for a while, she felt it was sufficient and stood up to begin pulling the radish, but no matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge. The radish remained firmly rooted. Jiajia, Just as she was about to give up, she heard Hong Yu's voice behind her, turning to see her rushing over. Hong Yu, come help. I found a new food. Upon hearing Qiao Yujia mention a new food, Hong Yu dashed over, soon joined by other curious females. Jiajia, what is this? Hong Yu inquired, eyeing the leaves that resembled wild greens with intrigue. This is a food called radish. These are its leaves. Qiao Yujia felt a surge of joy upon discovering the radish and continued. Moreover, there are many ways to prepare radish. When dried, they can be stored for the winter. Upon hearing that yet another food could be stored for winter, the females could hardly contain their excitement. Can this radish really be stored for winter? Fu Xiang asked eagerly, approaching Qiao Yujia. Qiao Yujia turned to face a strikingly graceful middle-aged female. Are you Baidi's mother? Yes, I am Baidi's mother. Fu Xiang, she replied with a nod. Then I shall call you Aunt Fu Xiang, Qiao Yujia said sweetly. That works for me. Subsequently, Qiao Yujia shared the method for drying radish slices with Fu Xiang and the others, who listened intently, fearful of missing any details, before each set off to pull radishes. Having dug around the radish for a while, Qiao Yujia still could not manage to pull it free and had to enlist Hong Yu's help. As the locals, even the females, were undoubtedly stronger than her. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Hong Yu extracted a radish as thick as her thighs and as long as her arms. Wow, what a huge radish! Radish soup, spicy dried radish, sour radish soup. Watching the plump white radishes being pulled from the ground, Qiao Yujia's mouth watered at the thought of all the delicious dishes she could make. Jiajia, there are too many radishes. The bamboo basket can't hold them all, Hong Yu said, glancing at the plump radishes harvested by her fellow tribeswomen, noticing that everyone's baskets were overflowing. These are all edible food. Qiao Yujia surveyed the small baskets in their hands, realizing they were far too small to contain such large radishes. After a thorough search, she spotted some thinner vines nearby and fashioned a large net. Dragging it toward the spot where they had found the radishes, everyone placed the large radishes in this net and let the warrior males help carry them back. Upon hearing this, the females unanimously deemed it a splendid idea, and thus they began to stack the harvested radishes within the vine netting. They then summoned the orc warriors responsible for security, requesting them to transform into their beastly forms to carry the hefty radishes back home. Chapter 17. Radish and pork rib soup. Today, due to an abundant harvest, Qiao Yujia and her companions returned quite early. Just as the sun began to pass overhead, the hunting and gathering teams arrived in succession at the entrance of the cave, where the females outside were still busy smoking the jerky. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of the drying meat, mingled with the fresh scent of bamboo shoots that lie in plain sight. A large stone pot was set up, with Yusheng leading a group of females and preparing a meal. Seeing the bounty on both sides, the tribespeople rushed over to lend a hand, their faces alight with joy. Jiajia, you're back. Did you find new food? Upon spotting Qiao Yujia at the clearing outside the cave, Yusheng hastily discarded the firewood in her hands and rushed over, the two embracing warmly to a tea that moment. Lin Ye, who happened to be passing by, couldn't help but wear a look of grievance. Why didn't Jiajia hug me first? Ah Shang, let me tell you. Today we discovered a vast field of radishes, and they're enormous, so thick. As Qiao Yujia spoke, she gestured to illustrate the size of the large white radishes they had found. Listening to her enthusiastic description, Yusheng's eyes sparkled with wonder, as if countless stars were twinkling within them. Then she glanced at the large white radishes nestled in the vine netting, all plump and inviting, making them appear utterly delectable. Just then, Lin Ye and the others returned, and Qiao Yujia suggested, let us make radish and pork rib soup today. Reflecting on how they had discarded the bones yesterday, Qiao Yujia felt it was indeed wasteful. If they could save them to make a hearty bone broth for the cubs, it would be splendid, especially considering the sick ones. Upon hearing the mention of radish and pork rib soup, Yusheng could not suppress her salivation. Due to their neighboring households and their amicable relationship, Yusheng frequently visited Qiao Yujia's home to partake in meals. She remarked, it's not that my own mother's cooking is unappetizing, but Qiao Yujia's mother's dishes are simply too fragrant. Moreover, every time Yusheng visited, Qiao Yujia's mother would invariably prepare radish and pork rib soup, a delightful combination that perfectly catered to both of their tastes. Observing her friend's eager demeanor, Qiao Yujia found herself amused by Yusheng's insatiable appetite, pondering how such a voraciousness had come to be. Shang. Why don't you guide them to stir-fry the bamboo shoots with meat first? I'll take a few people to wash the large radishes. Soon, we shall indulge in radish and pork rib soup. Qiao Yujia patted Yu Sheng's shoulder, signaling her to proceed with the stir-fry. Lest they end up with half-cooked bamboo shoots. Watching Yu Sheng skip away joyfully, Qiao Yujia turned to Hong Yu, speaking gently. Hong Yu, let us take a few large radishes to the riverbank to wash them clean. We'll prepare a delicious meal for you all shortly. All right. Upon hearing Qiao Yujia mention a delightful meal, Hong Yu eagerly nodded her head, turning to gather over 10 plump white radishes with a few familiar young females. And together they made their way to the riverbank to wash them clean. Meanwhile, Fu Xiang and several other mothers, already tending to their cubs, assisted with the jerky preparation that in no time. The clearing in front of the cave was bustling with activity. However, the indolent Hong Xia, who had not helped with any tasks, was inside the cave, observing Hong Yu sharing laughter with the female she despised. Indeed, a wretched female can only associate with another of her kind. She scoffed, and that detestable Hong Yu, finding new food today, but not bringing any to me first. How audacious. Humph. Once winter has passed, I shall speak to the shaman, asking him to pray to the beast god to sever our sisterly bond. Then Hong Yu will no longer be my little sister. She will be nothing but a thorough slave. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Hong Xia suddenly felt her scheme was rather brilliant. And with a cheerful disposition, she returned to the cave to rest at the riverbank. Qiao Yujia led Hong Yu and the other young females in washing the large white radishes. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Lin Ye. Both of them instantly blushing like cooked shrimp. Seeing Lin Ye and the others preparing to divide the prey, Qiao Yujia hurried over, gazing longingly at the large bones and shaking her head in regret. What a pity! All the meat has been cleaned off the bones. Jiajia, are you interested in those large bones from the prey? Lin Ye, captivated by the sight of his beloved female's sparkling eyes fixated on the cleaned bones, felt a pang of admiration. Yes, Qiao Yujia nodded, but soon felt a chill of disappointment. However, the meat has all been stripped away. Bones. Meat? Lin Ye pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Jiajia, bones aren't edible. What do you need them for? He couldn't quite grasp why Qiao Yujia desired the prey's bones, knowing they were inedible, yet hearing her words, it sounded as though she intended to consume the bones. The nearby males shook their heads in unison, advising Qiao Yujia against pursuing the bones. Don't underestimate me. Today I shall show you whether these bones can be eaten. With that, she produced a dagger and began to gut a wild boar, extracting the meaty bones. However, Qiao Yujia soon realized her dagger was too small for the task. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she turned to Lin Ye, a mischievous smile spreading across her face, filled with calculated intent. Hey, big snake, could you help me cut these meaty bones into palm-sized pieces? Qiao Yujia gazed at Lin Ye with a captivating look. Lin Ye swallowed hard, feeling a fire within him that needed to be quelled. Yet surrounded by so many, he could only suppress that flamed, I suddenly feel so pitiful, only able to watch and not partake. All right. Lin Ye nodded, his claws transforming into sharp talons, swiftly slicing the extracted meaty bones into uniformly sized chunks before Qiao Yujia. Qiao Yujia beamed at him, then joyfully placed the neatly cut meat bones into a bamboo basket, heading to the riverbank for a thorough wash. Before long, Qiao Yujia returned to the clearing in front of the cave, accompanied by Hong Yu and the others, having prepared the ingredients. Jiajia, I've already set water to boil in another large stone pot. Upon seeing Qiao Yujia arrive, Yu Sheng rushed over to inform her. Urgency etched across her face, clearly eager for Qiao Yujia to hasten the preparation of the radish and pork rib soup. It was no wonder she was anxious. Ever since they arrived, their meals had consisted solely of roasted sweet potatoes and meats. Yesterday, they had unearthed bamboo shoots, making a stir-fry, but the remainder was turned into pickled shoots. Today, the prospect of enjoying a warm soup was too tantalizing to resist, hence Yu Sheng's impatience. All right, just a moment. We shall eat soon. Amused by her eagerness, Qiao Yujia found it comical, as if she hadn't tasted soup in ages. Yet, reflecting on it, she realized it had indeed been several days since she had enjoyed a warm broth. Seeing Sheng so eager, she too felt a longing for that flavor. Without delay, seizing the opportunity while the water in the stone pot boiled, Qiao Yujia placed the meat bones from the bamboo basket into a large wooden basin. slicing a few pieces of ginger and adding a pinch of salt to marinate the meat and eliminate any gamey scent. Then, she chopped the cleaned large white radishes into even, palm-sized chunks for later use. Throughout this process, the females from the Tiger Roar tribe remained closely gathered, anxious not to miss a single step. As the water boiled, Qiao Yujia added more firewood to the flames, intensifying the heat. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she added the marinated meat bones, allowing them to simmer until no blood seeped from them. During this time, she skillfully skimmed off the froth that appeared, using the large wooden ladle specially crafted by Lin Ye, ensuring that only the purest broth remained. After achieving a clean broth, Qiao Yujia added more water to the stone pot, and it wasn't that she was stingy and unwilling to reserve a rich broth. Rather, with more people around than just herself and Lin Ye, it was necessary to increase the quantity so that everyone could savor a satisfying meal or at least sample the delicacy. Once the water boiled again, Qiao Yujia placed the cut white radish pieces into the pot, sprinkling a dash of salt before covering it with a wooden lid, patiently awaiting the flavors to melt. Listening to the bubbling sounds of the soup, Yusheng could hardly contain herself, casting a pitiful glance at Qiao Yujia. Jiajia, can we eat now? Qiao Yujia shook her head. Not yet. We've just covered the pot. The bamboo shoot stir-fry is ready, so take a few females and help distribute the dishes first. All right, I'm on it. Upon finishing her words, Yusheng swiftly made her way to the stone pot on the other side. Lifting the lid of the pot containing the warm stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat, a fragrant aroma, intertwined with the scent of meat, wafted through the air, reaching the nostrils of every orc present. The orcs and females, engrossed in their tasks, set down their belongings and gradually made their way to the clearing in front of the cave, but in no time. The sound of eager swallowing surrounded Yusheng by the stone pot, evoking amusement in Qiao Yujia and Yusheng. Seizing the moment while the soup in her own stone pot continued to simmer, Qiao Yujia hurried over to lend a hand. The others fetched their bamboo bowls and lined up. One by one, but just as Qiao Yujia finished speaking, both orc and female alike dashed back into the cave to retrieve the bamboo bowls they had crafted the previous day, quickly forming an orderly queue in front of the stone pot. Observing the neatly arranged line, Qiao Yujia and Yusheng could only express their astonishment. It seemed they had not been strangers to lining up in their former tribe, with the queue now orderly. Qiao Yujia and Yusheng filled each bamboo bowl with generous portions of the stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. The satisfied orcs and females found places to sit in the cooking area, eager to dig into their bowls. However, upon noticing that the females were using slender chopsticks to eat, the orcs sought out 2 clean twigs, ready to give it a try. Yet, while the chopsticks appeared to be effortlessly maneuvered in the hands of the females, they proved rather unruly in the orcs' grasp. Just as frustration began to set in, a female with a partner approached to teach her mate how to use the chopsticks, prompting the unaccompanied ones to follow suit. It must be said that the orcs demonstrated remarkable learning abilities, as within no time, they had mastered the use of chopsticks. For the first time, they savored delicious food with something other than their hands, each unable to suppress their exclamations of delight. Noticing that the orcs and females had all been served, yet not spotting the great shaman, Qiao Yujia took a bamboo bowl filled with stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat and ventured into another cave. Great shaman, the food is ready. Please have a bit now. There will be soup shortly. Qiao Yujia offered the bowl to the great shaman, also demonstrating how to use chopsticks. Thank you, Yujia, the great shaman replied. No need for thanks. Take your time, great shaman. I must return to help. With that, Qiao Yujia exited, mindful that another pot of soup awaited her, lest it burn. Returning to the stone pot, she lifted the wooden lid, revealing a creamy broth that greeted her eyes. Yusheng, drawn by the familiar scent, approached eagerly. In her haste to taste the radish and pork rib soup, she quickly stuffed the stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat into her mouth, her puffy cheeks rendering her utterly adorable. Qiao Yujia ladled herself a bowl of the radish and pork rib soup, savoring a sip that instantly warmed her entire being, making her feel revitalized. Jiajia, how is it? Is it delicious? Yusheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It is delightful. However, it pales in comparison to my mother's cooking. Alas, it lacks a few seasonings as long as it's edible. After saying this, Yusheng too served herself a bowl of the radish and pork rib soup. A warm sip coursed down her throat, and she blissfully squinted her eyes. Nearby, Bai Di observed and smiled at the scene. Sensing the appetizing aroma, the orcs and females who had finished their meal returned to fill their bowls with radish and pork rib soup. Each bowl contained 3 substantial bones and some radish. And with a sip of the soup, the autumn breeze lost its chill. The midday meal concluded amidst the joyous laughter of the tribe. And after washing their bamboo bowls, they resumed their labors in preparing food for the winter. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, numerous fires were lit in the cooking area, illuminating the night and providing a touch of warmth. The evening meal still featured the radish and pork rib soup, and amid the cool breeze, a bite of soup followed by a bite of roasted meat was pure bliss. The members of the Tiger Howl tribe indulged in their feast with unparalleled abandon. Their bellies round and full, while the young cubs and females enjoyed their meals with delighted, greasy smiles. As night fell, apart from the orc warriors on watch, the tribe extinguished their fires and retreated to their caves for slumber. In the darkness, a tall figure stealthily approached the central cave, yet this time, he did not enter but instead circled the cave before quietly departing. Chapter 18. Coma taking advantage of the cover of night. The man distanced himself from the temporary encampment of the Tiger Howl tribe, heading towards the boundary forest of the desolate plains. However, upon reaching this vicinity, escape proved far from simple, especially for someone as nefarious as he. As he neared the boundary, a sudden impact reverberated through the air. He was indeed halted by an invisible wall. Cough, cough. What is this? The forceful collision caused him to cough up blood, and as he raised his hand to touch the unseen barrier before him, confusion washed over him. What on earth was this invisible wall? As he made contact, ripples of light danced across its surface, and he sensed a potent and perilous energy emanating from it. Damn it! Let me shatter you. Realizing a safe exit was unattainable, he resolved to break through forcefully. Gathering a surge of dark green energy in his hands, he raised it high to form a massive sphere of light and hurled it at the invisible wall. Bang! Bang! He struck the barrier twice with his colossal spheres, yet the wall showed no signs of damage or even a crack. At that same moment, Qiao Yujia, deep in slumber within the cave, suddenly awoke with a start. Coughing up blood, Jiajia, what happened? Lin Ye, upon catching the scent of blood, jolted awake only to find Qiao Yujia with blood trickling from her lips. He attempted to rouse her, but she lay in a coma, unresponsive to his calls. Cough, cough. The turmoil did not end there. Within the same cave, Yusheng also succumbed to unconsciousness after spitting blood. Shang. Wait. I'll fetch the great shaman. From the initial sense of unease to the alarming sight of blood, Bai Di's composure shattered. Upon seeing Lin Ye, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and bolted from the cave. Great shaman! Great shaman! Bai Di rushed to the adjacent cave, frantically searching for the great shaman. Upon reaching the depths of the cave, he spotted the great shaman and urgently called out, Great shaman, wake up! Bai Di, what is the meaning of this? The great shaman, roused from a deep slumber, was irked by the interruption. Having been jolted awake by such a frantic child, he struck Bai Di lightly with his wooden staff in annoyance. The once composed young deputy of the Tiger Howl tribe had become a flurry of activity ever since encountering the charming young female. Yusheng, great shaman. It's dire. Sheng and Jiajia have suddenly vomited blood and fallen unconscious. Bai Di, undeterred by the great shaman's taps, remained steadfast. The elder's strength was waning, and he had grown accustomed to such gentle reprimands from the older females. He paid them no mind. What did you say? Upon hearing Bai Di's words, the great shaman froze momentarily before exclaiming, Quick! We must go check. He grasped Bai Di's hand and hurried out of the cave. Bai Di's frantic demeanor had alerted many within the nearby cave, particularly Fu Xiang, who upon learning that Yusheng and Qiao Yujia had both vomited blood, sensed impending doom. Her precious child had finally taken a liking to a satisfactory young female. She could not allow this to end in a meeting with the beast god. After the great shaman and Bai Di departed, Fu Xiang followed closely behind, emerging from the cave in a dim corner of the cave. Hong Xia, awakened by the commotion, gazed ominously at the cave's entrance, seemingly lost in thought. Vomiting blood? Could those two wretched females be on their way to meet the beast god? If that were the case, how splendid it would be. Bai Di and that handsome snake orc would then be mine. While the other orcs and females may not have heard Hong Xia's inner musings, the beast god, revered as a deity across the orc continent, was certainly no insignificant figure in the realm of the beast gods, a certain deity, enjoying a leisurely respite, suddenly caught wind of Hong Xia's thoughts and promptly dismissed them. I cannot accept either of those two. Little females, do not speak such slander. It is not right to defame others. I had finally found a respite from the trivial matters of the continent, only to encounter such malicious intent from a small female. Nevertheless, if those two return, I shall not intervene. They must take responsibility for their own actions. The deity observed the visage reflected in the crystal ball, one seemingly poisoned, and shook his head before resuming his leisurely existence. The great shaman, supported by Baidi, entered the central cave, illuminated by the flickering firelight, revealing the two unconscious figures, blood continuing to flow from their lips. The great shaman first assessed Qiao Yujia's condition, then moved to check on Yushang. After examining both, he shook his head. Great shaman, what is their condition? The White Emperor observed the helpless shake of the great shaman's head. Yet he was reluctant to accept this reality. He steadied his emotions and inquired about Yushang and her companion. Lin Ye, who stood nearby, also witnessed the great shaman's resigned gesture, tightly clutching his beloved small female. Unwilling to let go, he could not accept that his cherished companion had already met the beast god, for he could still feel the faint warmth of breath from her, affirming that she was alive and had not yet gone to the beast god. Indeed, it had to be so. The life forces of Baidi, Sheng Zai Zai, and Yujia Zai Zai were alarmingly faint, perhaps not surviving until the morrow. The final few words remained unuttered by the great shaman, for she too found it hard to believe that these two young, yet to mature females were destined to meet the beast god. Impossible. Impossible. Upon hearing the great shaman's words, despair enveloped the White Emperor, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. This was his first infatuation. How could she so easily be destined to meet the beast god? No, there must still be hope. Yes, there must be a way to save her. The White Emperor incessantly reassured himself, refusing to believe that his beloved female could simply depart so soon. Surely, other methods existed to rescue her. With this determination, the White Emperor rose and hastily approached Yushang. Lifting her gently, the supple rabbit pelt dampened in the water of a nearby wooden tub as he wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. He understood Yushang, like Qiao Yujia, cherished cleanliness, often washing herself by the river each night. Even when exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, if she could not manage, the White Emperor would assist in cleansing her body, but only the skin exposed to the elements. Outside the cave, Fu Xiang gazed at her offspring's weakened state, her heart aching. Such a fine young female, destined to meet the beast god. Meanwhile, Lin Ye remained steadfast, tightly embracing Qiao Yujia, as a gentle breeze carried a sweet fragrance to his nostrils. Lowering his gaze to the small female in his arms, he was drawn to the blood trickling from her lips, although he had tasted the blood of beasts during hunts before her arrival. That foul metallic scent was now replaced by an enticing sweetness, igniting an uncontrollable urge within him. Without a second thought, he hastily fled the cave, clutching Qiao Yujia, while Fu Xiang merely noticed a fleeting shadow pass by before everything fell silent. The White Emperor, devoid of vitality, continued to wipe the blood from Yushang's lips. The great shaman shook her head one last time before departing the cave, and Fu Xiang stepped forward to support her towards another cave. In a corner, Hong Xia observed the great shaman being assisted by Fu Xiang, her expression one of resignation, realizing that the two females she despised were beyond salvation. Perhaps they were already in the presence of the beast god. And from tomorrow onward, the White Emperor and that handsome serpent beast man would be hers. Merely contemplating this brought her joy. Meanwhile, at the border of the Wuhuang Plains, a man relentlessly hurled massive orbs of light at an invisible barrier. Yet after several attempts, no cracks appeared. Outside the forest boundary, Hu Ba and Bao Feng fidgeted anxiously. Bao Feng, the leader has been inside for nearly a day. Why hasn't he emerged? Hu Ba paced beneath a tree, glancing at Bao Feng's calm demeanor, expecting him to offer some reassurance. However, Bao Feng's response left him momentarily speechless. Stop pacing. It will make you dizzy. The leader is powerful. You have witnessed his use of that mysterious energy before. Surely he will emerge shortly. Patience is required. Bao Feng's sudden transformation from anxiety to tranquility was stark, leaving Hu Ba bewildered. Meanwhile, Lin Ye carried Qiao Yujia deeper into the woods behind the cave, stopping at a mist-shrouded pool, where he gently placed her down. This pool had existed since Lin Ye's earliest memories, surrounded by steam. Although he was a serpent beast man, he enjoyed soaking in this pool. Until the arrival of Qiao Yujia and the others caused him to temporarily forget it in the heart of the Wuhuang Plains. Only Lin Ye's family resided. Other beast clans established their tribes outside. And within this territory, few could enter without his consent. He had previously told Qiao Yujia that serpent beast cubs were abandoned by their parents upon maturity to fend for themselves. A tale he now recognized as falsehood. While he was unsure about other serpent clans, his parents had cherished him dearly, remaining concerned for him until their last breaths in the presence of the beast god. Unable to leave him to survive alone, yet as their lives drew to a close, what could he do to wrestle with fate? Even the beast god, revered by all beastmen, might not prevail against destiny to grant oneself a fleeting taste of freedom. As the steam evaporated into mist, enveloping the forest, the fragrant scent wafted into Lin Ye's nostrils. Though he did not wish to harm Qiao Yujia, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the urge within him. Lowering himself over her, he gently licked the blood from her lips, the taste akin to a potent elixir, intoxicating him in an instant. He recalled the feeling of restraint from their first encounter, his gaze darkening as he realized the exceptional nature of the small female before him. Although her blood could induce addiction, excessive consumption would prove overwhelming. Lin Ye, mindful of moderation, ceased his licking but instead retrieved a small piece of serpent shedding, moistening it in the pool's water to cleanse her wounds before returning her to the cave for rest. The following day, after several days of slumber, the chieftain of the Qiao tribe finally awoke, his wounds nearly healed, the once shocking scars now mere faint traces. "Chieftain, you have awakened?" The great shaman, who had been tending to him, expressed her joy, yet her demeanor shifted as a shadow crossed her eyes. "Great shaman, what troubles you? You appear somewhat disheartened." Though it was not uncommon for her to exhibit such emotions, the chieftain noticed a similar expression on the faces of the other tribesmen. Even Fu Xiang, usually gentle, appeared oddly unsettled. With a sigh, the great shaman recounted the events of the previous night. "What?" the chieftain exclaimed, feeling a twinge of regret. Truthfully, he had held a favorable impression of Yushang. Despite her physical frailty, she was far superior to the domineering Hong Xia. Now she was destined to meet the beast god, a notion hard to bear in contrast, in the corner of the cave. Hong Xia wore a triumphant smile. The Tiger Howl tribe's members, having witnessed the two small females who could provide sustenance suddenly collapse, perhaps on the brink of meeting the beast god, wore expressions of discontent. The fires used for boiling seawater into salt and smoking meats had been extinguished, while the females weaving bamboo baskets paused their tasks. The entire Tiger Howl tribe seemed to mourn for Qiao Yujia and Yushang. However, considering the tribe's need for sustenance, the hunting party, despite the absence of the White Emperor and Lin Ye, ventured to set traps and procure game. The somber atmosphere persisted for 2 days, as the body temperatures of Qiao Yujia and Yushang gradually fell, growing increasingly cold. Meanwhile, at the border of the Wuhuang Plains, the man finally shattered the invisible wall with his glowing orbs, creating a fissure as the crack widened. He seized the opportunity to escape the Wuhuang Plains. His body marred with injuries from overexertion, urgently needing to return for treatment. Once he departed, the invisible wall behind him seemed to possess awareness, self-repairing and reconnecting the breached sections. Chapter 19. Blessings of the Beast God. The disheveled man halted upon seeing Hu Ba and Bao Feng, feigning nonchalance as he approached them. "Leader, you have returned," Hu Ba exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him. The man coldly replied, "I've returned," and brushed past the two beasts. "Leader, are we not attacking the Tiger Howl tribe?" Hu Ba, perplexed by the man's abrupt departure, questioned. "Can you even enter?" the man retorted, and seeing their silence, he continued, "That place is not simple." With that, he departed, leaving Hu Ba and Bao Feng exchanging bewildered glances. Contemplating the man's words, "Bao Feng, what do you think the leader meant by that last remark?" Hu Ba raised his hand to scratch his head, comprehending the meaning behind the man's first words. However, the second statement left him somewhat perplexed as for that invisible barrier. It was indeed impassable for them. Yet was not the leader capable of entering? Could the leader not simply launch an assault on the Qiao tribe alone? Fortuitously, the man remained oblivious to Hu Ba's thoughts. Had he known, it would surely have led to his understanding of what it meant to be utterly obliterated. "I don't know." Leopard Peak shook his head and continued. "Let us hasten to follow the leader. Since he has declared that we shall not attack the Qiao tribe for the time being, Let them frolic for a few days. After finishing his words, Leopard Peak dashed after the man clad in emerald robes. Upon hearing this, Huba found it to be quite reasonable and thus followed suit, pursuing Leopard Peak. Meanwhile, Wu Bai, the high shaman, gazed helplessly at the two lifeless figures. Shaking her head in resignation, she was utterly at a loss, and moreover, Qiao Yujia and Yusheng's bodies had already grown cold. Unless the beast god manifested his divine presence, even her centuries of existence would not suffice to resurrect them. Great shaman, is there truly no way to bring Sheng back to life? Can you not save Yusheng? Upon witnessing the shaman shake her head, Bai Di felt an emptiness within him, as though a void had been carved out. Impossible to fill, he fervently prayed for Wu Bai to save Yusheng, yet the shaman consistently affirmed her inability to assist. Fu Xiang, watching her offspring, was filled with sorrow. Bai Di, you must allow Sheng to depart joyfully to meet the beast god. If she sees you in such a state, it will surely sadden her. Fu Xiang approached and patted Bai Di's shoulder, signaling him to quell his sorrow. If Yusheng were to witness Bai Di's grief, she would not find happiness upon reaching the beast god. Indeed, if I remain in such despair, Yusheng will undoubtedly worry for me upon arriving at the beast god's side, and in turn, she will not be happy. For Yusheng's sake, I must not succumb to sorrow. Mother, I understand now. I will ensure that Yusheng departs without unhappiness. It is often said that a single word from a sovereign is worth more than a decade of study. Yet, a word from a mother surpasses countless teachings. After being swayed by Fu Xiang's counsel, Bai Di resolved to not allow Yusheng to leave in sadness. Carry them both to the clearing outside the cave. We shall bid them farewell one last time. After speaking, the shaman stepped outside, believing it necessary for the emperor and Lin Ye to properly say their goodbyes to Qiao Yujia and Yusheng. Fu Xiang, realizing she had little else to offer in terms of counsel, followed the shaman out of the cave, leaving behind the two beasts and the already cold bodies. Jiajia, I will find a way to save you. I will not permit you to meet the beast god so soon. Lin Ye held tightly to Qiao Yujia's icy form, silently vowing to devise a means to rescue her. Qiao Yujia was the first female he had ever cherished. He could not allow her to meet the beast god prematurely. They still had countless endeavors to pursue together, including the desire to raise many little snakes, living a carefree life. After the shaman and Fu Xiang emerged, they, along with others, gathered in a nearby clearing before the cave, encircling a pyre of kindling constructed from stones, piled high with twigs collected over the past few days, and prepared the cattle and sheep obtained from recent hunts. Cleaned and arranged around the fire. Chieftain, have someone summoned Bai Di to bring Sheng out. It is time for her to depart. Once everything was prepared, the shaman turned to Shi Qiao, instructing him to send for Bai Di to carry Yusheng out. The shaman was preparing to conduct a cremation for Qiao Yujia and Yusheng, the highest honor accorded on the Beastmen continent. Fire was regarded by the Beastmen as the divine flame bestowed by the beast god, used to incinerate the bodies of deceased beasts, guiding their spirits towards the realm of the beast god. Shi Qiao nodded and promptly led several beastmen into the cave's interior. Meanwhile, the two individuals still in a state of unconsciousness remained unaware that they were about to be cremated, lost within the labyrinth of their dreams. Where is this place? I've been walking for so long. Why can I not find my way out? Where has Jiajia gone? Never mind. I shall simply let fate take its course. As the path ahead stretched interminably, Yusheng resigned herself and plopped down on the grass, surrendering to despair. She yearned to simply close her eyes and awaken in the modern world, where she could reunite with her beloved mother and indulge in the plethora of snacks within her pantry. The thought alone was exhilarating. At that moment, Qiao Yujia found herself disoriented, unaware of her surroundings, believing she had traversed into another realm, surrounded by vibrantly colored snakes, each as thick as her body. The longest among them measured about 5 meters, the shortest around 3. She sat in the midst of these serpents as though she were prey, as they occasionally nudged one another or hissed softly, seemingly discussing who should feast first. Sitting amidst the snakes, Qiao Yujia trembled, entirely forgetting her ability to control beasts, while the two wandered aimlessly in their dreams, outside the dreamscape. Shi Qiao had successfully comforted Bai Di and Lin Ye, who carried the two women to the clearing before the cave. The two bid their final farewells to their cherished females, cradling them and laying Qiao Yujia and Yusheng upon the pyre of dry branches. The shaman, standing before the pyre, communicated with the beast god, humming an incomprehensible tune while singing and dancing. Previously, the Huxiao tribe had a priest, but since the last priest had departed to meet the beast god and left no disciples, the weighty task of communicating with the divine now rested upon the shaman. When the song came to an end, the shaman ceased her dance, and with a commanding voice, proclaimed, "Ignite." The beast man holding the torch set ablaze the kindling encircled by stones. As the sacred fire gradually consumed the wood, rising in thick plumes of smoke that in the realm of dreams, the two felt an unbearable heat, as though engulfed by flames, writhing in discomfort. The large snakes surrounding Qiao Yujia, noticing her distress, cautiously drew closer. One white serpent gently coiled its tail around her waist, drawing her close and extending its cool tongue to lick her body. Despite feeling the scorching heat upon its tongue, it continued in a bid to alleviate her suffering. Yet, the white serpent found that the more it licked, the hotter Qiao Yujia became to tea that moment. Qiao Yujia felt as though she were trapped in a sea of flames, unable to escape to a cool refuge. Yu Sheng, overwhelmed, writhed on the ground, alone and without aid, reliant solely on her own strength to endure. After what felt like an eternity, both women sensed an icy sensation that stirred them from their dreams. Opening their eyes to disparate scenes, Qiao Yujia beheld a white serpent, its tongue flicking out, continuously licking her, while Yusheng found herself submerged in an ocean. After a while longer, the two experienced an even more frigid chill, observing the white serpent cradling Qiao Yujia upon its body, coiling into a spiral with its head facing her. This sight nearly startled her heart out of her chest. Meanwhile, Yusheng began to sink slowly beneath the water's surface, which left her terrified. "Ah!" they both shrieked in unison. Upon awakening once more, they discovered themselves engulfed in flames, turning to gaze at one another in bewilderment. "Surely, we have not traversed realms once more, have we?" Ah! They assumed they had shifted dimensions again, letting out another round of screams. This time, their cries resonated louder, piercing through the flames barrier and reaching the ears of the beast men of the Huxiao tribe. Hongxia believed that Bai Di and Lin Ye would never again see Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng. Yet unexpectedly, their cries emanated from the heart of the fire. The beastmen of the Huxiao tribe exchanged bewildered glances. How could it be that the two young females, who had departed to meet the beast god, were now calling out from within the flames? Bai Di and Lin Ye, keenly attuned to their voices, rushed into the inferno without hesitation, despite the attempts of the other beastmen to restrain them. Within the pyre, Qiao Yujia and Yusheng soon realized that the flames did not burn them, but rather encircled them. "What is this?" Through the flames, Qiao Yujia discerned a shimmering blue orb of water enveloping both her and Yusheng, shielding them from the scorching heat. "Jiajia, Yusheng." At that moment, the voices of Lin Ye and Bai Di pierced through, disrupting the awkward tension between the two. "Oh, my beast god. How can these two youngsters be so reckless with their lives? Quickly, extinguish the flames." The shaman's authoritative command rang out. The beastmen hurried to fetch small buckets, rushing to the riverbank to collect water. The first beastman to arrive threw the contents of his bucket onto the pyre. After a while, the beastmen had gathered nearly 20 buckets of water and finally managed to extinguish the flames engulfing the pyre. Bai Di and the two petite figures emerged before the astonished eyes of the Huxiao tribe's beastmen. For a moment, the beastmen exchanged incredulous glances before erupting in jubilant cheers, their joyous voices resonating loudly across the desolate plains. "Blessed by the beast god! Blessed by the beast god! Blessed indeed!" The shaman trembled with reverence, kneeling in homage. Seeing this, the gathered tribesfolk echoed, "Blessed by the beast god, by the grace of the beast god." Subsequently, the grand shaman rose and approached the two individuals. It was her first encounter with such a phenomenon of death and rebirth. Truly, it was the protection of the esteemed beast god. Thus, the identities of these two little females were beyond doubt. It seemed imperative to find an opportune time to inform the clan leader and the two young females, and then to offer prayers to the beast god. Observing Bai Di and Lin Ye engrossed in each other's company, Hongxia stamped her foot in frustration before retreating into another cave. Her two companions, noticing something amiss with Hongxia, followed her in, anxious about any potential trouble. "Jiajia, are you all right?" Lin Ye gazed at the pristine little female before him, devoid of any injuries, and felt his eyes well up with tears that threatened to spill. "I'm fine now." "She," Please don't see or why that it pains my heart, Qiao Yujia said, observing Lin Ye's tear-filled eyes, which made him appear irresistibly alluring, akin to a beguiling fairy tempting one to sin. Xing, are you all right? Bai Di exclaimed upon realizing that Xing's body was warm, not the cold, lifeless form he had feared. I knew it. Sheng is not dead. She has not gone to meet the beast god. She has returned to life. Bai Di cried. Oh, did you know? I dreamed of being alone, falling into the water, and then awakening to find myself engulfed in flames. It was terrifying. Sheng tightened her embrace around Bai Di's neck, terrified of falling back into the inferno. It was the most harrowing experience of her life. Almost being burned to a crisp. Fear not. I shall always be by your side, Bai Di reassured her, his words heartfelt. The two of them carefully lifted Qiao Yujia and Sheng from the extinguished pyre and approached the Grand Shaman. Qiao Yujia signaled Lin Ye to set her down. Grand Shaman, what is happening? Why are the beast men and the females gathered here? Although Qiao Yujia had moved past the ordeal of being placed upon the fire, she was still curious about the crowd surrounding her, and Sheng, it is well that you are unharmed. Let us speak within the cave. The Grand Shaman noted that neither of them bore even a singe mark, and that their garments remained as ethereal as before. After offering some comforting words, she beckoned them to enter the cave. Once the Grand Shaman and her companions departed, Qiao ushered the clan members away from the fire, urging them to attend to their own tasks and not to delay the winter preparations. The clan members, seeing that the Grand Shaman and the clan leader had left, hastily cleaned up the remnants of the fire and prepared offerings for the beast god, returning to their previous joviality. Bustling about in the cave, the Grand Shaman regarded the two little females with gleaming eyes, evoking a sensation in Qiao Yujia and Sheng that was difficult to articulate. Chapter 20. The Legends of the Beastman Continent. The two girls felt the piercing gaze of the Grand Shaman, akin to that of a wolf or tiger, prompting them to cling tightly to one another. What should we do? It feels as though the Grand Shaman's gaze upon us is rather unsettling. Sheng whispered, Steady, steady. Perhaps the Grand Shaman merely wishes to convey something to us. Qiao Yujia reassured her. Noticing Sheng's trembling form, she gently patted her back, indicating that there was no malice in the Grand Shaman's predatory gaze. As if confirming Qiao Yujia's assumption, the Grand Shaman bore no ill intent towards them. She merely sought to ascertain a particular matter. However, upon seeing the two little females quaking before her, she felt a pang of sympathy and softened her fierce gaze. Yujia and Sheng, have you not already met the esteemed beast god? Why have you suddenly awakened again? Although these questions were difficult for Qiao Yujia and Sheng to confront, the Grand Shaman deemed it necessary to inquire. Just then, Qiao had arranged everything and entered the cave with Fu Xiang. What? We met the beast god. Qiao Yujia and Sheng exchanged bewildered glances. Realizing that the Grand Shaman implied they had indeed died once, they widened their eyes, hoping to glean some understanding from one another, but found nothing. Thus, they turned their gazes towards their future partners, their expressions laden with an ominous intensity. Lin Ye and Bai Di, feeling the weight of the girls' penetrating stares, shivered involuntarily, wanting to escape their gaze but realizing they were ensnared in the trap of their allure. Speak, have we truly died once? Though they were the closest of friends and confidants, the synchronicity of their current sentiments was unprecedented. Lin Ye and Bai Di, witnessing Qiao Yujia and Sheng's fervor, nodded in reluctant acquiescence, resembling henpecked husbands. Upon seeing their nod, the once formidable air of authority dissipated like a deflated balloon, leaving the two nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Ye and Bai Di caught them in time, gently patting their furry heads in consolation. Sighing in unison, Qiao Yujia and Sheng, though aware of their past demise, found no reason to be disheartened. Death was but a part of existence. However, the mystery of their sudden revival was perplexing. They pressed on. Tell us, how did we die? Though they feigned nonchalance, the urgency of their inquiry was palpable. Well, it was due to coughing up blood, Lin Ye and Bai Di stammered, struggling to articulate their words. Qiao Yujia and Sheng grew anxious, but upon hearing the phrase coughing up blood, they were left utterly flabbergasted. How could this be? They were both robust and healthy. How could such a fate befall them? Is that true? They regarded the matter with skepticism. Indeed, we swear by the beast god. Lin Ye and Bai Di nodded vigorously, affirming their truthfulness. It was imperative that their beloved females believed them. Very well, we shall trust you. Given what Lin Ye had previously shared about the beast god, the most noble being and the creator of their world, Qiao Yujia found no grounds for disbelief. Seeing her faith, Yusheng too decided to trust. As they absorbed the gravity of the situation, Qiao Yujia felt a sense of unease. After all, she and Yusheng were neither sick nor injured. How could they have suddenly succumbed to a fatal ailment? While they might not uncover the truth of their demise immediately, someone in the future would undoubtedly face a catastrophic reckoning. The matter, once past, would remain known only to those present. No obstacle was insurmountable. Reflecting on this, Qiao Yujia gathered her composure and ventured a short distance into the cave, retrieving a wooden stool and placing it behind the Grand Shaman. Grand Shaman, please take a seat. If you have something to discuss, do so freely. Though she addressed the Grand Shaman with respect, it seemed to carry little weight among the beast men of the continent. Very well. The Grand Shaman nodded and took her seat, while Qiao Yujia and Yusheng brought over 5 or 6 more stools for Shi Qiu, the clan leader, and Fu Xiang to sit upon. Before finally seating themselves, the Grand Shaman gazed upon the 2 charming little females before her, then spoke gently. Yujia, Sheng, you are not from this beastman continent, are you? Upon hearing this, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were momentarily taken aback, as were the others present, including Lin Ye, though he had suspected their extraordinary nature. Given their unusual attire of unknown beast hide, he had convinced himself that Qiao Yujia was merely from another large tribe within the continent. Yet the truth unmistakably revealed itself. She was not of this realm. Upon hearing the Grand Shaman's words, Yu Sheng grasped Qiao Yujia's hand tightly, her entire demeanor radiating tension, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Sensing Yu Sheng's anxiety, Qiao Yujia gently patted her hand with her other one, soothing her before turning to the Grand Shaman, responding with calm resolve. Grand Shaman, how do you know we do not belong to this land? Do not rush, my little ones. Allow me to share with you the legends of the Beastman continent. The Grand Shaman, perceiving their unease, sought to engage their attention with tales of the continent's lore. The legends of the Beastman continent. Upon noticing that there was a story to be heard, both individuals were indeed captivated. Not only were they drawn in, but even Lin Ye and the others present were filled with curiosity, for they had never encountered anyone recounting the legends of this continent. Meanwhile, Hongxia, who was quietly concealed outside the cave, was utterly astonished upon overhearing their conversation. She had never heard of the legends surrounding the Beastman continent either. Consequently, she discreetly concealed herself further, aware that the heightened sensitivity of the Beastman's sense of smell could lead to her discovery by Lin Ye and his companions. The Great Shaman, noticing the keen interest displayed by Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng regarding the continent's legends, began to narrate the tale of the Beastman continent. It is said that this land was once desolate, with trees and grass in a state of decay, and the rivers and lakes dried up. At that time, the wild beasts could not transform into human form, and most of them grew increasingly emaciated due to the lack of water, ultimately perishing, until one day, a golden dragon, hidden within the lofty mountain peaks, emerged magnificently, bringing forth nourishing rains that revitalized the earth. The trees and grass flourished, and the rivers and mountains began to traverse the entire continent. Among the surviving beasts, some were bestowed intelligence and human-like forms by this golden dragon, along with remarkable abilities. Those who successfully transformed into human forms became the ancestors of each beast clan, and this golden dragon was revered by them as the beast god. It is said that the place where the beast god manifested is known as the Wuhuang Plains. The very heart of the Beastman continent, the esteemed beast god imparted fundamental life skills, language, herbal knowledge, and the cultivation of priests to the ancestors of each beast clan before vanishing. An invisible barrier was erected around the Wuhuang Plains, and prior to his disappearance, the beast god instructed the ancestors of all beast clans to guard the 4 cardinal directions of the continent. The ancestors dutifully established the first beastman tribes in each of these directions, while the beast god, wishing to rest undisturbed, assigned the Tengsha clan to oversee the Wuhuang Plains. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the long-absent beast god suddenly bestowed revelations upon the priests of the 4 tribes, foretelling that in 100 years, 2 divine maidens named Jia and Sheng would arrive upon this continent, each possessing a beastly form, one nurturing the earth and the other governing the rivers and seas. Since the priests of the initial 4 tribes received this divine oracle, a century has passed, yet the great shaman refrained from continuing, fearing that the two individuals before him were not the ones sought by the entire continent. In truth, there exists a second half to this legend, but the great shaman could not divulge it to those present, for even the smaller clans possessed only vague knowledge of it. After absorbing the tale of the continent's legend, both Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were left astounded. If their conjectures were correct, the golden dragon spoken of by the great shaman must be the very faith that the children of Huaxia had long cherished. Who would have thought it existed here as well? The great shaman seemed to imply that she and Yu Sheng might be the legendary maidens. While recounting the tale, Qiao Yujia noted that the names of the two maidens shared the last character with their own names, igniting a spark of suspicion within her. She wondered if their family and Yu Sheng's family originally belonged to this place and had somehow ended up on Earth due to some unforeseen circumstances. Yet, upon reflection, this seemed implausible. It was unlikely to be the case. Nevertheless, her curiosity regarding the two maidens was piqued, especially since she had heard Lin Ye mention that in the Beastman continent, females could not transform into beast forms. Yet the legendary maidens could. This sparked a sense of wonder within her. If the legendary maidens referred to Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, they could hardly fathom what form they would ultimately take as beasts. If not, then it would truly be a blessing from the Buddha that I merely speak in jest. There is no need for you to be anxious. Regardless of the outcome, we will not cause you harm. Alas, one grows old and yearns for peaceful days. The great shaman sighed, and with the assistance of Fu Xiang, he exited the cave. Hong Xia, concealed outside the cave, observed the great shaman and the others emerging. She hurriedly retreated to another cave. Once the great shaman departed, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng exchanged glances, subsequently turning to their future partners. With a deep sigh, they resolved to attend to their duties. They decided to let the events of today pass, pondering what the future might hold and acknowledging that their eventual circumstances would unfold naturally, allowing time to bear witness. Emerging from the cave, the two continued to assist the females in preserving the prey they had retrieved from the traps over the past 2 days, as well as smoking the jerky that had not yet been cured. Qiao Yujia surveyed the surroundings, noting that the leaves on the trees had begun to fall, signaling the imminent arrival of late autumn. She contemplated arranging the wooden door for the cave. While matters regarding the house could wait until after winter, one must not overindulge, lest they choked. In light of Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng's awakening, the tribe members were imbued with enthusiasm, swiftly completing the tasks at hand. As the sun began to set, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, along with the females, commenced preparing the evening meal for the hard-working tribe members. As the moon rose, additional firewood was added to the fire pit in the clearing before the cave, causing the flames to blaze even more fiercely, providing warmth on the cool night. The members of the Hushao tribe had lost much of their previous fear of fire, instead perceiving it as a newfound hope for a better existence. Surrounding the fire pit, the tribe members savored the warm evening meal while basking in the comforting glow of the fire. The young cubs and female beasts played joyfully in the clearing, creating a rare and tranquil scene. However, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng lacked the energy to fully engage, and Yu Sheng, already drowsy, nodded off, her small head bobbing adorably. Observing their exhaustion, Lin Ye and Bai Di had no choice but to scoop them up and carry them back to the cave in the Beastman continent. The knights offered little in the way of entertainment. After finishing their evening meal and tidying the clearing, all but the Night Watch warriors returned to the cave to rest. The tribe members of Hushao felt that living in a single cave was too cramped. So they excavated the large cave they had previously dug, creating several smaller chambers within. This way, beastmen with partners could reside together, while those without could have their own space. The following day, as dawn broke, the females were already preparing breakfast in the clearing. Qiao Yujia decided to send the hunting team further afield to see if they could discover new sources of food to facilitate their journey. She crafted bamboo tubes for each member of the hunting team to carry water and prepared smoked jerky in smaller bamboo containers to sustain them during their expedition. The primary objective was to seek out unfamiliar yet edible food sources, as well as to gather samples of those already known. Regardless of whether new food sources are found, return by sunset and stay safe, she instructed the hunting team. Qiao Yujia exchanged a few words with Lin Ye, who, after acknowledging her with a grunt, set off alongside the orc hunters of the Tiger Howl tribe. He wished to bring back an abundance of food for Qiao Yujia to help her endure the winter. Chapter 21. The salt mine. After bidding farewell to Lin Ye and the others, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng did not remain idle. Instead, they led the remaining females of the Tiger Howl tribe, excluding those tasked with drying meat, into the small valley for exploration. Meanwhile, another hunting party of orc warriors, having had their morning meal, proceeded to the forest traps to collect their catches while also foraging for unfamiliar edible plants in the woods. Hong Xia's two companions, both members of the hunting party, had also set off with Lin Ye. Feeling the absence of her ever-watchful companions, who would not return until sunset, Hong Xia, contrary to her usual reluctance to gather, found herself quietly trailing behind Qiao Yujia with a bamboo basket in hand, harboring an unknown mischief in her heart. Upon arrival, Qiao Yujia spotted Hong Xia, but, assuming she had merely changed her demeanor, paid her little mind as before. Once the females reached the small valley, they began searching for both familiar and unfamiliar plants. Upon their return to the cave, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng would distinguish the edible from the inedible. Seizing the opportunity to teach the females about the plants that could or could not serve as food if they encountered any herbs during their foraging, Qiao Yujia would collect them in a separate small bamboo basket to bring back to the shaman. Hong Xia feigned picking plants while secretly following Qiao Yujia, eager to discover why the females were gathering on the outskirts of the valley. Some bolder individuals ventured deeper into the valley. Yet Qiao Yujia moved away from the group, heading in a specific direction. Hong Xia had a premonition that by following Qiao Yujia, she would undoubtedly uncover new sources of food or something beneficial for her tribe's winter survival. If Qiao Yujia were to find edible resources, she would be the first to inform the shaman or the tribe leader, ensuring her own reward from the tribe. Lost in her daydreams, Hong Xia was blissfully unaware that Qiao Yujia was already straying further away, leaving only a distant red dot in sight. When Hong Xia finally snapped back to reality, she realized how far Qiao Yujia had gone, with only a small red point still moving. Fortunately, the orc continent's genetics were robust. While the females could not see as far as the orcs, they could still catch sight of anything within a few kilometers. Without a second thought, Hong Xia hastily pursued Qiao Yujia. As Qiao Yujia walked, she turned her head to glance back, prompting Hong Xia to quickly hide herself in the underbrush. However, her concern was unfounded. As a human, Qiao Yujia could not possibly see Hong Xia from such a distance. Having traveled quite a distance and separated from the other females, Qiao Yujia noted that aside from some common wild vegetables and berries, there was nothing else edible in sight. Just as she prepared to return, she noticed a peak in the valley that was utterly barren, devoid of any flora. This small valley is quite picturesque. Why is this peak so stark and empty? Qiao Yujia pondered, bemused. The valley's scenery was delightful, and it boasted an abundance of edible wild vegetables and fruits. Yet this particular peak stood solitary and bare. She began to question whether she had indeed remained in the same valley or if she had somehow traversed to another realm. However, that seemed implausible, for aside from this barren peak, the adjoining smaller peaks were also devoid of vegetation, while those further afield were lush and verdant, characteristic of the orc continent. Suddenly, Qiao Yujia noticed some small particles shimmering with a white glow surrounding the central peak. Curiosity and excitement compelled her to draw closer. She pinched a bit of the luminous particles that glimmered under the sunlight, rubbed them between her fingers, and tasted them, but a mildly salty flavor enveloped her senses. "Good heavens, this is salt," she exclaimed, realizing she had stumbled upon a salt mine spanning 5 peaks. This discovery could provide the Tiger Howl tribe with salt for centuries. She needed to hurry back and inform the shaman. They could start transporting the salt stones from the following day. This was pure, natural salt. Having tasted it, Qiao Yujia confirmed its purity and delightful flavor. However, she needed to devise a means to transport the salt stones today. Remembering the location, she swiftly turned and raced back. Upon seeing her approach, Hong Xia hastily sought refuge behind a large tree, waiting until Qiao Yujia passed before stealthily following her. After a long journey, Qiao Yujia, breathless and panting, arrived at the gathering point at the valley's entrance, where the females had completed their foraging, each bamboo basket filled with a variety of plants, both known and unknown. "Yujia, what happened? You look exhausted," Fu Xiang exclaimed, noticing Qiao Yujia's flushed face as she hurried over, quickly handing her a bamboo tube filled with water. "Thank you, Aunt Fu Xiang." Qiao Yujia gratefully accepted the tube and gulped down several mouthfuls of water to regain her composure. "Let's head back. I have wonderful news to share." "What is this good news?" Hong Yu inquired eagerly. Since arriving here, she had encountered many fascinating new items, such as bamboo baskets, vine nets, and bamboo tubes, which had completely reshaped her understanding of the world. She had become quite the admirer of Qiao Yujia, finding her company far preferable to being bullied by that unreliable elder sister every day. Plus, she always got to enjoy delicious food. So, upon hearing Qiao Yujia mention good news, Hong Yu's interest was piqued. I'll tell you when we get back. Let us keep the suspense for now. Seeing the sparkle in Hong Yu's eyes, Qiao Yujia understood her fascination with these novelties. Yet she knew she could not divulge the information just yet, especially with Hong Xia lingering nearby. Indeed, she had long suspected that Hong Xia was tailing her, opting to remain silent to observe what mischief Hong Xia intended. However, as Qiao Yujia noticed that Hong Xia merely followed without causing any trouble, she decided to ignore her. Fortunately, Qiao Yujia had successfully discovered the salt mine. Otherwise, she might have continued to watch Hong Xia's antics. With their baskets full, Qiao Yujia and the females joyfully returned to the clearing in front of the cave. They laid out the wild vegetables and fruits they had gathered, and Qiao Yujia meticulously sorted through each bamboo basket to identify which items were edible. It must be said that the orcs had become increasingly adept at recognizing edible plants in nature. Astonishingly, they had even discovered carrots. Rich in vitamin A, carrots are known to benefit the liver and improve vision, with long-term consumption capable of treating night blindness and alleviating anemia or cold-bloodedness. Additionally, there were various berries growing among the bushes, which Qiao Yujia sampled and confirmed to be harmless and edible. Some were so unfamiliar that she could not even name them, but as long as they were edible, it mattered little. After determining which plants were safe to eat and discarding the inedible ones, Qiao Yujia led the females to the riverbank to wash the edible plants thoroughly. Part of the harvest would be dried to create vegetable jerky, while another portion would be pickled with salt to make sauerkraut. Once these tasks were completed, the tribe gathered for lunch before returning to their respective duties. Qiao Yujia made her way to the shaman's cave, beckoning Fu Xiang to join her. Yujia, did you call us here for something specific? Fu Xiang asked, recalling Qiao Yujia's mention of good news earlier in the small valley. What is it, Yujia? Yusheng added as she entered the cave, with the notable figures of the tribe present. Qiao Yujia decided to reveal her news without further ado. She handed the small bamboo basket to the shaman. The shaman, Wu Bai, was exhilarated upon seeing the herbs inside the basket, recognizing some as rare varieties even within the Orc continent. These are precious herbs, she exclaimed. After gathering her thoughts, Qiao Yujia joyfully announced, I discovered a salt mine in the central area of the small valley we foraged. The moment her words escaped, everyone present was left astounded. Although the shaman and Fu Xiang were unfamiliar with the term salt mine, from her description, it was evident that it pertained to salt. Both the great shaman and Fu Xiang are well aware that the discovery of salt is indeed a momentous occasion, especially considering the myriad methods of food preservation they have recently uncovered, all of which require substantial quantities of salt. Additionally, the daily salt requirements for the orcs who toil to fetch water from the sea are considerable. Not only do they make numerous trips back and forth each day, but the salt they produce may not suffice to meet their daily sustenance needs. Amongst this small group, the most elated are undoubtedly Qiao Yujia and Yushang. For them, who require a consistent intake of salt, the discovery of a salt mine is nothing short of exhilarating. They now have an inexhaustible source of salt at their disposal. Yujia, is what you mentioned a type of salt? The great shaman, uncertain whether Qiao Yujia was indeed referring to salt, sought confirmation. Yes, salt rock is one of the ways to obtain salt, Qiao Yujia affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing her response, the great shaman's joy only intensified, as it meant that the tribe would no longer need to worry about food storage. With an ample supply of salt, they could preserve a great deal of food to endure the winter, sparing the tribe from the pangs of hunger they had previously endured. However, they would need to create some tools to transport the salt rocks back. Relying solely on their hands would yield minimal results. Despite the discovery of salt rocks, transporting them back remains a challenge. It is impractical for the orcs to carry each rock individually, as making dozens of trips daily would be exceedingly exhausting. Yujia, what tools do you require? The great shaman, recognizing the wisdom in Qiao Yujia's words, understood that the orcs would not be able to carry much if they relied solely on their hands. Even a larger bamboo basket might not withstand the weight of too many salt rocks. Qiao Yujia had already contemplated the necessary tools and promptly exclaimed, a cart. I need to construct a cart for transporting large quantities of items. Great shaman, Do you know which orc in the tribe excels in crafting, particularly in making bone and stone tools? Sure, his bone knives are exceptionally sharp. Perhaps he could construct the cart you mentioned. After pondering for a moment, the great shaman concluded that Sure was indeed the most suitable choice. That I know where Sure is now. Yujia, I'll take you to find him. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiang recalled that Sure who was not very vocal, seldom accompanied the hunting teams. However, his exceptional skill in crafting bone knives had made them quite popular among the females, as they aided in many tasks that females could not undertake. Thank you, Aunt Fu Xiang. Qiao Yujia was overjoyed to learn that such a talented orc existed in the Huxiao tribe, and that Fu Xiang would accompany her to find the orc named Sure. This meant that the cart was within reach. Moreover, the cart would not only serve to transport salt rocks, but could also be used for carrying various items, making it a versatile tool. No need for thanks. Let us go find him. Sure should be somewhere in the clearing, honing his bone knives. With that, Fu Xiang led Qiao Yujia and Yuxing out of the cave and into the clearing, where they searched for Sure among the bustling orcs and females, eventually spotting him in a corner. Sure, he was intently focused on sharpening a bone knife when he heard his name being called. Upon seeing Fu Xiang and the two beautiful young females approaching, a faint blush crept onto his ears. Sure, this is Qiao Yujia and Yushan. Yujia has something she needs your help with, Fu Xiang announced, clarifying the purpose of their visit. Little female, what do you need? Just tell me, and I will gladly assist. The slightly nasally yet youthful voice that reached Qiao Yujia's ears was undeniably pleasant to hear. Sure Yi's appearance resembled that of a vibrant young master from a prosperous family, a type favored by many modern women, especially those who appreciate Hanfu. However, despite Fu Xiang's suggestion that Sure was not fond of conversation, Qiao Yujia perceived otherwise. It seemed that he harbored some unspoken emotions that remained elusive, akin to a charming young gentleman in contemporary society who would leave many enthralled. Yet, in the Beastman continent, most males boasted striking facial features, perhaps a trait favored by the beast god. Even Sure who appeared somewhat delicate, possessed an appealing charm in his slightly shorter brow, complemented by almond-shaped eyes that sparkled like bright stars. His straight nose and soft lips had an enchanting allure that could easily captivate any nearby female, while his hair was a subtle silver with a hint of gray. Yujia, unbeknownst to her, Qiao Yujia had become somewhat entranced. Had it not been for Yusheng's gentle nudge, she might have continued her gaze indefinitely. My apologies, Sure. I wish to create a tool for transportation. Regaining her composure, Qiao Yujia felt a bit embarrassed, for she had already developed feelings for another orc, yet she couldn't help but appreciate the beauty before her. Sure, do you think you can make this? As she spoke, she picked up a stick and began sketching a cart in the dirt to ensure better transportation of the salt rocks and other items. She made some modifications, enclosing 3 sides of the previously flat cart with wooden planks to prevent items from falling off. Sure Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined the design Qiao Yujia had drawn. Little female, what is this? This is a cart. It can be used to transport newly discovered food or the prey brought back by the hunting teams, making their tasks much easier. Qiao Yujia explained, recognizing Sure Yi's keen interest and eager to elaborate on the cart's purpose. However, beastmen are incredibly strong, Sure stated, though intrigued. He emphasized that the males of the Beastman continent possessed great strength. He flexed his arm playfully to illustrate his point. They don't need such tools. Qiao Yujia observed his display of strength, blinking in surprise at the unexpectedly robust Sure, while she didn't dispute his assertion. She simply smiled gently and replied, Indeed, beastmen are incredibly strong. I won't deny that. However, making dozens of trips back and forth each day can still be exhausting. Fearing that Sure might not grasp her point, she continued, For instance, on the first day you arrived here, I saw that each of you was carrying various hides, and the females appeared quite thin. Following such a long distance, it was impressive that you managed to endure. Though you can transform into your beast form to carry the females, younglings, and elder orcs, how many can one male beastman actually carry, especially with injured warriors among them? As soon as Qiao Yujia finished speaking, Sure fell silent. In truth, Sure occasionally joined the hunting parties, though many in the tribe might not be aware. He understood all too well the struggles faced by the orc warriors who ventured out daily, battling for sustenance. A hunting team typically consisted of only a handful of orcs, and each could only manage to carry 1 or 2 prey items, if they were fortunate. Now that they had arrived here, They were able to eat their fill and even store leftovers. If this cart could indeed enable the warriors to bring back more game, it might truly alleviate their burdens. I understand, little female. When do you need it? I will do my best to create it. After reflecting on the practicality of the cart, He readily accepted Qiao Yujia's request that I'm not in a hurry. You can take your time to research it. Qiao Yujia replied. Originally, she intended to have the cart ready today and retrieve some salt rocks from the nearby mountains the following day, as the salt content in these rocks far exceeded that of seawater. However, it seemed that her plans would need to be postponed for a few days, but that was all right. The sea salt extracted from seawater would suffice for now, so there was no immediate rush. All right, He nodded. With that, the group had no further matters to discuss and returned to their respective tasks. Time flew, and the hours slipped away as the sun began to set. Lin Ye and the others finally returned. And the orc warriors stationed near the cave quickly spotted them. Quickly, the chieftain is back. The chieftain has returned. Beneath the setting sun, the sound resonated with an enchanting allure as all gathered at the guard station. Eagerly awaiting the familiar silhouette, Hongxia approached, ready to gather her strength, anticipating the arrival of the White Emperor. Moments later, a pack of white tigers galloped swiftly from the distance, having spotted their kin and companions. Their hearts aching with longing after a day's absence, Lin Ye glided swiftly, and upon catching sight of the figure he yearned for, his beastly speed quickened, transforming into his human form just a few paces away from Qiao Yujia. Pulling her into his embrace, Jiajia, I'm home. Welcome back. In that moment of embrace, Lin Ye seemed to experience a feeling known as happiness. The White Emperor followed closely behind, mere steps away from Yuxing, also shifting into his human form. Ashing, I'm back. The White Emperor opened his arms, eagerly awaiting Yuxing's embrace. However, just as Yuxing was about to rush over, Hongxia seized the opportunity, pushing Yuxing aside to welcome the White Emperor instead. White Emperor, you have finally returned. Do you know how worried I was? Hongxia clung tightly to the White Emperor, her words pouring forth as she expressed her concern. The White Emperor, oblivious to her unique fragrance, froze in midair, his arms suspended, failing to descend. Meanwhile, her two companions felt their hearts plummet as they witnessed her embrace with the White Emperor as Hongxia's partners. How could she not welcome them first? They acknowledged the White Emperor's prowess, recognizing him as the mightiest warrior in the tribe, second only to the chieftain. Yet, it was common knowledge that the White Emperor held no affection for Hongxia. Did her partners lack any sense of self-awareness? Ashung, are you all right? Qiao Yujia, seeing Yuxing being pushed aside, hurriedly emerged from Lin Ye's embrace to assist her. That I'm fine. Yuxing shook her head, brushing off the dust before attempting to approach the White Emperor, only to be halted by Qiao Yujia. Wait, Ashung, I believe the White Emperor can handle this himself. Let us go. Qiao Yujia grasped Yuxing's wrist, preventing her from advancing, convinced that if the White Emperor cared for Yuxing, he would not permit another woman to approach him. Yuxing acquiesced with a nod, following Qiao Yujia back to the open space in front of the cave. The White Emperor, noticing Yuxing's departure, quickly pushed Hongxia away. Humph! Hongxia, shoved aside, huffed as she glared at Yuxing with venomous eyes. Hongxia, are you all right? Get up. The beast man who helped her was named Li, a member of the White Tiger clan, recognized by his predominantly white fur, and thus bore the surname by that he was one of Hongxia's companions, the other being Qiao, as they were brothers. Thank you, Li. This winter, I will surely bear you a cub. Hongxia expressed her gratitude, promising Li a cub this winter. Though he paid little heed to her vow, aware that promises from Hongxia were as insubstantial as smoke. Hongxia, you should not harbor feelings for the White Emperor. He will never return your affections. Unlike his brother Li, Qiao would not indulge her. How could she, having formed a bond with both brothers, still pine for a beast man who did not love her? You, Qiao, you shall have no food today. Her words ignited Hongxia's fury, as she immediately punished Qiao by forbidding him from eating. Fine, I want to eat. It's not like you're in charge of the tribe. I'll just eat elsewhere. With that, Qiao stormed off, vowing that his greatest folly was choosing to bond with Hongxia. Back at the open space in front of the cave, the beastmen assisted in unloading the large bamboo baskets from their companions. Qiao Yujia, along with several females, sorted the edible and inedible wild vegetables, taking note of the various sizes of bamboo baskets. To her delight, she discovered not only familiar strawberries and raspberries, but also many unfamiliar fruits among the harvest. Strawberries and raspberries could be made into preserves, while pears could be dried. Just as she reveled in her discoveries, a snow-white, fluffy object caught her attention in one of the bamboo baskets. She swiftly organized the surrounding food and herbs, finally discerning the true nature of the fluffy white mass. Goodness, is this not cotton? Though it seems a tad larger. Is this cotton? Qiao Yujia marveled at the cotton, which was larger than her head. Realizing that the environment in this beastman continent was truly remarkable, even cotton thrived so well. Asheng, look. Overjoyed, Qiao Yujia presented the large cotton ball to Yuxing. Yuxing, initially startled by the fluffy white mass, soon recognized it with familiarity. This is cotton. Indeed. Both of them grinned widely at the sight of the cotton, drawing the surrounding females closer. As the White Emperor approached, he happened upon Yuxing and Qiao Yujia surrounded by the females, both explaining the uses of cotton. Jiajia, is it true that this cotton can help us through the winter? Hanyu, squeezing the fluffy white mass, expressed her disbelief. Could this fluffy ball truly assist the tribe in surviving the winter? Yes, cotton is indeed a precious resource. We can stuff it into animal skins to create warm clothing for winter, and weave it into scarves, gloves, or cloaks to fend off the cold, as she elaborated on the various garments that could be crafted from cotton. Qiao Yujia felt she could speak on the topic all day, recalling how winter in her homeland was also a season of biting cold. Yujia, how do we turn this cotton into warm winter clothing? As the chieftainess, Fuxiang considered every matter with her tribe's welfare in mind. If Qiao Yujia claimed that cotton could be fashioned into winter garments, she would not let this opportunity to help her people slip away. Let us not rush. Winter is still over 2 months away, that we should first gather this cotton. For Qiao Yujia, preparing for the winter was indeed crucial, but acquiring the materials was paramount. Without them, nothing could be made. Thus, she shared her thoughts with Fuxiang, who nodded in agreement. Turning to Lin Ye, she inquired, Great Serpent, where did you discover this cotton? Is it far from the cave? We found it in a small valley. Approximately half a day's journey from here. The entire valley is filled with this cotton, Lin Ye informed her. Upon hearing that the entire valley was abundant with cotton, Qiao Yujia's mind began to race with ideas. Lin Ye, take me there tomorrow. I want to see it. The old beastmen in the tribe have woven many large bamboo baskets. We can use them to gather the cotton for now. The discovery of cotton filled her with such joy that she could hardly contain her excitement. No, it's too dangerous. Upon hearing that the little female he cherished wished to accompany him to collect cotton, Lin Ye immediately protested. Trust me, I can take care of myself. Reluctantly, Lin Ye acquiesced to her request, for he was smitten with this enchanting little female. The next morning, after breakfast, Qiao Yujia and her companions departed from the cave, while the White Emperor stayed behind to accompany Yuxing, sparing them from any mischief. What was supposed to be a half-day journey turned into a leisurely stroll, as Qiao Yujia collected various precious herbs and edible plants along the way, causing Lin Ye to lead the warriors of the Tiger Roar tribe to walk with her at a leisurely pace. Chapter 23. The White Lion blocks the way. As they finally arrived at the small valley where Lin Ye and the others had discovered the cotton, Lin Ye pointed to the location. Jiajia, that is where we found the cotton. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yujia dashed forward, and despite Lin Ye's attempts to stop her, she was too quick. Just as she was joyfully running, she suddenly came to a screeching halt at the valley's entrance. Jiajia, what's wrong? Lin Ye, concerned for her sudden stop, hurried to catch up with her. The small valley was somewhat steep, and he feared she might have been frightened. However, seeing her eyes gleaming with excitement, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. That I'm fine, Qiao Yujia insisted, shaking her head. She was not scared. Rather, she was overjoyed to behold the vast expanse of cotton blooming below. Great Serpent, let us hurry and harvest all the cotton. This way, you will have an easier winter, and you won't have to hibernate for so long, Qiao Yujia exclaimed, hopping with excitement at the valley's edge. All right, Lin Ye responded, touched that the little female he adored was considering him. He swiftly scooped her up and descended into the valley, followed closely by the warriors of the Tiger Roar tribe. Upon witnessing the cotton for the first time, Qiao Yujia was utterly astonished. The small mouth could not help but emit a gasp of admiration, forming a tiny ah shape. Just moments ago, while gazing down from the mountain pass, she had merely thought the mature, snow-white cotton was quite beautiful. However, upon approaching, she discovered that the cotton here towered even higher than Qiao Yujia herself. with blossoms larger than her head bursting forth in brilliant white atop the branches. Qiao Yujia, unable to contain her eagerness to pluck the cotton, found herself thwarted by her short stature, barely reaching half the height of the cotton trees. Thus, her outstretched hands failed to touch the cotton perched at the top. Observing her hand raised yet suddenly still, Lin Ye let out a soft chuckle, provoking Qiao Yujia's displeasure. "What are you laughing at?" Qiao Yujia admonished, a hint of anger in her voice. "Nothing." Lin Ye shook his head, steadfastly denying his earlier amusement. "Jiajia is indeed still a cub. I wonder if she will grow taller with time." If Qiao Yujia could fathom Lin Ye's thoughts, she would surely retort, "I won't grow any taller. My height is already fixed." You know. As the two engaged in their playful banter, some members of the Tiger Howl tribe had already filled half a basket with cotton. Upon seeing this, Qiao Yujia hurriedly urged Lin Ye to gather cotton, while she herself, unable to reach, could only scan the surroundings in search of any unfamiliar food. Blueberries. How fortunate to discover blueberries here. It seemed that luck was on Qiao Yujia's side, as she stumbled upon blueberries not far from where the orcs were harvesting cotton. The sweet and tangy flavor of blueberries was one she relished, often purchasing a basket whenever she ventured out, even bringing them to school to enjoy during lunch breaks. After filling a bamboo basket to the brim, Qiao Yujia ceased her gathering, for there was simply no more room. She then circled the area where the orcs were picking cotton, only to find a few wild chickens occasionally making an appearance. But no other fruits or vegetables she recognized. Feeling hungry, Qiao Yujia decided to catch a few wild chickens to satiate her appetite. Without further ado, she drew her dagger, aimed, and threw it in one fluid motion. Her aim was true. The dagger plunged into the neck of a wild chicken, which let out a couple of clucks before falling silent. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Ye rushed to her side, fearing she was in peril, only to find her unharmed and already at a small river, preparing to process the wild chicken. What should I do about a future partner who might always be on the verge of hunger? Waiting online, quite urgent. Lin Ye shook his head, observing a portion of the Tiger Howl tribe orcs who had filled a large bamboo basket with cotton, and decided they should take a break to hunt for some food before returning. Lin Ye glanced back at Qiao Yujia, instructing a few orcs to remain behind for security, while he led the rest to hunt. Without any traps set up, they had to rely on their traditional hunting methods. Hoping the orc skills had not become too rusty, due to the absence of large beasts in the vicinity, the orcs quickly returned, each carrying 2 wild chickens. However, the meager meat of the chickens could only serve as a snack for the hardy orcs. When the orcs returned, Qiao Yujia had already plucked the feathers from her wild chicken, removed its innards, and dug a pit to bury them before starting a fire. I can't be this unlucky. Can I? My hands are so red from starting a fire by friction. From afar, Lin Ye spotted Qiao Yujia's red hands and hurried over to snatch the wooden stick from her grasp. Jiajia, let me do it. Just wait a moment, and you can eat. Seeing her fair hands marred with red, Lin Ye felt a pang of sympathy, yet Qiao Yujia was one who loved to do things herself, leaving him at a loss for how to help her. All right, Qiao Yujia nodded, conceding that she could do no more, her hands too sore to continue. The orcs, having finished processing their chickens by the river, quickly built 2 fire pits, skewering the chickens on branches in preparation for roasting. Meanwhile, atop Beast God Mountain, a massive white lion sat quietly before a statue of a dragon with wings. Upon closer inspection, one could see the dragon's wings sprouting from its back that if Qiao Yujia were present, she would recognize it as the legendary Yinglong from Chinese mythology. Roar, great beast god, did you call for me? The 2 goddesses had already arrived on the orc continent. The red-clad goddess was not far from Beast God Mountain, in a small valley. Lin Ye, you go, she can help you awaken your intelligence. Once the beast god's instruction faded, a short flute made of white jade appeared at the base of the statue. Roar, thank you, great beast god, for your guidance. The white lion, having received the directive, seized the white jade flute and darted towards the small valley with lightning speed. In that valley, the lingering aroma of roasted meat filled the air, and after finishing their meal, the group doused the fire with water and shouldered their bamboo baskets brimming with cotton as they exited the valley. They secured the baskets on a cart with vines to prevent the cotton from spilling out during their swift journey. Qiao Yujia had assumed that it would take several days to craft something. Yet he had surprisingly produced a prototype overnight, delivering it to them just before their departure, allowing the orcs to remain more vigilant upon their return. Indeed, it proved useful. After securing the cotton, Qiao Yujia hopped onto the cart, bouncing about, and had to admit the quality was quite impressive. She wondered what kind of wood had been used to make it so sturdy. Once everything was prepared, the orcs transformed into their beast forms. While Lin Ye remained in a semi-beast form to look after her, enable one of the orcs to pull the cart. Qiao Yujia casually tore off a vine the thickness of an arm, tightly binding both sides of the cart, then looping the front vine around the neck and left foreleg of one of the white tiger orcs, resembling a backpack, thus alleviating some weight without harming the skin. Let us go. With Qiao Yujia's command, the orcs prepared to set off towards the tribe. However, a thunderous roar interrupted their progress, causing Lin Ye to lead the orcs in vigilance around Qiao Yujia. What's wrong with that enormous snake? Qiao Yujia, having heard the booming roar, turned to Lin Ye, her voice trembling with concern. There's a fierce beast. Don't worry, I will protect you, Lin Ye assured her, determinedly pledging to keep her safe. Yet, little did he know that he would soon find himself utterly powerless, as the orcs remained on high alert. A colossal white lion emerged from ahead. So enormous. Qiao Yujia gazed at the 3-meter-tall, 4-meter-long lion, its snowy mane shimmering in the sunlight. This was her first encounter with such a majestic creature. Although she had seen white tigers at the zoo, the staff referred to them as lion-tiger hybrids, a result of interbreeding. Yet, compared to the white lion before her, those hybrids seemed trivial. Lin Ye surveyed the orcs, finally fixing his gaze upon Qiao Yujia, who was perched atop the cart that the red-clad goddess the beast god spoke of. How small she is. Could she possibly still be a cub? Perhaps with time, she will grow taller. What if she dies before unifying the continent? Upon seeing Qiao Yujia, a flurry of questions raced through Lin Ye's mind, one of which mirrored Lin Ye's thoughts. If Qiao Yujia could hear them, she would surely be incensed, for her height was already set, and how could so many doubt her maturity? Clenching the white jade flute in his mouth, Lin Ye charged toward the orcs without hesitation. The orcs, undeterred, rushed to confront him, but Lin Ye paid them no mind, heading straight for Qiao Yujia. Lin Ye transformed fully into his beast form, attempting to ensnare the white lion with his tail to toss it away. However, to his astonishment, the white lion deftly dodged his tail, maintaining its focus on Qiao Yujia. The beast god had tasked Lin Ye with becoming Qiao Yujia's mount, but being a warrior of the White Lion clan dwelling on Beast God Mountain, Lin Ye was determined to test this red-clad goddess's mettle. What? You dodged it, Lin Ye exclaimed, watching his tail miss its mark as he advanced with his massive serpentine head. Yet, Lin Ye merely cast a casual glance at Lin Ye and remarked, "A tongue snake, a rare white one, but you are no match for me until you sprout wings." With a swift motion, Lin Ye swatted away Lin Ye's approaching head and leaped far from him. The other orcs, witnessing a creature even more formidable than their own deputy leader being sent flying, grew increasingly cautious. However, the orcs were not cowards. They charged forward, determined to drive the white lion away. Yet each one met the same fate as Lin Ye, sent sprawling far away. Qiao Yujia watched in dismay as the orcs were dispatched, Lin Ye included, who was flung into a tree. Now, it seemed she had to rely solely on herself. As the majestic white lion approached with deliberate steps, Qiao Yujia quietly retrieved a long whip from the bamboo basket and, with a swift motion, lashed out at the white lion Lin Ye. Unwilling to succumb, Lin Ye promptly evaded the strike of the young female's whip. Yet, this was not the end. Qiao Yujia leaped from the cart, springing into action with another crack of the whip. This time, it struck true. Roar! What an agonizing sensation. It seems the goddess possesses quite the prowess. However, I cannot afford to lose. For the first time, Lin Ye genuinely felt the sting of pain while hunting alongside the White Lion clan on Beast God Mountain. Encounters with ferocious beasts had only resulted in minor injuries, but Qiao Yujia's slash left a mark that made Lin Ye acutely aware of the pain. Seizing the moment while the White Lion was momentarily stunned, Qiao Yujia struck again. Fortunately, Lin Ye regained focus just in time to narrowly avoid the whip's grasp. Undeterred by her missed target, Qiao Yujia adeptly ensnared Lin Ye's forepaw with the whip, executing a swift maneuver to hurl Lin Ye away. With a resounding thud, Lin Ye landed a short distance away. Perhaps in the grand scheme of this world's creatures, Qiao Yujia's strength was still somewhat lacking, as she did not cast the white lion too far. At that moment, Lin Ye awoke from his slumber in the trees, and, upon witnessing the fallen white lion and Qiao Yujia wielding the whip, understood that she had engaged in battle, yet, as a male, he felt utterly incapable of protecting the female he admired, leaving her to defend him instead. What an utter disgrace to the beast kin! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye descended from the tree and swiftly glided towards the white lion, ready to strike with his venomous fangs. Wait! Suddenly, he heard Qiao Yujia's voice calling out to halt him. Jiajia, it harmed you. Lin Ye transformed back into human form before Qiao Yujia, glaring furiously at the sprawled white lion. Furious that it had injured her, he could not fathom why she would intervene. No, it harbored no intent to harm me. It merely sought a sparring match. Qiao Yujia expressed her confusion, having observed the white lion's human-like delight during their earlier skirmish, as if reveling in the thrill of battle. Chapter 24. For you, a sparring match? What is that? Once again, Lin Ye found himself confronted with unfamiliar terminology from Qiao Yujia, his curiosity piqued by her ability to conjure such perplexing words. Noticing Lin Ye's bewildered expression, Qiao Yujia realized he did not comprehend the term sparring. Thus, she explained, sparring refers to a mutual exchange of hunting or combat techniques between two formidable beastmen, allowing for vigorous attacks on one another, yet with the understanding not to inflict serious harm. I see. But, Jiajia, did you not injure it? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye understood that it was akin to the customary brawls among the tribe's beastmen. Yet was it not expressly stated that injury was to be avoided? He pointed at the white lion lying on the ground. Puzzled, well, that was an accident. The white lion cannot speak. Who knew it wished to spar with me? Qiao Yujia felt a twinge of regret as she gazed at the fallen creature. In truth, she had long perceived that the white lion had not aggressively attacked the beastmen, but had persistently approached her, clearly seeking her out. However, she did not recognize this white lion, so how could it appear so suddenly in her path? Sensing Qiao Yujia's rising frustration, Lin Ye chose to remain silent, gradually approaching the white lion under the scrutinizing eyes of the other beastmen. Qiao Yujia crouched down to inspect the injury on its back and found it was not severe. Thankfully, her strike had not been too forceful, or moving such a large white lion would have proven quite challenging. She retrieved a small porcelain vial filled with hemostatic powder from her bag, meticulously sprinkling the powder onto the lioness' wound. Before long, the injury began to heal at an astonishing rate, leaving no trace behind. Feeling the alleviation of its injuries, Lin Ye let out a low growl, though its body still felt weak, leaving it to languish on the ground, its mouth still clutching the white jade flute. Yet, sensing an opportunity, Lin Ye strained to lift its head, revealing the flute to Qiao Yujia's gaze. As expected, Qiao Yujia was taken aback upon noticing the white lion's possession of the white jade flute. She reached out to take it from the lion's mouth, examining it closely and marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship, far surpassing the expected quality of artifacts from this continent. Hurry, little female, blow the flute, Lin Ye urged, anxious as Qiao Yujia merely held the flute in her hands. What are you saying, white lion? I cannot understand. Qiao Yujia observed the white lion's mouth moving as if attempting to communicate. But lacking the knowledge of beast language, she could only shake her head in confusion. Lin Ye, frustrated by Qiao Yujia's inability to comprehend, felt on the verge of despair. What should I do? Regret washed over Qiao Yujia as she lamented not having learned the vocalizations of small creatures. Had she done so, she would be able to understand the words spoken by beastmen in their beast forms. As for her ability to converse with Lin Ye in his beast form, that was due to this previous licking of her blood, allowing for a degree of communicative resonance. If I let the white lion lick my blood, could it understand me as well? With that thought in mind, she unsheathed a dagger and swiftly made a small cut on the fingertip of her left hand. Jiajia, why did you suddenly injure yourself? Lin Ye's heart sank at the sight of Qiao Yujia harming herself, but he could only feign reprimand. The surrounding beastmen felt a shiver run through them. This little female is quite ruthless. She can even harm herself. I am fine. You will understand shortly. Qiao Yujia offered a faint smile, assuring Lin Ye of her well-being, all the while maintaining an air of mystery. She then extended her wounded hand towards the white lion, speaking softly, I am injured. Please help me tend to it. This action left Lin Ye and the other beastmen utterly dumbfounded. Was it not she who inflicted the injury upon herself? Why would she seek the assistance of the white lion for her wound? Confusion reigned. Lin Ye, observing the still bleeding finger, remained silent. Although perplexed as to why the little female would resort to such measures, a memory surfaced of the beast goddess' words, prompting it to draw near and lick the blood from Qiao Yujia's injured finger. However, just as Lin Ye cleaned the blood from her fingertip, it felt an overwhelming pressure. Regardless of the circumstances, I am the king of the White Lion clan. How could I allow myself to be so easily subdued? Quite spirited? Excellent. Lin Ye inadvertently voiced its inner thoughts, which Qiao Yujia overheard. A typical beast. To possess such spirit was something she greatly admired. You can understand me now? Lin Ye was astonished when the little female acknowledged its words. Yes, Qiao Yujia nodded and continued. What is your name? Lin Ye. The White Lion briefly introduced itself. Then Lin Ye, what were you attempting to convey to me earlier? Seizing the opportunity to inquire, Qiao Yujia felt compelled to ask. As she had sensed Lin Ye wanted to communicate something important. Blow the flute. Lin Ye's responses remained concise, almost as though it were frugal with words. Blow the flute. That poses no challenge for me. Lin Ye and the surrounding beastmen watched in wonder as Qiao Yujia conversed with the White Lion. Intrigued by the unfolding interaction, when they returned to the tribe, she would certainly have tales to share with her friends. Qiao Yujia mused that this was a fortunate turn of events. Thankfully, her primary subject was classical music. The white jade flute was roughly the length of her palm. Without overthinking, she brought the flute to her lips. Before long, a melodious and enchanting tune filled the air, carried by the gentle breeze to the ears of every beastman present. As the flute's notes resonated, Lin Ye's form began to shrink until it assumed the size of a cub. However, the creatures of the forest stirred restlessly upon hearing the sound, realizing the significance of the white jade flute in her possession. Qiao Yujia quickly scooped up the now cub-sized Lin Ye and hurriedly climbed onto the cart. We must hurry back. Jiajia, what's wrong? That flute sounded delightful. Lin Ye, still somewhat entranced, wondered why they were suddenly in such a rush. We can discuss it later. Sensing something amiss in the forest, Lin Ye had no choice but to instruct the beastmen to transform into their animal forms and continue onward. By the time Qiao Yujia and her companions returned to the cave, the sun had begun its descent, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, prompting the beastmen to swiftly unload the cotton from the cart. Jiajia, you've finally returned. I was so worried about you. Just as Qiao Yujia disembarked from the cart, she saw Yusheng sprinting towards her. What is this? Initially intending to envelop Qiao Yujia in a warm embrace, Yusheng halted just a step away. Instantly frozen upon noticing the fluffy white cub in her arms that I gave birth. His name is Lin Ye. Upon witnessing Yusheng's demeanor, Qiao Yujia felt inclined to tease her a bit. Thus, she playfully claimed that Lin Ye was her own offspring. Emphasizing the initial words with a certain intonation, Lin Ye, if I am the divine maiden born to you, then what does that make my father and mother? Although the little fluffball Lin Ye was aware that Qiao Yujia was jesting, she still emitted a few disgruntled hums. How could that possibly be? Shouldn't a union of human and serpent yield a creature that is half human, half serpent? How could it result in a white, fluffy ball? Yusheng's mind felt somewhat shattered, as if her understanding of reality had been forcefully disrupted. Puffed. Observing Yusheng's bewildered blinking, Qiao Yujia couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiajia, what are you laughing at? Upon hearing Qiao Yujia mock her, Yusheng feigned anger that I was merely joking. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Noticing Yusheng's sorrowful gaze, Qiao Yujia felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. All right, Sheng, you take the females to gather the cotton seeds for planting. I will take care of the little fluffball's wounds first. Qiao Yujia swiftly changed the subject, as it was indeed time for Lin Ye to be examined again. Okay, then hurry. Yusheng nodded, urging Qiao Yujia to assist the little fluffball with its injuries before inflammation set in. Once inside the cave, Qiao Yujia found that Yusheng and Fu Xiang had successfully retrieved a considerable amount of cotton seeds. Placing them into empty bamboo tubes, she did not rush to help but instead approached the elder beastmen who were weaving bamboo baskets and took a pre-made bamboo mat. This mat was a product of the elder beastmen's ingenuity. Qiao Yujia hadn't participated in its making, yet she couldn't deny that the beastmen excelled at crafting when given a bit of guidance. With the bamboo mat in hand, Qiao Yujia returned to the cotton processing area. Tore several cotton blossoms into strips on the mat to make the cotton fluffier, ensuring warmth. She then took out needle and thread, preparing to fashion the long-eared beast's skin into a small round nest. But she soon realized that cutting it in that manner would ruin the skin's inherent shape and beauty. Thus, she opted to sew it into an oval shape, leaving an opening the size of her fist for stuffing the cotton. After an hour's labor, Qiao Yujia finally crafted the oval-shaped nest from the long-eared beast skin. She examined her handiwork and deemed it satisfactory. Jiajia, what is that you've made? Red Pomelo, who was busy collecting cotton seeds, inquired with curiosity upon seeing the long-eared beast skin nest in Qiao Yujia's hands. Did I not bring back a white lion cub? This is a small nest for it. Qiao Yujia thought about how chilly autumn nights could be, especially since Lin Ye was still a cub and required proper care. May I take a look? Red Pomelo asked, drawn to the warmth and softness of the nest. Certainly, Qiao Yujia replied, nodding as she handed the nest to Red Pomelo. Upon receiving the nest, Red Pomelo touched and squeezed it, finding it pleasantly warm and soft, and began to express her admiration. Yuhua cub, could you show this to me as well? Fu Xiang approached the two upon hearing the conversation. Of course, Qiao Yujia nodded, considering that Fu Xiang was likely thinking of the beastmen cubs in the tribe. After Red Pomelo had her fill of admiration, she passed the cotton-filled beast skin nest to Fu Xiang, who echoed her praises. If only the beastmen cubs in our tribe could each have one, winter would surely be much more bearable. Aunt Fu Xiang, you are considering the beastmen cubs in the tribe, aren't you? I can teach you how to make these. Qiao Yujia quickly discerned Fu Xiang's intentions as the wife of the tribe's chief. Her thoughts revolved around the well-being of the tribe, the health of the cubs, and ensuring ample food supplies. Indeed, Fu Xiang nodded in agreement. Then, Aunt Fu Xiang, please gather a few females with cubs to bring over some preferred beast skins that I will take this to the white lion cub. All right, thank you. Fu Xiang expressed her gratitude before hastily seeking out the mothers of the recently born beastmen cubs. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia carried the bamboo mat and the cotton beast skin nest back to the cave. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of the white fluff ball pretending to sleep, causing her heart to melt. Lin Ye, wake up, she approached and gently called out to the seemingly slumbering creature. Aru, Aru, divine maiden, are you calling for me? Lin Ye, although feigning sleep, was almost lulled into actual slumber. This is for you. Would you like to try it? Qiao Yujia placed the bamboo mat beside the beast skin bed and set the cotton nest on top, patting it to encourage Lin Ye to give it a go. Lin Ye glanced at the beast skin nest, tentatively prodding it with her chubby paws, and discovering its softness, she promptly climbed in and, within moments, began to snore contentedly. Qiao Yujia observed the little fluffball's blissful expression and decided not to disturb her slumber, quietly stepping out of the cave to teach the females with beastmen cubs how to sew their own nests. Chapter 25. Cotton Clothes and Quilts. In truth, crafting nests for the little beastmen cubs was not a daunting task. Qiao Yujia noted that the beast skins brought by the females came in various colors, red, yellow, white, and black, and were all square-shaped, which was certainly a marked improvement from Lin Ye's inability to cut the skins properly. Perhaps because there was only one beast available, Lin Ye had not devoted much thought to processing the skins. He merely preserved them as they were, perhaps anticipating that someone might prefer the larger, uncut hides. That it goes without saying that Qiao Yujia was among those individuals. Qiao Yujia instructed the females on how to tailor the skins according to the sizes of their cubs. If the bone knives were insufficiently sharp, they were encouraged to consult their partners. After the skins were trimmed, they returned to Qiao Yujia, who guided them to place the fur sides of two skins facing outward and sew 3 edges together, offering assistance where necessary. Given that the skins they brought were thicker than the 2 long-eared beast skins Qiao Yujia had utilized, she initially contemplated lending them her needle and thread, but ultimately decided against it. Opting for the bone needles instead, she had anticipated that the absence of thread would pose a significant challenge, yet she was pleasantly surprised to find that the females adeptly employed beast sinew to sew the skins. Once the 3 sides were sewn together, Qiao Yujia instructed them to leave one side open and then led them to gather an appropriate amount of cotton, following the method she had previously demonstrated. They tore the cotton into strips, fluffed it up, and stuffed it into the sewn skins. Finally, they stitched up the open side, resulting in a soft and warm cotton beast skin nest. The females beamed with joy as they held their crafted nests, eagerly calling for their beastmen cubs to come and try them out. The moment the little beastmen cubs lay down, they immediately settled in, closing their eyes in sheer comfort and delight. The members of the Tiger Roar tribe were overjoyed at the sight of the blissfully snoozing cubs. Yuhua cub, thank you. Fu Xiang expressed her gratitude as she and the high shaman, Wu Bai, approached amidst the jubilant atmosphere. The high shaman, witnessing the happy scene of the beastmen cubs, could not contain his excitement and extended his thanks to Qiao Yujia. High shaman, there's no need for such formality. Since we have arrived on this continent, it is only right that we contribute in this way. Qiao Yujia, concerned for the high shaman's stability, quickly supported him on the other side. She graciously accepted his gratitude, though for her, it was merely a matter of course, having settled in this land, possibly for an extended period or even a lifetime. It was only natural to seek to improve living conditions during that time. Yuhua cub, now that the little beastmen cubs have their warm nests, could there be a way for the adult beastmen, females, and young females to also safely endure this winter? The high shaman, gazing at the peacefully sleeping cubs, envisioned a scene of them weathering the winter. If the little beastmen could manage, surely there must be a solution for the adults and females as well. The more he pondered, the more excited he became, prompting him to eagerly inquire whether Qiao Yujia possessed additional means to ensure the tribe's safe passage through the winter. Of course, there are indeed numerous solutions for enduring the winter, far beyond this one. Qiao Yujia nodded. For her and Yu Sheng, who hail from an era of scientific advancement, there are myriad ways to weather the winter. It is not a singular endeavor. Yujia, do share what other methods exist to help our kin endure the winter. Upon hearing that Qiao Yujia possessed a solution for their people's safe passage through the winter, the great shaman could not suppress her joy that if there truly exists a means to safeguard their kin, it would undoubtedly reduce the loss of lives this year, perhaps even preventing any from meeting the beast god. We can also sew cotton garments and quilts, as well as stockpile firewood for warmth, or convert the wood into charcoal for winter heating. Qiao Yujia continued that in front of these simple-minded beast folk, she felt no need to withhold her knowledge, especially since it was not anything particularly extraordinary, unless it pertained to weaponry, which was an entirely different matter. She then elaborated on numerous additional strategies for enduring the winter, emphasizing the importance of food storage and the preparation of winter apparel. The females present, along with the great shaman, were taken aback by the abundance of methods available to them, their astonishment evident as they gasped in unison, expressing their excitement. However, it was already quite late. Let us have our evening meal first, and we shall discuss this matter further tomorrow. Qiao Yujia could see that the great shaman and the others were elated by the prospect of so many solutions for surviving the winter, and she was more than willing to share her insights. Yet, night had fallen, the sun had set, and the moon had risen. She urged the great shaman and the others to partake in their dinner first, promising to revisit the winter preparations the following day. Furthermore, Shiyu's cart had been constructed with the assistance of those in the tribe who enjoyed woodworking, and they would need to venture to the salt mines in the valley tomorrow to collect salt. Oh dear, I suddenly feel overwhelmed. That evening, Lin Ye was awakened by the enticing aroma of food wafting from the cotton beast skin nest. Following the scent, she made her way to Qiao Yujia's side, unceremoniously climbing onto her lap. Sensing Lin Ye's hunger, Qiao Yujia filled a large bamboo bowl with roasted meat and placed it on the ground beside her, gently lowering Lin Ye to let her eat on her own. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, witnessing Qiao Yujia's tender care for Lin Ye, felt a sudden wave of disappointment wash over him. Sadness and grievance enveloped him, and his gaze toward Lin Ye grew increasingly hostile. The following morning, after attending to her morning rituals and having breakfast, Qiao Yujia instructed the females to retrieve the beast skins they had prepared over the past few days. She then led a gathering team, accompanied by several beast folk, to the small valley. Upon reaching the valley, the gathering team and the beast folk separated, with Qiao Yujia leading the latter toward the salt mine, leaving only those responsible for protecting the gathering team behind. After selecting a suitable spot, they began to excavate. Although the mountain soil contained some salt, the impurities were too numerous to warrant extraction, so Qiao Yujia directed the others to dig out salt ore instead and load it onto the cart. Once the first cart was filled, Qiao Yujia followed it out of the valley, as she also needed to instruct the females on how to sew beast skin quilts and garments. It'd be by the time they returned to the open area in front of the cave, the females had already laid out all the beast skins they had collected, eagerly awaiting Qiao Yujia's guidance on sewing. After washing her hands by the river, she returned to the clearing and was greeted by Hongyu, who approached her with a beaming smile. Jiajia, please teach us how to sew cotton garments and quilts. The joy on Hongyu's face was evident, a stark contrast to her previous state of distress after being bullied by Hongxia. thanks to several days of good food and rest, she had gained some weight, and upon closer inspection, her features were quite charming, embodying a petite and adorable appearance. Let us begin, then, that we should strive to create as many cotton garments and quilts as possible before winter arrives. Observing that the females had prepared the large beast skins, Qiao Yujia wasted no time and immediately began instructing them on the sewing process to ensure ample supplies for the winter. Together with Hanyu, Qiao Yujia approached the task, starting with the simpler method of quilting. She guided the females to stitch together the skins of large beasts, matching colors according to the height of the beast folk, and then sewing the assembled pieces together to create a basic quilt. After stuffing it with cotton and sealing the opening, a rudimentary beast skin quilt was completed. Satisfied with the result, Qiao Yujia acknowledged that given the current conditions on the continent, it was impossible to secure the cotton within the skin entirely. Thus, this makeshift solution would suffice to endure the winter. Once the females had mastered quilt making, Qiao Yujia turned her attention to crafting cotton garments. These required precise measurements, making the task slightly more complex. She opted for thin skins to facilitate movement and decided to teach them a simple design, a loose-shouldered dress paired with a roomy hooded cloak, complemented by knee-high boots, an ensemble that had become standard attire among the females, including the younger ones. With a plan in place, they set to work. Qiao Yujia instructed the females to assist each other in taking measurements while enlisting the help of beastfolk for cutting the fabric. Just then, the hunting team returned from the forest traps, drawn over by curiosity, and Qiao Yujia quickly enlisted them to assist. Wei Yusheng also brought back by D to help, and Lin Ye was similarly recruited. Using a piece of half-burned charcoal, Qiao Yujia traced the outline of a dress on the beast skin based on Hongyo's measurements, instructing Lin Ye to cut it out. The other beast folk and females watched intently, fearful of missing a single step. Just as Lin Ye was about to begin cutting, a sharp voice echoed from nearby. "How can you waste beast skin like this? These were hard-earned by the beast folk." Everyone turned to identify the source of the voice, realizing it was the troublesome Hongxia. Qiao Yujia, perplexed, wondered why she seemed to appear everywhere. "Yujia, don't mind her. Continue teaching us how to sew the winter garments." Fu Xiang comforted Qiao Yujia, hoping she would not let one troublesome female deter her from instructing them. "Rest assured, Aunt Fu Xiang, I shall not be swayed by such a tumultuous character," Qiao Yujia replied with a faint smile. Resuming her teaching of the winter clothing, she turned her back on Hongxia's increasingly irksome visage, focusing solely on guiding the females in their sewing. Meanwhile, Hongxia, noticing that no one was speaking on her behalf, stomped her feet in frustration on the ground. The contours of the cut garments, with the fur facing outward, were meticulously stitched together. Following the same method, 2 identical garment contours were crafted and sewn as well. Subsequently, the assembled front and back were united, leaving the neck area unstitched, while the sides from the chest to the hem of the skirt were entirely sewn shut. The shoulder straps, designed to prevent slippage, were also created in the same manner. Once one was completed, replicating the second was merely a matter of imitation. The females grew increasingly adept at the task. Then, Qiao Yujia fashioned a pair of long boots from beast hide, tailored to the size of Hongyo's feet, using the hide of the long-eared beast for the shafts and the hide of the mumu beast for the soles, thus providing protection for the soles of the feet. The stitching technique was quite simple, and for the convenience of the locals, Qiao Yujia instructed them in crafting long boots with detachable ties. Next came the beast hide cloaks. Fortunately, the females demonstrated commendable manual dexterity, requiring only minimal guidance from Qiao Yujia for any errors. Observing their fervent efforts in sewing winter garments, Qiao Yujia decided to focus on creating her own winter attire alongside Yusheng. The bustling scene in the open space continued until sunset, with beastmen consistently transporting cotton from the nearby hills. The completed beast hide quilts were taken by the beastmen to a newly excavated cave designated for winter clothing storage. Neatly arranged on bamboo mats and covered with wide beast hides to protect against dust. In recent days, Lin Ye and Bai Di had excavated 2 small compartments within the central cave, each in opposition to the other, moving their beast hides inside. Concerned about Lin Ye getting cold, Qiao Yujia also relocated her inside, which displeased Lin Ye. Consequently, Lin Ye personally dug out another small compartment beside theirs for Lin Yan's little furry bundle, then disregarded the matter altogether. Oblivious to the changes, Lin Yan remained blissfully asleep. Today, Qiao Yujia felt somewhat fatigued and was on the verge of falling asleep when she encountered Lin Ye in a rather alluring state. "Jiajia, it's been ages since we last shared a kiss." Lin Ye's magnetic voice trailed off, his androgynous features rendering him a true vision of beauty, gulping involuntarily at Lin Ye's enchanting appearance. Qiao Yujia felt her heart race uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest that, oh my goodness, how could there be such an enticing snake beast? How wonderful it would have been to be born in this land. She mused, only to quickly dismiss the thought upon recalling that many women on this continent bore dark complexions. What if she had been born here and had a minuscule chance of being one of those dark-skinned women? The thought was too terrifying. Lin Ye watched as Qiao Yujia oscillated between shaking her head and nodding, curious about her thoughts. Seizing the moment, he quietly drew her into his embrace. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, startled as she tumbled into his arms due to his considerable strength. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng, who had been on the verge of slumber, rushed out to investigate the source of Qiao Yujia's outcry. Fearing Lin Ye was bullying her, however, she was halted at the threshold by Di. "Don't worry, Asheng, Jiajia is fine. Lin Ye won't harm her," Di reassured her. Knowing her concerns, he felt a pang of envy towards Lin Ye, as it seemed Jiajia had likely agreed to become his mate. Suddenly, Di glanced down at Yu Sheng. Feeling a twinge of grievance, he wished that the little female he adored would do more than merely hold hands and share sweet kisses. It felt inadequate. What Yu Sheng did not realize was that she was quite naive regarding relationships, knowing only that couples held hands and shared tender kisses, nothing more. In Qiao Yujia's words, she was simply innocent. Really? To Yu Sheng, Lin Ye seemed like a potentially predatory snake demon. The notion that he wouldn't bully her best friend seemed implausible. She thought skeptically. "I swear to the beast god. On the Beastman continent, males cannot harm or bully females. Unless a female commits an unforgivable act, she will be driven from the tribe," Di declared. Feeling wronged by Yu Sheng's doubt, he explained further, emphasizing that under normal circumstances, males would not attack females without cause, unless the female posed a threat to the tribe's interests. "All right, I believe you." Qiao Yujia had previously informed Yu Sheng that the beast god held the highest status on this continent, serving as the spiritual leader. Since Di had sworn an oath to their deity, she decided to trust him. Having concluded her statement, Yu Sheng promptly fell back into a deep sleep, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, Di caught her just in time and gently laid her on the soft beast hide bed, sighing in exasperation. "Who can tell me what sin I committed in my past life? Why must I fall for a little female like Yu Sheng who simply collapses into slumber every night? How will we ever become mates?" Meanwhile, in another part of the cave, Lin Ye had begun to release the tension within his body. Yet he still believed Qiao Yujia was not yet of age, so he refrained from going too far, opting instead for simple, sweet kisses. The following morning, Qiao Yujia joined the members of the Tiger Howl tribe for breakfast. When the gathering team set out that day, she opted not to accompany them. The salt or the beast men had excavated yesterday needed to be processed quickly into refined salt to fill the void left by sea salt, which was essential for curing jerky and preserving other food. Additionally, she recalled Lin Ye's warning about the harsh winter on this continent. She needed to enlist Shi to make wooden doors for each small compartment and the cave entrance to shield against the wind and snow. As for the construction of houses, that could only be addressed after winter had passed. However, she was determined to arrange for a heated bed to help everyone endure the winter. Without delay, she set about accomplishing this task, one step at a time. After finishing her breakfast, Qiao Yujia proceeded to the area designated for refining salt. "Yujia, you're here. Come quick and see how we should refine this salt," an elderly beast man called out. The older members of the tribe often felt they were a burden, so a portion of them had taken it upon themselves to handle the salt refining since arriving in this place. Finding solace in contributing to the tribe, looking at the large chunk of salt, before her, Qiao Yujia was taken aback. Was this to facilitate storage when salt wasn't being processed? The ore was rather substantial and needed to be broken into smaller pieces first. Then, the salt must be dissolved in water to filter out impurities before it could be refined. While she explained this, she pondered how to effectively filter the minor impurities from the salt. Understood. Yujia, thank you for your guidance. The elder beast man expressed gratitude. Without her assistance, they might have continued to languish in ineffectiveness as they had before, unable to contribute meaningfully to the tribe. "Please, don't say that I owe you my thanks. Without your help, the tribe wouldn't have enough salt for curing and preserving beast meat and wild vegetables." As the elder beastman prepared to kneel in gratitude, Qiao Yujia hurried to assist him back to his feet. Previously, people had said that having an elder in the family was akin to possessing a treasure. Yet here the elders chose to starve themselves rather than burden their families or the tribe, further solidifying Qiao Yujia's resolve to change this continent. Elder, please break the salt or into smaller pieces first. I'll find a way to create a tool to filter the impurities from the salt, or some aspects of this continent had already become established, and Qiao Yujia could only make incremental changes. After informing the elder beastmen, Qiao Yujia sought out Shi for assistance in crafting a simple filtering device. Once she departed, the elder beastmen resumed their work. Qiao Yujia searched for Shi among the various workspaces and, after a thorough look, found him in the previously quiet corner, accompanied by a few male beastmen who enjoyed crafting. Shi, could you help me create a tool? Qiao Yujia approached him, calling out as he looked up. She couldn't help but notice that his features were even more delicate than those of a woman. Little female, you're back. What do you need this time? As soon as Shi laid eyes on Qiao Yujia, a wave of joy washed over him, for she brought forth tools and peculiar items he had never encountered before. Though merely designed sketches, they were enough to keep Shi engrossed in research for several days. Upon hearing Shi's words, Qiao Yujia recognized his renewed interest in the design she held. She then took a piece of charcoal from the fire pit used for salt production and sketched a rudimentary filter on the stone wall. Advising Shi to consider making it larger, Shi nodded in acknowledgement and immersed himself in the study of the simplified filter. Observing his enthusiasm, Qiao Yujia felt reluctant to interrupt him. Just as she turned to attend to other matters, she noticed the great shaman, Wu Bai, approaching her. Great shaman, have you come to seek me for something? She stepped forward to assist him, fully aware that he seldom ventured from his cave unless urgent matters arose. Yujia, let us discuss this in your cave, the great shaman suggested, opting not to reveal his purpose just yet, but inviting her to follow him to their dwelling. Qiao Yujia, sensing the importance of his visit, nodded and accompanied him. Upon their arrival at the cave, Qiao Yujia was taken aback. She had expected to find only herself and the great shaman, yet there were also Chief Shiqiao, Aunt Fuxiang, as well as Lin Ye, Bai Di, and Yu Sheng present. Chief Shiqiao had likely just returned from gathering cotton, while Lin Ye and the others appeared weary, presumably from their recent excursion. As Qiao Yujia entered, she noticed the solemn atmosphere and chose to remain silent, quietly taking a seat beside Lin Ye. The great shaman and Chief Shiqiao exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Chief Shiqiao then addressed everyone in a somewhat serious tone. Now that we are all gathered, I shall be briefed that in 10 days, we will host the annual tribal trading fair, which will take place at the White Lion tribe. I urge each of you to prepare items for trade that we may need. Upon hearing the mention of the trading fair, Qiao Yujia was momentarily stunned. Had this land truly reached a stage of barter? In contrast, Yu Sheng was filled with excitement at the prospect of encountering many items she had yet to see. Their differing thoughts left one wondering how they had become such close friends. Father, who will be attending the trading fair this year, Bai Di, already aware of the items needed for trade, was most curious about the delegates chosen to represent them, as he wished to accompany Yu Sheng to exchange for items of her liking. Trading fair, does this mean Jiajia can trade for things she desires? Upon hearing his offspring's words, Shiqiao shot a knowing glance at Bai Di. Both Sheng and Yujia are not members of the Tiger Howl tribe. Yet they have contributed significantly to USAS the chieftain. I shall not restrict their choices. Whether they wish to attend is entirely up to them. This year, I shall remain here. Bai Di, you may select 10 warriors from the tribe to accompany you. Understood, Father, Bai Di responded eagerly. Thrilled by the prospect, Shiqiao observed his son's elation. Ever since Sheng had arrived, Bai Di had become somewhat endearing, yet clueless about his father's subtle discontent. Yet, Yujia. Chief Shiqiao hesitated, seemingly wanting to ask her something. Please, Chief Shiqiao, feel free to speak your mind, Qiao Yujia urged. Sensing his hesitation, why Yujia? The method you taught us for preserving beast meat and creating winter garments. Might you bring a portion of the dried meat and some warm clothing to trade with other tribes at the fair? Chief Shiqiao inquired cautiously. Although the tribe was not currently in want of food or clothing, these provisions had been made possible by her efforts. Without her, many might have perished during the winter months. Certainly, we all inhabit this land together. There is nothing that cannot be shared. However, the amount of refined salt traded must be limited, for if it fell into the hands of those with ill intentions, it could lead to unforeseen conflicts. During her time here, Qiao Yujia had gleaned much about the customs of the Beastman continent from the tribe's members. She understood the peril that could befall the Tiger Howl tribe should the secret of food preservation through salt be discovered by hostile tribes. Salt not only substituted for beast blood, providing energy for the beastmen and females, but also posed a significant threat if exploited maliciously. Though Qiao Yujia was resolute, she genuinely cared for the tribe and wished to see it thrive rather than fade into obscurity. I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements. Thank you, Yujia. Chief Shiqiao expressed his gratitude. Initially, he had not comprehended the gravity of the situation. Salt had been scarce and primarily reserved for the great shaman to aid the frail. Now, with her presence, every tribe member could benefit from the salt, dispelling their fatigue and weakness. If this knowledge were to reach malevolent tribes, the Tiger Howl tribe could face calamity. You need not thank me. I have done little more than guide your resourceful people. Qiao Yujia replied modestly that in truth, she believed the beastmen and females were far from foolish. In a modern context, they would excel in various fields. She had merely ignited their potential through her guidance. Regardless of her modesty, Chief Shiqiao insisted, I must extend my gratitude to you, Yujia. Although Qiao Yujia had rarely received such heartfelt thanks in her life, especially from those of another world, it felt endearing, reminiscent of her mother's affection. She turned to Lin Ye and smiled. Since her arrival, his companionship had been a source of solace, especially as Yusheng had found her own affection. Let us commence preparations for the items we will trade starting tomorrow. In 10 days, by D will lead us to the trading fair. Upon receiving unanimous consent from the gathered individuals, Chief Shiqiao affirmed the plan to begin preparations for the upcoming trading fair. Then let us not burden you further, Yujia. Chief Shiqiao stated before stepping out to assist with the spoils Lin Ye and his companions had brought back. As Qiao Yujia watched them depart, she chose not to linger in the cave, but sought out Shi in a secluded corner of the clearing. Little female, you have arrived. As Qiao Yujia approached, not too far away, Shi had already caught a whiff of her fragrance. Upon lifting his gaze, he confirmed it was indeed her, strolling leisurely ahead. Seeing her draw near filled Shi with delight. Oh, by the way, little female, the filter you requested is complete. Would you care to give it a try? Noticing Qiao Yujia had halted just 5 steps away, calculated by her stride, Shi extended the rudimentary filter he had just crafted towards her. Thank you. Qiao Yujia intended to accept the makeshift filter from Shi. But upon seeing its size, her eyes widened in astonishment. Her hands awkwardly froze mid-air. Isn't this a bit too large? How could I possibly move it? Little female, allow me to assist you in transporting it. Observing Qiao Yujia's hands suspended in the air, Shi realized he had indeed crafted it too large for her to manage alone. Thus, he volunteered to help carry the filter, while Qiao Yujia would simply direct him. That would be a great help. Qiao Yujia bowed slightly to Shi, acquiescing to his offer, as she genuinely could not lift it on her own and its no trouble at all. Where would you like it moved to? Shi shook his head, dismissing the notion of inconvenience. On the contrary, he felt a surge of joy at having created something so unprecedented. Please take it to the salt production area, since Shi had already offered. Qiao Yujia felt no need to hesitate, turning to indicate the nearby site where salt was being processed. Understood, Shi acknowledged, following Qiao Yujia towards the salt production grounds. At this juncture, the orc warriors of the hunting team had completed their tasks. Having processed the game, they brought back into uniform strips to hand over to the females preparing cured meat, before heading to assist in other areas. Lin Ye surmised that Qiao Yujia was likely at the salt production site. And indeed, he spotted her silhouette there. However, as he drew closer, he discovered her engrossed in manipulating a wooden barrel that was half her height and capable of containing 2 of her. Indeed, your guess was accurate. The wooden barrel Qiao Yujia was fussing over was the rudimentary filter fashioned by Shi. At that moment, Qiao Yujia contributed a piece of gauze, wrapping it around the outlet at the bottom of the barrel. Subsequently layering stones, river sand, and charcoal made from burning wood into the compartments of the filter. It must be said, the filter was quite well made. Shi had even incorporated 3 compartments near the bottom, each with fine holes, while the barrel's base featured larger openings to expedite the flow of water. Once the rudimentary filter was assembled, Qiao Yujia signaled the older orcs to begin pouring the salt minerals that had dissolved in river water into the filter. One barrel at a time. Yujia, is this filter truly effective? Can it genuinely eliminate the trace impurities in the salt minerals? One of the elder orcs gazed skeptically at the large wooden barrel before them, doubtful of its utility. Dear sir, we shall only know once we give it a try. If it fails, we can have sure make adjustments or perhaps add some other filtering materials to the mix. In truth, Qiao Yujia harbored little hope for the filter. Moreover, it was the orcs' first encounter with such a contraption, and their disbelief was entirely understandable. After all, it was a rudimentary version, and its capability remained a mystery. Lin Ye seemed to sense Qiao Yujia's emotions, approaching her side to pat her shoulder, silently encouraging her not to lose hope. I'm fine. Qiao Yujia shook her head, striving to dispel any lingering negativity. Just as everyone had resigned themselves to a lack of hope for the filter, clear salt water suddenly began to flow from the outlet at the bottom. Qiao Yujia extended her finger to the outlet, dipping it into the pristine salt water and tasting it. It lacks the bitter flavor from before. It appears to be successful. A wave of pure salty taste flooded her mouth, indicating that her layering sequence was indeed correct. The bitterness is gone. Hearing Qiao Yujia's exclamation, the elder orc mimicked her, dipping his finger into the outlet to taste the clear salt water, and indeed, the bitterness had vanished, leaving only the pure taste of salt. With one elder's experiment, others soon followed suit, dipping their fingers into the outlet of the filter and discovering the same delightful outcome. Only the unadulterated taste of salt remained, devoid of bitterness. Since the bitterness has been eliminated, let us toil diligently to refine the salt. With the filter proving effective, Qiao Yujia entrusted the task of salt refinement entirely to the elder orcs of the tribe. It's no trouble at all. We owe you our gratitude, Yujia. Were it not for you, we would still be living from day to day. For these once idle elder orcs, the task was not burdensome. Rather, it rekindled their sense of purpose in life. Since you all say so, I shall refrain from further commentary. But do take care of your health and do not overexert yourselves. Having witnessed the elder orcs' years of unremarkable existence, Qiao Yujia chose not to dwell on it. To speak too much might lead them to feel resentful for not being able to contribute more to the tribe. Hence, she merely advised them to take care of themselves before proceeding to discuss other matters with Shuri. Thus, Qiao Yujia spent her day immersed in bustling activity, yet she felt it was worth the effort, as it would allow her and Yuxing to enjoy a more comfortable existence in this unfamiliar world. That evening, Lin Ye and Xian Yu began a tender moment together. Jiajia, once the trading event concludes, shall we pray to the beast god for a union? Lin Ye tentatively inquired, feeling an impatience brewing within him. Though he perceived Qiao Yujia as still immature, he believed they could pledge their union now, and matters of offspring could be addressed later. All right. Qiao Yujia nodded in agreement to Lin Ye's proposal, her gentle breath brushing against his chest, igniting a warmth within him that made him restless. The following day, Qiao Yujia rose to wash and prepare for breakfast before plunging into another day of busyness. With the trading event approaching, in addition to the items needed for exchange within the tribe, the accompanying females had to prepare ample beast hides to barter for items and food they desired from other tribes during the event. On this day, the orc hunters, apart from retrieving game from traps as usual, returned to the tribe with their catches and often gathered in pairs to hunt in the forest, amassing sufficient beast hides for the trading event. This would enable them to exchange rare trinkets for their partners. Meanwhile, Jin Yi and Bai Di were tirelessly hunting down large and rare beasts in the forest, all in hopes of bringing back more items and food that their future partners would cherish during the trading event. At that moment, Shuri diligently followed Qiao Yujia's instructions, constructing wooden doors to shield each cave entrance from the wind. He experimented with the lengths of the wooden planks he had brought back. As the cave openings were semi-elliptical, necessitating careful measurements, he fashioned each plank, tying them together with fibers extracted from vines, then heating each piece to connect them. As for Qiao Yujia, she was inundated with cotton deliveries from the cotton picking team, bringing in cartloads of cotton. After completing the beast hide quilts, she proceeded to craft a dozen or so beast hide garments and cloaks. Concerned about waste, she also taught the females how to twist the cotton into thread, forming it into balls for ease of use in weaving cotton scarves later. Qiao Yujia and Shuri collaborated on acquiring large needles for weaving. Wooden needles danced in Qiao Yujia's hands. She felt the urge to attempt it herself. However, the two needles in her grasp suddenly felt uncooperative. She glanced at the eager females learning beside her, shaking her head helplessly, and slowed her pace to teach them step by step. Soon, the females seemed to unlock a hidden skill, their speed increasing dramatically by the end of the day. Each had crafted nearly 50 scarves, an impressive feat that left Qiao Yujia in awe, glancing at her own meager 2 scarves. She felt quite behind in the ensuing days. The members of the Tiger Howl tribe, along with Qiao Yujia and Yuxing, engaged in similar endeavors, curing strips of meat for jerky, weaving various sizes of bamboo baskets, and sewing beast hide quilts, garments, and cloaks, along with cotton scarves. The tribe members of Tiger Howl lived through these 9 bustling days, with today marking the final day of preparation for the trading event. Everyone was still fervently readying the items needed for exchange with other tribes. During this time, Hong Xia came over to disrupt their efforts, but no one paid her any mind, not even Qiao Yujia and Yuxing, who didn't even glance her way. Seeing that no one acknowledged her presence, Hong Xia returned to her cave in a huff. Jiajia, do take care of yourself and eat something. I'll handle the rest. Lin Ye observed that Qiao Yujia had been busy all morning without having eaten breakfast. He could only prepare a simple meal of grilled meat and fresh bamboo shoot soup, which she liked. Thank you. Qiao Yujia accepted the grilled meat and bamboo shoot soup from Lin Ye's hands and began to eat slowly. If Lin Ye hadn't brought her food, she might have forgotten that she hadn't had breakfast at all. As Lin Ye delivered food to Qiao Yujia, the other females present also received food from their partners, putting down their tasks to eat. For a moment, the clearing was filled only with the sounds of eating, while the males took over the tasks from their partners, quickly grasping what needed to be done and soon producing dozens of scarves each. Wu Bai, the great shaman, continued to dry herbs in front of the cave as usual. Watching the busy and smiling faces of his clan members, he felt that coming here was truly worthwhile. If not for the chief's regulations, perhaps even more clansfolk would have perished in the original tribe. The current harmonious and joyous atmosphere was something they had never dared to imagine before, always fearing an unexpected attack from larger tribes or being slaughtered by wandering beastmen. Chapter 28. The adorable rabbit. After the final day of toil, Qiao Yujia and a few others from the Hushao tribe hastily had dinner. The people of this continent had no evening entertainment, so they quickly returned to their caves to rest. Except for those beastmen with partners who were still engaged in procreation, the night was unusually quiet. Inside the cave, Qiao Yujia listened to the bustling beastmen from the Hushao tribe in another cave, feeling a wave of annoyance at the poor sound insulation. This cave was far too noisy. She resolved that after this winter, she would ensure proper construction was completed. Lost in her thoughts of a better future, Qiao Yujia did not notice that Lin Ye's hands were already roaming over her body. Why does it feel so itchy? The tingling sensation made her somewhat uncomfortable, and when her gaze shifted to her waist, Qiao Yujia swiftly swatted away Lin Ye's mischief, scolding, "Stop it. We have to go to the trading fair with by tomorrow." "It's all right. I'll carry you there tomorrow." Lin Ye paid no heed to Qiao Yujia's warning. The aura surrounding her incessantly stirred his heart. The alluring, soft voice caressed her ears, probing her defenses, and Qiao Yujia felt herself on the verge of yielding. My heavens, how can there be such an enchanting serpent beast? Jiajia, considering all the beast skins I have prepared for you, could we? Sensing the inviting aura emanating from Qiao Yujia, Lin Ye seized the opportunity to take things further. Specifically pointing to the neatly stacked animal skins in the large bamboo basket in front of her, hoping to negotiate his terms for advancing their relationship. No. Qiao Yujia firmly swatted Lin Ye's wandering hand again. Then, as a thought struck her, turned her head and lightly kissed his lips, softly saying, "Sleep now. We need to set off together in the morning." Thinking that if Lin Ye didn't receive some benefits, he would likely not let her rest peacefully that night, she decided to give him a little sweetness to prevent further disturbances. Indeed, this small gesture of affection satisfied Lin Ye. He ceased his insistence on disturbing her sleep and gently pulled her into his embrace, burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her scent as he drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, all the females in the tribe assisted in preparing a sumptuous breakfast for the beastmen who were about to attend the trading fair. Bai Di led the participants in counting the items to be traded, while Lin Ye helped Qiao Yujia pack the animal skins she would use for trading, ensuring to include the cloak she had woven from cotton thread over the past 10 days before they left the cave together. "Jiajia, come eat breakfast quickly. We are about to depart." Upon seeing Qiao Yujia approach, Yusheng hurriedly handed her the breakfast he had prepared. Thank you. Receiving the meal, Qiao Yujia glanced at it. It was a clear soup made from sweet potatoes. Bringing it to her lips for a taste, a flavor distinct from roasted sweet potatoes filled her mouth, and she closed her eyes in bliss. Though a hint of regret lingered, if only I could find some rice, I could make sweet potato porridge. Jiajia, is it delicious? After finishing a bowl of sweet potato soup, Qiao Yujia noticed Yusheng gazing at her with bright, eager eyes like a child awaiting praise. Delicious. Did you make this, Sheng? The sweet potatoes in the Beastman continent were inherently sweet and required little embellishment. However, sensing the anticipation in Yusheng's eyes, Qiao Yujia tentatively inquired. Suspecting that the soup was indeed Yusheng's handiwork, upon hearing Qiao Yujia's praise, Yusheng nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Your skills are impressive. Keep it up. Seeing Yusheng nod in affirmation, Qiao Yujia offered further encouragement, knowing that previously, Yusheng rarely cooked at home, usually leaving the task to her mother, only stepping in to prepare a dish or two when her mother was absent. Now, being able to prepare such a large pot of food for the entire tribe was quite remarkable, just as Qiao Yujia was about to turn and wash the dishes by the river. A thought struck her, and she handed the cotton cloak hanging from her arm to Yusheng, gently saying, Sheng, this cloak is for you. I made it over the past few days. It might be a bit chilly while we travel. Thank you, Jiajia. Yusheng accepted the cloak from Qiao Yujia, stroking it. Its softness surpassed even the cotton garments of modern Huaxia, a true testament to the comfort of cotton-crafted clothing. Qiao Yujia nodded, satisfied to see Yusheng's delight in the cloak, and, not wanting to disturb her as she immersed herself in its softness, turned to head towards the river. After a while, Baidi had gathered all the items needed for the trading fair and also brought food for the clan members who had been away for nearly a month. He was uncertain how many days the journey would take, but he was confident they would return to the tribe before winter set in. Once everything was ready, Baidi instructed the tribe to load the items onto the cart, which one of the beastmen transformed into their beast form to pull. The rest of the tribe shifted into their beast forms and, amidst the farewell of their kin, set off in a grand procession. Meanwhile, sitting atop her partner's back, Hong Xia glared maliciously at Qiao Yujia, Yusheng, and Hong Yu, who were seated on the cart. Originally, Hong Xia had not been allocated a spot for the trading fair, but she had manipulated her father's contributions to the tribe to extract a place for herself. What mischief might she be planning for Qiao Yujia and Yusheng along the way? After the beastmen departed the tribe with their goods, they traveled for a day and finally reached the outskirts of the Wuhuang plain as the sun dipped low on the horizon. Baidi suggested resting for the night in the original cave of the Hushao tribe. As it was the closest to the forest, upon hearing this suggestion, everyone agreed. Given the proximity of the original Hushao tribe to the forest, after a brief discussion, the group hastily made their way to the original cave of the Hushao tribe. Cough, cough. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a scene of scattered corpses, prompting Qiao Yujia and Yusheng to cough a couple of times to alert their future partners nearby. Indeed, this was the result of the previous attack by the Wandering Beastmen on the Hushao tribe. The Wandering Beastmen in the Beastman continent had no habit of burying the dead after slaughtering members of other tribes. They simply left the bodies where they fell, waiting for the forest creatures to consume them. Let us find a place to bury our kin, Baidi said, feeling a deep discomfort at the sight of the scattered remains, some still intact while others had been ravaged by forest beasts. In truth, some had even been consumed by the Wandering Beastmen, though Baidi was unaware of this. Upon hearing Baidi's directive, all the beastmen, except those tending to the cart, began to clear the corpses from the open ground, digging a deep pit behind the original tribe to inter them. Subsequently, Baidi led Qiao Yujia and the others to the cave used for refuge by the original tribe, which had ample space to accommodate all the kin who had arrived that day. Baidi and the tribe members quickly tidied up the cave, bringing the cart laden with goods inside. Everyone lit a fire for warmth, had a bit to eat, and aside from a few who stayed behind to keep watch, everyone else settled down to rest. Due to the cold ground, Qiao Yujia and Yusheng were both bundled up tightly in the arms of their respective future partners. As night passed, aside from the occasional beast roar echoing from the forest, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. The beastmen attending the trading fair woke, had a simple breakfast, and hurriedly packed up to continue their journey. Throughout the journey, Hong Xia remained unusually quiet, showing no signs of wanting to harm Qiao Yujia and Yusheng. Could it be that she had come to her senses and decided to abandon Bai Di? Or was she biding her time, plotting something sinister against Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng? Although Hongxia remained silent throughout the journey, Qiao Yujia held a different opinion. She harbored a plethora of schemes, and one could never predict when they might erupt, potentially implicating the three of them. Thus, she kept a vigilant eye on Hongxia's movements. Unbeknownst to her, Hongxia was under the delusion that Qiao Yujia and her companions had not uncovered her machinations. Reveling in the belief that her plans were flawless, the territory of the White Lion tribe lay in the southern expanse of the eastern continent, compelling Baidi and his entourage of orcs to hasten their journey southward. Upon reaching the midpoint of the forest, Baidi abruptly halted the group, alerting them to the approach of other orcs. At this proclamation, all the orcs present heightened their vigilance, scanning their surroundings for the potential emergence of the approaching orcs. Baidi, how numerous are these orcs? Yu Sheng, encountering such a situation for the first time in this world, felt apprehensive about the intentions of the incoming orcs. There are many, and I sense the presence of females among them. Baidi calmly explained the number of orcs nearing their vicinity that he could not ascertain their exact count, but sensed a significant presence. The initial statement held little weight for the seasoned orc warriors present, but Baidi's subsequent remark sent shockwaves through them. There were indeed females. Instantly, the single orcs present became restless, eager to glimpse what these females resembled. Would they be as enchanting as Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng? The single orcs of the Tiger Howl tribe, having witnessed the beauty of Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, initially deemed them a tad petite, yet over time, they grew to find them endearing. Consequently, these orcs began to view Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng as their romantic aspirations. However, the two females sought but a single companion, prompting many of the single orcs to set aside their desires, yet they remained unwilling to relinquish hope, even if they could not win the hearts of Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng. Finding another female of equal caliber would suffice. Unbeknownst to them, there existed no other female on the orc continent who could rival the excellence of Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng. Oh, divine maiden. The orcs in the distance are drawing ever closer. As the sounds of their approach intensified, the little spirit fire creature in Qiao Yujia's arms grew increasingly restless. Be calm. I trust Baidi, and the others will handle this. She gently stroked the creature's fur, soothing its anxious spirit. While Qiao Yujia too harbored concerns about the nature of the distant orcs, she felt it unwise to intervene. The orcs attending the trade fair were all members of the Tiger Howl tribe, and her assistance in daily matters sufficed. However, she felt ill-equipped to take part in this battle. As the footsteps drew nearer, Baidi and his kin finally discerned the approaching group of orcs at first glance. They appeared to be the wandering orcs of the eastern continent. Among them, a female raced forward, cradling a young orc, aided by several companions. They had covered considerable ground, but with the last of her companions slain by the wandering orcs, her endurance was waning. Help me, help me. Upon catching sight of Baidi and his group, the female cried out as if grasping a lifeline. Suddenly, she altered her plea. Please, save my young. Without hesitation, she set down her offspring and turned to confront the approaching wandering orcs, determined to shield her child from their attacks. Quick, save her. Just as the female was about to be struck by a stone knife wielded by a wandering orc, Baidi immediately led his tribe to her rescue. Yet, they were ultimately a moment too late. Baidi could only guide his kin to prevent the wandering orcs from seizing the supplies they had brought. Lin Ye, go fetch that young one. Awa. Yes, divine maiden. While Baidi and his kin engaged in battle with the wandering orcs, they were unable to spare attention for the surviving young orc. Thus, Qiao Yujia instructed the little spirit fire creature to retrieve the young one left on the ground. In a flash, the creature vanished from her grasp, leaving both Yu Sheng and Hong Yu astounded. Though they remained silent, they exchanged bewildered glances. Initially thinking the creature was merely an underdeveloped young orc, they now realized it was something altogether different. Moments later, the small creature returned, carrying a snowy white young hare, which it gently placed on Qiao Yujia's lap, letting out a soft call. Thank you, Lin Ye. You did wonderfully. Qiao Yujia petted the creature's pure white fur, and it emitted a contented purr. Then, she lifted the small white hare to inspect it closely. It appeared unscathed, evidently well protected by its mother, albeit slightly undernourished. Nonetheless, it was an adorable little bunny. Chapter 29, A First Encounter. Greetings, Jiajia. This little white rabbit is so cute. Should we keep it? Yu Sheng gazed at the pure white hare in Qiao Yujia's arms, her heart brimming with youthful exuberance. This feeling was one she had not experienced since arriving in this world. It was not that the young orcs of the Tiger Howl tribe were unattractive. Rather, they were often away from the tribe, and the slightly older young orcs accompanied adult male orcs on hunting expeditions. However, since the Tiger Howl tribe arrived at the Wuhuang Plains, and due to the hunting traps, the young orcs mostly remained active within the tribe. They either accompanied adult male orcs to learn trap-making or trained in hunting skills. Yusheng typically busied herself alongside Qiao Yujia and the other females, seldom encountering the young orcs of the Tiger Howl tribe. Yet, ever since Qiao Yujia brought home the little spirit fire creature, Yusheng had taken to stealthily visiting its cave before undertaking her tasks, indulging in a little grooming before quietly departing. Unbeknownst to her, her visits had already been noticed among the females of the Orc continent. The cleanest scent belonged to Qiao Yujia and Yusheng. The little spirit fire creature regarded Yusheng simply as another female without malice, allowing her to enjoy the grooming without revealing her presence. If one were to inquire about the special aura surrounding Qiao Yujia and Yusheng, one would need to ask Lin Ye and Baidi, for the two often lingered close to them. Should they be asked, they would undoubtedly share that Qiao Yujia emanated not only a refreshingly pure scent, but also the essence of freedom found in the mountains, tinged with a hint of herbal aroma. In contrast, Yusheng exuded a clean fragrance alongside the cool, bracing breeze of the sea, possessing a charming visage yet radiating a somewhat aloof demeanor. Qiao Yujia murmured, finding the little white rabbit undeniably adorable. It appeared to be a young orc, yet she sensed something amiss. Furrowing her brow as she studied the little creature, she fell into contemplation. Jiajia, what's the matter? Why the sudden frown? Yusheng inquired, noticing Qiao Yujia's furrowed brow and growing concerned. Yes, Jiajia. What troubles you? That frown does not suit you. Hanyu chimed in, echoing Yusheng's concern. Hanyu sensed a hint of danger in Qiao Yujia's frown, while Yusheng might not perceive it, given that both were human. Hanyu, being a native female of the Orc continent, could detect unusual scents even if her sense of smell was not as acute as that of the males. I'm fine, you need not worry. Qiao Yujia reassured them, yet her hands flipped the little rabbit over in that instant. Her eyes widened in astonishment. The little white rabbit bore no male attributes, but rather exhibited traits characteristic of a female. She could not help but exclaim, "This little white rabbit is not a male orc cub, but a female cub." At her revelation, both Yusheng and Hanyu, seated on the cart, were left in stunned silence. Their wide eyes filled with curiosity as they gazed at the little white rabbit cradled in Qiao Yujia's arms. Jiajia, how can you tell that this rabbit cub is a female? Hanyu, intrigued by Qiao Yujia's sudden assertion, did not doubt her, but was genuinely curious about how she knew in the Orc continent. The common belief held that male orc cubs appeared in animal form until maturity, while females were born in human form. Hanyu had never before encountered a female cub that was born in animal form. Look here, Qiao Yujia said, her expression suddenly serious as she pointed to the rabbit's private area. Upon hearing this, Yusheng understood that Qiao Yujia had examined the rabbit's distinguishing features. Meanwhile, Hanyu scrutinized the area Qiao Yujia indicated, pondering for a moment before nodding in comprehension. Hanyu, do you know what this means? Qiao Yujia had learned from Lin Ye that male beastmen were born in their beast form, while females were born in human form. This situation, however, had never been mentioned to her by Lin Ye, which left her quite curious. Beside her, Yusheng gazed at Hanyu with a similarly inquisitive expression, causing Hanyu to feel somewhat nervous. She shook her head and stammered, I don't know either. Forget it, I'll ask Baidi when they return. Since Hanyu had claimed ignorance, Qiao Yujia ceased her scrutiny, realizing that they would have to wait until Baidi and the others dealt with the group of rogue beastmen to inquire further. Perhaps they would possess knowledge regarding this matter. Feeling relieved that Qiao Yujia and Yusheng were no longer staring at her, Hanyu exhaled deeply. Given Qiao Yujia's response, both of them merely nodded in agreement. Not far from them, Hongxia, perched on her partner's back, overheard their entire conversation. The notion of female cubs being born in their beast form was novel to Hongxia, yet she discerned an opportunity for mischief in this revelation. Suddenly, the sound of Baidi's hoarse voice echoed from a distance, interrupting their moment of calm. The group instinctively turned towards the source of the commotion, only to witness Baidi and his companions returning in a disheveled state, each bearing numerous wounds. Those seated on the cart, including Qiao Yujia, felt a pang of distress upon seeing their condition. Moreover, trailing behind them were over 20 rogue beastmen, making it evident that the 10 beastmen from Bai Di's group would struggle to fend off such a multitude. As Bai Di's voice reached their ears, the beastman pulling the cart hastily began to flee with Qiao Yujia and the others, watching the distance between them and Lin Ye grow wider. Qiao Yujia's anxiety intensified. In a sudden burst of determination, she stood up abruptly on the swiftly moving cart, startling both Hong Yu and Yu Sheng, who quickly urged her to sit down. Jiajia, please sit down. It's too dangerous, Yu Sheng exclaimed. Yes, Jiajia, it's far too perilous. Please take a seat. Hong Yu echoed, don't sit down. Just let yourself be thrown off. Hong Xia, however, felt a thrill of excitement at the prospect if Qiao Yujia were to be flung from the cart. Then Bai Di and the handsome serpent beastman would undoubtedly become hers, just as Hong Xia anticipated that Qiao Yujia would be ejected from the rapidly moving cart. Qiao Yujia unexpectedly entrusted her small white rabbit to Yu Sheng, softly instructing, please take good care of her for me. Then, with a swift push from her toes, she leaped into the air, utilizing the currents of wind to suspend herself, creating the illusion of flight. As Qiao Yujia departed from the cart, the beastman pulling it came to an abrupt halt. Drawing a long whip from his waist, he raised it menacingly towards Bai Di and the others. Initially, it seemed that Qiao Yujia intended to strike Bai Di's group, but with a slight flick of her wrist, the whip ensnared the now human Bai Di and his companions, pulling them away from the pursuit of the rogue beastmen. The beastmen caught in the whip were taken aback. How could such a seemingly delicate female possess such strength? Unbeknownst to them, Qiao Yujia's power was not significantly greater than theirs, perhaps even less than that of the weakest female beastmen on their continent. Yet, by employing clever technique, she could easily lift dozens of them, a feat that posed no challenge for her, once she had set Lin Ye and the others down in front of the cart. Qiao Yujia confronted the rogue beastmen. Ba and Bao Feng, upon noticing an obstruction in their path, abruptly halted. Ba, fixated on the fair-skinned Qiao Yujia, became momentarily immobilized, approaching her with a lewd expression and saying, little female, are you coming with us? The mere sight of Hu Ba's lewd gaze at Qiao Yujia ignited Lin Ye's instinct to charge forward and subdue this rogue beast-man who dared to eye his future partner. Had Bai Di not intervened, he might have acted on that impulse. Hu Ba, misinterpreting Qiao Yujia's approach as an invitation to join them, was unaware that she had come to teach the beastmen a lesson. Looking down at the lecherous beastman before her, Qiao Yujia felt a wave of revulsion. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her whip and struck. The force of the blow was considerable, as Hu Ba, now in human form, failed to react in time. A piercing scream erupted from him at the moment the whip connected with his flesh. Hu Ba, are you all right? This little female seems troublesome. Bao Feng hurried over to assess Hu Ba's injury, his gaze drawn to the long, glaring whip mark on Hu Ba's arm, which was undeniably shocking. Damn it, Hu Ba roared, transforming into a massive golden tiger even larger than Bai Di and his companions, preparing to pounce on Qiao Yujia. Stop! At that moment, a voice from above, familiar to the rogue beastmen, echoed through the AIRDAS. The rogue beastman poised to attack halted. Qiao Yujia glanced upwards. There, suspended in midair like her, was a man clad in an elegant dark green robe, effortlessly riding the currents of the wind. Upon seeing him, both Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were taken aback. Is he also someone who crossed over like us? Yet, the man in the dark green robe remained calm, simply greeting Qiao Yujia. Pleased to meet you. My name is. He did not finish his sentence, merely gesturing as he led Hu Ba and the others away. However, Qiao Yujia caught a glimpse of the man's lips moving, deducing from the motion that his name was Tung Shua. Once she confirmed that the rogue beastmen had indeed retreated, Qiao Yujia slowly descended from the air, landing softly into a sturdy embrace. Looking up, she found herself in Lin Ye's arms and smiled at him, a gesture that dispelled all his worries. He quickly returned her to the cart. As she settled down, she heard the concerned voices of Yu Sheng and Hong Yu. Jiajia, are you all right? Yu Sheng asked anxiously. Yes. Are you hurt? Hong Yu echoed. I'm fine. Qiao Yujia reassured them, shaking her head as she accepted the small white rabbit from Yu Sheng. She turned to Lin Ye and asked, Lin Ye, have you ever seen a female cub born in beast form? A female cub born in beast form? Lin Ye echoed, initially thinking he had misheard. Upon seeing Qiao Yujia nod, he replied, I have not. Qiao Yujia then turned to Bai Di. Bai Di, have you encountered a female cub born in beast form? I have. Bai Di confirmed, nodding. Those are females possessing ancestral bloodlines. Only those with such bloodlines are born in beast form, and they can hunt alongside beastmen warriors as they grow. Generally, the occurrence of ancestral bloodlines is more common among females. There are those born in beast form, as well as those who trigger it later in life or during pregnancy. In contrast, the appearance of ancestral bloodlines among male beast men is relatively rare. One might be born in a tribe every 10 years, and sometimes it could take a millennium to see one. Thank you for the information, Bai Di. After listening to Bai Di's lengthy explanation, Qiao Yujia understood. The concept of ancestral bloodlines, as the name suggests, refers to a phenomenon that also exists in modern China, where individuals may exhibit ancestral traits. Despite the Chinese people referring to themselves as descendants of dragons, few truly possess such traits, and those discovered may be taken by scientists for research. From Qiao Yujia's perspective, those experiencing such phenomena in contemporary China often faced additional troubles, such as the constant worry of friends turning them in for research. Bai Di, how much longer until we reach the White Lion tribe? When will we arrive? Noticing Qiao Yujia deep in thought, Yusheng quickly interjected to change the subject. 3 more days, Bai Di replied. Chapter 30. Arrival at the White Lion tribe. Since we have 3 days left, let us hasten our journey. The rogue beastmen should not catch up anytime soon. Qiao Yujia mused. If she were not mistaken, that man who floated in the air earlier must be the leader of the rogue beastmen. Ting Shua exuded an aura of danger. Qiao Yujia was uncertain whether Ting Shua was also a traveler from the same place as them, but he certainly gave her the impression that he was not a good person. After all, why else would he incite rogue beastmen to capture females from the beastman continent? What could he possibly want with them? Qiao Yujia was only aware that Ting Shua had incited the wandering beastmen to seize females from the tribe. What she did not realize was that the wandering beastmen already had a habit of abducting females from the tribe. Ting Shua merely exploited this tendency to achieve his own objectives. Nevertheless, the aura of danger that Ting Shua exuded towards Qiao Yujia was indeed something to be wary of. Bai Di acknowledged with a hum, leading a group of beastmen towards the trading event. Prior to their departure, Chief Shiqiu had advised him to ensure the safety of both Qiao Yujia and Yusheng. Yet Yusheng sometimes lacked decisiveness, making Qiao Yujia the primary focus during their journey to the trading event. During their previous discussions in the cave, Bai Di had gleaned from the words of the Grand Shaman that Qiao Yujia and Yusheng did not belong to this world, and the Grand Shaman suspected that they might be the legendary goddesses. Upon hearing this, Bai Di instinctively elevated the status of Qiao Yujia and Yusheng within the tribe, perhaps even above that of his father and the Grand Shaman. As Bai Di and his tribesmen traversed the forest towards the trading event, they did not pause for rest under the midday sun, opting instead to snack on dried meat while continuing their journey. It was only at dusk, when the sun began to set, that Bai Di found a cave near the mountainside suitable for a temporary rest. As the males approached the cave and confirmed the absence of wild beasts, they began to tidy up the space. Jiajia, let us enter. The cave has been prepared, Lin Ye announced, stepping out alongside the beastmen of the Tiger Howl tribe. He then approached Qiao Yujia with open arms, eagerly awaiting her embrace. Qiao Yujia responded with a gentle smile and a soft okay, rising gracefully from the cart to leap into the arms that, though cold, provided her with a sense of warmth. Observing her best friend being embraced by the towering figure of Lin Ye, Yusheng felt a pang of sadness and grievance. However, upon turning to see the silver-haired warrior with a distinctive hairstyle, her heart swelled with warmth, dissipating her earlier discontent. Before long, she too found herself enveloped in warmth as Bai Di lifted Yusheng effortlessly from the cart. Hong Yu watched as her recently acquainted friends were swept into the arms of their future partners. Feeling an unexpected void within her heart, reminiscent of her previous days spent with Hong Xia, leaving her feeling somewhat powerless. Hong Yu, I shall carry you down, came a resonant voice that broke through her thoughts. She looked up to see the youthful, yet strikingly handsome face of Xing Ku, the warrior who had always followed Bai Di closely. To her surprise, he had accompanied them to the trading event as well. In truth, Xing Ku had requested to join the group after learning that Hong Yu was also among those heading to the trading event. Chief Shiqiu, having watched Xing Ku grow up, rarely received such requests, so he consented to let him accompany the others. Thank you, Xing Ku, Hong Yu replied, momentarily entranced by his handsome visage. As Xing Ku touched her, a faint blush crept upon his ears, though Hong Yu remained oblivious as he gently lifted her from the cart. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Qiao Yujia and Yusheng noticed that Hong Yu had not followed. Turning back, they found her locked in gaze with a beast man they were not very familiar with. Both their ears and cheeks slightly flushed, they exchanged knowing smiles and chose not to linger on Hong Yu and the unfamiliar beast man, instead stepping into the cave. As Hong Xia dismounted from her partner's back, she immediately spotted her younger sister and Xing Ku exchanging glances, inciting her ire. She strode over and forcefully pushed Hong Yu away from Xing Ku, not missing the opportunity to taunt her. Xing Ku is the most formidable and distinguished beast man aside from Bai Di. You are merely the slave born to my mother. Do you truly think you are worthy? Hong Yu stumbled to the ground with an audible gasp, glancing at her bleeding elbow before looking up at her sister, who, despite their blood ties, treated her with disdain rather than sisterly affection. At times, Hong Yu felt unfortunate to be the sister of such a venomous individual as Hong Xia. She often pondered how much better her life might have been had she been the sister of another beast man or female in the tribe, perhaps leading to a happier existence. Hong Xia glared at Hong Yu, her expression devoid of any familial warmth, resembling that of a rival instead. Indeed, Hong Xia had set her sights on Xing Ku. Not only did she desire Bai Di as the future matriarch of the tribe, but she believed that any powerful and handsome male in the tribe ought to be hers. Thus, she would go to great lengths to distance any females near the male she coveted, employing any means necessary, even resorting to making them vanish without a trace. Hong Yu, are you all right? Xing Ku suddenly realized, rushing to help her up after witnessing her fall, though his tone was filled with concern. He maintained a calm demeanor, as he had little experience interacting with females aside from his mother. I am fine, Hong Yu replied, shaking her head. I will escort you inside. Do not pay her any mind. As the Grand Shaman suggested, she deserves a lesson. He guided Hong Yu towards the tidied cave, reassuring her not to concern herself with Hong Xia, as such a vicious female ought to be reprimanded. All right, for reasons unknown, Xing Ku's voice resonated with a soothing quality that made Hong Yu feel comforted. Watching as Hong Yu was supported by Xing Ku into the cave, Hong Xia's face turned a shade of green with envy. Even her partner's attempts to console her resulted in a round of reprimands. By the time Xing Ku and Hong Yu entered the cave, the other beastmen had already begun preparing a fire for their evening meal. Hong Yu, come sit here, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng called in unison, inviting her to join them. Once seated, Hong Yu's injured elbow inevitably caught Qiao Yujia's attention. Hong Yu, what happened to your elbow? Qiao Yujia inquired, noticing the bloodied scrape that was undoubtedly from a fall, though she suspected foul play might be involved, prompting her to seek Hong Yu's explanation. It's nothing. I just tripped, Hong Yu replied, shaking her head. Ultimately, she softened and refrained from disclosing the incident with Hong Xia. However, to Qiao Yujia, it appeared that Hong Yu was concealing something, and her bowed head hinted at having been wronged, with the culprit lurking among them. Qiao Yujia's gaze subtly drifted towards the entrance where Hong Xia had just entered. Receiving the full brunt of Qiao Yujia's hostile scrutiny, Hong Xia met her gaze with a venomous glare, as if she were a viper ready to strike. During their dinner, Qiao Yujia, Yu Xing, and Hong Yu each prepared their preferred dishes, opting for roasted meat to save time and ensure a better rest, while a large pot in the center of the cave simmered with bone broth. After hastily finishing their meal, Bai Di assigned 2 beastmen, including Xing Ku, to guard through the night while the others retired to rest. He and Lin Ye would take over the watch in the latter half of the night. The following morning, they hurriedly consumed breakfast before continuing their journey, not pausing until evening when they sought another cave for respite. This routine persisted until midday on the third day when they finally reached the vast grassland where the White Lion tribe resided. The expanse stretched endlessly before them, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of fresh grass. Aside from some grazing animals, timid rabbits occasionally emerged to forage, painting a lively tableau across the landscape. Upon arriving at the grassland, Bai Di led his tribe onward until they halted at a small hill encircled by a cluster of structures. There lies the hill where the White Lion tribe resides. Bai Di gestured towards the summit. Qiao Yujia, observing the nearby hill, could see clearly now. Nestled within the encircling rise lay a tribe, with triangular stone houses neatly arranged below, and several tall beastman warriors stationed at the entrance, guarding their territory. Finally, they had arrived at the White Lion tribe after nearly 5 days of traversing the barren plains, leaving Qiao Yujia and her companions utterly exhausted. The marketplace for trading was set up outside the White Lion tribe, so Bai Di did not lead Qiao Yujia and the others into the tribe itself, but directed them towards the open space designated for the trading event. They arrived neither too early nor too late. Several tribes were already erecting temporary shelters made of animal hides. Yet, Qiao Yujia observed the precariousness of the structures, fearing that a strong gust of wind might send them tumbling. She silently hoped that Bai Di would not intend to set up such flimsy tents. The group positioned their temporary resting place by a small riverbank for convenience in processing their provisions. Just as Bai Di and the others were preparing to assemble the animal hide tents, Qiao Yujia urgently called out to them, "Wait, such a structure is far too unstable. A stronger gust of wind could easily send it tumbling away." Although Qiao Yujia is not the female of the Hushao tribe, she is nonetheless a female, and on the Orc continent, the words of any female tend to hold sway over the males. "Jiajia, what do you think we should do?" Lin Ye inquired as he observed the orcs ceasing their tasks and approached Qiao Yujia to seek her advice on erecting a more stable tent. "Daishi, Bai Di, take a few of your companions and fetch some trees of this girth from the forest over there." As she spoke, she gestured to indicate the thickness of the trees. With Lin Ye having posed the question, Qiao Yujia did not hesitate to direct the others. Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye and Bai Di, accompanied by 3 or 4 orcs, hurried into the nearby woods and felled several trees of a diameter comparable to Qiao Yujia's arm. Before long, they returned, dragging the hefty trunks behind them. Under her guidance, they sharpened one end of each log and planted them in the ground at 4 corners, securing their intersections with a mortise and tenon joint. Qiao Yujia, along with Yusheng and Hong Yu, then took the animal hides intended for the tent and bound them to 3 sides of the wooden frame using strips cut from the hides, ensuring to leave one exit, which they covered with a hide curtain to shield against the wind. Subsequently, Bai Di and his kin crafted an identical structure, with the demonstration provided by Qiao Yujia. The task was executed with remarkable efficiency, and soon they had constructed another tent for the purpose of displaying trade goods. Once everything was prepared, Bai Di led the remaining orcs out to hunt for ingredients to prepare for the evening meal, leaving behind only those to guard the females and the trading items. As Lin Ye and the others ventured out, Qiao Yujia found herself feeling rather bored, observing the bustling exchange in the trading area. She noted that while some transactions were taking place, the trading event had yet to commence. "Little female, you are truly enchanting. May I become your mate?" Just as everyone was distractedly looking about, a robust orc stepped into Qiao Yujia's line of sight. She followed the figure upward and noted that this orc was handsome, resembling a dashing young gentleman, though adorned in colorful feathers that decorated his fur. The sight of his flamboyant attire made Qiao Yujia ponder whether his beast form was that of a peacock or perhaps a butterfly. However, since he was decorated with feathers rather than the semi-transparent wings of a butterfly, the latter possibility was eliminated. Thus, only the peacock remained. "No, I already have a favored orc," Qiao Yujia declared, her expression frosty as she resolutely rejected his advances. "And what of it? I am utterly smitten with you, little female. Even if I cannot be your mate, I can still be your admirer." The orc, undeterred by her cold demeanor, boldly proclaimed his desire to become Qiao Yujia's suitor. "An admirer is also unacceptable. I refuse," she reiterated firmly. "Jiajia, you need not agree to him being your mate, but you cannot deny him the role of an admirer if he wishes it," Hong Yu interjected, hastily clarifying the situation for Qiao Yujia as she observed the rejected suitor adorned in vivid feathers. In the realm of orcs, when a male seeks a female as his mate, rejection is permissible. However, should a male willingly choose to be an admirer, such a choice cannot be refused, as admirers are tasked with caring for the female in the absence of a mate. "Why can't I refuse?" Qiao Yujia queried, her curiosity piqued as she turned toward Hong Yu. This was a matter she had not previously heard from Lin Ye, and she was perplexed by such a regulation, because they can ensure your safety and well-being when your mate is not present. Hong Yu explained. In her experience, this was entirely reasonable. After all, many females within the tribe had numerous admirers, and as long as a female was inclined, she could accept an admirer, bearing offspring for him. A common occurrence for one like Hong Yu, who had grown up amid such customs. Yet, she discerned a sense of wonder and confusion in Qiao Yujia's gaze. "I asked that so?" Qiao Yujia mused, her expression composed as she regarded the orc before her. "Indeed, little female, I am willing to become your admirer. I shall protect you in the absence of your mate." The orc vowed earnestly. "I do not require protection," Qiao Yujia stated clearly, asserting that she was more than capable of safeguarding herself. Perhaps even others. However, upon seeing the orc's wounded expression, she felt a twinge of sympathy, as though she were the one at fault. During her days among the Hushao tribe, Qiao Yujia had observed that orcs tended to prioritize the needs of females, regardless of their tribal affiliation. Jiajia, we have returned. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice echoed as he made his way back from the hunt with Bai Di and the others, interrupting Qiao Yujia's thoughts. As Lin Ye approached, he transformed back into his human form and swiftly reached her side. Qiao Yujia glanced at their haul, noting that most of it consisted of large game, suggesting they had ventured deep into the forest to hunt. You re back. Were you hurt? She asked anxiously, concerned for his safety given the perilous nature of hunting such formidable beasts. I'm fine. No need to fret. I am the mightiest warrior of the Tingxi tribe. Lin Ye reassured her with a gentle smile, indicating that there was no cause for concern. But as he spoke, he noticed the unfamiliar orc standing a few paces away, gazing coldly at him. Jiajia, who is he? Lin Ye inquired, his tone edged with curiosity. I do not know him, Qiao Yujia replied curtly, dismissing the stranger's pursuit outright. The orc, undeterred by her rejection, shifted his gaze to Lin Ye and, with an elegant smile, said, You must be this little female's mate. Upon receiving a nod from Lin Ye, he perceived that they had not yet bonded as mates, thus he still held a chance. I voluntarily become this little female's admirer, and whether you approve or not is of no consequence. Lin Ye fell silent, contemplating whether to voice his consent. After all, the orc had a point. Admirers did not require the mate's approval. Merely a declaration. Yet, witnessing Qiao Yujia's aloof expression, he discerned her disinterest. However, on the orc continent, a male's choice to become an admirer could not be refused, leaving him feeling powerless. Your silence shall be taken as acquiescence. The orc, interpreting Lin Ye's silence as consent, turned back to Qiao Yujia with a grin. Little female, I am Jia Run, an orc of the peacock tribe. Qiao Yujia raised an eyebrow slightly. She had previously speculated whether this orc was a butterfly or a peacock. To discover he was indeed a peacock confirmed her earlier conjecture. Turning to Lin Ye, whose striking features were compelling yet silent, she sensed his tacit approval. Thus, she decided against being overly dramatic and promptly requested that Lin Ye fetch some water in a wooden bowl. Taking out a dagger from her satchel, she made a small incision on her finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to mingle with the clear water in the bowl, enduring the sting. She passed the bowl to Jia Run, commanding, Drink this. Her tone bore a hint of authority. She would allow an admirer but did not require one whose affections might waver. Having the ability to influence such matters meant she should not squander it. Jia Run, puzzled by her action, accepted the bowl without question, drinking it down in one gulp. Lin Ye, witnessing this, felt a surge of concern as he saw her injured finger in front of everyone. He took her hand and tenderly licked her wound. Believing she had grown accustomed to such attention, what he did not realize was that the moment his tongue touched her skin, a shiver coursed through Qiao Yujia. Shortly after Jia Run consumed the blood-infused water, he felt an overwhelming force coursing through him, a recognition that the little female he wished to follow was indeed extraordinary. The days ahead promised to be far from dull. That will be all. You may return now. My name is Qiao Yujia, she stated as Jia Run finished the water, gesturing for him to return the bowl. Jia Run handed back the bowl with a beaming smile, saying, Jiajia, I will come to find you again. Just recently, Jia Run has become the first suitor of Qiao Yujia, and he has swiftly changed his manner of address. Jiajia, you must be hungry, right? Let us partake in lunch. Today, we've caught your favorite long-eared beasts. Upon noticing Jia Run's departure, Lin Ye hastily endeavored to win favor, and after their meal, the few females proposed to stroll about. The moment Qiao Yujia and her companions appeared, they caused quite a stir among the other tribes at the trading fair. Clad in animal hides that concealed no hint of wild beasts, their extraordinary beauty captivated the single orcs tasked with guarding the goods, who gazed at them with unabashed longing. Unperturbed, the ladies merely glanced around. But today, few tribes had arrived at the fair, and Qiao Yujia found nothing of interest, prompting the group to conclude their outing and return early. As they approached the designated resting area for the tribe, an unexpected figure suddenly emerged, blocking their path. It's you. You've bewitched Brother Ron. One of the females pointed an accusatory finger at Qiao Yujia. And who might you be? Qiao Yujia praised the striking female before her, whose skin was a healthy shade of wheat, yet her words were foul, much like the female she had encountered from the Hushao tribe. This one had her hair carelessly tied up, somewhat disheveled and greasy, adorned similarly to Jia Run with vibrant feathers. Brother Run, could she be referring to Jia Run? The speaking female scrutinized Qiao Yujia for a moment, her tone dripping with arrogance. Indeed, a female from a small tribe, utterly ignorant of who I am. Hongyu, do you know her? Qiao Yujia, observing the haughty demeanor of the female, blinked several times and turned to Hongyu. inquiring whether she recognized the insolent figure ahead. Hong Yu glanced at the female and shook her head, admitting ignorance. Why Yu Sheng? Do you recognize her? Qiao Yujia subsequently asked Yu Sheng. Why Yu Sheng also shook her head, outright stating her unfamiliarity with the rude female. After questioning the two females beside her, Qiao Yujia coldly declared, "Did you see that? We do not know you. Step aside. You are obstructing my path." The insolent female, infuriated by their words, began to stomp her feet in frustration. Uninterested in her dramatic display, Qiao Yujia simply maneuvered around her, intent on returning to the tent for rest. However, no one anticipated that the female would seize the opportunity, pushing Qiao Yujia forcefully when neither Yu Xing nor Hong Yu were paying attention. Fortunately, she did not fall, and in that moment, she silently thanked her mother. Otherwise, she might have ended up on the ground like those delicate females of the Orc continent who could not fend for themselves. Yet, was she not seeking trouble? Jiajia, are you all right? Lin Ye, having just returned from the hunt, witnessed the push and, though she did not fall, felt a pang of concern, rushing forward to inquire. "I'm fine. No need to worry." Qiao Yujia reassured, shaking her head to indicate that Lin Ye need not fret. Since she had said so, Lin Ye refrained from further remarks, redirecting her gaze to the female who had shoved Qiao Yujia, an icy aura surrounding her that felt perilous enough to penetrate bone. Lin Ye's mere glance incited a spark of interest in the female towards her, approaching without regard for Qiao Yujia in Lin Ye's arms. She purred, "I am you, the most beautiful female of the K tribe. What is your name, male?" After her introduction, the audacious Yu once again drew closer to Lin Ye. Such blatant disregard. "Am I invisible to you?" A mingled scent wafted through the air, and before you could make contact with Lin Ye, he pushed her away forcefully. "You dare to push me aside? I am the most beautiful female of the K tribe." Yu exclaimed, incredulity etched on her face. She could hardly fathom being spurned by a male. After all, she was the most beautiful female of her tribe. Which male did not follow her, vying for her affection? Yet, this very male had cast her aside, which she found utterly intolerable. Seething with indignation, she stomped her feet in frustration. The commotion attracted numerous orcs from other tribes attending the fair, even the orcs from the Baishur tribe, who provided the venue, gathered to witness the spectacle. "Beautiful. Where is the beauty? Apologies, but I fail to see it," Lin Ye retorted unexpectedly, inciting Yu's wrath to reach a fever pitch. "If you are so oblivious, then allow me to slap." Before you could finish her sentence, Qiao Yujia's sudden strike with her long whip startled her, causing her to jump. You dare strike me?" Yu trembled, pointing at Qiao Yujia with disbelief etched across her features. "Did I strike you? You bear not a single mark," Qiao Yujia replied, holding the whip with an air of indifference. Yu gaped, momentarily at a loss for words, examining herself and indeed finding no injuries. However, she had been frightened by that detestable female's weapon. "You, what are you doing?" Just as Yu contemplated appealing for sympathy from the surrounding orcs, a familiar voice rang from behind her. "Brother Run, look, that female is bullying me. She even used that strange object against me." Upon seeing Jia Run's arrival, Yu burst into tears, hoping to convince him of her victimhood and seek retribution. Jia Run exchanged a glance with Qiao Yujia, remaining silent. Given his current standing, the bloodline's powerful pressure made it implausible for him to confront her. Qiao Yujia maintained her calm demeanor, clearly communicating that should he believe Yu's words, any claim to her affections would be nullified. Unbeknownst to Qiao Yujia, should she declare the contract with any orc void, that orc would be bound to serve her for eternity. Observing her gaze, Jia Run understood that if the situation escalated, he would lose his chance to remain by Qiao Yujia's side. "Little female, I sincerely apologize. She is a newly matured female from our tribe, and due to her beauty, she has been spoiled by the males of our tribe. Please forgive her." Jia Run lowered his head, addressing Qiao Yujia with utmost deference, recognizing her youth. "Since you do not wish to escalate matters, let it be. Although females are precious, they must not be indulged. Consider this matter settled." You may depart swiftly. Qiao Yujia grasped Jia Run's intent and chose to downplay the situation, waving her hand for him to take you away, lest she remain in her sight. Chapter 32. Potato Brother Run, you cannot truly do this to me. You shrieked as her companion suddenly restrained her, eyes filled with reproach as she gazed at Jia Run. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, her voice echoed across the trading grounds, and with the arrival of more tribes, all present were made aware of the unreasonable female from the K tribe, having sent away a flock of flamboyant peacocks. Qiao Yujia exhaled a breath of relief. Jiajia, You truly let that female go just like that? Yu Sheng questioned, puzzled by Qiao Yujia's leniency towards someone who had provoked them so brazenly. Why let such a trivial character off the hook? It was not worth her attention. Qiao Yujia shook her head, deeming you merely a hot-headed woman, and quite cowardly at that. She posed no real threat and was unworthy of her focus. Rather, it was the cunning Hong Xia who warranted closer scrutiny. Indeed, I am famished. Jiajia, let us hasten to prepare dinner. After contemplating Qiao Yujia's words, Yu Sheng discerned the logic in her reasoning. As dusk approached, she urged Qiao Yujia to join in the preparation of their evening meal before fatigue set in. Nodding in agreement, the group approached the animal hide tent to begin their culinary endeavors. By this time, the orcs had already processed their freshly hunted game, chopping it into sizable portions and placing it on woven bamboo mats. The females commenced preparing broth from the bones while the others, aside from the idle Hong Xia, had the orcs slice the meat into manageable chunks for skewering and roasting. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air surrounding the Hushao tribe's encampment. Do you smell something? Indeed, a most enticing fragrance. It seems to be wafting from the direction of the Hushao tribe's camp. The tribes surrounding the Tiger Roar tribe were not far away and caught the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Gradually, as the fragrant scent wafted through the air, the orcs in the trading ground also became aware of the mouth-watering smell. Each orc began to whisper quietly about the source of this delectable fragrance. One orc, from a distance, spotted the flickering lights rising from the clearing of the Tiger Roar tribe's encampment and pointed in that direction, pondering if the delicious scent wafted from there. The following morning, all the orc tribes in the trading ground were abuzz, discussing the tantalizing aroma that had permeated the air the previous night. Orcs from other tribes gathered outside the Tiger Roar tribe's encampment, eager to inquire about the feast they had enjoyed. Bai Di was currently engaged in explaining the situation to them. Qiao Yujia woke up and stepped out of her tent, preparing to wash up by the riverside, only to be met with a sea of orcs surrounding her. Jiajia, you're awake. I've brought you some water, Lin Ye exclaimed upon seeing Qiao Yujia's head peek out from the tent. He hurriedly placed the water he had fetched before her and handed her a soft, tanned hide of a long-eared beast. Thank you, Qiao Yujia replied, taking the hide from Lin Ye's hands to dampen it before washing her face. After rinsing her mouth with a small wooden cup handed to her by Lin Ye, she blinked her eyes and asked, Dashishi, what is going on with all these orcs? Yesterday, they caught a whiff of the roasted meat we were enjoying. This morning, just as we were setting out the items for trade, we noticed a large group of orcs from other tribes coming to ask what we had eaten last night. Bai Di is currently explaining it to them. Lin Ye narrated the events of the morning to Qiao Yujia, who was somewhat astonished. Was it possible that the orc tribes on this continent were unaware of fire's existence? Qiao Yujia pondered. And indeed, she was correct. The beast god had created the orc continent and its inhabitants, imparting knowledge of survival before stepping back. It was not that he abandoned them, but rather that the laws of the heavens did not permit interference. Although he had fashioned this land, there were certain matters beyond his control. Jiajia, you must be hungry. Have some roasted meat first. Seeing that Qiao Yujia had finished washing up, Lin Ye brought her the roasted meat. As Qiao Yujia took a bite of the meat, her eyes squinted with bliss. Lin Ye, witnessing her delight, felt an immense joy, knowing that this cherished little female would surely survive the winter. Bai Di, is what you said true? Did you really eat beast meat yesterday? Xiao asked incredulously, gazing at Bai Di. Why would I deceive you? Do you think our tribe has an endless supply of beast meat? Bai Di responded earnestly. After all, they were all subjects of the beast god living on the orc continent. What would be the point of deceit? However, there truly was an abundance of beast meat. Could you teach us how to make the meat taste so exquisite? That aroma from yesterday nearly drove Xiao mad. It lingered in my thoughts all night. Bai Di hesitated, for after all, it was Qiao Yujia who had taught them about fire, and he felt it appropriate to seek her consent first. It's all right. Bai Di, go ahead and teach them, Qiao Yujia interjected as Bai Di contemplated, following the melodious resonance of her voice. Xiao caught sight of Qiao Yujia, who had just finished her breakfast in front of the tent. In that instant, Xiao felt utterly captivated. That little female was stunning. Her skin, as pale as snow, made her appear even more adorable as she sat there like a delicate bundle. Lin Ye sensed the unusual gaze from Xiao and immediately shot a cold glare in his direction. What's going on? Why do I feel like someone is staring at me? Xiao surveyed the surroundings but found nothing amiss, thinking perhaps it was just his imagination, unbeknownst to him. Lin Ye had indeed perceived the source of that intense gaze and had averted his own eyes. However, Lin Ye noticed that Qiao Yujia remained oblivious to the fervent attention, assuming she was merely collecting admirers, which made his expression turn melancholic. If Qiao Yujia knew of Lin Ye's thoughts, She would undoubtedly scream internally, "What a hassle. One pursuer is already enough trouble. Another would drive me insane," with Qiao Yujia's approval. Baidi informed the orcs from the other tribes that each tribe could send one orc to learn how to create fire through friction and roast meat. Upon hearing this news, the orcs joyfully dashed back to their respective camps to relay the message to their chieftains. Without hesitation, several chieftains dispatched orcs, while some even came personally to learn, creating a lively scene at the clearing outside the Tiger Roar tribe's encampment. Unable to endure the ruckus and smoke, Qiao Yujia and her companions hastily departed from the tribe's encampment, followed closely by Hongxia. Her two companions assumed she merely needed some fresh air and did not think much of it. After Qiao Yujia and the others left, Lin Ye was initially unfazed until he noticed Hongxia following them. He quickly stepped out, fearing that this troublesome female might cause trouble for Qiao Yujia and her friends. "How could you deceive us? We exchanged several tubers from you earlier, and after consuming them, one of our own perished from poisoning. You must compensate us with hides." A few carnivorous orcs stood before the dwelling of a vegetarian tribe, pointing at an already unconscious orc who was foaming at the mouth, threatening the vegetarian orc for compensation. "Impossible. Those tubers are not poisonous. It must be that your orc mistakenly consumed something else," protested Lu Feng, a vegetarian orc from the deer tribe. He could not believe that the tubers they had gathered could cause such a calamity. They had consumed them in their tribe without issue. So how could they be toxic? How can it be impossible? Didn't you see that our kin has been poisoned by your tubers? You must compensate us with hides, despite Lu Feng's explanations. The carnivorous orcs remained adamant that compensation was necessary. While the two groups argued, Qiao Yujia, accompanied by Yusheng and Hong Yu, approached to inspect the yellowish tubers laid out before them. "Goodness, aren't these potatoes? They are as filling as sweet potatoes and can serve as a staple food," Yusheng exclaimed, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the round tubers that appeared delectable. Seeing Qiao Yujia lost in thought over the potatoes, she quickly urged, "Should we trade for them?" "Absolutely. These can serve as a staple, and they can be stored for a long time," hearing Yusheng call her. Qiao Yujia snapped back to attention and nodded vigorously. Although she often consumed meat more frequently than vegetables, she was not averse to plant-based foods, as they could also enhance her nutritional balance. "Jiajia, can these potatoes really be stored for a long time?" Hong Yu inquired with keen interest, having overheard Qiao Yujia's assurance. "Of course. If stored properly, they can last through the winter, with Qiao Yujia's guarantee." Hong Yu was satisfied, feeling grateful for the improvements in her life. After spending time with Qiao Yujia, she had begun to regain her strength, shedding the frailty she had previously felt. Qiao Yujia approached Lu Feng and pointed to the potatoes on the ground. Speaking softly, "Excuse me, how do you propose we trade for these?" The melodious tone of her voice reached Lu Feng's ears, prompting him to look up and discover a beautifully petite female adorned in hides he could not identify. Inwardly, he marveled. This little female is stunning. "Which tribe does she belong to?" 30 tubers for one small beast hide," Lu Feng muttered, his voice dwindling as his ears turned a shade of red at the sight of the enchanting Qiao Yujia. "I'll give you 2 large beast hides for all these tubers. Is that acceptable?" Qiao Yujia asserted confidently. Uncertain of the market prices on the Orc continent, she still believed that trading 2 large beast hides for all the potatoes was a fair deal. "Why yes. I'll pack them up for you right away," Lu Feng exclaimed, overjoyed at the prospect of receiving 2 large beast hides. One would be offered to the tribe, while the other could be kept for his partner, making this winter feel less burdensome. "Jiajia, here," Lin Ye called out as he weaved through the crowd of orcs, presenting 2 large beast hides and a large bamboo basket to Qiao Yujia. "Thank you," Qiao Yujia replied, accepting the supplies from Lin Ye. She handed the 2 hides to Lu Feng and squatted down to begin filling the bamboo basket with potatoes. Before she had filled it much, a malicious voice rang out from behind her. "Qiao Yujia, what do you think you are doing? Didn't you hear the orcs say those tubers are poisonous? Are you planning to bring disaster to our tribe and have your partner become the chieftain? You're talking nonsense. You have no right to slander Jiajia. If it weren't for her, your tribe would still be eating raw meat. You usually do not contribute to the tribe, and we have tolerated that. However, your repeated slanders against Jiajia have crossed the line. Do not presume that we are easily bullied." Upon hearing the voice of Hongxia, Qiao Yujia had yet to utter a word, but Yusheng could no longer contain himself, unleashing all his frustrations from the past few days upon Hongxia, expressing his dissatisfaction in one breath. Why should others toil while she hides away, doing nothing but waiting to reap the rewards? Such good fortune is simply unacceptable. I am considering the welfare of the tribe. If Qiao Yujia were to return with poisonous food, it could spell disaster for us. Before Hongxia could finish her retort, she received a slap from Yusheng, fueled by his anger. "Instead of squabbling with us, you should be wandering around the trading area. searching for new food sources. After finishing her work with the potatoes, Qiao Yujia approached the unconscious orc, administering an antidote from a small porcelain vial. She then faced Hongxia, coldly stating, "You and your kind should not be so arrogant. I shall return and inform the White Emperor," urging him to expel you from the tribe. Just as Hongxia attempted to turn away, she was suddenly seized by Qiao Yujia, who twisted her hand painfully, causing Hongxia's face to contort in agony. Yet, Qiao Yujia showed no intention of relenting, tightening her grip and coldly asserting, "Who do you think you can drive away? It seems we have not joined your tribe at all. We are not even considered part of your tribe's females. You have come to my territory and learned so many survival skills from me. It is a miracle I have not driven you away yet, and now you dare to expel us?" Chapter 33. The trading fair concludes. Hongxia was left utterly dumbfounded by Qiao Yujia's words. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. If it were not for the tribe being attacked by wandering orcs, they would not have sought refuge in the Wuwang Prairie to find the White Emperor. Had they not ventured to the Wuwang Prairie, she would not have been so consistently overpowered by Qiao Yujia and Yu Xing. Do not be so smug. Were it not for our arrival, you would be just like those wandering orcs, with no abundance of orc meat. Though this was the truth, Hongxia vehemently refused to admit it and began to refute Qiao Yujia's statements. The orcs and females present, upon hearing Hongxia mention wandering orcs, began to murmur amongst themselves about Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng. What? No way. Those two beautiful females are actually wandering orcs. Is that true? Could it be that one of them is just spouting nonsense? Upon hearing this, Qiao Yujia merely smiled, believing that Hongxia was in need of some mental correction. What a grand joke. What do you mean we wouldn't have so much orc meat? Qiao Yujia chuckled before coldly responding, even if you had not come, we would still have an abundance of orc meat. With that, she forcefully shoved Hongxia forward, causing her to stumble and fall onto the ground. Let us go. Let her reflect on her actions here, Qiao Yujia declared, taking Yu Xing's hand with one and holding Hongyo's hand with the other as they walked away, leaving Hongxia surrounded by all the onlooking orcs. After Qiao Yujia and her companions departed, a figure in the distance continued to fixate on Qiao Yujia, following her movements. How intriguing. Brother, after 7 days, the trading fair will conclude. Are you truly going to return with that female? Jialua inquired of Jiaruan. I have made my decision. Even if I cannot become her mate, I will certainly follow her, Jiaruan asserted resolutely, having resolved to see his decision through to the end. Since you have decided, I shall not hinder you. Take care of yourself, and that female. As an elder brother, Jialua felt it inappropriate to say more, even though pursuing other females was no longer an option for him as a suitor. However, on the Orc continent, there were no restrictions preventing females from bearing offspring for their suitors. The method may simply be unconventional. Upon returning to the tribe's encampment, the White Emperor had already heard of Hongxia's incident and assured Qiao Yujia that he would punish her upon their return. In truth, Qiao Yujia was unconcerned about Hongxia. She merely believed that such individuals would eventually bring calamity to the tribe. Noticing Qiao Yujia's lack of emotion, the White Emperor refrained from further discussing Hongxia. Suddenly, he caught sight of the potatoes in Lin Ye's bamboo basket and curiously inquired, Jiajia, what are these in the basket? Qiao Yujia glanced at the potatoes and replied, these are potatoes. They are very filling. Similar to sweet potatoes and can be stored for long periods. They are also cultivable. Speaking of potatoes and sweet potatoes, Qiao Yujia had already devised a plan. After winter, she intended to find a patch of land in the Wuhuang Prairie to till and plant the seed potatoes and sweet potatoes, which would yield a bountiful harvest in autumn. It was a pity she had yet to find rice. Otherwise, they would have a proper staple food. Upon hearing that potatoes could be stored for long periods, the White Emperor could not help but confirm with Qiao Yujia again, Jiajia, can these potatoes really be stored long-term? Indeed, more reliable than pearls. Qiao Yujia reassured him once more. If they could not be stored long-term, she would not have traded with that orc. Moreover, Qiao Yujia had considered the conditions on the Orc continent. If the winters were as harsh as Lin Ye and others described, these easily stored foods would be essential for the orcs to endure longer. Having received Qiao Yujia's assurance, the White Emperor chose not to argue further. As she and Yu Xing were regarded as legendary divine maidens, their words were undoubtedly true, to allow everyone to sample the new food. Qiao Yujia, along with Yu Xing and Hong Yu, sorted out the potatoes, separating the sprouted ones for planting and washing the unsprouted ones by the river. At midday, they prepared a dish of stir-fried potato shreds. And in the evening, a hearty stew of potatoes and meat, leaving everyone satisfied and with full bellies. Jiajia, this food called potato is exquisite. I was surprised that I filled up without eating much roasted meat, Hong Yu remarked, patting her round belly. Of course, Potatoes contain a substance that satiates our hunger, Qiao Yujia explained, unsure of how to elaborate on the starch content that induces a feeling of fullness. So she simply offered a brief explanation. Where is this substance? I cannot see it. Upon hearing that potatoes contained something that could satiate hunger, Hanyu suddenly became intrigued. This substance is quite remarkable. It cannot be seen with the naked eye and can only be revealed through other methods. Qiao Yujia stated, maintaining a serious demeanor as she spun her tale. In truth, it was not entirely a fabrication, as potatoes do contain starch that can indeed be extracted through various means. Hongxia, reflecting on the conversation, thought to herself, I never imagined that the tuber could also satiate hunger. However, I noticed that Qiao Yujia had collected the sprouted potatoes. Could it be that they are poisonous? As she pondered, a strange smile crept across her lips. As the weather grew colder, the trading fair held at the White Lion tribe came to a close. Over the past few days, aside from the initial discovery of potatoes, Qiao Yujia had only encountered corn and a type of fabric resembling silk. Exchanging most of her virtual goods for the latter, the orcs from various tribes busied themselves on the final day, packing the furs and food they had traded for, heading back toward their tribes. After helping his brother gather their belongings, Jiajia caught up with Qiao Yujia and her companions. Jiajia, after we return, let us pray to the beast god for a mate, shall we? The cart is piled high with the goods we exchanged during the fair. Mostly for winter supplies. Lin Ye can only half-transform to carry Qiao Yujia as they travel, while Yusheng and Hong Yu are supported by the White Emperor and Xing Ke. Jiajia soared through the air, accompanying them effortlessly. All right. Qiao Yujia nodded in agreement without a second thought. Meanwhile, Jiajia, gliding gracefully in the air, felt no concern, as he had long anticipated that Qiao Yujia would choose to bond with Lin Ye after the fair concluded. After all, as a suitor, seeking offspring from a female did not solely depend on becoming her mate. Howl, divine maiden, we have finished the meat. Qiao Yujia was enjoying her jerky when the little fur ball in her arms suddenly voiced its grievances. Ling Yin, if you are not hungry, just bear with it. The sun will soon set. Qiao Yujia glanced at her empty hands and the little fur ball, unable to offer anything else, urged it to hold on a little longer. If all went well, they should find a cave to rest in before sunset. Howl, divine maiden, I am not hungry. I can wait. In truth, Ling Yin was not truly hungry. It was merely tempted by the delicious jerky. It wondered how its kin were faring and whether they were enjoying themselves on Beast God Mountain. While Ling Yin pondered its kin, they too were thinking of it. Beast God Mountain. Howl, the clan leader has already gone in search of the divine maiden. One can only wonder how things are faring now. Shall we embark on a quest to locate the clan leader? Howl, alas, we cannot. Sue is about to give birth. We must await the arrival of the cubs. Howl, winter is swiftly approaching, and I feel we should hasten to find the clan leader. Howl, the matter concerning Sue cannot be neglected. Perhaps Hua could lead a small group of our kin to seek out the clan leader. Howl, very well. I shall take 10 of our strongest kin to search for the clan leader, while the remainder stays behind to safeguard you. Howl, excellent. Do exercise caution on your journey. Howl, understood. I shall ensure that we find the clan leader with our kin. Hua selected 10 of the more robust members of the clan to accompany him in the search for the clan leader. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia and her companions had found a cave to rest in before the sun dipped below the horizon. They hastily consumed some simple roasted meat and sweet potatoes before retiring early for the night. Ling Yan, the little fur ball, comfortably nestled beside Qiao Yujia, even bringing along the cozy nest she had crafted for him. Jiajia, on the other hand, rested against the wall not far from Qiao Yujia. The night breeze carried a hint of chill as it howled past. After Qiao Yujia had drifted into slumber, Lin Ye gazed dreamily at her visage. Lin Ye mused, how is it that Jiajia can be so breathtakingly beautiful? Once we return to the Wuwang Plains, I shall ask Jiajia to be my mate. How delightful. He contentedly pecked her cheek before succumbing to a deep sleep. The following morning, the group resumed their journey, making steady progress, and at last, they reached the boundary of the Wuwang Plains on the 5th day. We have returned. Yusheng exclaimed joyously, for the atmosphere here brought her immense comfort. A yearning to remain forever. The other members of the Huxiao tribe were likewise filled with joy upon seeing the familiar expanse of the plains. Only Hongxia wore a sullen expression, for she had been unable to convince Qiao Yujia and Yusheng to leave by Di and Lin Ye, while she herself faced unforeseen repercussions. Jiajia gazed in astonishment at the seemingly endless plains. Pondering, isn't this the Wuwang Plains, known as a forbidden ground? Why does the little female reside in such a place? Yet, it appeared to deviate somewhat from the tales told by the elder beastmen of the tribe. There were no ferocious snake beastmen as described, nor were there perilous vine-covered mountains. Instead, It seemed a most suitable place for development, as he admired the scenic beauty before him. Jiaruan's anticipation for life here grew ever stronger. We are quite near the tribe now. By D, why don't you take the goods we traded back to the tribe? We shall make our way back slowly, suggested Qiao Yujia, noticing their proximity to the tribe's cave. Bai Di agreed. All right, but do take care. Wai Yuxing interjected. Wait, Bai Di, I will accompany you. Bai Di nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Bai Di hastened back to the tribe with several companions. The first to spot the returning traders were the females of the gathering team, who erupted in cheers. Bai Di and the others have returned. They have returned. Some hurried off to inform Shi Chou, the clan leader, to send someone out to greet them, also relaying the news of the abundant winter supplies visible in the cart. Upon receiving this news, Shi Chou was elated, for this meant there would be ample beast skins and food for the winter, in addition to the provisions stored in the cellar. Moreover, Stonewing had crafted a wooden door to block the cave's entrance, as requested by Yujia, which would shield them from the biting snow during winter. Father, we have returned. We traded for numerous beast skins and food to last through the winter. Bai Di joyfully shared the details of the transaction with Shi Chou in the open space before the tribe's cave. Excellent. I am already aware. The beastmen responsible for the gathering team have informed me, Shi Chou remarked, patting Bai Di's shoulder, feeling a swell of pride for his offspring. However, noticing Qiao Yujia's absence, he inquired, Where is Yujia? Why has she not returned? Bai Di conveyed that Yujia and the others were somewhat fatigued and wished to take their time returning, as there are no wild beasts in the vicinity. So there is no need for concern, Shi Chou was told. Accepting this, Shi Chou instructed the others to unload the beast skins and winter provisions from the cart, and by the time Qiao Yujia and her companions arrived, the task was complete. Yujia, you have returned. Come, take a look at these provisions. They are unlike anything we have seen before, and we are unsure how to store them. Shi Chou eagerly welcomed her. Qiao Yujia examined the food piled in the bamboo basket and gently explained. This is called potato. Like sweet potatoes, it can be stored for an extended period. This here is corn. Do not peel its husk, as it too can be stored long-term, or it can be dried and ground into corn flour for preservation. She continued with an extensive explanation. Suddenly, as Qiao Yujia was distributing the beast skins and food, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the air, sending a shiver down her spine. Could it be that a formidable beast was approaching to attack them? Chapter 34. The mightiest force. Upon hearing the ominous roar, all the beasts of the Huxia tribe heightened their vigilance. All the females, save for Qiao Yujia, retreated into the depths of the cave for safety. They trembled in fear, while Fu Xiong comforted each of them. Only Hongxia dared to peer out from the cave's entrance, observing the unfolding situation. The continuous roars prompted Qiao Yujia to clutch the little fur ball. Lin Ye, closer to her. The sound was undeniably strange. The large beasts surrounding the cave had been largely dealt with by Lin Ye and the others. Even when roars occurred, they were merely from one or two beasts. This cacophony clearly indicated a horde of beasts. Howl, howl, howl. Lin Ye, nestled in Qiao Yujia's arms, recognized the roars with increasing familiarity. Upon reflection, was that not Hua's voice? If he had come, then surely Su must be with him as well. As the sounds drew nearer, the little furball squirmed with growing excitement, and the vigilant beastmen around them began to prepare for battle, noticing the commotion from the little creature in her arms. Qiao Yujia pondered. Why does it seem that Lin Ye is growing more exhilarated? Howl. The sin of the clan leader draws near. Howl. I too have noticed. Let us quicken our pace. With a resounding roar, Hua and the 10 beasts accompanying him surged forward towards Qiao Yujia and her companions. Howl. The clan leader is there. Before long, Hua and his companions arrived before Qiao Yujia and her group. Qiao Yujia beheld the striking sight of a pure white lion and was momentarily taken aback. My goodness, 1, 2, 3, 10 white lions. Upon closer inspection, they bore a striking resemblance to Lin Ye. Could they be his kin? She mused, for they were so similar. Each was a pristine white, devoid of any blemishes, resembling creatures from an ethereal realm. Hongxia interjected. Where did all these white lions come from? Surely that wretched Qiao Yujia did not summon them here, as she observed the tribe members preparing to engage with the white lions. A sinister smile crept across her face. With a sudden thud, Qiao Yujia felt her grasp loosen, and she watched as Lin Ye descended to the ground, visibly growing in size until he reached 3 meters in height, towering over the white lions by a full meter. Howl. Hua, what brings you here? Is Su not with you? Lin Ye, now in his larger form, circled around Hua and the others, searching for his mate. Howl, the clan leader. Do not fret. Su is about to give birth to cubs and could not accompany us. She will bring the remaining kin once the cubs can walk in a few days. Although Lin Ye felt a pang of disappointment that his mate was not present, The news of her impending motherhood filled him with joy, and he nodded in agreement with Hua. Howl, did you come for a specific purpose? Howl, we heard that the beast god has sent the clan leader to assist a certain divine maiden. We came to see if we could be of help. Howl, understood. I shall confer with the divine maiden. During the exchange between Lin Ye and the beast accompanying Hua, Lin Ye and Bai Di remained vigilant, maintaining a tense standoff. Relieved to know that his mate was faring well, Lin Ye transformed back into his small furball form and leaped into Qiao Yujia's embrace, his sweet voice chiming. Howl, howl, divine maiden, they are my kin, and they wish to see if there is anything they can assist with. Kinsman, can you also transform into human form? Qiao Yujia asked, intrigued, as she had never witnessed the little furball assume human shape. Yet he exhibited such intelligence. Qiao Yujia whispered something into Lin Ye's ear, and he suddenly relaxed his guard, moving closer to Bai Di to relay her words precisely. Upon hearing this, Bai Di signaled for the other beastmen to lower their defenses, and they retreated a few steps, clearing the area for Qiao Yujia and Lin Ye. Hongxia questioned, what is happening? How did they suddenly retreat? Watching the two parties, who were on the brink of conflict, abruptly cease hostilities. Bai Di led his people back, and in that moment, Hongxia's suspicions were confirmed. She believed that this group of white lion beasts was summoned by Qiao Yujia, undoubtedly with the intention of gaining control over their tribe. But was it truly the case? After conversing with Lin Ye, Qiao Yujia and Lin Ye learned that Lin Ye and his companions were neither wild beasts nor beastmen, as they could not transform into human form. Instead, they were spirit beasts residing on the Beast God Mountain, approximately 100 kilometers away from their cave. Many intelligent spirit beasts lived on that mountain, a creation of the Beast God intended for the arrival of the Beast God's emissary every 100 years. Whenever someone crossed over, the Beast God would dispatch a weaker spirit beast from the mountain to assist them. However, no one anticipated that the visitors this time would be the legendary two goddesses, which was why Lin Ye, the strongest spirit beast of the White Lion clan, was sent down. From her conversation with Lin Ye, Qiao Yujia also learned that since he was sent by the Beast God, the spirit clan residing in the ocean behind Beast God Mountain would also be dispatched, likely arriving in a few days. Upon hearing that there were spirit clans in the ocean, Qiao Yujia thought of the merfolk. Could it be? With the crisis averted, Qiao Yujia instructed Bai Di to summon the tribesmen to assist with the fur and food brought from the trading event. Lin Ye took Hua and others into the nearby forest to hunt. And before they left, he requested Qiao Yujia's help in roasting the meat upon their return, to which she agreed, and Lin Ye joyfully led his kin away. Jiajia, are you all right? Seeing the white lions earlier, Yuxing hurried over to Qiao Yujia, inquiring if she was unscathed. I'm fine, Qiao Yujia replied, shaking her head. Are they wild beasts? Yuxing couldn't clearly hear the conversation between Qiao Yujia and Lin Ye from a distance, and she didn't understand it either. However, witnessing their ability to communicate piqued her curiosity. They are not wild beasts, but neither are they beastmen. Qiao Yujia found Yuxing's question somewhat amusing, though it was understandable. She then recounted her earlier conversation with Lin Ye in detail. Why Yuxing was taken aback. Aren't spirit beasts supposed to exist only in myths? How could they appear in the real world? She had only known them to exist within the realm of myth, completely oblivious to the fact that they were now in a wondrous land of beastmen. Shing, have you forgotten? We are no longer on Earth. While spirit beasts are rare in this world, it does not mean they do not exist. Qiao Yujia, fearing her befuddled friend might forget that they were no longer on Earth, hastily reminded her. Jiajia, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten, Yuxing admitted, sticking out her tongue. Strength lies in numbers, and before long, they had efficiently processed the furs and provisions brought from the trading event. The storable potatoes were placed deep within the cellar, while corn was husked and hung on a makeshift bamboo rack to dry. The remaining furs were entrusted to the females responsible for sewing fur clothing and bedding, led by Fu Xiang, who crafted them into warm garments and blankets. The leftover materials, akin to silk, were stored away, with Qiao Yujia keeping a piece for herself, while the rest was placed in the fur storage, covered with furs to prevent dust. Once all tasks were completed, the sky began to blush with the hues of dusk, just as Lin Ye returned with his kin. Upon seeing the pile of wild beasts in the clearing, Qiao Yujia couldn't help but twitch her lips. Were they expecting her to roast all of them? Just then, she spotted Lin Ye cleaning himself and then, in a swift motion, shrinking down to the form of a cub, scampering towards her on his little legs. With no other choice, Qiao Yujia cradled the little fur ball in one arm while directing the beastmen to process the wild beast in the clearing to avoid attracting trouble. A portion was hurriedly salted, while some were set aside to be roasted whole, and the rest was cut into pieces for cooking or made into soup, creating a bustling scene in the clearing. Qiao Yujia, and the females swiftly handled the ingredients, while the cut pieces were skewered by the beast men and roasted over stones. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia prepared 3 large pots of radish and pork rib soup. Once the soup began to simmer, she turned her attention to marinating the whole beast for skewering, allowing them to soak for a few minutes before the beastmen helped set them on makeshift wooden racks. Lighting a fire to roast them evenly, the white lions murmured, "Is this our chief? Surely, we must be mistaken." The members of Hua's clan, witnessing their chief in such a form, were reluctant to accept that this cubish Lin Ye was indeed their leader. He was meant to be the strongest fighter of the spirit beast clan, yet here he was, a cub seeking affection and food in the embrace of a female, though it felt somewhat unfair. Hua and his companions, noticing the abundance of beastmen around, also shrank down in size, but not to the same cub-like form as Lin Ye. They trotted into the clearing, where Qiao Yujia was busy carving the roasted beasts to ensure they were thoroughly cooked. Upon spotting the 10 white lions, reminiscent of those on Earth, she couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of being able to control size at will. Once everything was arranged, Qiao Yujia instructed Yi to take those fond of crafts among the beastmen to quickly fashion 10 large wooden bowls for serving bone soup to the white lions. As twilight deepened, the beastmen roasting meat on stone slabs began to feast, and the radish and pork rib soup was ready. Qiao Yujia had the bowls filled and brought to the white lions to whet their appetites. As the whole roasted beast would take a while longer to serve, as Hua and his companions saw the beastmen approaching with fragrant bowls, their mouths watered in anticipation when the bowls were set down before them. They were elated. The large wooden bowls brimmed with generous servings of radish and pork rib soup, and to accommodate them, Qiao Yujia had ensured that the ribs were cut into sizable portions, filling 2 large pots just for them. "How delightful!" one of the white lions, Lei, exclaimed, gazing at Hua.is this bowl filled with meat what the beast god described. Hua pondered for a moment and responded, "Yes, this is indeed what the beast god described, but it seems to be made of wood. Who cares what it's made of? It smells divine. I must try it." Lei bit into a large rib, letting out a satisfied purr. The other white lions, seeing this, eagerly followed suit, each echoing Lei's contented purrs. After finishing their appetizers, Hua and his companions felt even hungrier. Soon, they observed the beastmen carrying 2 whole roasted beasts towards them, placing them on the bamboo mats laid out before them. Gazing at the golden, aromatic meat, they swallowed hard, and without waiting for Hua to say anything, the other white lions dove in, devouring the meat greedily. Just as they were relishing their meal, Hongxia approached, pointing accusingly at Hua and his companions. "They are merely a bunch of wild beasts. Why are they being given so much food?" Upon hearing this, Hua and his companions paid her no mind, for they regarded her as just a powerless beastman female, far less attractive than the one holding their leader. Hongxia raised her voice deliberately, drawing the attention of the great shaman, who was enjoying his meal. Fu Xiang supported the great shaman as he approached, increasingly disliking Hongxia, who had transformed from a once adorable female into a troublemaker. With his staff, he struck the ground forcefully twice, admonishing, "Hongxia, you are being exceedingly rude. These are the esteemed spirit beasts residing on Beast God Mountain. They are just a bunch of wild beasts." "What spirit beasts? These wild beasts were summoned by Qiao Yujia to attack us," Hongxia shouted loudly, even catching the attention of Qiao Yujia, who was beside Lin Ye, indulging in her meal. However, her words were met with bewildered gazes from everyone present, including the cubs and younger females. Realizing that no one echoed her sentiments, Hongxia glanced around, and upon seeing the expressions of disbelief from her kin, she felt her heart crumble. She understood that her tribe no longer believed her, and the situation that rendered her insignificant was a direct result of Qiao Yujia and Yuxing's influence. Chapter 35, The First Snow of Winter. Thud. Thud. The great shaman struck the ground twice with his staff. "Hongxia has shown disrespect to the spirit beasts. Chief, it is up to you to decide." He then looked towards Qiao, entrusting him with the decision, hoping he would take a firm stance regarding Hongxia's actions. They could not allow Hongxia's parents, who had greatly contributed to the tribe, to excuse her unruly behavior within the clan. Hongxia's parents are indeed her parents. Hongxia is Hongxia. Her parents made tremendous contributions to the tribe and eventually met the beast god, where they were laid to rest with honor. However, Hongxia herself has not contributed significantly to the tribe. Rather, she tends to indulge in laziness, insisting on having 2 partners while failing to bear any offspring. The fact that she has not been expelled from the tribe is a testament to the mercy shown in consideration of her parents' legacy. Standing nearby, Chief Qiao observed Hongxia in silence, seemingly contemplating whether to punish her. He was well aware that Hongxia often acted with impunity within the tribe, forcibly taking young, single beast men. Yet, observing that she had not committed any egregious acts. He refrained from speaking out. However, today, she audaciously declared before a multitude of tribesmen that the spiritual beasts were mere wild animals. Every beastman knows that wild animals cannot attain the same intelligence as beastmen. Unlike the spiritual beasts, who, aside from their inability to shift between beast and human forms, are fundamentally similar to beastmen, endowed with unique abilities bestowed by the beast god. Since her arrival, Hongxia has become increasingly brazen. Perhaps it is time for her to be reprimanded. In response to her disrespect towards the spiritual beasts, she was confined within a small cave without food. Qiao seemed to have reached a decision and promptly commanded the tribesmen. The first to rush out were Hongxia's two partners, Li and Qiao, who each seized one of her hands and dragged her toward a small cave they had excavated upon their arrival at the wilderness plains. Li, Qiao, let go of me. Upon hearing Chief Qiao's decree to imprison her in a small cave without food, and with her two partners so roughly handling her, Hongxia immediately raised her voice in protest. As she was being dragged along, her loud cries persisted. Were it not for the calming presence of Lin Ye in the vicinity, the wild beasts of the forest might have already emerged, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Fixating on the entire tiger roar tribe, perhaps even salivating at the prospect. Li and Qiao brought Hongxia to a location some distance from their dwelling, where a small cave designated for punishment had been dug into the mountainside. Li, Qiao, let go of me. Otherwise, don't expect me to bear your offspring. After years of enduring Hongxia's threats, Li and Qiao had long since become immune to her bluster. Her words had never held any weight. Unperturbed by her tantrums, they unceremoniously tossed her into the punishment cave, leaving her with a modest amount of food out of respect for their long-standing bond, and then blocked the entrance with a large stone. Leaving only a narrow opening for ventilation, they departed without a backward glance, regardless of Hongxia's incessant curses. Back at the clearing, once Hongxia's ordeal had concluded, everyone joyfully finished their evening meal. The notion of wasting food had become deeply ingrained in the hearts of every beastman on the continent. After the meal, the beastmen, accompanied by the Huaji beasts, made their way to the temporary cave that had been excavated, where soft dry grass covered the floor, layered with thick pelts. A warm fire crackled in the center of the cave, providing a welcoming atmosphere. The following morning, Lin Ye, a small fluffy creature, scampered over on its short legs to the cave of Lin Ye and Qiao Yu. Upon entering, it found Lin Ye absent, with only Qiao Yu, who had just risen and was dressing. The little creature bounced onto her lap, its mouth clenching a large pelt. For times its size. It had procured this on its hunting expedition with the assistance of the female beastmen from the Tiger Roar tribe. And it was now delightfully soft. Divine maiden, could you assist me in stitching this large pelt into a cozy nest? The creature's plaintive cries melted Qiao Yu's heart. What do you need such a large nest for? She inquired, puzzled. Hadn't it already possessed a small, comfortable nest? Yesterday, I overheard the tribesmen say my partner is expecting little ones, and they might arrive in a few days. I want them to have a warm place to spend the winter here. Although the winter on Beast God Mountain is somewhat milder, Lin Ye had heard from other spiritual beasts dispatched to assist each beast god messenger that the winters outside were harsh and unforgiving, claiming many lives each year. With the imminent arrival of its offspring, Lin Ye wished to ensure a safe and warm winter for them. I understand. Rest assured, I shall help you craft this nest, so when your partner and little ones arrive, they will be snug for the winter. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Yu agreed to Lin Ye's request. Though she had no knowledge of what winters were like in this world, her memories of bitterly cold winters spent with her family in the north on Earth surfaced. Compared to the southern winters, which lacked snow but were bone-chillingly cold, the northern winters had been merciless. Thank you, divine maiden. No need for thanks. Having promised Lin Ye, Qiao Yu took the 4 large pelts and stepped out of the cave. First, she sought out Shi Yu to discuss her idea for crafting a heated bed. Upon hearing that it could help the tribesmen endure the winter, Shi Yu readily agreed, while Qiao Yu was not intimately familiar with the heated beds used in the northeastern regions. She sketched a rough shape for Shi Yu to work with, leaving the details to his ingenuity. Next, she approached several female seamstresses, and upon hearing that they were to assist in creating a cozy nest for Lin Ye's little ones, they eagerly agreed, setting aside their other tasks to prioritize this project. 7 days later, Su carried a bamboo basket containing 4 little cubs, accompanied by a portion of the tribe, to the wilderness plains, leaving some elders behind to safeguard the tribe. As Lin Ye spotted his partner approaching, his heart swelled with joy. He took a step forward, transforming from a small cub into a towering white lion, dashing towards Su with great speed. Qiao Yu, it seems Lin Ye truly adores his partner. Su, you're here. Is everything all right with the cubs? Lin Ye's gaze softened as he looked at Su, and he felt immense happiness upon hearing that their offspring were on the way. They are splendid. 2 male cubs and 2 female cubs. Su gently set down the bamboo basket, affectionately nuzzling Lin Ye's cheek. This was their first litter, and Su felt overjoyed, in a land where males outnumbered females. The birth of 2 daughters was a source of great happiness. Su, let me take you to meet the divine maiden. With that, Lin Ye picked up the basket containing the 4 cubs and led Su toward Qiao Yu. Divine maiden, this is my partner, Su, and these are my 4 little cubs. Lin Ye placed the bamboo basket down and introduced Su and their tiny offspring to Qiao Yu. Greetings, divine maiden, I am Su. Hello, come in quickly. Lin Ye has prepared gifts for you and the cubs. Qiao Yu invited Su and the cubs into a cave adjacent to the one prepared for their tribe, specifically designated for Lin Ye's family. Inside, the floor was covered in soft grass, layered with thick pelts, all obtained from Lin Ye's hunting endeavors. A large pelt nest filled with cotton awaited them, and the cave exuded warmth, with a wooden door facilitating their entry and exit. Seeing the cozy setup for the family, Qiao Yu chose not to intrude. Lin Ye approached the cotton nest and carefully placed the 4 cubs inside. There was ample space for them to curl up together, ensuring a snug fit as Su and her family settled in. The weather on the Beastman continent grew increasingly frigid, culminating in the first snowfall of the winter on the 5th day. Fortunately, the heated beds had already been devised by Shi Yu, showcasing his remarkable talent in this regard. The snowflakes danced gracefully in the winter air, blanketing the distant branches in a pristine layer of white. When Qiao Yu stepped outside the cave, she noticed the female beastmen preparing breakfast for everyone. Thanks to the warm pelts, thick blankets, and charcoal-fueled heated beds, the tribe was relatively comfortable, and the initial days of winter had been bearable, prompting everyone to gather for a communal breakfast. Jiajia, you're awake. Come, have some hot soup. As Qiao Yu emerged from the cave, Lin Ye approached with a steaming bowl of freshly prepared soup, offering it to her. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude to Lin Ye, she lifted a wooden bowl brimming with steaming hot soup and took a sip, instantly feeling warmth envelop her body as the chill of the morning vanished without a trace. Lin Ye and his kin needed not venture out of their cave. Every day, orcs from the Tiger Roar tribe would bring them food and warm charcoal for cooking. His 4 little cubs would spend their days nestled in their cotton nest, either eating or sleeping, growing adorably plump with each passing day. Life seemed blissfully serene until the 2nd day of winter, when an unexpected visitor arrived at the tribe's doorstep. To think that the Wuhuang Plains were so far from the beast god mountain sea. Had I not possessed the ability to fly, I surely would have perished along the way. Ling, gazing at the nearby Tiger Roar tribe, was unable to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Jiajia, someone has collapsed here, Yuxing exclaimed, looking at the man lying on the ground with blue hair. To be honest, she felt a twinge of fondness for him, yet it was tempered by the knowledge that she already had by D. However, the sight of his gentle features, clad in an indiscernible fabric adorned with pearls, was undeniably appealing. He's fine. He is just too cold. Upon hearing Yuxing's voice, Qiao Yujia approached and checked the man's pulse. Turning to Lin Ye beside her, she suggested, Big Snake, could you help him up and warm him by the fire in the open area? Lin Ye nodded, lifting the unconscious Ling and bringing him to the warmth of the fire. As the warmth enveloped him, Ling gradually regained consciousness, and the first sight that met his eyes was a circle of clean-skinned females surrounding him, as if they were admiring a pet. Shang, he is awake. Someone called out, prompting Yuxing to rush to the fire. Are you all right? Here is a bowl of hot soup to warm your stomach. With that, she handed the wooden bowl to Ling. Thank you, Ling replied, accepting the bowl. As the hot soup slid down his throat, it felt as if the coldness within him was dispelled entirely. Who are you? Where did you come from? Yuxing inquired, her gaze fixed on Ling. My name is Ling, and I hail from the beast god mountain sea. After introducing himself and taking another sip of the hot soup, Ling continued, I have come in search of the goddess Sheng. Do you know where she is? Upon hearing the name Sheng, Yuxing momentarily lost her focus, then with an innocent expression replied, Hello, I am Yuxing. I might just be the Sheng you were looking for. Ling was taken aback by Yuxing's revelation, his mind racing in astonishment. Yet, observing her attire and that of the other females surrounding her, he began to believe, Goddess, I have finally found you. The beast god has sent me to assist you in creating a glorious future for the Orc continent. At this proclamation, a wave of commotion rippled through the gathering. What? Sheng is actually a goddess. Does that mean Jiajia is too? Perhaps. After all, when I first encountered them, their clothing was distinct from ours. They taught us so much and even brought the divine fire. Indeed, Hongxia has been persistently troubling Sheng and Jiajia. It seems her days will soon become quite difficult. I have always thought of Hongxia as a troublesome character. She rarely does anything good. I believe it is high time she faced proper retribution. The onlookers murmured among themselves, debating Ling's words and eventually shifting their conversation to Hongxia, who remained unaware of their thoughts, trembling in her small cave. Chapter 36. The Bonding Ceremony. With the arrival of the first winter snow, Hongxia found her time in the small cave unbearable. Lacking a fire for warmth, several parts of her skin had begun to redden and swell. Itching incessantly, she scratched at her itchy spots while her mouth did not cease its tirade against Qiao Yujia and Yu Xing. All of this is your fault, you wretched females. Had it not been for you, I would not be in this state. After Hongxia was cast into the small cave, Li and Qiao hurried to beseech the shaman to remove their bonding mark, unwilling to be bound to Hongxia. However, under the threat of her parents, they had no choice but to relent. Now, having received her due punishment, the two were free to pursue their own desires. Meanwhile, Hongxia was obsessively preoccupied with the upcoming bonding ceremony. As inhabitants of the Orc continent, Lin Ye and Baidi understood the terror of winter, prompting them to hastily organize the bonding ceremony before the heavy snowfall truly began. Time was of the essence. And thus, they rose early to prepare. Qiao Yujia and Yu Xing arrived at the shaman's cave early to impart knowledge about ancient Huaxia marriage customs. During this exchange, Fu Xiang happened to enter looking for the shaman, and Qiao Yujia invited her to listen in. With limited resources, they opted for simplicity, omitting the elaborate rituals of the 3 letters and 6 rites, yet insisting on the necessity of the 10-mile red makeup, as it was a cherished aspiration for every Hanfu comrade. Once they finished enlightening the shaman and Fu Xiang, they dispatched several young females, including Hongyu, who had just come of age, to gather red flowers. They then hurried to Lin Ye and Qiao Yujia's cave, firmly shutting the wooden door behind them, declaring that Lin Ye and Baidi were forbidden to enter. Otherwise, the bonding ceremony would be cancelled. The two, feeling aggrieved, could only wait outside obediently. As Hongxia's group passed the small cave, they caught sight of her nearly driven to madness within, stirring a desire to bully her. Hongyu produced some dried meat that had been stashed for over 10 days and, after a brief roast, tossed it into the cave's minuscule entrance. With the sunlight illuminating the scene, Hongxia spotted the roasted meat and, having starved for over 10 days, could not resist the urge to devour it. Disregarding cleanliness as she began to wolf it down. Ha ha ha. The group outside the cave erupted in laughter at the sight of Hongxia's disheveled state. Hearing their laughter, Hongxia summoned the last of her strength to stagger to the cave's entrance. Through the narrow opening, she glimpsed Hongyu and the other young females, her fury igniting. Adopting her usual haughty demeanor, she bellowed, "What are you doing here?" "Of course, we've come to deliver you some roasted meat," Hongyu replied with a mocking tone, pointing at the food in Hongxia's hands. Seeing Hongyu's smug expression filled Hongxia with rage. She had always perceived Hongyu as a mere slave, a plaything to be bullied. Yet now this slave was daring to turn the tables. "Did you make that roasted meat?" Hongxia asked suspiciously, her eyes narrowed with resentment. The thought of the meat possibly being Hongyu's handiwork made her toss aside the half-eaten piece. Who knew what she had put in it? Indeed. Hongyu shot her a cold smile and added, "Today, goddesses Jiajia and Yu Xing are to bond with Lin Ye and Baidi. So as your sister, I naturally wish for you to receive the blessings of both goddesses." Hongyu had long desired to do this, but had lacked the opportunity. Now, witnessing Hongxia's predicament, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The look in her eyes was filled with iciness, devoid of any prior fear. Upon hearing Hongyu mention the bonding ceremony, Hongxia's eyes widened in shock. The other females outside the cave felt a tremor of unease at her reaction. "Hongyu, let us hurry. We have very important matters to attend to." One of the females, named Xin, patted Hongyu's shoulder, reminding her of the significance of their mission. Unwilling to waste time because of the domineering Hongxia, the goddess had said that time is money. An inch of time is worth an inch of gold, and you cannot buy time with gold. Although Xin did not fully grasp the meaning, she understood that the goddess would enlighten her in due time, and she was determined not to squander her precious time here. With a disdainful glare at Hongxia, Hongyu, and Xin, along with the others, left the small cave, leaving behind an infuriated Hongxia watching their retreat. "What kind of flowers do you think the two goddesses would like?" Goddess Jiajia mentioned she wanted red flowers. "I suppose any red ones would suffice." "Hongyu, you will regret this." And those two wretched females. In stark contrast to the tension within the small cave, the open area was bustling with energy. Fu Xiang had heard from Qiao Yujia that in their world, bonding ceremonies involved treating the tribe to food. So she gathered several elder females to prepare the day's meals. The bonding ceremony would take place at night, coinciding with the annual bonfire gathering, prompting the single orcs and newly matured females to busy themselves with preparations. Inside the cave, Qiao Yujia revealed 4 sets of wedding attire she had hidden in her bag, causing Yusheng to marvel at the seemingly bottomless treasure trove within. Jiajia, how can your bag hold so much? Yusheng had been curious about Qiao Yujia's bag since childhood, but as it was her best friend's secret, she refrained from asking. However, today was a special occasion, and she felt that if she did not inquire, her curiosity would only intensify. I don't know either. This bag was made by my mother, and I am not quite sure what materials were used, Qiao Yujia replied, shaking her head. In truth, she had no knowledge of the specifics regarding the bag. Not even the fabric her mother had sewn it with. She had once felt the texture of the bag, which was smooth and comfortable, akin to silk, yet even cooler and more pleasant than silk itself. Since even Qiao Yujia was unaware, Yusheng chose not to press further. As they prepared to leave, the two swiftly exited the cave, closing the door behind them, and then hurriedly pulled Lin Ye along as they made their way to the hot springs in the back mountain. After a while, they returned, dragging the two boys back with them. At this point, Lin Ye and Bai Di were thoroughly disheartened. The female they admired had the audacity to criticize them for being dirty, and she meticulously scrubbed every inch of them in the spring until their skin turned a shade of pink. The members of the tribe observed Qiao Yujia and Yusheng bustling about, exchanging knowing glances that conveyed their understanding. Once Lin Ye and Bai Di were pulled into the cave, Qiao Yujia instructed Ling Yin, Jia run, and Ling to stand guard outside, forbidding anyone from entering. Inside the cave, Qiao Yujia and Yusheng quickly stripped Lin Ye and Bai Di of their animal skin garments. Amidst the flurry of activity, Lin Ye and Bai Di found their faces flushed red as their clothing was removed. The two girls hastily dressed them in ceremonial attire, styled their hair into elegant updos, and then pushed them outside, firmly shutting the door behind them. This sequence of events left Lin Ye and Bai Di exchanging bewildered glances. However, upon seeing that they were clad in the same attire as the girls, a sense of joy welled up within them. Dressed in vivid red, Lin Ye and Bai Di were ushered out, and the two sentinels outside the cave found themselves intrigued, noting that the ensemble was indeed quite appealing. As night descended, bonfires sprang to life around the temporary altar not far from the clearing. Hong Ye and the others arranged the flowers they had gathered according to Qiao Yujia and Yusheng's specifications, laying petals from the cave entrance all the way to the altar, which was surrounded by bamboo baskets filled with crimson blooms. Even the area surrounding the altar was adorned with flowers. At the sound of the high priest's call, we invite the two pairs of newlyweds. Lin Ye and Bai Di, hand in hand with Qiao Yujia and Yusheng, emerged from the cave, stepping onto a path strewn with a sea of red petals. Their entrance captivated the orcs and females of the Tiger Howl tribe, who marveled at their splendid attire, with envious glances cast in their direction. Upon reaching the altar, the high priest began to chant an incantation in an unfamiliar tongue, which, in essence, was a prayer for the beast gods to bless the newlyweds. As the final notes of the chant resonated, the altar emanated a radiant spectrum of colors, which soon settled upon the foreheads of Qiao Yujia, Lin Ye, Yusheng, and Bai Di. As the coupling ceremony concluded, the annual bonfire festival's blessing commenced. Prior to this, the high priest had conferred with Qiao Yujia and Yusheng, proposing that this year's ceremony be jointly conducted by the two of them, to which they readily agreed without a second thought. Following the completion of the ritual, Lin Ye and Bai Di were promptly sent away. When they agreed to the high priest's suggestion, Qiao Yujia and Yusheng had already given it considerable thought. Since it was a blessing ceremony, they opted for the deity dance they had choreographed back on Earth, enhancing its complexity with a combination of singing and dancing that if someone dwells in the mountains. Clad in fine silk, with an elegant demeanor, they began to sing, their voices intertwining melodiously. As the enchanting song filled the air, Qiao Yujia and Yusheng danced gracefully on the stage, akin to celestial beings descending from the heavens, their flowing garments swaying with their movements. The onlookers, entranced by their performance, reveled in the beauty of the dance and song. Despite not comprehending the lyrics, as the dance concluded, the altar once again radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, which gracefully ascended into the foreheads of all the attending orcs, with the females not exempt. Unbeknownst to them, subtle transformations were occurring within their bodies. Following the ritual, the tribe members began to indulge in the food blessed by the two divine maidens. Savoring every bite, even the four younglings of Ling Yin and Su were delighted, reveling in the feast alongside the tribe's young orcs. Lin Ye and Bai Di then carried Qiao Yujia and Yusheng into the cave. After their departure, the single orcs, equipped with their prepared animal skins, pursued the females they fancied, knowing that if the pursued females accepted their skins, they could hold a coupling ceremony the following year. Although they could not provide a ceremony as grand as that of Qiao Yujia and her companions, their sincerity was genuine. The revelry continued until the early hours of the morning, and as they witnessed their offspring's coupling, Fu Xiang and Shi Qiao could hardly contain their excitement. What are you doing? Fu Xiang exclaimed, startled as she was suddenly swept into an embrace. Since we're so happy, why not have another baby? Shi Qiao suggested, carrying Fu Xiang swiftly into the cave. That night, the cave was filled with the sounds of lively activity. The following morning, Qiao Yujia awoke to find her body aching. It seemed she had endured quite the ordeal the previous night. She glared at Lin Ye with a dangerous intensity, as if he had poisoned her. I told you to be gentle, yet you chose to ignore me. With a resounding bang, she yanked Lin Ye off the bed. Groggy and bewildered, Lin Ye found himself feeling rather aggrieved at being abruptly awakened by his partner. Bai Di was in a similar predicament. However, neither of the girls wished to see their partners at that moment. So they sent them off to prepare breakfast as an apology. After a brief discussion, they agreed on the plan, donning their attire before rushing out of the cave, after quickly boiling some sweet potatoes. Lin Ye and Bai Di hurriedly fetched water from the stream, then returned to their cave. They took out cotton towels, dampened them, and washed their two little ancestors' faces, dressed them, and styled their hair. Once all was set, they poured the sweet potato soup they had prepared into wooden bowls and presented it to them. To cater to their preferences, Lin Ye even roasted some meat, while Bai Di merely prepared sweet potato soup. Having noticed that her little partner preferred vegetables over meat, after attending to their small ancestors, Lin Ye and Bai Di led the tribe members out for a hunt, aiming to stockpile ample meat before the harsh winter arrived, ensuring a better life for their partners. After all, no one could ever have too much food. On another front, Teng Shua ventured into the Wuwang Plains, risking life and limb. However, he did not approach the clearing before the cave. Instead, he followed a trace of blood to a small cave. Upon seeing that the individual outside was not a member of his tribe, Hong Xia disregarded whether the newcomer was friend or foe and immediately began pleading for Teng Shua's help. Please, this beast man, I beg you to save me. I can do anything for you. Hearing Hong Xia's cries for help, Teng Shua peered into the palm-sized entrance and beheld her in a rather disheveled state, beseeching him to rescue her. However, he was not particularly kind-hearted. What can you do for me? He inquired. I can help you gain the favor of the two divine maidens in our tribe. They are incredibly beautiful, fairer than any female across the entire Beastman continent. Chapter 37. Hot Pot Divine Maidens. Teng Shua pondered Hong Xia's words, feigning interest, observing the delicate male before her, who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Ye. Hong Xia felt a flutter of infatuation and earnestly replied, I am not lying. Truly, the two divine maidens in our tribe are breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, they can prepare a plethora of delicious dishes. As Hong Xia grew increasingly animated, it was evident that she could not escape Teng Shua's keen gaze. The more she spoke, the more fervent she became, even exhibiting a burning desire to eliminate the two maidens she mentioned. Teng Shua contemplated whether one of the maidens she spoke of might be the one he desired. I can release you, he finally declared. Upon hearing this, Hong Xia's excitement surged, and she repeatedly bowed her head in gratitude. However, Teng Shua, noticing her already grimy appearance, found her even more unkempt with dust covering her face. He turned his head in disdain and coldly stated, But you must help me lure those two divine maidens here. With a wave of his hand, the large stone blocking the cave's entrance vanished in an instant. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Hong Xia exclaimed, elated at the sight of the stone's disappearance, and she bowed her head to Teng Shua once more. Yet, when she lifted her head again, the handsome beastman had already vanished. This left Hong Xia in shock. What just happened? Did he? She was momentarily struck by her own thoughts, uncertain of their truth, yet she felt a thrill of excitement. If it were indeed the case, she would be the protected female, and contemplating this, Hong Xia felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. That strikingly handsome male she had just encountered must surely be the beast god. The beast god instructed her to guide Qiao Yujia and Yusheng to this location, and she was determined to fulfill this task diligently. Perhaps, in doing so, the beast god might bestow upon her the powers of divinity. After making her resolution, Hong Xia departed the confines of the small cave, taking with her the jade flute left by Tugtong for communication, and sought refuge in a hidden spot. It was daytime, and the tribe was bustling with numerous members. She had to exercise caution, for any misstep could jeopardize her life. She must await the opportune moment. In the clearing, the tribe's people were methodically engaged in their respective tasks. Some were producing salt, others weaving bamboo products, and still others sewing leather garments. The playful younglings and females frolicked nearby, creating a scene of joyous harmony. Just then, Qiao Yujia emerged, intending to lead the young females in search of ingredients and seasonings for hot pot, which would provide warmth during the winter months. Jiajia, it's so cold today. What are you planning to search for? Hongyu appeared before Qiao Yujia, her face radiant as if kissed by spring, since the onset of winter. The chill had intensified daily, and just last night, Qiao Yujia had formed a bond with Lin Ye. How could she possibly muster the energy to forage for food today? Observing Hongyo's apple-red cheeks, Qiao Yujia surmised that she must have received a leather gift from the male she fancied last night, perhaps having tasted forbidden fruit for the first time. Fortunately, in the Beastman continent, female beastmen were not easily impregnated. The chances were slim. We're searching for food that can keep you warm during the winter. Without further elaboration, Qiao Yujia's mention of food that could provide warmth was sufficient for them to imagine its delightful essence. Jiajia, what exactly is this food? What does it look like? Though the notion of food that could warm the tribe during winter was uplifting, Hongyu was filled with curiosity about its appearance and nature. After all, no one had ever seen such food. In a moment, you shall find out, Qiao Yujia teased, knowing that only Yu Xing beside her was privy to the secret, but she refrained from revealing it to maintain the mystery. Noticing Qiao Yujia's reticence, Hongyu and the other females hesitated to inquire further. Due to the open expanse surrounding the tribe, devoid of trees for cover, Qiao Yujia instructed Lin Ye and Bai Di to lead the beastmen into the forest to fell trees. They began constructing a fence from the food storage cave, encircling approximately 3 meters forward, leaving a gate for entry and exit, continuing until reaching the cave that housed the animal pelts. This created a secure perimeter around the tribe. While the small cave designated for punishment remained outside the confines. As Qiao Yujia and the newly matured females, including Hongyu, approached the tribe's entrance, they spotted the beastmen responsible for the day's gathering team. Waiting at the gate, the team was led by Xing Ku, along with the previously troublesome Xiao Gu and 2 clansmen from Lin Ye. All bore similar features, making it difficult for Qiao Yujia to distinguish one from another. Save for the distinct colored stones adorning their foreheads. Speaking of the stones on their foreheads, they appeared translucent and exquisite, akin to art pieces meticulously crafted by a skilled designer. Upon seeing Hongyu in the group, Xing Ku's cheeks flushed with an unnoticeable blush, yet Qiao Yujia's instincts indicated that Hongyu and Xing Ku had shared a night together. Meanwhile, Xiao Gu's gaze toward Qiao Yujia was still possessive. But the thought of her formidable serpent beastman companion quelled his desires. With a gentle smile, Qiao Yujia addressed him. Everyone has arrived. Let us proceed. Yes, divine maiden. Upon hearing Xing Ku's address, Qiao Yujia remained silent. For those living on the beastman continent, survival necessitated a belief system. In their eyes, the beast god represented an indelible faith, while the divine maiden was the earthly emissary of that deity. The group climbed onto a cart pulled by Xing Ku and his companions. With Ling Yan's clansmen vigilant for any lurking dangers, upon reaching a small valley, they deliberated briefly before deciding to venture further for their gathering efforts. Qiao Yujia surveyed the area. Winter had draped the landscape in a silvery shroud. With scarce greenery visible. As they delved deeper into the valley, a sudden shriek from a female echoed nearby. Qiao Yujia swiftly turned and rushed to the gathering of young females, discovering that the source of the outcry was none other than Hongyu. Her face flushed and tears streaming down her cheeks. What's wrong, Hongyu? What happened? Noting the confusion among the onlookers, Qiao Yujia quickly inquired of one of the young females, Divine Maiden, after Hongyu ate that red fruit. She became like this. The young female pointed to a thicket in front of Hongyu. Following her gaze, Qiao Yujia soon found herself filled with excitement. Goodness, these are chili peppers, a whole patch of them. Just a taste can ignite a fiery sensation in one's body. They are essential for hot pot. Approaching to gather the peppers, Qiao Yujia was abruptly halted by Xing Ku. Divine Maiden, this is too dangerous. Witnessing Hongyu's tearful state earlier had nearly broken Xing Ku's heart. He had not anticipated such a seemingly innocuous fruit could cause such intensity. Xing Ku, I understand your concern. Hongyu is fine. Just drink plenty of water, and she will be all right. Observing the tender exchange between the two prior to their departure, Qiao Yujia would have to be blind not to notice, after advising Xing Ku to ensure Hongyu drank enough water. He hurriedly handed her a bamboo tube filled with water. Hongyu took it eagerly, gulping down nearly half before the fiery sensation in her mouth subsided. Xing Ku, thank you. She returned the bamboo tube. Her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment. Xing Ku accepted it, murmuring, no need for thanks. Seeing Xing Ku's attention diverted from her, Qiao Yujia swiftly turned to pluck the chili peppers. Jiajia, what is this bright red fruit? As Hongyu observed Qiao Yujia collecting an abundance of the vibrant peppers, she couldn't help but ask, still haunted by the earlier experience. Qiao Yujia, noticing Hongyu's alertness, smiled and gently explained, this is called chili pepper. It is one of the seasonings that can warm the body during winter. No sooner had she spoken than the females realized Qiao Yujia was preparing to create a new dish. and they hurriedly finished harvesting the patch of peppers. Jiajia, look what I found. Just as they completed their task, Yuxing dashed over, her bamboo basket overflowing. Is that Sichuan pepper? As she approached, Qiao Yujia recognized the contents of Yuxing's basket. Yet upon closer inspection, they appeared significantly larger than the usual variety, roughly the size of a fingernail, leaving her uncertain. However, recalling the principle of everything being larger on the Beastman continent, it didn't seem too surprising. Much like the oversized chili peppers they had just encountered. Yes, it is Sichuan pepper. Yuxing nodded enthusiastically, then produced a brown, palm-sized fruit from the basket, exclaiming, Jiajia, inside this fruit is cumin, and this green one contains white sesame, while this khaki-colored one has flour. Yuxing's excitement grew as she unveiled the fruits one by one, revealing that the largest one contained flour, enough to make 3 or 4 small buns. Qiao Yujia found Yuxing's increasing enthusiasm endearing, but when she heard that the last fruit contained flour, she was taken aback. She was unsure if wheat existed on the Beastman continent, but with flour in this fruit, it could serve as a substitute for wheat as a staple. Xing, are there many of these fruits? Plenty. Just over by the small river, there's almost a whole expanse of them. Yuxing gestured towards a small river behind her, indicating the densely clustered fruits of various hues adorning the opposite bank. However, Qiao Yujia, not being an orc, could not discern them clearly. Without further ado, she led the females to gather the fruits, as they appeared more suitable for storage. As soon as Qiao Yujia finished speaking, the females hurriedly dashed across to the other side of the river, matching the colors of the fruits with those in Yuxing's hand as they commenced their harvesting. Before long, everyone had collected in abundance, and the bamboo baskets they had brought were overflowing, prompting them to decide on a return to the tribe. Upon their return, Qiao Yujia busily began processing the spices and fruits they had gathered. Lin Ye, upon seeing his partner return without acknowledging him, felt a pang of grievance. Accompanied by the females, he started a fire and set the pot for their evening meal. They began by slicing various types of beast meat into thin strips, catering to the male's preference for meat, followed by washing an assortment of vegetables. Although the vegetable supply was somewhat limited, it was of little concern. It was merely for a taste. As the pot heated, Qiao Yujia scooped a generous ladle of pig fat, waiting for it to melt. Considering it was the first time for the villagers to experience hot pot, she refrained from adding too many chilies and Sichuan peppercorns, opting instead for a modest amount. Once fragrant, she poured half a pot of clear water into the stone pot, added slices of ginger to eliminate the fishy odor, and 2 small spoonfuls of salt. Then covered it with a wooden lid to await boiling. During the waiting period, Qiao Yujia hurriedly instructed the orcs to wash their hands and prepare bowls for the meal. Upon her command, the orcs vanished in a flurry, some washing their hands, others gathering utensils, and soon they all encircled the stone pot. Observing the crowd of several hundred, Qiao Yujia felt a sudden headache. Thankfully, they had 2 stone pots, or else there might have been a situation where others could not partake. When the water finally boiled, Qiao Yujia lifted the lid, and a wave of spicy aroma wafted through the air, causing many to sneeze. Ignoring them, she first poured a large basin of meat prepared for Lin Ye into the hot pot. After a few minutes, she ladled it out into a wooden basin, then had it distributed among each orc's food bowl. As for the vegetarian options, Qiao Yujia had not requested any for herself. Having recently given birth, she needed to replenish her nutrients, thus she arranged for roasted meat, sweet potatoes, and potatoes to be sent over, which delighted the vegetarians and the little ones. Once these preparations were complete, Qiao Yujia allowed the orcs to begin their meal. Eagerly, they used their chopsticks to pick up the thin slices of meat and submerge them into the bubbling broth, which cooked them rapidly due to their thinness. They couldn't wait to pop the cooked slices into their mouths, the stimulating spiciness spreading throughout their palates, eliciting a chorus of hisses and gasps. However, they soon discovered that despite the unusual taste of the evening meal, it only made them crave more, the flavors intensifying with each bite. Chapter 38. The Disappearance. Hiss. Jiajia, this is delicious. What flavor is this? Hongyu, unable to stop eating, inquired eagerly about the flavor. Originally, Qiao Yujia had prepared a pot without chilies, but after tasting both sides, Hongyu found the chili-laden one far more fragrant and continued to indulge. This is the spicy flavor, Qiao Yujia replied, smiling gently at the insatiable Hongyu. What is spicy? Hongyu's curiosity about the taste was piqued. Hearing her question, Qiao Yujia recalled that this might be the orc's first encounter with such a foreign flavor. She wondered why no one was eating from the pot of spicy broth in front of them. Meanwhile, the others were relishing their meal, their mouths glistening with oil, while only the elderly orcs and a few females dined from the non-spicy pot, which was far more palatable for them. as the intense flavors might be overwhelming. It's like the taste of fire, very hot, making the mouth and tongue uncomfortable. Qiao Yujia struggled to articulate, hoping Hongyu would grasp her meaning. I understand. It's like when I first ate it, needing a big gulp of water to alleviate the taste. But this flavor is so delicious, I can't stop. Watching Hongyu eagerly shove meat slices and wild vegetables into her mouth. Her speech slightly stammered, was utterly adorable. Thus, this dinner concluded amidst the hisses and gasps of the orcs. That night, in the distance, Hongxia lay in wait, poised for action. The following morning, after breakfast, both the hunting and gathering teams set out simultaneously, preparing for the impending heavy snowfall. Once the snow blanketed the mountains, no one would venture outside the tribe, and they would largely remain in their caves for the winter, shortly after the gathering team departed. They passed by a small cave point. One keen-eyed female noticed that the large stone blocking the entrance had vanished and exclaimed, "Goddess, Hongxia is missing." What? Upon hearing this, Qiao Yujia's heart skipped a beat. She hurried over to investigate, recalling that just days prior, she had seen the stone firmly in place. How could it have suddenly disappeared? Goddess, there is the scent of unfamiliar orcs here. Lin Ye approached to examine closely, detecting a strange orcish scent lingering in the vicinity, one that had been left recently. However, this scent was peculiar, more refined than the typical orcish odor, resembling the fragrance of Qiao Yujia and her companions. Unfamiliar orcs? Thanks to the increasingly stable bond between Lin Ye and Qiao Yujia, he could communicate normally with the tribe, and everyone present was astonished to hear of the unfamiliar orcish scent. Wasn't this place considered a forbidden zone for all orcs? Why would there be others intruding? Xingke returned to the tribe immediately and informed Chief Shicho to enhance the perimeter security. Qiao Yujia instructed Xingke, urging him to relay the message to Chief Shicho to bolster the tribe's defenses. Although she hadn't joined the Tiger Howl tribe, its members had treated her well. Hongxia was a troublesome individual. If left unchecked, the consequences could be dire. She needed to be dealt with before she could grow further. Qiao Yujia had encountered girls of similar temperament to Hongxia back on Earth, spoiled by their parents from a young age, leading them down a destructive path that ultimately affected their families. I shall notify the chief at once. Xingke, upon receiving Qiao Yujia's command, swiftly transformed into beast form and raced back to the tribe. Everyone else, let us hasten our gathering. These matters are in Chief Shichao's hands. Let us remain cautious as we proceed to our designated area. After Xingke dashed off, Qiao Yujia turned to the remaining individuals, offering a few words of caution before heading toward the new gathering site. Before long, they arrived at the new location. As the small valley needed time to rejuvenate, Qiao Yujia led them to this area. A plain situated directly behind the tribe's dwelling caves. A river approximately a meter wide flowed through, separating two expanses of flatland. In the distance, a vast patch of red fruits could be seen. Qiao Yujia, with the females in tow, continued onward. Upon reaching the riverbank, everyone halted. Point 2 of the orcs, following Qiao Yujia's instructions, placed the pre-chopped logs across the rivers with to facilitate crossing. Qiao Yujia had them fell 5 tree trunks as thick as a thigh. Once the logs were positioned, Qiao Yujia led the females across to the opposite bank. Gazing at the slightly reddened fruits hanging from the trees, Qiao Yujia's heart soared with joy. These were the winter jujubes that only appeared in winter. In truth, many fruits matured during winter, and some even bore fruit throughout the year. However, encountering winter jujubes was a stroke of luck. The winter jujube trees on orc land were not particularly tall, allowing Qiao Yujia to easily gather the fruit, which was larger than any she had seen before, fitting comfortably in her palm. Without needing to wash it, she plucked one and took a bite, producing a crisp crunch. So sweet, sweeter than the usual winter jujubes. Such pure, unpolluted fruit was once a rarity, yet here on orc land, it was abundant. Jiajia, is it delicious? Seeing Qiao Yujia squint with delight as she savored the fruit, Hongyu watched eagerly. You'll know once you try it. Qiao Yujia refrained from passing judgment, recognizing that taste preferences varied. She simply retrieved a jujube from the bamboo basket and offered it to Hongyu. Watching Qiao Yujia relish the fruit, Hongyu tentatively took a bite, the crisp sound resonating as the unique sweetness burst in her mouth. So delicious. It's so sweet. Before long, Hongyu exclaimed in surprise. She had not anticipated that such a small fruit could be so sweet, especially with the trees still bearing green leaves around them. A vast expanse was filled with these fruits. If they managed to gather all of them, it would be enough to sustain the females in the tribe for quite some time. The grapefruit did not account for the orcs. After all, they consume the most meat and scarcely touch wild vegetables or fruits, if at all. This fruit is called winter jujube, which ripens only during the winter season. In this area, the winter jujubes have already matured, and everyone is urged to quickly pick them if they cannot finish. They may return tomorrow with more bamboo baskets. Just as Qiao Yujia finished speaking, the females vanished in a flash. Before long, beneath every winter jujube tree stood 1 or 2 females, merrily picking and eating the fruit, thoroughly relishing the moment. Unbeknownst to anyone, under one of the trees, Hongxia had been watching Qiao Yujia and her companions for quite some time, having followed them all the way, waiting for an opportune moment. Now, that moment had arrived, this moment. Only Qiao Yujia stood beneath the winter jujube tree. If she could be lured a little farther away, she could be made to disappear forever. That wretched female. Yuxing was absent today, leaving room for another opportunity. With this thought, Hongxia threw a stone towards Qiao Yujia, which landed right at her feet. Where did the stone come from? Qiao Yujia, happily picking winter jujubes, suddenly noticed the stone flying towards her feet and felt puzzled. This patch of winter jujube trees had very few stones, so where could this one have come from? Could it be that some small creature was playing tricks on her? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Qiao Yujia became vigilant, scanning her surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Just as she suspected, it was merely the antics of some small animals in the winter jujube grove. Another stone suddenly flew in her direction. How is that wretched female still not here? Could she have discovered my presence? Impossible. I've hidden myself so well. Moreover, I used scent-masking grass to eliminate my odor. That wretched female could never detect me. Hongxia seemed to be overthinking. As a pure-blooded human, how could Qiao Yujia possibly perceive her scent? Using the scent-masking grass was indeed superfluous. Could there be something ahead? With this thought, Qiao Yujia picked up the stone once more and walked toward the direction from which it had been thrown. Jiajia, where are you going? Red Grapefruit, who was happily picking, suddenly sensed Qiao Yujia's departure from the winter jujube tree she was responsible for and inquired. Regardless, Qiao Yujia was revered within the tribe, even by the chieftain. If anything were to happen to her, it would not bode well. I'm going to check ahead. Perhaps I can discover new fruits. Do not worry about me. Since Qiao Yujia had said this, Red Grapefruit felt it inappropriate to press further and thus continued her harvesting of winter jujubes. Having made a hard-won friend, she feared that if she displeased her, she might never be acknowledged again. Unbeknownst to Red Grapefruit, Qiao Yujia had already ventured further away from the winter jujube grove, following the path of the stones. With the sun setting low on the horizon, everyone began to feel anxious. For the goddess had been gone for quite some time without returning. Shagu, go find Jiajia. Among all the females present, Red Grapefruit had the closest relationship with Qiao Yujia, so when she called out to Shagu for help, the other females echoed her concern. Shigu hesitated for a moment but did not move, knowing that he had nearly harmed Qiao Yujia once due to Hongxia's instigation. Now he felt unworthy to seek her out. Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, Lin Ye stepped forward, saying, I will search for the goddess. Shagu, you take the females back to the tribe. Without giving him a chance to respond, Lin Ye set off, following the lingering scent of Qiao Yujia. Meanwhile, Shagu, along with another orc warrior, led Red Grapefruit and several other females back from the winter jujube grove. Upon returning to the tribe, Red Grapefruit immediately sought out Chieftain Shicho and Lin Ye, who had just returned, to inform them of Qiao Yujia's disappearance. What did you say? Jiajia is missing. As Red Grapefruit spoke, Yuxing, who happened to pass by the cave, overheard her words and was struck with disbelief. How could her dear friend simply vanish? The blow was most acutely felt by Lin Ye and Yuxing, both of whom were closest to Qiao Yujia. Shicho, we must devote the full strength of the tribe to find Yujia. If she falls into the hands of malicious orcs, the consequences would be dire. After hearing Red Grapefruit's account, the high priestess urgently instructed Chieftain Shicho. She could not bear to imagine the horrors that would befall Qiao Yujia if she were captured by those wicked orcs. They needed to find her immediately, before anything terrible could happen. I understand. High Priestess. I will personally lead a search for Yujia. You all should finish your evening meal and rest. Do not worry too much. Perhaps Yujia has simply lost her way. Let us hope that is the case. Now, the sun had dipped below the mountain peaks, and the open space outside the cave was bustling with preparations for the evening meal. The tribe's members remained oblivious to the fact that one of the goddesses they revered had gone missing. Concerned for Qiao Yujia's safety, Chieftain Shicho set out from the tribe with Lin Ye and several of the strongest orc warriors, leaving Bai Di behind to soothe the tribe's people and ensure the tribe's security. On the other side, Ling Yin, following the trail of Qiao Yujia's scent, found her by a small river. However, she was accompanied by other orcs and a female, so he refrained from approaching directly, instead watching from a distance. Yet the female looked increasingly familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. The distance was too great for Ling Yin to hear what they were saying, but he sensed the atmosphere was quite tense. Before long, The unfamiliar orc did something, causing Qiao Yujia to suddenly weaken and faint into the arms of the stranger, realizing the situation had turned dire. Lin Ye dashed from his hiding place in the grass. He swiftly struck Hongxia aside with a powerful blow, causing her to cough blood and lose consciousness on the spot. After dealing with Hongxia, Lin Ye opened his mouth to unleash a blast of ice toward the unfamiliar orc, hoping to catch him off guard and freeze him. However, the orc effortlessly dodged the attack, and Lin Ye's icy projectiles dissipated into nothingness. A spirit beast? Interesting. Tingshuo regarded Lin Ye with a slight smile, seemingly unconcerned about the mere spirit beast before him. Bold orc, release the goddess at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. Lin Ye did not back down. Instead, he growled at Tingshuo. Qiao Yujia is the goddess designated to follow the White Lion Spirit Beast clan by the Great Beast deity. She cannot be allowed to fall into danger here. I am utterly smitten with the goddess and wish to invite her to my abode as a guest. What are you doing? Tingshuo replied, maintaining a calm facade despite the situation. Is there such a thing as inviting someone to be a guest? Do you take me for a fool? In that instant, Lin Ye felt an intense anger swell within him. He immediately launched a massive ice sphere toward Tingshuo. The Spirit Beast clan, having long been nurtured under the teachings of the Great Beast deity, were exceptionally intelligent. How could this orc, who was so difficult to discern, dare to call him foolish? Such insolence could never be forgiven, yet the knowledge imparted by the Great Beast deity was limited. And the Spirit Beast clan only possessed slightly more wisdom than ordinary orcs, unlike the deity's emissaries and the two goddesses, who were privy to far more knowledge. Seeing the ice sphere hurtling toward him, Tingshuo did not evade this time, but instead shattered it with a bolt of purple lightning. Witnessing Tingshuo unleash the purple lightning, Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. To him, this lightning seemed to be a power exclusive to the Great Beast deity. Yet here stood this orc male, who lacked a discernible beast form, wielding such a remarkable ability. Though curious about why Tingshuo could summon the purple lightning, now was not the time for such musings. He needed to reclaim the goddess from Tingshuo's grasp. Quickly shaking off his astonishment at Tingshuo's powers, Lin Ye refocused on the fact that Qiao Yujia was still in Tingshuo's hands and could not afford to let him escape. Thus, he hurled another ice sphere at Tingshuo, only for it to be obliterated by Tingshuo's lightning once more. The battle dragged on for nearly an hour, with each ice sphere Lin Ye released being easily dismantled by Tingshuo's purple lightning. Lin Ye was soon left panting and exhausted, while Tingshuo appeared utterly unaffected, not even a bead of sweat gracing his brow. Little spirit beast, it's getting late. I shan't entertain you any longer. Farewell. Tingshuo, tired of this monotonous exchange, summoned a mist and departed with Qiao Yujia and Hongxia from the plain. When the mist finally dissipated, Lin Ye searched the area, having traversed it dozens of times, yet he could no longer detect Qiao Yujia's scent. She had likely crossed beyond the boundaries of the desolate plain. Unable to find any trace of Qiao Yujia, Lin Ye had no choice but to return to the tribe. Lin Ye, you've returned? Did you find Jiajia? As soon as he stepped through the tribe's gates, Yuxing rushed out, clinging to Lin Ye's large head, incessantly asking if he had found her, upon learning of Qiao Yujia's sudden disappearance. Yuxing, who should have been heavy with sleep by nightfall, was instead wide awake and filled with energy at this moment. Upon witnessing Yuxing's anxious demeanor, Lin Ye lowered his head in silence. The sudden stillness emanating from Lin Ye led Yuxing to realize that he had failed to locate Qiao Yujia, her fiercely righteous yet somewhat cunning best friend, who had inexplicably gone missing. Having protected her dear friend since childhood, the gravity of her disappearance was almost too much for Yuxing to fathom. That remarkable individual had vanished. The goddess Sheng, it seemed, might have been taken from the Wuhuang Plains by a stranger among the beastmen. After a brief silence, Lin Ye eventually shared his suspicions with Yuxing. Lin Ye, as Jiajia's guardian spirit beast, could you please bring her back? Yuxing implored. Jiajia is my closest friend. I beg you, find her. Her voice trembled with desperation as she pleaded for Lin Ye to retrieve her best friend, refusing to accept the thought of her being lost forever. The clansfolk, who had initially planned to enjoy their evening meal and rest, found themselves puzzled by Yuxing's sobs. Upon inquiring with the females who had ventured out to gather that day, they learned of the sudden disappearance of one of the goddesses they revered. As Yuxing's cries grew louder, a somber silence enveloped the gathering. For the members of the Tiger Howl tribe, the Wuhuang Plains, though a forbidden territory for all beastmen, had always been their sanctuary. Here, they were free from the fears of attacks by other tribes or wandering beastmen. The land provided ample sustenance and warmth through the divine flames during winter, allowing them to thrive without the dread of losing kin. Yet now, the emergence of unfamiliar beastmen in the Wuwang Plains and the abduction of one of their goddesses was a disquieting reality. In the minds of the Tiger Howl tribe, goddess Qiao Yujia was incredibly formidable. Yet she was still a female. The thought of her being taken by unknown beastmen was terrifying. Goddess, please rise. If Yujia sees you in this state, she will undoubtedly be worried. Ling, noticing the surrounding beastmen's lack of initiative to console Yuxing, including her partner, Bai Di, who had only recently bonded with her, remained silent, observing Yuxing's sorrowful cries. As he contemplated approaching Yuxing to assist her, he could still hear her repetitive pleas for Jiajia to be returned. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered something unknown, prompting her to release her grip on Ling Yan's fur and collapse into Ling's embrace. I entrust the goddess to you, Ling Yan, and I shall seek out Yujia. After passing Yuxing to Bai Di, Ling turned to discuss matters with Ling Yan. Once Ling Yan finished the evening meal left for him by the tribe, the two took flight toward the border of the Wuhuang Plains. Very well, everyone. It is time for rest. The two lords will surely bring back our goddess. Bai Di reassured the tribe members as he watched Ling and Ling Yan depart. He urged the clan to rest, emphasizing that even amidst their concerns for the goddess, they could not neglect their own well-being. Meanwhile, in the godless forest, a place notorious for its abundance of wild beasts and danger, lay a region that struck fear into the hearts of all beastmen across the continent. No one dared to tread there. Those who did would take great pains to avoid it. Abandoned beastmen, with nowhere else to turn, braved the perils of the godless forest, and over time, a band of wandering beastmen formed deep within its confines. Here, strength reigned supreme, and since Teng Shua's arrival 5 years prior, he had gained a reputation comparable to a beast god, possessing extraordinary abilities and combat prowess. In the intervening years, Teng Shua capitalized on the resentment harbored by the wandering beastmen towards the tribes. Seizing many beautiful females for himself, all were confined within a dark, icy cave, hidden deep within the godless forest, mere meters from Teng Shua's dwelling. No one knew his intentions with these captives, only that every 7 days or so, a female would perish, seemingly drained of essence. Those who died bore vacant stares, with only those fortunate enough to be rewarded by Teng Shua escaping the cave alive. Deep within the godless forest stood a cliff, atop which was a magnificent palace adorned in dark green and white. Here, Qiao Yujia, in a fierce battle against the clutches of death, finally stirred from her unconsciousness, only to be met with excruciating pain in her head, prompting a soft groan that roused Teng Shua, who had been resting nearby. You're awake. Hearing the sound, Qiao Yujia's eyes flew open to reveal a resplendent emerald palace, brilliantly illuminated as if it were daylight. Turning her head, she was greeted by the sight of Teng Shua, the man she recognized as the one who had rendered her unconscious alongside Hong Xia. Are you hungry, my dear? I have personally prepared some peach blossom pastries for you. Would you care to try them? Teng Shua offered, placing a plate before her. Qiao Yujia glanced at the pastries in silence, an inexplicable familiarity washing over her, as if someone had made them for her before. Yet, her circle was small. Aside from her own culinary skills, only Yuxing made simple home-cooked dishes, while others either lacked talent or knowledge in cooking. Are you afraid I poisoned them? Teng Shua asked, noticing her hesitation. Indeed. Who knows what you might have added? Qiao Yujia retorted, her distrust evident. After observing Teng Shua consume a pastry without ill effect, she reluctantly accepted that he had not poisoned the treat. But that did not erase her wariness of him. Rest well, dear, I shall visit you again tomorrow, Teng Shua declared, placing the plate back on the table before exiting, closing the door behind him. Outside, Hong Xia awaited Teng Shua's return with bated breath. Lord Beast God, she exclaimed upon his emergence. Lord Beast God, how intriguing. Teng Shua found amusement in this title, contemplating how he might leverage it to enlist her services. From this day forth, you shall be the goddess. Tomorrow, I shall send Huba and the others to escort you back to the Wuwang Plains. You know what to do. Taking stock of Hong Xia, he noted her beauty but realized she paled in comparison to Qiao Yujia. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from his plans. With a wave of his hand, Hong Xia was transformed, now adorned in a simple yet elegant red dress with flowing black sleeves, her hair styled with a white, fluffy ribbon cascading down her back, and a vine-like adornment resting upon her forehead. One could not deny that the previously disheveled Hong Xia now appeared quite captivating. Confident that she would not disappoint the beast god, she grew convinced that Teng Shua was indeed a god. However, when she lifted her gaze, Teng Shua had vanished without a trace, leaving her seething with resentment toward the female she despised, who was imprisoned within the palace. Now armed with the powers bestowed upon her by the beast god, she believed herself the true goddess. Raising her hand, flames of crimson danced within her palm. after lingering outside for a while. She returned to the room prepared for her by Teng Shuo. The following morning, Hong Xia set out, accompanied by Hu Ba and Bao Feng, leaving the godless forest behind. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia, confined within her room, felt her head spinning, teetering on the brink of explosion. I wonder how the little snake is doing. Does he miss me? She mused, gently stroking the small white serpent imprinted on her collarbone, filled with longing for Lin Ye. A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts, and as she turned to the door, her heart raced. The tall figure outside, exuding an aura distinct from Lin Ye, was unmistakably Teng Shuo, the cunning man. May I enter? My dear, he inquired, though his polite words were undermined by his already pushing the door open. Since you've already entered, what's the point of asking? Qiao Yujia retorted coolly, unafraid of Teng Shuo, having encountered all manner of people in her technologically advanced era. Dear, you truly jest. She had begun to converse with herself, and a barely perceptible smile graced the corners of Teng Shuo's lips. The young lady must be famished. I have prepared jade congee for her, do savor it. As he spoke, he scooped a spoonful from the white glass bowl and brought it to Qiao Yujia's lips. Noticing the peach blossom pastries on the table remained untouched, he felt no anger, maintaining a soft smile as he gazed at her. However, upon catching sight of the delicate white snake mark nestled upon her collarbone, his brows furrowed slightly. That white serpent seemed exceedingly bothersome. Seeing that Qiao Yujia merely glanced at the jade congee without uttering a word or making any move, he placed both bowls upon the table. Without further ado, he pressed her down beneath him. What are you doing? Get off me. Initially perceiving him as a graceful gentleman, albeit somewhat effeminate and petty, she was taken aback to find herself tackled by him. Teng Shuo was smitten at first sight, imploring her to accept him. His voice, laced with allure and softness, reached Qiao Yujia's ears, sending a shiver down her spine. She felt as though her ears might conceive. Yet, he was undeniably a scoundrel. Such thoughts must not arise. I do not know you. Get away from me. With that, Qiao Yujia kicked Teng Shuo to the foot of the bed, retreating to the headboard, brandishing the long whip that had been coiled around her waist, assuming a defensive stance. Chapter 40. The Emergence of Divine Power. Fair maiden, I am Teng Shuo. Now you are acquainted with me. Are you not? As he spoke, he inched closer to Qiao Yujia, akin to a hunter stalking his prey. Just as Teng Shuo was about to lay a hand upon her, the whip lashed out fiercely towards him. Crack! With no time to evade, the whip struck the back of Teng Shuo's left hand, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. How brutal! Yet, he found himself relishing it. In that fleeting moment, a flood of familiar memories surged within his mind. At last, he remembered everything. It was this very woman who evoked both love and fear within him. Now that he recalled everything, it appeared she remembered nothing. If he could resolutely confine this woman, who inspired both love and dread, beneath his very gaze, he might gradually return to those bygone days. That woman, possessing formidable spiritual powers capable of controlling the growth of all things, with a hint of coldness and darkness, would once again belong to him. Throughout the ensuing time, the combat within the room never ceased, punctuated by Teng Shuo's chilling yet joyous laughter. Outside, Hu Ba and Bao Feng, upon witnessing Teng Shuo's evident delight, refrained from intruding, for to do so might reduce them to ashes. Meanwhile, Hong Xia successfully returned to the tribe in the barren plains. Observing the tribe's desolate demeanor, she thought, if she were to enter as a goddess now, the tribe's people would surely embrace her. Then, she could expel that wretched female, Yu Sheng, from the tribe. If the tribe's people were guided to worship the beast god, perhaps they would be bestowed with mysterious powers. Lost in such thoughts, Hong Xia paid no heed to the consequences, and, with an elegant yet somewhat affected stride, approached the tribe's entrance. Hong Xia has returned. Someone, stop her, upon seeing the figure draped in red. The beastmen stationed at the entrance initially mistook her for Qiao Yujia, feeling a flicker of joy. However, as she drew near, they realized it was Hong Xia, the female who had fled from the small cave. Since their revered goddess bore a clean scent, devoid of the beast tribe's odor, the beastmen's shout echoed throughout the tribe. All the guards quickly surrounded Hong Xia to prevent her from entering. The commotion at the entrance caught the attention of other beastmen and females engaged in their tasks, who hurried to the entrance. Upon seeing Hong Xia clad in a red gown, with a black sheer long-sleeved garment draped over her, they noticed her attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the two goddesses. Look, isn't that Hong Xia, who escaped from the small cave? Indeed, if she has fled, why return? Furthermore, she's wearing the same garments as the two goddesses. What does this mean? As Hong Xia listened to the murmurs of the tribespeople, her hands, concealed within the oversized sleeves, clenched into fists, to her dismay, Despite Qiao Yujia's absence, the tribespeople still despised her. She loathed it. Why? She and they were the true tribespeople, while that wretched female, who merely encountered them by chance and was not even a tribeswoman, received their adulation? She refused to accept it. Her mind was a whirl of memories. Filled with the cheerful faces of the tribespeople and those two wretched females, the thought ignited her fury. With a sudden gesture, Hong Xia launched a fireball at the nearest beastman warrior. Ah! The beastman screamed in agony as the unquenchable flames engulfed him, spreading rapidly across his body, causing panic among those nearby. "Qiao is on fire. Quick, fetch water to extinguish it," shouted one beastman, prompting several tribespeople to grab wooden buckets and rush to the riverbank for water, dousing the flames upon Qiao. Yet, the flames showed no sign of abating, continuing to ravage his form. Watching the near incineration of the beastman with a cold indifference, a sinister smile crept upon Hong Xia's lips. She yearned to incinerate all those tribespeople who adored Qiao Yujia and Yuxing. Douse it, douse it. This is no ordinary fire. It is the divine flame bestowed by the beast god. It cannot be extinguished. Just as Hong Xia reveled in her satisfaction, Hong Yu, who had been aiding in extinguishing the fire, abruptly broke away from the group and headed straight for the chief's cave. Upon entering the chief's cave, Hong Yu found Yuxing and the high shaman present and exclaimed furiously, "Chief, it's bad. Hong Xia has returned from the small cave, and she conjured a fire that has set Qiao ablaze. It cannot be extinguished with water. What did you say? Hong Xia has returned, and she has burned Qiao." Hearing Hong Yu's words, the high shaman felt a twinge of doubt. Why would Hong Xia return only to set Qiao on fire? Yes, truly, Hong Xia, for some unknown reason, suddenly manifested divine fire, and then Qiao was set ablaze. As the high shaman remained skeptical, Hong Yu, flustered, insisted, "If we delay any longer, Qiao may perish in the flames. Chief, I must go and check." Seeing that no one else seemed inclined to move, Yuxing, her face impassive, stood up and declared, "I shall go," before striding out of the chief's cave. Sheng, "Wait for me." The White Emperor, caught off guard, saw Yuxing already distance herself. Fearing for her safety, he hurriedly pursued her. All those within the chief's cave followed suit. Upon reaching the tribe's entrance, they beheld Hong Xia in her red attire, the beastman writhing in agony on the ground, and the tribespeople frantically pouring water over him. Wai Yusheng approached Qiao, producing a small porcelain vial left by Qiao Yujia. Removing the cork, she tilted the bottle, allowing a drop of icy blue liquid to flow forth, which extinguished the flames, consuming Qiao in an instant. The tribespeople, witnessing this sequence of events, stared in disbelief. How could the divine fire, which had raged fiercely moments ago, be extinguished by a mere drop of water from Yuxing? Their respect for her surged anew. Yet, upon seeing the divine fire bestowed by the beast god extinguished so effortlessly, Hong Xia was immediately incensed. "The fire is out. Quickly, take him away and tend to his wounds." As the flames were quelled, Yuxing called for assistance to carry Qiao away. Meanwhile, Hong Xia, with an air of arrogance, spat, "Wretched female, you dare extinguish the divine fire bestowed upon me by the beast god? Kneel and accept your punishment. Is it you?" "What?" Yusheng's sudden remark left Hong Xia bewildered, sensing an ominous threat. Ignoring Hong Xia's confused expression, she continued, "A few days ago, you fled from the small cave, and shortly thereafter, Yujia went missing. Speak. Is her disappearance connected to you? And if it is, she is merely a wretched female masquerading as a goddess. Perhaps she is already dead." Hong Xia retorted defiantly, "The beast god has declared that I am the true goddess. You have all been deceived by that impostor, Qiao Yujia. They are not goddesses." In just a few brief exchanges, Hong Xia revealed her intent to Yuxing that Qiao Yujia might already be dead. Furthermore, she incited the present tribespeople, branding both Qiao Yujia and Yuxing as frauds, attempting to sever the bond between the tribespeople and the two women, undermining their faith. "The beast god has declared that I am the true goddess." Yet her words fell on deaf ears as the tribespeople remained unconvinced. After all, the transformations brought about by Qiao Yujia and Yuxing were evident to all, even if they are not divine maidens. Their contributions to the tribe are sufficient to earn the respect of their kin. As for Hong Xia, she merely donned a garment identical to that of the two divine maidens, although she can conjure fireballs out of thin air. It does not imply that she is one of them, for a true divine maiden would never set fire to the orcs without cause. Indeed, it is you who shall pay for Jiajia's life. The mere mention of it ignited Yusheng's fury. She incessantly muttered for Hong Xia to atone for Jiajia's demise. Sheng, the White Emperor, could not restrain Yusheng, who stormed toward Hongxia in a fit of rage. Upon seeing Yusheng charge at her, Hongxia panicked, summoning fireballs once more to hurl at Yusheng. The surrounding tribespeople watched in sheer terror. The White Emperor rushed forward, desperate to save, but the searing heat of the flames singed his arm. Zai. This sight deeply concerned Fu Xiang. Yusheng, oblivious to the White Emperor's plight, nimbly evaded the fireballs launched by Hongxia. In that moment, she was grateful for her choice to study dance alongside music with Qiao Yujia, particularly the traditional dance that included a form known as sword dance, both graceful and fierce, capable of rivaling martial artists at an advanced level, though sword dance is a form of art. It is also a means of combat. However, in modern times, few achieve such a mastery. Among those who chose classical dance, only Qiao Yujia and Yusheng reached this level, but they shared an unspoken understanding. Although Yusheng lacked the martial prowess of Qiao Yujia, even relying solely on sword dance would allow her to easily dispatch the unskilled Hongxia. You wretched female, do not approach me. Bang, bang, bang. One fireball after another rained down upon Yusheng. Yet, none struck her, all deftly avoided by her agile movements. The onlooking tribespeople remained in a state of dread. However, witnessing Hongxia's frenzied state while Yusheng remained unscathed brought them a sense of satisfaction. A release of pent-up frustration. Hongxia had often bullied the females. Seeing her in such disarray was oddly gratifying. Within the fray, Hongxia chattered incessantly, while Yusheng remained serene, like a tranquil sea devoid of tumult. With each step, she glided as if the wind caressed the ocean's surface, her slender waist bending backward to dodge a fireball from Hongxia. As her movements grew more fluid, icy blue light began to coalesce around Yusheng. This scene left all the members of the Tiger Howl tribe utterly entranced. Here she was, confronting Hongxia, yet so breathtakingly beautiful, truly deserving of the title of the legendary divine maiden. The icy blue light gradually formed into a 1-meter-long sword. A sword? How splendid! Yusheng grasped the sword's hilt, preparing for a dazzling one-sided slaughter. With one hand holding the sword, her movements were both graceful and deadly, as she thrust toward Hongxia with formidable strength. Accompanied by a chilling aura. In that instant, Hongxia felt an unprecedented sense of peril. She had to eliminate Yusheng swiftly. Not only would she gain the tribe's allegiance, but she could also claim the White Emperor as her mate. In this frantic moment, Hongxia faltered, the approaching sword grazing her shoulder. Hiss, how painful. This vile female is truly cruel. Seeing Hongxia injured brought relief to everyone present. While Yusheng sought to press her advantage, but at that very moment, Hongxia vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the lingering scent in the air and the smell of sparks on the ground, one might scarcely believe that Hongxia had come to harm the tribe and clashed with a divine maiden. Jiajia, let it be. There is no need to pursue. Observing Yusheng's determination to track down Hongxia, the White Emperor, having risen from Fu Xiang's embrace, restrained Yusheng from charging forward. Wu, White Emperor, do you think Jiajia will not return? Ah Sheng, do not despair. Jiajia will surely be fine. Witnessing Yusheng's tears pained the White Emperor's heart, yet he felt powerless to do anything but offer comfort. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia and Teng Shuo were engaged in a battle of wits and strength. They exchanged blows, with Teng Shuo retreating step by step. It was not that Teng Shuo was incapable of besting Qiao Yujia, but rather, he had never encountered anyone like her before, which exhilarated him. My lady, I have fallen for you at first sight, and I harbor no intention of causing you harm. As he approached her, he sought to win her favor, believing that time would cultivate affection. I do not like you. Qiao Yujia shouted in anger. In that moment, she loathed the man before her. Being confessed to without cause was one thing, but his actions were disturbingly obsessive. She contemplated ending this encounter swiftly. Eager to escape, she wondered if Lin Ye had thought of her, if he had eaten well, and if Ah Sheng was taking care of herself. As these thoughts swirled, Qiao Yujia wished to rid herself of this tiresome man. Divine Maiden, before she could act, she heard Ling Yan's deep voice. Chapter 41. Escape. Ling Yan charged in, unleashing a fireball at Teng Shuo, catching him off guard. Like a mother animal carrying her young. He seized Qiao Yujia and tossed her onto his back, eliciting a startled scream from her. Divine Maiden, flee. Ling is waiting for us outside. As he spoke, Ling Yan hurled another fireball at Teng Shuo, spreading his wings and swiftly escaping the scene. Teng Shuo, fixated solely on Qiao Yujia, was momentarily distracted by the fireballs, and after extinguishing them, the room lay in ruins. Cursed fate. One day, I shall annihilate all spirit beasts on the continent. Teng Shuo roared inwardly at the devastation before him. This was the room he had meticulously prepared for her. Help! The flood has come. Help! When Lin Ye carried Qiao Yujia to the cave beneath the cliff, chaos erupted outside. He observed Ling manipulating the waves to assault the caves below, while the females scrambled out in panic. The wandering orcs could do nothing against this unknown force, retreating towards the cliff. Despite witnessing the plight of the females, they offered no assistance, coldly watching as the flood swept them away, viewing them merely as vessels for their own release. Has the divine maiden rescued them? Then let us depart. Just as Ling reveled in flooding the cliff, he turned to see Lin Ye flying in with a petite figure on his back. Having accomplished the rescue, he had no intention of lingering. As the two prepared to leave, Qiao Yujia suddenly spoke. Ling Ye, Ling, bring those females with us. I have use for them. With her cold voice, Ling Ye and Ling hesitated. Yet upon considering that those below were merely the most ordinary females of the Orc continent, they wondered what they could possibly contribute. If they posed a threat to the divine maiden, they would deal with them then. This thought made their task seem less perilous, prompting Ling to manipulate the waves to sweep the females up and quickly depart the cliff with Ling Ye. Capture them. Just as Qiao Yujia and her companions had barely escaped the cliff, Teng Shuo emerged from the ruins, immediately issuing commands. The tiger scarred and his men wasted no time in pursuing Qiao Yujia. They are coming. Hurry! As Qiao Yujia and her companions flew through the godless forest, suddenly sensing an aura behind them, Qiao Yujia urged them to accelerate. They are ahead. Quickly, capture them, having chased for nearly half the godless forest. The tiger's guard finally spotted two figures, one white and one blue, in the distance, and quickly commanded his wandering orc subordinates. Whomever captures that divine maiden will receive rewards beyond imagination. The subordinates, initially wary of Lin Ye's powers, were stirred by the tiger's guard's words. After all, the prospect of enhancing their abilities was enticing. As the thought of becoming stronger and more formidable took hold, the wandering orcs charged forward, almost maniacally. Capture them, evolve, evolve. Qiao Yujia turned to see the frenzied wandering orcs, their eyes gleaming crimson, perceiving her as a coveted prize, a means to their evolution. In their minds, the singular thought persisted, to seize the divine maiden. Ling, erect a water wall to block them. Hearing the thunderous cries behind her, Qiao Yujia felt a sense of urgency and commanded Ling to construct a series of 5-meter-high water walls to hinder the advancing wandering orcs. She sensed Lin Ye's presence drawing closer. If they could just hold on a little longer, she would see him. Typically bored, Ling now found the noise particularly grating, and as soon as Qiao Yujia finished speaking, he erected towering water walls before the frenzied orcs and fled swiftly alongside Lin Ye. The vagrant beastmen, trapped in place by a wall of water, watched in disbelief as the tantalizing prize they so desperately sought suddenly slipped from their grasp. In a fit of rage, they struck the aqueous barrier, hoping to shatter it. All of you, step aside. Tiger Scar sneered at his fellow vagrant beastmen. Upon hearing his command, the beastmen, who had been pounding against the water wall, parted to clear a path. With a thunderous roar, he transformed, his form swelling to a colossal size, and raised his massive claw to strike the water wall. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he witnessed a breach in the barrier, only to be disappointed that it was not in human form. Yet, as he withdrew his claw, he was met with a stinging betrayal. The breach sealed itself once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qiao Yujia and her companions had safely escaped the godless forest. Although they faced numerous ferocious beasts eager to feast upon them, Ling Ye and Ling dispatched them with ease, casting their remains into a spatial storage, a standard capability possessed by every spirit beast clan from birth. While other abilities required one to mature and receive blessings at the beast god statue, which would awaken one of the 5 natural elemental powers based on the beast's constitution and potential. There were exceptions. Some awakened powers could manifest as variants of the 5 elements, or even entirely different capabilities. They journeyed. The females trapped within the water sphere remained silent, fully aware they had escaped the horrors of their previous confinement. Their gazes fell upon the petite red figure perched on Ling Ye's back, and a silent resolution formed among them. As long as it ensured their survival, they would willingly serve that little female as slaves. My lord Lin Ye, we have scoured all 4 directions of the Wuwang Plains and found no trace of the goddess, reported one of the warriors. Ever since Qiao Yujia's disappearance, the warriors of the Tiger Howl tribe had tirelessly searched day and night, yearning for even the faintest scent she might have left behind. Yet they had come up empty-handed. Goddess, we are nearing the boundary of the Wuhuang Plains. Exhausted, Qiao Yujia was suddenly roused by Ling Ye's announcement. As the luminous wall ahead began to materialize, her spirits soared. Wonderful, we are finally arriving. Soon, I will see the ones I have longed for. My lord Lin Ye, it is getting late. Shall we return tomorrow? One of the beastmen ventured cautiously, noting the icy glare directed at him. He observed Lin Ye's expression darken ominously, a shadow that seemed to swallow all light.